Chapter 368. Due to Assistant Minister Zhou Zhong's public confession, the left Assistant Minister Li Yi of the Ministry of Personnel, who was framed for treason 14 years ago, was finally vindicated today. A rank 4 official of the imperial court was exterminated because of false accusations. This was a great insult to the imperial court and the great Zhou. Although His Majesty had issued a decree to declare Lord Li's innocence, what had happened could never be undone. Outside the imperial city, the commoners were filled with righteous indignation when they saw the notice posted on the city wall. The culprits from back then could have been pardoned with the death exemption medallion. Why was Lord Zhou banished? Lord Li was loyal to the emperor and his country. In the end, the lives of his family were worth less than a few broken medallions? The reality is even more absurd than the dramas. How sad, how sad. Have you seen the new drama, Zhao's Orphan? It's clearly about Lord Li. Not yet. Hearing you say that, I'll have to go and take a look. In a mansion in the southern courtyard. The Duke of Nanyang, who had been pardoned with the death exemption medallion but lost his position as the Minister of Personnel, frowned deeply and said in a gloomy voice, Zhou Zhong is only banished. These crimes are enough for him to die twice. His Majesty is obviously siding with him. A person beside him said, forget it. It's just a matter of time. How many of the criminals who have been banished have been able to live for more than half a year? The Duke of Nanyang said indignantly, I can't take this lying down. It took me more than 10 years to climb to this position. Because of Zhou Zhong, I have nothing now. I can't wait to kill him. That person was silent for a moment before saying, even if you want to kill him, you can't do it now. Once he leaves the capital, no one will care if he's dead or alive. Right now, there's another important matter. The Duke of Nanyang asked, what is it? The person said, have you forgotten that Li Yi's daughter is still imprisoned in the imperial clan temple? After being reminded by him, Commander Prince Nanyang recalled that this matter had started because Li Yi's daughter had assassinated 5 imperial court officials to avenge her father. This had triggered the old case. However, in recent days, his attention had been focused on the old case and he had completely forgotten about this matter. That person continued, during this period of time, that Li Mu went in and out of the Zongjing temple many times. He would visit this woman almost every day. It seems that they knew each other before. The reason he wanted to reverse the verdict for Li Yi was probably because of this woman. Royal Prince Nanyang narrowed his eyes and said, these are 2 completely different cases. I would like to see how Li Mu will save her, unless he can convince His Majesty to grant him a death exemption medallion. The person next to him had a playful smile on his face as he said, a large part of the reason for Li Yi's death was because he opposed the death exemption golden medallion. If he used the death exemption golden medallion to save that woman, then it would be the biggest joke. If he didn't use the death exemption golden medallion, then the woman would be dead. Hee, what choice would he make? Royal Prince Nanyang asked, what if he really begs His Majesty to grant him the death exemption golden medallion? Bewitching the Son of Heaven, treacherous officials who will harm the country. Murderous intent appeared in that person's eyes as he said, clean up the emperor's subordinates and punish treacherous officials. Northern County. Countless people gathered under the city walls and looked at the notice posted on the city walls. They were pointing and discussing. Most of the commoners were illiterate and only came to join in the fun. They did not know what was going on. Someone scratched his head and asked, is there anyone who is illiterate? Help me take a look. What is written on this notice? Let me take a look. A middle-aged scholar squeezed into the crowd. After looking at the notice, he said, it says that more than 10 years ago, there was a high-ranking official who served the country and the people in the divine capital. Because he offended the nobles, he was framed for treason and his entire family was executed. A few days ago, the imperial court cleared his name. The northern county was far away from the divine capital. The commoners did not know what happened in the divine capital, nor did they know the high-ranking officials in the divine capital. However, someone was confused and said, why does this sound like the play that the Yunyan Pavilion put on a few days ago? The middle-aged scholar sighed and said, this play was actually written for him. This Lord Li used to be a good official who was loved by the commoners. In the divine capital, he was called Li Qing Tian by the commoners. Unfortunately, he always worked for the commoners and went against the nobles. After offending the nobles, he was framed and his entire family was exterminated. He was wronged for more than 10 years. If not for his daughter avenging her father by killing the officials who framed him back then and alerting the imperial court, no one would have cleared his name. There's actually such a thing? It's even more dramatic than a play, even I want to watch that play. Unfortunately, I don't have the money, who did not like to listen to plays. However, to the commoners, being able to eat and wear was already a luxury. Wouldn't it be better to spend a few coins to buy steamed rice? Spending money to listen to plays was the life of the rich. At this moment, someone asked, "Don't you know that the Yunyan Pavilion is not paying for the plays these days?" Someone was shocked. There's such a good thing. It's not just the Yunyan Pavilion. In the past few days, there's also a stage set up by the official road outside the city. It's free to perform. Those who have the money can attend it. Those who don't have the money can also attend it, so the stage at the city gate is for watching plays. If they said that it's free, I would have gone to watch it. Let's go together, wait for me. The commoners did not have much entertainment, so they were naturally happy to watch a play that they could watch for free. The Yunyan Pavilion's theater was filled to the brim. The area around the stage outside the city was also filled with commoners. It was the slack period, so there were not many opportunities like this. The commoners in the surrounding area carried stools before the sun rose. The play was called The Orphan of the Zhao Family. It told the story of an official of the Zhao family from the previous dynasty. Because he often sought justice for the commoners, he offended the nobles in the capital. He was framed by a treacherous official and his family was exterminated. The surviving orphan of the Zhao family endured for many years to avenge his family. The story of the play was twisted and bizarre, with climax after climax. At the end, the orphan of the Zhao family killed the treacherous official with his own hands to avenge his father. It was so satisfying that the commoners could not help but think of Douyi's injustice. The commoners loved to watch plots where good had good karma and evil had evil retribution. This was not the only reason why the play was so popular. It was also because the content of the play was not fabricated. Instead, it was based on the original. The official of the Zhao family in the play was Li Yi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, whose entire family was exterminated because of the crime of treason. The empress had already informed the 36 counties of the Great Zhou of his injustice. Most of the commoners knew about it. Sigh, he's already dead. What's the use of redressing the injustice? Why can those people still use the death exemption golden medallion to save their lives? They should all be buried with that lord. It's a pity that the imperial court is controlled by those people. That lord's daughter had no way to redress the injustice. She was forced to take revenge on those corrupt officials. I wonder how the imperial court will deal with her. What else can they do? They'll definitely give her the death penalty. After all, she violated the law. *T the law. Is the law used to protect the murderer? The law can't give justice to others, but it doesn't allow them to seek justice for themselves. Why can those people continue to enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth after framing others and destroying their families? Why can't even leave behind the last bloodline of those who were wrongfully killed? What kind of *T justice is this? The imperial court announced this to the world and let the commoners of the 36 counties know about this matter. They originally wanted to give justice to Li Yi. Unexpectedly, after the commoners learned about the inside story, they became even angrier. The official who was framed for treason was redressed, but what about those who harmed him back then? They were still alive and well and continued to be people above others. However, that lord's only descendant was going to be executed. What was the point of such redressing? The so-called law was only used to restrain the commoners. Those nobles could treat the law as nothing. With a token, they could avoid the death penalty. In their eyes, the commoners were no different from livestock that could be killed at will. Under such anger, someone finally could not help but say, if that lord's bloodline is cut off, there will really be no justice. Why don't we protest the imperial court with blood and protect that lord's bloodline? As soon as this was said, it immediately received the response of many people below the stage. I agree. Count me in. My family sells cloth. I'll pay for the cloth used for the blood letter. I'll go back and ask the village chief to mobilize the entire village. In just a short day, there was a blood letter movement in the North County. The angry commoners ran around and tens of thousands of commoners pressed their fingerprints on the white cloth. Regarding this, the North County government watched from the sidelines. At the same time, in Yantai County, a few commoners walked out of the theater and discussed among themselves. So County Officer Yu is the prototype of the villain in the play. He really deserves to die. To think that I felt sad for him. He framed a good person in exchange for a promotion. Too hateful. I heard that someone outside the city wrote a blood letter to protest the imperial court. I'm going. Do you want to come? Let's go. Yushan County. So this is the reason why the two lords died. The case back then has been investigated. Even if they didn't die, they would be beheaded by the imperial court. Pfft, they deserved it. Danyang County. Nanyang County. Yuntai County. In just a few days, similar things happened in the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. After the local government learned of the inside story, to prevent civil unrest, they ordered the commoners to stop gathering. However, the letter was secretly passed down from village to village, Shindu. After the case was revealed, the punishment for the people involved in the case back then was quickly implemented. Other than a few main culprits, the officials who joined forces to impeach Li Yi back then were just following the trend. Now, they were only fined their salaries and were not punished too much. Just by punishing a few main culprits, there was already a huge loophole in the 6 ministries. The 3 provinces were also in a mess. If the accomplices were to be held accountable one by one, the imperial court would probably completely collapse. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Chen Jian, had already been executed. As for the others, because they had the death exemption token, no one could do anything to them. In the hall of the secretariat, Li Mu opened a letter. The contents of the letter were about an official urging the imperial court to quickly deal with the assassination of the 5 officials. Chapter 369. In fact, all the things that had happened in the divine capital these days revolved around the murder of several imperial court officials. The reason why few people mentioned this matter was that most people were attracted by Li Yi's old case. Now that the old case had been clarified, those who should be rehabilitated had been rehabilitated, and those who should be sentenced had been sentenced. The original case had been pushed to the forefront again. The headmaster had notified almost all the subsects to help Li Mu obtain the book of 10,000 people from the various counties. Based on the feedback from Mount Baiyun, the progress of this matter had been pushed forward by more than half. Now was not the time. Li Mu closed the memorial and put it aside. In the Commandery Prince mansion of Nanyang, Commandery Prince Nanyang looked at an official and asked, "Are you sure the memorial has been handed in? It has been 3 days. Why is there no news at all?" The official scratched his head with a puzzled look and said, "It has been handed in. I personally handed it in." "Is it still going through the process?" "The Central Secretariat is going through the process." "Why would it take so long?" Commandery Prince Nanyang looked at Xiao Ziyu and said, "Ziyu, you are the head of the Central Secretariat. Can't you urge him?" Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, "Uncle, you don't know. I am in charge of the Ministry of Works. The memorials related to the Ministry of Justice are directly handed to Li Mu. After Li Mu deals with them, they will be handed to the assistant minister. If Li Mu doesn't put them in, the memorial can't be handed in at all." "Sure enough," Commandery Prince Nanyang said with a sullen face, "He and Li Yi's daughter are unclear. He will definitely cover for her. The memorial can't be handed to the Central Secretariat. It should be handed directly to His Majesty." The official nodded and said, "I will try." Changle Palace. Li Mu opened a memorial. It was still asking the imperial court to deal with Li Qing. Whether it was the handwriting or the content, it was exactly the same as what he saw 3 days ago. This official was rather persistent. Li Mu noted down the name of this official from the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan, and put the memorial aside. After calculating the time, he stood up and walked to the imperial kitchen. The empress took Xiao Bai to the imperial kitchen to admire the flowers. Before she returned, Li Mu had to prepare lunch. 3 days later. Royal Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Commandery Prince Nanyang paced around the room and asked, "Why is there still no news?" The official was also puzzled and said, "I don't know either." At this moment, a servant walked in and whispered a few words into Duke Nanyang's ear. Commandery Prince Nanyang was taken aback and asked, "Book of 10,000 people?" The servant nodded and said, "Someone from King Ping's mansion came to pass on the news. Someone is urging the people in the various counties to write a petition to plead for mercy for that woman." Commandery Prince Nanyang snorted coldly and said, "So that's what he's planning." If this matter attracted the attention of the people in the 36 counties and caused them to write a petition to the people, the imperial court might really compromise. After all, the people's hearts were the foundation for the continuation of the great show. If it was only the Luoyang, it would be fine. However, if the people of the 36 counties all pleaded for mercy for that woman, even the law would have to give in. If they also had the book of 10,000 people when they were sentenced, then he would still be the Minister of Personnel now. If he couldn't get something, then no one else could. Commandery Prince Nanyang's expression was cold as he said, "Although I don't know who gave him the idea, it's impossible for him to save Li Yi's daughter. How dare he hold the people's hearts hostage and make the Ministry of Personnel send the consecrated department to destroy all the book of 10,000 people." After all these years of operation, the Ministry of Personnel had been built into an iron bucket by him. The people in the Ministry of Personnel were all officials of the old party. Although he wasn't in the Ministry of Personnel, he still had absolute control over it. When the official named Wang Luan heard this, he bowed and said, "I'll make the arrangements right away." In a certain county, in front of a temporary stage built outside the city, an actor who had just finished his performance took out a roll of silk and said, "The book of 10,000 people is only a few hundred people away. Everyone, please sign your names on this and do your part to protect the bloodline of the loyal officials." After listening to the play, the people were already enraged. They were filled with righteous indignation as they pressed their fingerprints on the silk. The material used to leave their fingerprints was originally made of cinnabar. However, some people directly bit their fingertips in anger and left their fingerprints on the silk. Not long after, the people gradually dispersed. An actor looked at the densely packed fingerprints on the silk and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "It should be enough." Just as they were about to leave, a few powerful auras suddenly approached above their heads. Several figures floated down from the sky and said coldly, "The consecrated department is handling the case. Leave the book of 10,000 people and we can let you go." 15 minutes later, the consecrated department's mouths were stuffed with rags and tied to a tree. The actors flew into the air and flew into the distance. "I didn't expect that we, the disciples of the Fulu school, would come out to perform. The person that the imperial court wants to execute is the disciple of the sect master, which is our martial uncle. In order to save martial uncle, this is something that should be done. Didn't you see that even our master has personally come? Let's not talk about it anymore. The book of 10,000 people for this county has been collected. When we return and hand it in, everyone will be able to obtain an earth-ranked Fulu. Such a good thing should be given more." After many days, Li Mu once again saw Xianxia in his home. Xianxia stepped into the courtyard and waved his hand. Many bolts of cloth floated in front of Li Mu. These bolts of cloth were covered with red fingerprints. They were clearly ordinary cloth, but they emitted powerful auras, forcing Lu Hanyan, Wan Wan, and Xiao Bai to retreat. When the auras swept over Li Mu, they seemed to resonate with some aura on his body and gently passed through him. Xianxia said, "These are the book of 10,000 people for the 36 counties." Li Mu put away the 36 bolts of cloth and said, "Many thanks, senior sister." Xianxia said, "Senior brother sect master said that if the great Zhou court does not distinguish between good and evil, then there is no need to stay in the divine capital. It is better to return to the Fulu school as soon as possible to raise your cultivation and prepare to succeed the sect master." Li Mu smiled and said, I believe in His Majesty. Although the great Zhou court was not worth it, within the divine capital, there was still someone like Li Mu who was worth it. In recent days, many officials in the imperial court had submitted memorials, requesting that Li Yi's daughter be severely punished. However, the memorials they submitted were like stones sinking into the sea. There was no response. During the morning court session, an official finally could not bear it anymore. An official from the Ministry of Personnel stood up and said, reporting to His Majesty, under the circumstances of Li Yi's case being unclear, Li Yi's daughter assassinated 5 officials of the imperial court. Such behavior is truly too vile. If she is not severely punished, it will not be enough to uphold the law and establish the prestige of the nation. As soon as he finished speaking, another person stood up. Zhang Chun looked at him and said, Sir, your words are incorrect. How could Lord Li's daughter not know whether or not he committed treason? Those 5 people were the main culprits who framed Lord Li back then. Even death could not wipe out their crimes. If they did not die, they should be executed today. The official from the Ministry of Personnel said, the nation has its own laws. If they are guilty, the imperial court will judge them. It is not up to her to execute them privately. Zhang Chun said mockingly, the imperial court. Lord Li has been wronged for 14 years. Has the imperial court had any intention of overturning the case for him? On the other hand, the officials who framed him back then were all in high positions, from 4th to 3rd rank officials. How do you expect people to trust the imperial court? The official from the Ministry of Personnel said coldly, this is also not a reason for her to kill. If we forgive her, how can we uphold the law? Zhang Chun retorted, if we uphold the law, how can we uphold the will of the people? The two of them were in a heated argument. Shang Wanli walked out from behind the curtain and said, silence. The Empress's voice was heard from behind the curtain. What do you think? As soon as she finished speaking, the hall fell into a brief silence. Usually, the highest-ranking officials would be the first to speak on this topic. However, people like the head of the Secretariat and the ministers of the 6 ministries would not quarrel with others in the imperial court. Most of the time, it was the officials below them who spoke on their behalf. After a brief silence, some officials stood up one after another. I think that Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel has a point. One case is another case. These 2 cases should not be mixed together. Lord Li Yi has been wrongly accused, but his daughter has indeed violated the law. Seeing these people step forward, many officials sighed in their hearts. Although that was the case, the imperial court still owed their family in Li Yi's case. If they still wanted to execute his daughter, then what was the point of overturning the case for him? However, because of Li Yi's overturning of the case, both the new and old parties were deeply involved. Even if they had different opinions, they did not dare to speak out. After another official seconded the motion, a figure finally walked out from the crowd. The officials in the imperial court all looked at him. These days, everything that happened in the imperial court was caused by Li Mu alone. This time, he was probably one of the people who wanted to protect Li Yi's daughter. Li Mu walked to the front of the hall and did not express his opinion. He only said calmly, I would like your Majesty and all the officials to see something first. With a wave of his hand, a pile of things suddenly appeared in the crepe myrtle hall. There were a total of 36 pieces of what looked like cloth and silk. They slowly flew into the air, then connected together and slowly unfolded. A shocking scene appeared in everyone's eyes. The 36 pieces of cloth connected together formed a huge canvas that was 200 feet long. The canvas was densely covered with blood-red fingerprints. As the canvas unfolded, an extremely powerful aura suddenly spread out. Under the impact of this aura, the officials in the hall could not help but retreat. Some even fell on their buttocks. Only a small number of people were able to remain standing under the impact of this aura. Behind Li Mu, several officials who had just stood up and suggested that Li Qing be severely punished retreated more than 10 steps. One of them even directly withdrew from the crepe myrtle hall. An official looked at the huge canvas in front of him and saw the faint smell of blood on it. He murmured, a blood letter of the people, a blood letter of the people condensed from the power of faith of the people. Li Mu stood in front of the canvas and slowly said, Lord Li was loyal and patriotic, but because of a scoundrel's framing, his entire family died in vain. The imperial court owes the Li family too much. The people of 36 counties, 360,000 people, plead your majesty for mercy. Chapter 370. In the crepe myrtle palace, the 36 scrolls of the Book of the People floated in front of the officials. Although there were no words on the unfurled white cloth, the fingerprints and palm prints represented the wishes of the people. The will of the people could not be deceived, nor could it be defied. This was the foundation of the great show. Under the pressure of the Book of the People, the officials who had just stepped forward to request the execution of Li Yi's daughter found it difficult to speak again. They could no longer speak. After Li Mu took out the Book of the People, if they spoke again, the opposition would not be from Li Mu, but from the will of the people. For the imperial court, in the face of the will of the people, there was nothing that could not be compromised, including them. The noisy imperial court suddenly quieted down. After a long period of silence, a figure slowly stepped forward. Zhang Chun bowed and said loudly, "Your Majesty, please have mercy." His voice echoed in the crepe myrtle palace. Soon, another official took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy." One figure, two figures, three figures. In the hall filled with the will of the people, more and more officials stepped forward. Finally, at the front of the crowd, the head of the secretariat held up his ceremonial tablet and said, "The will of the people cannot be defied." The former assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Li Yi, suffered 14 years of injustice. The people pity him. This is Li Yi's death, and also the imperial court's death. I implore your Majesty to comply with the will of the people and show mercy. The two attendants also sighed softly and stood out. Although Li Yi's daughter violated the law, but considering that her family was framed by treacherous officials and suffered great injustice, and the people she killed were all guilty officials, I implore your Majesty to show mercy. The will of the people cannot be defied. Your Majesty, please have mercy, the head of the secretariat and the attendants all pleaded. Finally, even the head of the officials, stepped forward and said slowly, "The will of the people is the most important. I implore your Majesty to comply with the will of the people and pardon Lord Li's daughter." Behind the curtain, the Empress's voice was majestic. "Since this is the will of the people of the 36 counties, and the ministers have pleaded for her, I can't be stubborn. After the court, the Secretariat will immediately draft a pardon. Imperial Ancestral Temple." Li Mu walked into the deepest part of the prison and said, "Open the door." The prison guard behind him immediately took out the key he had prepared and opened the cell door. Li Mu walked into the cell, reached out his hand to Li Qing and said, "Let's go home." Outside the imperial city, a large crowd had gathered on the wide street. Countless gazes were focused in the direction of the palace gate. Until two figures walked out of the palace. "It's young Lord Li," the woman beside him, "is Lord Li Yi's daughter. Has the court finally pardoned her? Lord Li Yi has a descendant." Seeing the two of them walk out side by side, the commoners spoke excitedly. Li Mu and Li Qing walked out of the palace and back to the Li residence. The people of Shendu followed them all the way. Standing in front of the Li mansion, Li Qing raised her head and looked at the plaque with the words, "Li Mansion," written on it. It stood there for a long time. Creak, the door of the Li mansion slowly opened from the inside. Lu Hanyan walked out and looked at Li Qing. She smiled and said, "Welcome home." In the crepe myrtle palace, when Li Mu took out the book of 10,000 people from the 36 counties, some people had already lost. Once the book of 10,000 people, which represented the will of the people, the court officials, whether they were willing or not, only had one choice. In the end, under the lead of a few officials from the 3 provinces, all the court officials pleaded for mercy. In addition to the push of the people's will, the Empress could only reluctantly comply with them and pardon Li Qing. In the Li mansion, Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed. The telekinesis in his body was almost full. When he walked out of the palace with Li Qing, the entire street was covered by telekinesis. He had just taken out the spiritual jade from the flask space. In just a moment, the spiritual energy in the spiritual jade would be completely absorbed. Even the speed at which he took out the spiritual jade could not keep up with the speed of absorption. At this moment, in the North Court, with the Li Mansion as the center, a huge spiritual energy whirlpool had formed. The spiritual qi in the air of the entire divine capital was gathering towards the Li residence in the northern garden. In the divine capital, some of the more powerful cultivators had already noticed the abnormality. Especially those who lived in the North Court, they could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the surroundings was becoming more and more abundant. However, when they tried to absorb it, they realized that they could not absorb any spiritual energy at all. The huge spiritual energy whirlpool in the North Court was violently absorbing all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Someone is breaking through. What exactly is this person's cultivation? How could he cause such a huge commotion? Countless figures flew up from all directions and looked in the direction where the spiritual energy was gathering. That place is the Li Mansion. This familiar feeling. Could it be that Li Mu is also cultivating telekinesis? It's the same as Li Yi back then. No wonder his cultivation speed is so fast at such a young age. He actually dares to cultivate this path. Such a fast and domineering way of gathering spiritual energy was not something a normal cultivation path could achieve. Even a spirit gathering array was far from it. Only telekinesis could have such an effect. The path of telekinesis was the fastest way to improve one's cultivation among all the paths of cultivation. The reason why so few people cultivated it was not because they did not want to, but because it was too difficult. Telekinesis originated from the people. To win the people's trust, one had to stand on the people's side. However, the interests of the people and the interests of the people in power were often contradictory. To stand on the people's side was to stand on the opposite side of the people in power. To walk on this path, one had to dare to do what ordinary people did not dare to do. There had been people who had done this before, but they had all died. After that, very few people walked on this path. If Li Mu did not have the Empress's protection, he would have been like Li Yi back then. His entire family would have been executed countless times. It was also because of the Empress's protection that he could walk to this day and become a righteous person in the hearts of the people in the divine capital. He relied on the people's telekinesis to quickly break through. The spiritual energy vortex above the Li Mansion spun for more than 2 hours. It almost sucked out all the spiritual energy in the divine capital before it slowly dissipated. At the same time, Li Mu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. The divine light in his eyes was restrained. The aura on his body was also extremely obscure. In the past, he was a sharp sword. Now, he had hidden his edge. Saving Li Qing was something he had to do. It was also in accordance with the people's will. With this, the telekinesis of the people in his body reached its peak. It allowed him to break through to the 5th level in one go. It also allowed him to resolve one of his obsessions. Li Mu walked out of the room. Xianxia stood in the courtyard and smiled. Congratulations, junior brother. Li Mu clasped his hands and bowed to the two of them. Thank you for your help these days, senior brother and senior sister. Xianxia said, there's no need for thanks between fellow disciples. Yuzenzi said calmly, the disciples of the Fulu school are not to be bullied. Xianxia continued, junior brother, you just broke through. Your magic power is not stable yet. First stabilize your cultivation. As for other things, it won't be too late to talk about them later. Li Mu said, I'll stabilize it later. I still have something to do. I have to go out for a while. Outside the palace, Li Mu and Li Qing stood side by side as they watched Zhou Zhong walk out of the palace. His hands were shackled by iron chains and his dermic powers were also sealed. This chain would only be removed when he arrived at the place of exile. 2 Fifth Realm worshippers stood behind him. They would escort him all the way to the place of exile. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing with a gentle gaze. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and said, when you have time, go to the Ministry of Justice and find Wei Peng. He has something that I left for you. Wei Peng is a promising talent. With a little promotion, he can take on great responsibilities. Li Mu nodded and said, I understand. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing again and said, listen to Li Mu in the future. Don't be so rash. He knows how to protect you better than I do. Li Qing lowered her head and said softly, okay. Zhou Zhong finally looked at Li Mu and said, take good care of Qing. One of the worshippers said, it's time to go. Zhou Zhong's gaze swept across his face and said, let's go. After sending Zhou Zhong out of the city with Li Qing and back to her residence, Li Mu went to the Ministry of Justice. Soon, the director of the Ministry of Justice walked out of the office and sighed, Lord Li, Lord Zhou, I really didn't expect, Li Mu said, this might be the result that he wanted. Where's Wei Peng? I have something to talk to him about. The director of the Ministry of Justice sighed again and said, I'll go get him. After a while, Wei Peng walked out of a guard room. He seemed to know Li Mu's purpose and handed a wooden box to Li Mu. This wooden box was not locked. It seemed to be just a simple buckle. Li Mu tried to open it but found that he could not open it at all. He channeled his magic power and used the art of great strength but still could not open it. Li Mu looked at the wooden box carefully and found that there were complicated runes carved on the box like a seal. From the complexity of these runes, it would be very difficult for him to open it with his current magic power. Therefore, he took the wooden box and returned to the Li residence to let Xianxia and Xianxia take a look. Xianxia looked carefully and said, this is a seal rune. It can only be opened with brute force. If other methods are used, or if the runes are destroyed, I'm afraid the item in the box will also be destroyed. He tried to open the wooden box but still failed. Xianxia tried again, but it still ended in failure. She looked at the wooden box in her hand and said, this seal is too strong. I'm afraid only those above the 7th realm can open it. If you have time, go back to Mount Baiyun and ask senior brother Sect Master for help. Li Mu waved his hand, no need. After a while, Jianghu Palace. Li Mu took the wooden box and walked to Zhou Yi, saying, Your Majesty, I can't open this, crack. Zhou Yi took the wooden box and opened it easily. Li Mu leaned over and saw a book in the box. He took out the book, flipped through a few pages and slowly closed it. Chapter 371. In Jianghu Palace, Li Mu handed the booklet to Zhou Yi and asked, Your Majesty, how should we deal with these people? Zhou Yi flipped open the booklet and glanced at it a few times. Then, he asked Li Mu, what do you think? Li Mu thought for a moment and said, I think that the great Zhou's imperial court has been suffering from a chronic problem for a long time. The court officials have formed cliques for personal gain, and in order to suppress dissidents, they will do anything. If we want to cure this chaos, we need to use strong medicine. Your Majesty can also take this opportunity to support some of your trusted aides. Zhou Qiong rubbed the space between his brows and said to Li Mu, I'll leave this matter to you. Li Mu bowed and said, I obey. The booklet Zhou Zhong gave him recorded the crimes of many officials of the two parties over the years. Some of them were corrupt, some of them took bribes, some of them bent the law for personal gain, and some of them abused their power. These records filled the entire booklet. A month ago, Li Mu felt that the imperial court should still be stable. Over the past month, Li Mu gradually realized that the great Zhou's imperial court had a problem from the root. Rather than maintaining the stability on the surface and letting them slowly nibble away at the decaying great Zhou, it was better to cut the Gordian knot and use strong medicine to weaken the old and new factions. At the same time, power would gradually return to the hands of the Empress. When the Empress completely controlled the imperial court, whoever passed the throne of the great Zhou to would have nothing to do with the old and new parties. Even if the Empress didn't pass the throne to the Zhou clan or the Shao clan, it would be her own business to pass the throne to her own son. Or, if the Empress's cultivation reached the 8th level, then no matter how strong the old and new parties were, they wouldn't even have the right to protest under absolute power. In that case, who would dare to bully him in the entire Zhou province, let alone the imperial court? Unfortunately, this could only exist in Li Mu's imagination. The Empress' 7th level came more from her inheritance than from her own cultivation. Unless she encountered a greater opportunity, the 7th level was the peak that she could reach in this lifetime. At present, all the 7th realm powerhouses that Li Mu knew, including Xianxia, were promoted to the upper realm through inheritance. Zhou Yi leaned against the dragon throne and propped up his head. He said, I'm a bit tired. Here are a few memorials. Help me take a look. Li Mu moved a chair and sat in front of the table. He said, Your Majesty should rest first. When you wake up, the soup in the imperial kitchen will be almost ready. Although it was unlikely that a 7th realm cultivator would tire herself out, Li Mu didn't forget that the Empress' inner demon had yet to be removed. Suppressing the inner demon was an extremely taxing task. The exhaustion of mental energy was no less than fighting a battle with an expert of the same level. With Li Mu here, she didn't have to worry about court matters. Zhou Yi leaned against the dragon throne and closed her eyes to recover her mind. Suddenly, a cloud of fog appeared in front of her. When the fog dissipated, she was no longer in Jianghu Palace, but in the Imperial Garden. Zhou Yi quickly realized that this was a dream. As a 7th realm cultivator, she could control her body and consciousness. However, dreams didn't seem to have much to do with a person's consciousness. Instead, it was dominated by another consciousness. She wanted to withdraw her consciousness from the dream, but she heard a sound coming from the depths of the Imperial Garden. This made her change her mind. She was also interested in the contents of the subconscious fantasy. Thus, she walked along the path of the Imperial Garden and slowly walked into the depths. As she walked, the conversation in the depths of the garden gradually became clear. This orange is very sweet. It's a tribute orange from Jiangnan. Try it. I want you to feed me. Nonsense. Humph, you're not even willing to do this for me. You don't love me anymore, okay. Open your mouth. In the depths of the garden, there seemed to be a couple passionately in love. Zhou Yi had never experienced love, so she didn't feel envious. She just felt that even the fragrance of the flowers in the Imperial Garden couldn't cover up the sour smell in the air. Just as she was about to leave, the couple sitting in the pavilion suddenly turned around. In the pavilion, the other her was peeling the orange with a smile and sending the orange pieces into the mouth of the person in her arms. And the person nestled in her arms was actually Jianghu Palace. Zhou Yi, who was lying on the rocking chair, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Fine sweat even seeped out of her forehead. After Li Mu finished reading the last memorial, he inadvertently glanced over and found that the Empress had woken up. Then, he asked with some surprise, Your Majesty, are you very hot? Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu. The scene in her mind appeared again. She realized that her inner demon seemed to be getting more and more serious. Li Mu noticed the Empress's absent-mindedness. He waved his hand in front of her eyes and whispered, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Zhou Yi came back to her senses and said, I'm fine. You can go back first. Li Mu said, The soup in the Imperial kitchen is ready. I'll go get a bowl for you. Zhou Yi waved her hand and said, No need. I'll let Ali leave in a while. You can go back first. Li Mu tidied up the memorials he had read and put the chair back in place. He said, Then I'll go back first. Walking out of Jianghu Palace, he sighed softly. The reason he came to Jianghu Palace was that he didn't know how to face the situation at home. He wanted to sort out his thoughts first, but the Empress obviously didn't give him the chance. It was now lunchtime. In the Imperial Palace, the officials of the various government offices began to walk out in groups. An official looked at Li Mu walking out of Jianghu Palace and said with emotion, What is a favored official? This is a favored official. The number of times he goes to Her Majesty's bedchamber is more than the number of times he goes to the Secretariat, another official said. What is he holding in his hand? It looks like a book. When his eyes swept over the book in Li Mu's hand, he inexplicably shivered. He crossed his arms and said, It's cold. Tomorrow I'll have to wear more clothes. Li Mu walked out of the Imperial Palace and all the way back to the Li residence. He stood in front of the gate, but he didn't step in. It was hard for him to imagine what it would be like if Li Qing and Lu Hanyan appeared at home at the same time. In Lu Hanyan's eyes, Li Qing was undoubtedly Li Mu's ex-girlfriend. Although they had never confirmed their relationship, Li Mu couldn't deny that Li Qing was indeed his first love. If it wasn't for fate, the person sleeping next to him every night might be someone else. When a wife meets an ex-girlfriend, and the current master of the Li residence meets an ex-master, it would be good if the two didn't fight. It couldn't be a happy and harmonious sisterly relationship, right? The gate of the residence suddenly opened. Xiao Bai ran out of the courtyard and asked in confusion, "Benefactor, what are you doing at the gate?" Li Mu rubbed her head, took a deep breath, and stepped into the house. There wasn't the awkward atmosphere he imagined. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were sitting in the courtyard and talking. They were neither too enthusiastic nor too distant. Li Mu walked into the courtyard and said, "I'm back." No one paid attention to him. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and asked, "Where was Miss Li's previous room?" "I'll ask Wanwan to help you tidy it up." Li Qing said, "No need, I'll tidy it up myself." Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, "This used to be your home, and it will still be your home in the future. You don't have to be so polite in your own home." What Li Mu was worried about didn't happen. Lu Hanyan, who had always been stingy in relationships, was so magnanimous that he couldn't believe it. At night, when Li Mu was about to go to his room to sleep, the bedroom door slammed shut just as he reached the door. In the room, Lu Hanyan said gently, "From today onwards, you'll sleep in the study." Her voice was very gentle, but the words she said were as cold as an iceberg. Late at night, on the small bed in the study, Li Mu hugged Xiao Bai and stroked her smooth fur. Only then did he feel some warmth in his heart. She was the only one who would stay by his side all this time, in a certain residence in Nanyuan. In a secret room, a soft conversation could be heard. "Zhou Zhong has left Chengdu today and has been sent to the border counties. The two consecrators escorting him are our people. This person can't be left alive. He betrayed us and knows too many of our secrets. If he doesn't die, he'll always be a disaster. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. He won't be able to reach the border counties, in a certain county in Great Zhou." Under the night sky, a stream of light streaked across the sky and landed on a mountain. A consecrator looked at Zhou Zhong, who was standing at the bow of the flying boat, and said, "Come down." Zhou Zhong looked at the vast wilderness and asked, "My lords, are we going to sleep here tonight?" The consecrator said, "What? You're a criminal official. Do you want to stay in a high-class inn?" He looked at Zhou Zhong and couldn't help but ask, "Lord Zhou, you're a smart person. Why did you do such a stupid thing? Why did you give up your position as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice? Why did you choose to go to the north to die?" The other consecrator said impatiently, "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just do it. We'll enjoy ourselves outside for a while before returning to Chengdu." Zhou Zhong looked at them and asked, "You want to kill me?" The consecrator said, "Lord Zhou, are you so naive as to think that you won't have to die if His Majesty shows mercy?" Zhou Zhong said calmly, "You're deceiving the emperor." The consecrator laughed coldly and said, "If we kill you, we'll burn you to ashes with the true Samadhi fire. Who would know? Anyway, you criminal officials will all die in the hands of ghosts and demons in the end." Zhou Zhong asked again, "You really want to kill me?" The consecrator extended his hand. A ball of blazing flame floated in his palm. He walked towards Zhou Zhong and said, "In your next life, be a smart person." Zhou Zhong looked at him and said softly, "Deceiving the emperor is a crime punishable by death." Poof! The flame in the consecrator's hand suddenly went out. It wasn't that he cancelled his spell. It was that his spell had no more mana to support it. The moment Zhou Zhong finished speaking, his head and body suddenly separated. The wound was as smooth as a cut. Blood splattered 3 feet high. With the death of his physical body, his nascent spirit left his body. His expression was full of fear. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but in his confusion and fear, he slowly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, a fifth realm cultivator's physical body was destroyed and his soul dispersed. Seeing his comrade die in such a strange way, the other consecrator's face turned pale. he turned around and fled without hesitation. His body streaked across the sky like a stream of light and quickly disappeared into the night sky. On the mountain top, Zhou Zhong said, "Come back." The consecrator who fled rolled back and appeared at his previous position. Zhou Zhong looked at him and asked, "You haven't finished your work. Where are you going?" Chapter 372. Fairy's Capital, Department of Worship. A few worshippers looked at a broken jade tablet on the table with solemn expressions. The life talisman is broken. Is Ma Yi dead? Where is he? Ma Yi and Zheng Zong escorted Zhou Zhong to the place of exile. Could it be that Zhou Zhong broke free from the torture instruments and escaped? Zheng Zong's life talisman is still intact. Why didn't he send a message back? Just as he finished speaking, a high official strode in and said, "I've just received a message from High Official Zheng. Ma Yi wanted to kill Zhou Zhong while he was escorting him, but he was killed by Zhou Zhong." As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar. Why did worshipper Ma want to kill Zhou Zhong? Zhou Zhong's mana was restricted. How did he kill worshipper Ma? The Department of Worship was controlled by the royal family in the previous dynasty. Even now, the Shao royal family still had absolute control over the Department of Worship. Many worshippers in the Department of Worship were loyal to the old party. They would listen to the old party's orders and kill Zhou Zhong to vent their anger in the middle of his exile. This was reasonable. However, Ma Yi wanted to kill Zhou Zhong but was killed instead. This was somewhat unbelievable. Zhou Zhong's strength was slightly inferior to Ma Yi's. Under the circumstances where his mana was not restricted, he was not Ma Yi's match. With his mana restricted, his strength was less than 10%. A transcendent realm cultivator could probably kill him. How could he kill another transcendent realm cultivator in the presence of a 5th-level worshipper? A worshipper looked troubled and asked, "How should we deal with this?" Another worshipper said, "Zhou Zhong is a sinner and has committed such a grave crime. If he is not killed, justice will not be served." Everyone looked at him and did not agree. Ma Yi tried to kill Zhou Zhong while escorting him to exile. To put it simply, this was an abuse of power. To put it bluntly, this was deceiving the emperor. Regardless of the reason, as long as he wanted to kill Zhou Zhong and acted, it was reasonable and legal for Zhou Zhong to kill him. The old party wanted to get rid of Zhou Zhong through the Department of Worship. This was causing trouble for the Department of Worship. The worshipper thought for a while and said, "The Department of Worship does not have the authority to decide on this matter. Let's report it to the imperial court first." Today, when Li Mu was helping the empress deal with the reports, he learned that the worshipper escorting Zhou Zhong wanted to kill Zhou Zhong during his exile and was killed by Zhou Zhong instead. Although he knew that Zhou Zhong was stronger than him, he was still able to kill a 5th-level expert with his mana restricted. This was something only a transcendent realm cultivator. However, no matter how powerful Zhou Zhong was, he would not be at the 6th realm. Li Mu was certain of this. In Li Mu's mind, Zhou Zhong's of cultivation was a mystery. Of Zhou's also of Lord. If he had not secretly helped Mrs. Chu that time, Li Mu might have thought that he was just an ordinary cultivator in the Fate realm. According to the news sent back by the surviving consecrator, Zhou Zhong only said one sentence: "Deceiving the monarch, according to the law, should be executed." That consecrator Ma's body and head were separated from his body, and then his soul dispersed. This made Li Mu think of an unpopular cultivation school. Before the rise of Buddhism, there were all sorts of cultivation schools. There was the school of medicine, the school of military, the school of music, the school of legalism, and so on. These schools all had their own specialties. Later, when Buddhism prospered and gradually became the mainstream of cultivation, these smaller schools slowly became extinct. Of these schools, Li Mu had the deepest impression of the school of legalism. The cultivators of legalism did not cultivate abilities or Taoist techniques. Once they reached the peak of their cultivation, their words became law. Taoist techniques and abilities were useless before them. Even though this ability was not limitless, it still made Li Mu very envious. However, this was now the world of Buddhism. The cultivation methods of the school of legalism had long been extinct. Occasionally, a successor of the school of legalism would appear, but they were like a flash in the pan, quickly disappearing. From Zhou Zhong's actions and his identity, it was extremely likely that he cultivated the school of legalism. Throughout history, the successors of legalism would actively enter the court and push for legal reform. Perhaps their cultivation had something to do with this. The school of legalism did not cultivate dharmic powers. Their attacks were more like Daoist techniques. If Zhou Zhong cultivated both Daoist techniques and Daoist techniques, then his true strength might be extremely close to the sixth realm. If a fifth realm transcendent wanted to touch him, he would undoubtedly have kicked an iron plate. Through this incident, another problem was exposed. The Department of Worship was no longer the Department of Worship of Great Zhou, but the Department of Worship of the Old Party. The prefectures of Great Zhou had a high degree of autonomy. The Department of Worship's function was equivalent to the Great Zhou FBI. It specialized in dealing with matters that could not be dealt with locally. If it was controlled by someone, there would be very serious consequences. Xiao Yu's incident was one of them. Zhou Zhong's incident also explained the problem. Since they had decided to do something big, they might as well start with the Department of Worship. However, before that, there was an even more important matter that the Secretariat had to deal with immediately. After overturning the case for Li Qing's father, 2 ministers and 2 assistant ministers of the 6 ministries were removed from their positions. All of a sudden, there were 4 empty positions for officials above the 4th rank. The Ministry of Personnel was also without a leader. Without officials to replace them, the Yamen would not be able to continue operating. Regarding this, the Secretariat had been arguing for an entire morning. The Ministry of Personnel was the lifeblood of the Old Party. It was originally completely controlled by the Old Party. 1 minister and 2 assistant ministers were all members of the Old Party. The minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the Duke of Nanyang. Through the Ministry of Personnel, the Old Party controlled the assessment, appointment, and dismissal of most officials in Great Zhou. They also indirectly influenced the Department of Worship. It could be said that they had grasped the lifeline of the imperial court. In the process of overturning the case for Li Yi, Li Mu, and Zhou Zhong had cut off the lifeblood of the Old Party. It seemed that the Old Party had only lost 3 officials, but in reality, they had suffered heavy losses. The Old Party was the upper echelons of the government and could influence countless lower echelons of the government. Without the Ministry of Personnel, the Old Party would lose half of their authority in the imperial court. Therefore, they hated Zhou Zhong to the bone and wished that they could get rid of Zhou Zhong on the way to exile him. This time, the position of the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was contested by Xiao Ziyu, who represented the royal Xiao family, and Zhou Xiong, who represented the Zhou family, for the entire morning. They argued until their faces were red and their necks were thick, but no one gave in to the other. It was impossible for them to give in. In terms of power, the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the most powerful among the 6 ministers. The Old Party wanted to take back the position that originally belonged to them, and the new party would not let go of this one and only opportunity. If they obtained the Ministry of Personnel, they would be able to suppress the Old Party. Compared to them, the others did not speak much. This important position did not belong to the Old Party, but to the new party. It could not fall to anyone else. As for the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, the Secretariat could submit 7 candidates. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, the Xiao family wanted to monopolize the 7 positions. Naturally, the Zhou family also wanted to monopolize it. Neither side would let the other have their way. As the 2 argued back and forth, Li Mu felt a headache coming on. Why don't you take a look and see if the person you nominated has any qualifications? My person doesn't have any qualifications, but your person does? At most, I'll give you 1. 7 positions, not 1 less. This position originally belonged to us. Li Mu finally could not take it anymore. He slammed the table and said, "The 2 of you, that's enough." He looked at Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu and said, "The 2 of you have argued for 4 hours over a single position. Do you still have any respect for your colleagues? There are still 2 assistant ministers and 1 minister to recommend. Are you going to discuss this until next year? The other officials of the Secretariat agreed with Li Mu and spoke up. Yes, Lord Li is right. If the two of you continue like this, when will it end? Let's discuss and come up with a plan. After some thought, Li Mu said, how about this? Of the 7 positions, each of you can have 3. The last position can be left empty or someone else can be chosen. No. I don't agree. The two of them refused without hesitation. Whether it was the new party or the old party, they were both determined to obtain the position of Minister of Personnel. They did not want to give up even 1 position, much less 3. What right do you have to disagree? Li Mu's face darkened as he said, as officials of the Secretariat, are you more handsome than the other officials or have a higher cultivation? Why should the two of you decide on 7 positions? By allowing the two of you to discuss this, we are giving you face. If you don't want it, then we won't give it to you. For these 7 positions, the 6 officials of the Secretariat will each recommend 1 person, and the last one will be decided by Assistant Minister Lu. Are the two of you satisfied? Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu were speechless. The other 3 officials of the Secretariat felt extremely satisfied. Li Mu's words had spoken out what they had been thinking for many years. There were 6 Imperial Secretariat officials in the Central Secretariat. Everyone had the same rank and status. Due to the influence of the old and new factions, they usually gave these 2 people more power to speak. If they continued to push their luck, then they would be asking for more face. Which of the officials of the Secretariat did not come from an illustrious clan? They were not inferior to the Shao clan or the Zhou clan. For thousands of years, the dynasties of this land had, at some point in time, shared the same surname as them. Who did not have some pride in their hearts? Not long after Li Mu's voice fell, Wang Shi of the Secretariat said, I agree with what Sir Li said. Zhang Huili continuing to argue like this is not a solution. If the two of you do not agree with Lord Li's initial proposal, then we will each nominate 1 person. Wouldn't this be fairer? Song Liangyu looked at the two and asked, Lord Xiao, Lord Zhou, what do you think? Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong thought quickly. The second situation was naturally the one they did not want to see the most. If each of them could only nominate 1 person, then there was not even a 20% chance. If each of them nominated 3 people, then the chance was close to 50%. They were clear about this. The two of them looked at each other and said at the same time, then let's follow Lord Li's initial proposal. The two of them each wrote 3 names on the paper. Xiao Ziyu asked, the nomination of the last person, that is none of your business. Li Mu waved his hand and said, out of the 7 spots, the 2 of you have taken up 6. The 5 of us do not even have a chance to nominate 1 person? Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu did not speak. The last person to nominate was just to make up the numbers. As long as it was not someone from the opposing faction, they had no objections. Zhou Xiong was still worried and added, the position of Minister of Personnel is very important. Zhang Chun does not have enough experience. If Lord Li wants to nominate him, I'm afraid it is against the rules. Do you think that I am like the two of you who only know how to suppress dissidents and appoint people based on favoritism? Li Mu looked at him with disdain and said, besides, even if it is a nomination, the final decision is made by His Majesty. Do you think that I can make the decision for the Minister of Personnel? Chapter 373. The position of Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was extremely important. Even if Li Mu was a favored official, the Empress would not let him make the decision. However, Xiao Ziyu was still worried. He asked, if I may ask, who would you like to nominate? Li Mu actually wanted to nominate Zhang Chun. After all, he owed old Zhang a lot of favors. If he became Minister of Official Personnel Affairs, he would have the right to apply for a 5-sectioned house from the imperial court. He would have servants and maids. However, the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was a 3rd-rank official. He was now a 5th-rank official. No matter how he skipped a rank, he could not let the Shindu medallion directly promote him to Minister of Official Personnel Affairs. If it was not Zhang Chun, it did not matter who else was. Li Mu thought for a while and said, Lu Qing, the Assistant Minister of Rights. It was sad to say that after being in the imperial court for so long, others had formed cliques and cliques, but he did not even have anyone to do so. In fact, when it came to nominating for the position of Minister of Official Personnel Affairs, he could only think of Lu Qing, the Assistant Minister of Rights. Xiao Ziyu looked at Li Mu in surprise and said, "The Assistant Minister of Rights has just been promoted. Isn't it too frequent to promote him to Minister of Official Personnel Affairs in such a short period of time?" Li Mu looked at him and said, "Why don't we give this opportunity to Lord Xiao?" Before Xiao Ziyu could answer, Zhou Xiong immediately said, "Lu Qing is Lu Qing then. He's currently at rank 4. It's fine as long as he has the qualifications to be nominated for rank 3. You're meddling too much, aren't you?" Lu Qing had just been promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights not long ago. In principle, it was impossible for him to be promoted to Minister of the Ministry of Personnel in the near future. In this way, the uncertainty of the last position could be eliminated. Wasn't nominating Lu Qing much better than Li Muzhen nominating a capable and experienced official? Although Zhou Xiong did not like Li Mu, he would not blindly oppose him at a time like this. Li Mu looked at the other 3 officials of the Secretariat and asked, "I am just randomly nominating someone. Do the other 3 have any thoughts?" The other 3 secretaries shook their heads in unison. Wang Shi said, "Let's listen to Sir Li." Both the new and old parties were determined to win the position of Minister of Personnel. It was useless for them to nominate him. Li Mu and Lu Qing were neither relatives nor friends. Nominating him was just to make up the numbers. Since it was just to make up the numbers, it didn't matter who made up the numbers. Under Li Mu's forceful intervention, Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu made a compromise, and the candidate for the Minister of Personnel was finally decided. Zhang Huili said, "Next, it's the 2 assistant ministers' turn." Xiao Ziyu quickly added, "It's best if the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel is taken up by an official familiar with the Ministry of Personnel's affairs. It's more than suitable for the position to be replaced by 2 ministers of the Ministry of Personnel. There's nothing else to discuss." The other 3 officials from the Secretariat still did not express any opinions. In the past few years, the old party had already built the Ministry of Personnel into an iron bucket that was impenetrable. The 2 directors of the Ministry of Personnel were also officials from the old party through and through. They would not easily let others interfere. Li Mu looked at Xiao Ziyu and said indifferently, "In my opinion, we should ask His Majesty to reduce the number of officials in the Secretariat." Xiao Ziyu did not know why Li Mu suddenly brought up this matter. He asked, "Why?" Li Mu said, "Because Lord Xiao alone is enough for the Secretariat. You alone can make the decision for the important matters that require 6 Secretariat secretaries to discuss. The few of us are paid by the Imperial Court, but we don't do anything for the court. We really feel guilty." Xiao Ziyu's face turned red. Li Mu was blatantly saying that he acted arbitrarily. Zhou Xiong was somewhat gloating. He said, "Lord Xiao is too domineering. Why don't you just decide on His Majesty's behalf who will take these 2 positions?" Xiao Ziyu's face darkened. "Then what do you think we should do?" Zhou Xiong said, "It's very simple. The 6 of us will each nominate 1 person. The last person will be decided by Assistant Minister Lu or Lord Head of the Secretariat. In any case, the new party would not be able to get either of the 2 assistant minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel." He did not mind muddying the waters so that the old party would not be able to get them either. Zhou Xiong's words pushed him to the opposite side of everyone. Xiao Ziyu was silent for a moment. He could only say, "That's fair. Let's do it this way." It was rare that the 2 assistant minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel were decided by the 7 of them. The positions of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and Minister of Works were also contested by 2 people who represented the interests of the old and new parties. Under Li Mu's efforts, a few other people also received a few nominations. The other 3 officials of the Secretariat finally felt a sense of participation. This was actually the norm in the Secretariat. The reason there were 6 officials of the Secretariat was not only because they corresponded to the 6 ministries, but also because these 6 people belonged to different factions. This was to prevent one party or one faction from having too much say in important matters of the court. In the past few years, the court officials had taken sides, forming the old and new parties. They each occupied the court, and the structure of the secretariat was also affected. It was practically Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu's opinions. This situation finally changed after Li Mu came to the secretariat. Under the protection of Her Majesty, the old and new parties could not do anything to him. After the 6 officials of the secretariat decided on the candidates for the positions, they handed them over to the assistant minister of the secretariat and the head of the secretariat. If the officials of the secretariat had no objections, they would send them to the Ministry of Martial Arts. After the Ministry of Martial Arts verified the candidates, they would hand them over to the Empress to decide on the final candidates. Among them, there were restrictions on the monarch's authority and also restrictions on the monarch's authority. For officials of this level, even the Empress could only choose from the people appointed by the Secretariat. The Secretariat only had the right to recommend but not the right to decide. Of course, the past emperors all had their own trusted aides in the Secretariat. This way, many things were still decided by the monarch. Li Mu tidied up the memorials and sent them to Changle Palace. He placed them on the table in front of Zhou Yi and said, "Your Majesty, these are the candidates for the Minister of Personnel, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and the Minister of Works. The Secretariat has already chosen them. Please take a look." Zhou Yi flipped through the memorials on the top, picked up the red brush, and asked, "Who do you think is qualified for the position of Minister of Personnel?" Li Mu said, "This is a matter of great importance. Your subject does not dare to speak carelessly." Zhou Yi thought for a moment and was about to circle a name when Li Mu coughed softly. Zhou Yi paused. The tip of the brush brushed past that name and stopped above another name. Li Mu coughed again. The tip of the brush continued to slide down. Cough. 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 After several coughs, when the tip of Zhou Yi's brush stopped at the last name, Li Mu finally stopped coughing. Zhou Yi circled the 2 words, Lu Qing. Li Mu smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Although Lu Qing's qualifications are somewhat lacking, he does not form cliques and does not pursue personal interests. This can prevent one clique from controlling the court through the Ministry of Personnel and causing chaos in the court." After Zhou Yi circled Lu Qing's name, he handed the brush to Li Mu and said, "You can choose the rest." Li Mu took a step back and said, "Your Majesty, you cannot do this. If others know, they will think that your subject is taking advantage of your favor and interfering in the government. Your Majesty should choose." Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, "You are one of my people. Your thoughts are my thoughts. Tell me what you think." Li Mu no longer hid anything. He walked to her side and said, "Your subject knows that your Majesty does not want to be emperor and does not want to be trapped in the imperial palace. However, your subject believes that if your Majesty wants to leave the court, the first thing your Majesty should do is take control of the court. For these important positions, your Majesty should consider placing officials loyal to your Majesty and not officials from the old or new cliques." Zhou Yi said lightly, "Right now, I feel that there is nothing bad about being emperor." Li Mu lowered his head and glanced at her. Right now, she felt that being emperor was not bad because he had helped her do the things that an emperor should do. He had also helped her worry about the things that an emperor should worry about. Apart from showing her face at the morning court every 3 days, had she ever fulfilled any of the duties an emperor should have? Li Mu dared to complain about this in his heart. If he said it out loud, the Empress might come to find him in his dreams tonight. Li Mu cleared his throat and said, "As for these candidates, I can give your Majesty some suggestions. The Minister of Personnel is Lu Qing. As for the 2 assistant ministers, one can be given to the Wang family. As for the other, I recommend Zhang Chun. Sir Zhang has always kept himself clean and has never been associated with the old or new cliques. As long as your Majesty gives him a house with 5 courtyards and a few maids, he will work for your Majesty. As for the Assistant Minister of Justice, I recommend the former Minister of Justice, Yang Lin. Although he seems to be from the old clique, there is still room to rope him in. Letting him be the Assistant Minister of Justice can also appease the old clique and lessen their unbalanced mentality of losing the Ministry of Personnel. Finally, the Minister of Works. Although this position is not as important as the Minister of Personnel, it is best to have it in the hands of one of our own. For this position, I recommend the North County Governor, Qin Jingyuan. After Zhou Zhong's matter, the 6 important positions were empty. This affected the hearts of countless people in the imperial court. To quickly calm the hearts of the people, the Secretariat immediately recommended a batch of officials to become the candidates for those important positions. Amongst them, who the 3 officials of the Ministry of Personnel would end up in was something that both the old and new cliques cared about. The final result would affect which party would control the Ministry of Personnel in the future and influence the imperial court to the greatest extent. The Secretariat did not have to wait for long before the Jianghu Palace had a result. The current Assistant Minister of Rights, Lu Qing, was moved to the Minister of Personnel. Zhang Chun, Imperial Clan Temple Governor, was moved to the left Assistant Minister of Personnel. At the same time, he held the positions of Imperial Clan Temple Governor and Imperial Clan Temple Governor. Wang Xing was moved to the Ministry of Personnel as the right Assistant Minister. The Minister of Justice, Yang Lin, was promoted to Assistant Minister of Justice. The person who was chosen to be the Minister of Works was even more surprising. It was the North County Governor, Qin Jingyuan. Very few people in the imperial court knew this name. Apart from the selection of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice as expected, the final selection of the other important ministers were all shocking. The Secretariat. Looking at the name list that returned from Jianghu Palace, the names behind the few important positions were actually the officials that Li Mu used to make up the numbers. Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong reacted at the same time. Not good. We fell into a trap again. Chapter 374. Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong looked at each other. Only when they saw the name list did they realize that Li Mu had set a trap for them from the very beginning. He was best at hiding his true intentions. On the surface, he seemed to be doing it for the good of everyone, but behind his back, he had a secret that no one knew. When everyone was discussing the imperial examination system, Li Mu had made a huge contribution. Everyone thought that he was working for the Empress. No one expected that his series of actions, which seemed to be preparing for the imperial examination, was actually to trick the Assistant Minister of the Secretariat, Cui Ming. Judging from the result, Li Mu was not trying to mediate between the two at all. His true motive was to promote his people to high positions and weaken the power of the two parties at the same time. I was careless. I forgot. This little fox is cunning. How could he do such a thing without a motive? At this moment, the two of them, who belonged to different camps, felt a sense of sympathy for each other and shared a common hatred for the enemy. However, in the next moment, the two of them snorted coldly at the same time and walked out of the Secretariat. Not long after, in the southern park, Duke Manor of Nanyang. The veins on Duke Nanyang's forehead throbbed. He gritted his teeth and said, "That damned Li Mu. He won't let us have what he can't have." Xiao Ziyu thought for a while and said, "The most important thing is that the position of Minister of Personnel was not taken advantage of by the Zhou clan. Perhaps we can try to rope in Lu Qing. As far as I know, he hasn't been roped in by the Zhou clan. That's because the Zhou clan can't rope him in." Duke Nanyang said in a deep voice, "Do you think we haven't tried to rope in Lu Qing? When he was promoted to Assistant Minister of Rights, we tried to rope him in, but he ignored us. In the past 9 years in the imperial court, he has always been a loner and doesn't get close to anyone. He goes straight home after leaving the court. I invited him to banquets several times, but he rejected me." Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, "Such a person can actually become the Minister of Personnel." An important position like the Minister of Personnel had always been fought for by different factions. For an official who had no faction and no backing, it was already a stroke of luck for him to become an assistant minister. It was almost impossible to be promoted to a minister based on luck alone. The position of Minister of Personnel could no longer be forced. He could only helplessly say, "Fortunately, nothing has happened to the Ministry of Justice. The Department of Worship is also under our control." At the same time, in the study of the Zhou family's minister Zhou Zhong, the 4 Zhou brothers fell into silence. The Zhou family didn't suffer too many losses this time. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Works had the least power. Thus, whether it was Zhou Ting's resignation as assistant minister or Zhou Chuan's dismissal, it didn't affect the Zhou family too much. The Xiao clan, on the other hand, had lost the Ministry of Personnel. Their lifeline had been cut off. However, this was not entirely good news for the Zhou family. In the past, the Empress didn't care much about the fight between the old party and the new party, and she wouldn't intervene. But now, she was deliberately suppressing the new party and the old party. This time, she appointed several important official positions, avoiding the officials of the new party and the old party. She intended to cultivate her own forces, which was more significant than suppressing the other two parties. Could it be that she's really cultivating her own forces? Zhou Chuan's face was full of doubt. He asked, in the past, she only wanted to condense the next strand of Emperor's qi as soon as possible and pass down the throne. She didn't care much about the fight between the two parties. Could it be that her thinking has changed? Zhou Ting said indifferently, it's very possible. Ever since she began to favor Li Mu, she's changed more and more. Zhou Xiong said with incomparable certainty, I'm very sure that Li Mu must be behind Her Majesty's actions. This time, from the beginning to the end, was a trap set by him. I suspect that he wants to support his own party. No matter what, Li Mu must be taken seriously, the Ministry of Rights. In the assistant minister's office, Lu Qing was packing his things. From tomorrow onwards, he would take up his post at the Ministry of Personnel as Minister of Personnel. The Minister of Rights walked into the office and clasped his hands in greeting. Congratulations, Lord Lu. Lord Lu's promotion speed is really fast. Rather complicated emotions flowed in the depths of his eyes. In the short span of half a year, he had personally witnessed Lu Qing rise from a small minister counselor of the Ministry of Rights to a physician, assistant minister, and now, Lu Qing had become the Minister of Personnel. He held real power in his hands, and his status was firmly above his own. As Lu Qing's superior, he had mixed feelings. Lu Qing also sighed emotionally. Yes, I also didn't expect this place to rise so quickly, Northern Court. Li Mu stood at the entrance of his house, watching Zhang Chun move in. This time, not only had old Zhang been promoted, his residence had also been changed from 3 entrances to 4 entrances. In addition, the Empress had also rewarded his family with 2 servant girls and 2 servants. The distance between the Zhang residence and the Li residence had also become closer. At the housewarming banquet, he patted Li Mu on the shoulder and said, between us, there's no need to say anything unnecessary. Come, let's drink this cup. There weren't many people at the banquet. Other than Zhang Chun's family, there were also Zhang Shan, Li Si, Li Mu, and Li Qing. Since the last time he came to Luoyang, Zhang Shan hadn't gone back. He had never been to Luoyang before and was shocked by the prosperity of the streets. He had already asked Lu Hanyan for permission to open a branch here. Coincidentally, Lu Hanyan also had the same idea, so he stayed for the time being. After a few cups of wine, Zhang Shan looked at Li Qing and asked, Boss, what do you plan to do next? Will you continue to stay in Luoyang? Li Si kicked him under the table, but it was too late. Li Qing was silent for a moment, then said, in 2 days, I should return to Mount Baiyun. Li Si's lips moved slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak. He poured a cup of wine and said to Li Mu, here's to you. The wine cups clinked. He gave Li Mu a meaningful look and said, you guys have gone through a lot of trouble to get to where you are today. You must cherish the people in front of you. Zhang Shan raised his wine cup and said, that's right. You and the shopkeeper have gone through a lot of trouble to get together. You must cherish her in the future. Li Si poured another cup of wine and said to Li Qing, here's to you, boss. I hope you can think carefully before you make a decision in the future. Don't regret it in the future. Zhang Shan agreed and said, that's right. If you hadn't killed those corrupt officials, this matter would have been much simpler. You wouldn't have to stay in the Imperial Clan Temple. They would still be beheaded in the end. Ever since Li Qing came to the house, Li Mu had been sleeping in the study with Xiao Bai in his arms every day. Not only that, on the second day after Li Qing came to Luoyang, Lu Hanyan removed all the festive decorations inside and outside the Li residence, including the big red lanterns at the door. According to the customs of Luoyang, the lanterns with the word happiness on them had to be hung for 3 months for the wedding celebration. He knew what Lu Hanyan meant. She was taking care of Li Qing's feelings. Li Qing's family had just passed away. For Li Qing, she chose to sacrifice herself. At night, Li Mu was about to enter the study when he saw a figure standing outside the room. Li Mu walked forward and asked in confusion, "Boss, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Li Qing said softly, "I wanted to tell you that I'm going back to Mount Baiyun to cultivate tomorrow." "I'm sorry to have disturbed you for so long." Li Mu looked at her and said, "What's there to disturb? This is your home. I'm going to ask Her Majesty to let her bestow this residence to you again." Li Qing shook her head gently and said, "I don't have a home anymore. I think that if father knew in the underworld that the one living in the Li residence was someone like him, he would be relieved." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Lord Li hasn't been avenged. I'll let you see with your own eyes that they receive the punishment they deserve." Li Qing finally looked nervous. She grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said, "You've done enough. Let's stop here. Father doesn't want anyone to avenge him. He only wants someone to be like him and do something for the people." Li Mu was about to explain to her, but he felt something and looked back. In front of the moon gate, a figure stood there quietly. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then she let go of Li Mu's hand with a pale face and said, "Senior sister." Lu Hanyan walked over and shook her head. "Junior sister, you don't need to explain. I heard everything." Li Qing lowered her head and said, "I hope senior sister can persuade him." Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and said to Li Qing, "Junior sister should also understand him. He won't change his mind so easily." Li Mu said, "Don't worry." Her Majesty agreed. "There won't be any danger." Lu Hanyan said to Li Qing, "With Her Majesty protecting him, junior sister doesn't need to worry." Li Qing looked at Li Mu and didn't say anything. She said softly, "Then I'll go back to my room first. You should rest early." Lu Hanyan suddenly said, "Junior sister, wait a moment." Li Qing turned around and asked, "Senior sister, is there anything else?" Lu Hanyan said, "There's a question I want to ask junior sister." Li Qing said, "Senior sister, ask away." Lu Hanyan looked at her and asked, "Does junior sister also like Li Mu?" Chapter 375. Li Mu had already prepared to return to his room to sleep. When he heard Lu Hanyan's words, he suddenly quivered and hurriedly said, "What are you talking about?" Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, "Men shouldn't interrupt when women are talking." A trace of nervousness and panic flashed in the depths of Li Qing's eyes. However, after she met Lu Hanyan's gaze, that trace of panic gradually turned into calmness and indifference. She remembered what Li Si said before she left Xianxia County. Li Si said that in terms of relationships, it was always easier to take a step back than to take a step forward. If she took a step back now and regretted it in the future, she would have to take more than one step forward. By the time she regretted it, someone would have already walked in front of her. In fact, she regretted it, but it was already too late because someone had already walked in front of her. Li Qing looked at Lu Hanyan and said calmly, "Yes, I have liked him since a long time ago. However, senior sister, don't worry. I won't fight with you for anything. I will leave tomorrow morning." She wanted to deny it against her will, but if she denied it this time, she would never have the chance to say it again. Li Mu looked at Li Qing with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Lu Hanyan sighed softly and said, "Actually, the one who should leave is me. This is your home. The person he liked in the beginning was also you. I just took advantage of the situation." Li Qing shook her head and said, "This is my own choice. I should also bear the consequences. The person who has always been by his side is you. This is no longer my home. Its owner is you. I hope that the two of you can be united and grow old together." Lu Hanyan asked, "What about you?" Li Qing thought for a moment and said, "I will stay in Baiyun Mountain and repay the sect's kindness." Lu Hanyan was silent for a moment and said, "The one you should repay the most is not the sect, but a certain someone." Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan. For a moment, he couldn't figure out her routine. Li Qing nodded and said, "If you need me to do anything, I won't refuse." Lu Hanyan looked at her and said, then give yourself to me. Li Qing looked at her with a stunned expression. Li Mu looked at her, dumbfounded. Li Qing came back to her senses and said in disbelief, what are you talking about? Lu Hanyan's expression was melancholy, and her tone was somewhat helpless. She continued, although I don't want to share my husband with others, it's not that I can't accept it if that person is you. After all, you're in front of me. A man can't forget the first woman he likes in his entire life. While he's with other women, he still has to think about an outsider. Why not let him think about his own sisters? You're not the first, and you're not the only one. Li Qing's lips moved. Her thoughts were in a mess. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and said, of course, you can also refuse. That way, I won't feel guilty towards you at all. It's not that I stole your husband. It's you who didn't want him, and you didn't want him twice. In the future, don't go around telling people that I, Lu Hanyan, am not moral. After Li Qing came back to her senses, her pale face had turned red. She whispered, give me some time. After saying that, she quickly turned around and hurried into her room. Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan in front of him and opened his mouth. Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, I'll give you an hour at most. Then come to my room. Seeing her turn around and leave, Li Mu was stunned for a long time. In the end, he pinched his thigh to make sure that what had just happened was not a dream. If this was not a dream, then happiness came too suddenly. After coming back to his senses, he slowly walked to the door of Li Qing's room. Her door was not closed. Li Mu walked in and saw her sitting on the edge of the bed with her head bowed. Li Mu did not say anything. He just silently walked to her side and sat down. The two of them sat in silence. After a while, Li Qing slowly leaned her head on Li Mu's shoulder. This was the closest she had been to Li Mu since they met. Li Qing softly said, actually, when we were in the Imperial Clan Temple, I wanted to lean on you like this. Li Mu put his arm around her shoulder and said, you can lean on me for a lifetime. Li Qing did not say anything else. She quietly leaned on him for a while and then said, go to senior sister's place. Right now, she needs you more than I do. Li Mu nodded slightly and said, I'll watch you rest. Li Qing lay on the bed and covered herself with the quilt. She looked at Li Mu and said, go. Li Mu walked out of her room and helped her close the door. Li Qing, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her beautiful eyes and softly said, Father, Mother, did you see that? Qing also has someone to rely on. Li Mu walked into Lu Hanyan's room. Lu Hanyan was sitting on the bed. She did not raise her head and asked, she agreed? Li Mu did not answer. He walked to her side and asked, why did you? Lu Hanyan unhappily said, if I don't ask her, should I wait for you to ask her? At that time, the one who will be angry will be me. So why don't I ask her myself? Li Mu said, what I mean is, why did you suddenly do this? Lu Hanyan looked at him and said, it's not sudden. From the day she appeared in Chengdu, I thought about it. Your feelings for her are not something I can compare to. If you run away with her one day, what should I do? Li Mu said indignantly, what are you talking about? You are my legal wife. How can I run away with someone else? Lu Hanyan asked, so, if you had to choose between her and me, who would you choose? Li Mu thought for a while and asked tentatively, can I have them both? Hey, don't bite me. After a long time, Lu Hanyan leaned into Li Mu's arms and said, anyway, I already have Wan Wan and Xiao Bai. It doesn't matter if she has one more. If it was someone else, she could forget about marrying into the Li family. But she is Li Qing. She buried her head in Li Mu's chest and said, let me tell you, I have already married Li Qing for you. You can't abandon me for any reason in the future, As she spoke, her voice became softer. The calmness and confidence she had when facing Li Qing just now had disappeared. Li Mu's clothes were wet from her tears. At this moment, Li Mu finally understood what she had been worried about these days. The experience of being abandoned by her parents when she was young had caused her trauma. Even now, it had not healed. Li Mu hugged her tightly and said seriously, I will never abandon you, never, Jianghu Palace. Zhou Yi read several memorials. Suddenly, she raised her head and asked, where is Li Mu? Didn't he go to the minister's department today? I didn't see him in the morning court. Mr. Mei said, I really didn't see him today. Zhou Yi thought for a while and put down her brush. She said, he didn't go to court for no reason. I want to see what he is doing. She flicked her finger and a picture appeared in front of her. In the picture, it seemed to be a street in Chengdu. The street was full of people. There was a beautiful woman on each side of Li Mu. He was holding the woman on the left and the woman on the right. Mr. Mei looked at the picture in front of him and said in surprise, isn't that woman Li Yi's daughter? He and Li Mu. Zhou Yi snorted and said, I knew it. Their relationship is not that simple. He goes to Zongjing Temple every day more frequently than he comes to Jianghu Palace. He didn't want the palace maids I gave him before. I thought he didn't like women. Now it seems that all men in the world are the same, Mr. Mei said awkwardly. He is so outstanding. Naturally, there are more people who like him. It's understandable that both parties are willing. Zhou Yi waved her hand to disperse the picture. She was a little annoyed. Li Mu had another wife. This meant that he would come to Jianghu Palace less often. It was only the first day, and he didn't even go to court. On the streets of Chengdu the people looked at the three figures in front of them and whispered. Isn't that Li Yi? Who is he with? The one on Li Yi's left is Madame Li. The one on the right seems to be Li Yi's daughter. Why is Li Yi holding her hand? Is there a need to ask? Li Yi overturned the case for Li Yi and saved Miss Li from prison. She was touched and wanted to marry him. It's normal, this is also a good story. It can be written into a play. They are a perfect match. No wonder Li Yi said he wouldn't let Li Yi have no descendants. So this is what he meant. Now, Li Yi really has a descendant. Chapter 376. In the past 3 days, Li Mu had developed a feeling that life was more beautiful than this. He even thought of resigning from his position and living in seclusion. Returning to Baiyun Mountain, he could focus on cultivation and enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives. Wouldn't that be perfect? The reason why he gave up on this idea was because he thought of the Empress. Even if he were to leave, it would be after helping the Empress clear all obstacles and repaying her for recognizing his worth. Of course, he also wanted to take revenge on his father-in-law. Although the case had caused a stir and the whole country knew about it, the outcome was not satisfactory. The main culprits were all pardoned by the death exemption medallion. Only one of them received the punishment he deserved. As for the other accomplices, the 3 provinces only fined them a few months of their salary to maintain the stability of the court. It seemed that the price of framing a 4th-rank official was only a few months of salary. As far as they were concerned, this matter was already over. But for Li Mu, it was just the beginning. He stretched out his hand. The ring on his finger flashed and a booklet appeared in his hand. It was the evidence of the crimes of some of the officials of the old party that Zhou Zhong had collected over the years. Most of these people were the ones who joined forces to frame Li Yi. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice and deeply trusted by the old party, it was easy for him to use his position to collect the evidence. The crimes of these people varied. Li Mu took out a piece of paper and wrote down a series of names. After thinking for a while, he circled one of them. Wang Luan, who was the minister of the Ministry of Personnel at that time, was the one who submitted many memorials asking for Li Qing to be severely punished. Li Mu was not holding a grudge, but there were so many people that he had to start with. He left the secretariat, walked out of the palace gate, and walked toward the Ministry of Justice. In the assistant minister's office of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Lin leaned comfortably on a chair and sighed in his heart. He had thought that he would have to endure for many more years to reach the position of assistant minister before he retired. But who would have thought that the Ministry of Justice would undergo such a great change? Countless people were eyeing the position, but in the end, he took advantage of it. Yang Lin's gaze inadvertently looked out of the window. A figure flashed by outside the window. Yang Lin immediately stood up from his chair and walked to the door. Lord Li, do you have any instructions for the Ministry of Justice? Although his rank was already higher than Li Mu's, in the imperial court, rank did not represent everything. In front of Li Mu, he still maintained his respect and humility. Li Mu handed him a document and said, "There is a case here. The Ministry of Justice should deal with it as soon as possible." The Central Secretariat had to do with national policies or important decisions. They needed to be reviewed by the Minister of Ceremonies and the Minister of Ceremonies to guide the 6 ministries in their implementation. For such small matters, the Central Secretariat officials had the power to directly order the Ministry of Justice. Yang Lin took the document. After reading it, he said in shock, "This is the Ministry of Personnel's physician, Lord Wang Luan." Li Mu looked at him and asked, "Why? Does the Ministry of Justice's handling of cases vary from person to person?" Yang Lin quickly replied, "Of course not." Li Mu said, "I believe that Lord Yang will be a good official. Otherwise, I wouldn't have urged His Majesty to let you be the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice." Yang Lin was stunned. He had thought that his appointment as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice was due to the efforts of the old faction. He was still puzzled as to why the old faction did not get a single official position in the Ministry of Personnel, but he succeeded in the Ministry of Justice. Only now did he know that his promotion was not because of the old faction, but because of Li Mu. He immediately clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Lord Li." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. His Majesty felt that Lord Yang was not too far off the path and wanted to give you a chance." Yang Lin stood where he was. His gaze gradually became hesitant. He knew that at this moment, he was faced with an important choice in his life. Should he continue to work for the old faction, or should he completely side with Li Mu? The old faction was controlled by the Shao clan, and the Shao clan was the legitimate royal family of Great Zhou. Even though the Zhou clan was extremely powerful, they were not the legitimate royal family. Many officials in the court and the people of Great Zhou were inclined towards the empress returning the throne to the Zhou clan. Therefore, even though the old faction had been suppressed by the new faction in recent years, they were still powerful and did not lack supporters. He worked for the old faction because he believed that the Shao clan would regain power sooner or later. However, what reason did he have to work for Li Mu? His Majesty could not pass the throne to Li Mu, or Li Mu's children. Yang Lin did not dare to make a rash decision when it concerned his future and even his life. He looked at Li Mu and probed, "Lord Li, may I ask if His Majesty intends to pass the throne to the Zhou clan in the future?" Li Mu glanced at him and asked, "Is this something that you and I, as subjects, can discuss?" Yang Lin looked troubled. Li Mu knew what he was worried about. He said, "Are you afraid that the Shao clan will come after you if His Majesty passes the throne to the Shao clan?" Yang Lin said, "Lord Li, I have elders and children to take care of. I cannot afford to gamble. If I gamble wrongly, the lives of my family." Li Mu asked, "When do you think His Majesty will pass the throne to the Shao clan?" Yang Lin shook his head and said, "I don't know." Li Mu said slowly, "His Majesty is a powerhouse of the 7th realm. He can live for at least 3 decades. She is in her prime now. Even if the throne is to be passed, it will be decades or even centuries later. Do you think you can live until then?" Yang Lin thought for a moment and felt that Li Mu's words seemed to make sense. By that time, he would have retired and returned to his hometown to enjoy the rest of his life. It would have nothing to do with him who would inherit the throne. However, he still did not dare to gamble. He asked Li Mu nervously, "His Majesty won't pass the throne early, right?" Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Do you think His Majesty will suddenly pass the throne?" Yang Lin looked at Li Mu in a daze, seeming to understand something. If it was said that His Majesty had such thoughts in the past, he would not find it strange. In the past, His Majesty did not care about the court at all. He did not care about the struggles between the old and new parties. He let nature take its course. However, the appointments of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice showed that His Majesty was already deliberately suppressing the old and new parties and taking back power. Could it be that His Majesty had other thoughts? Li Mu looked at him and said, "I know that it is very difficult for Lord Yang to make a decision. I will give you 3 days to think about it. After 3 days, whether we are friends or enemies will depend on your choice." Yang Lin's expression was bitter. Did he have any other choice? Although Li Mu did not have many friends in the court, he was really good to his friends. In just half a year, Zhang Chun had been promoted from the Divine Capital Commandant to the left Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. He was a real minister with real power. The residence he lived in also went from 2, 3, and now 4. He was about to live in a large residence with 5 entrances. For Yang Lin, who lived in a small house with 2 entrances for 3 generations, a residence with 5 entrances was an unattainable dream. On the other hand, Li Mu's enemies were either dead or demoted. Those who were lucky enough to survive lost their positions and reputation. Yang Lin did not doubt that if he became Li Mu's enemy, he would not even be able to live in a small house with 2 entrances in less than a month. The prison of the Ministry of Justice was perhaps the best outcome. If it was a little worse, he might only have a few coffin planks to block the dirt. After careful consideration, Yang Lin let out a long sigh. Then, his expression gradually turned solemn. He looked at Li Mu and said seriously, "From now on, this humble official will follow Lord Li's lead." Li Mu did not misjudge him. The person he supported did not disappoint him. Not long after, a few constables from the Ministry of Justice hurried out of the Ministry of Justice's main gate. They came to a certain entertainment market and grabbed a certain noble from a brothel. "Which yamen are you from? How dare you arrest me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? The Ministry of Justice, the current Assistant Minister of Justice, is my father's friend. Let me go. Once you get to the Ministry of Justice, you will suffer." The noble made a lot of noise along the way. The constables from the Ministry of Justice could not take it anymore and used a rag to gag his mouth. The people along the way found out that the noble had been summoned by the Ministry of Justice because of an old case. "This is the son of Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel. Why is the Ministry of Justice arresting them? Aren't the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice on the same side?" That was in the past. Now, the Minister and Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel have changed. The Ministry of Personnel's Assistant Minister hasn't changed. He has some ties with the current Assistant Minister of Justice. Could it be that their relationship has broken? The people always like to watch the drama between officials and nobles. They followed along the way. Ministry of Personnel. It was lunchtime. A few officials from the Ministry of Personnel walked out together and prepared to eat at a restaurant. When they passed by the Ministry of Justice, they saw a large group of people gathered outside the Ministry of Justice. They were discussing and pointing inside. One of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel lamented, "The Ministry of Justice is really busy. They can't even rest during lunchtime." Another official from the Ministry of Personnel said, "When we were on our way here, we heard from the people that some official's son was arrested. The Ministry of Justice took him out of the brothel directly. It seems like the crime is not small." When they heard that some official's son had committed a crime, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel were instantly interested in watching the drama. The Ministry of Personnel's physician Wang Luan chuckled and said, "I wonder which family's son is from. He keeps causing trouble for his elders. It's time to teach him a lesson." He looked into the Ministry of Justice's main hall and saw a figure kneeling in the hall. The figure looked so familiar. One of the officials said in surprise, "Lord Wang, isn't this your?" Wang Luan was stunned for a moment. Then, his face gradually darkened. He did not expect that he would be involved in the drama. Chapter 377. Under the curious gazes of several officials from the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan strode into the Ministry of Justice. He met Yang Lin at the Assistant Minister's office. Wang Luan looked at Yang Lin and frowned. "Lord Yang, what's going on?" Yang Lin said helplessly, "You'll have to ask young Master Wang. 3 years ago, he pursued a married woman. In order to force the woman to submit, he beat her husband until he was severely injured. In the end, he even used his power to fabricate a crime and sent her husband to prison. Today, the Ministry of Justice has ordered the Ministry of Justice to reopen the case. After the Ministry of Justice investigated, they found that it was true." Wang Luan gritted his teeth. "Wasn't the case from 3 years ago already closed?" Yang Lin said, although the case from 3 years ago was closed, the Ministry of Justice felt that the Ministry of Justice had handled the case unfairly and requested a retrial. I couldn't do anything about it. Wang Luan asked, can't the original verdict be upheld? Yang Lin shook his head. No. The Ministry of Justice was dissatisfied with the original verdict, so they decided to reopen the case. If the Ministry of Justice still doesn't change it, then I'll be the unlucky one. Wang Luan said angrily, why do you have to reopen the case from 3 years ago? Yang Lin looked at him. You'll have to ask Lord Wang about this. Wang Luan was stunned. Ask me? What's wrong with me? Yang Lin sighed and said, that day, I told you not to meddle in that matter, but you sent several memorials in a row, insisting that Li Yi's daughter be killed. Now, that woman has become one of Li Mu's lovers. If he doesn't take revenge on you, who else can he take revenge on? Wang Luan said, I didn't follow the royal prince's orders. Yang Lin said, that's why your son is here today. Wang Luan took a deep breath and asked, then what will happen to my son? Yang Lin shook his head. It's hard to say. He caused serious injuries, slandered and framed innocent people, and sent them to prison. He'll be punished for several crimes. Your Wang family might have to pay a lot of money. You won't be able to avoid prison, Wang Luan said, I know that the law can be bent. Lord Yang, with our relationship, you have to help me. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, you can ask Manager Wei to defend your son. He is the most familiar with the law and the Ministry of Justice. Perhaps he can help your son fight for a reduced sentence. A moment later, in a certain office of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Luan held Wei Peng's hand and said, Manager Wei, I'll leave my son to you. After the matter is completed, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Wei Peng nodded and said, I'll try my best. With that, he slowly walked into the courtroom. Wang Luan asked Yang Lin, how will the Ministry of Justice judge him this time? Yang Lin thought for a moment, then said, inflicting serious injuries and setting someone up to be imprisoned for 3 years. The fine is at least 200 taels of silver, and this is under the condition that the other party is willing to forgive you. In addition, at least 5 years of imprisonment is unavoidable. As for how much you can reduce, it will depend on Manager Wei's performance. About 15 minutes later, Wei Peng slowly walked out of the court. Wang Luan asked, what were the results? Wei Peng said, forget it. Wang Luan was pleasantly surprised. His sentence has been waived. Wei Peng said, the fine is waived. He was only sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment. Wang Luan was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he grabbed Wei Peng's collar and said through clenched teeth, what did you say? Just how did you argue? Yang Lin hurriedly said, Lord Wang, watch your actions. Your actions. He had just finished speaking when several figures walked into the Ministry of Justice. They looked at Wang Luan and asked, are you the director of the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan? Wang Luan was furious. He said unhappily, I am. Who are you people? Crack. 2 of them pressed down on Wang Luan's arms. Another person put shackles on his wrists and said, the Imperial Clan Temple has investigated. In the past few years, you have abused your power for personal gain many times. When evaluating officials, you were severely unfair. In addition, in order to get your son off the hook, you used your position as the director of the Ministry of Personnel to put pressure on the Ministry of Justice. This is also a serious violation of the law. Come with us to the Imperial Clan Temple. Wang Luan said in horror, what are you saying? I am an official of the Imperial Court. You have no right to do this. You still know that you are an official of the Imperial Court? The official from the Imperial Clan Temple glanced at him. He waved his hand and said, knowingly breaking the law. This is an additional charge. Take him away. Seeing Wang Luan being taken away, Yang Lin sighed and said, I told you long ago not to stand up for others when you shouldn't. You just wouldn't listen. Outside the Ministry of Justice, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel were dumbfounded. Everything was fine in the morning. They had just come out for lunch and the director was taken away. The onlooking commoners were also discussing. This family, both the father and son, were arrested. What a sin! The father committed a sin, and the son committed an even greater sin. They could have been released after a few years as compensation. Now, they have been locked up for 20 years. When will they be released? Manager Wei's defense is really amazing. This is nothing. Just last month, there was a murderer who was sentenced to be banished to the army. His family spent a lot of money to hire Manager Wei to defend him. Guess what happened? What happened? He was just executed yesterday. In a room on duty in the Ministry of Justice, Wei Peng was writing a file. Yang Lin stood in front of the table and asked, "You have a grudge with Wang Luan's son, right?" Wei Peng nodded and said, "We had a conflict before." Yang Lin said, "Be careful in the future. It's best not to bring personal grudges into official matters." Wei Peng said, "This official understands." Yang Lin shook his head and left. Because of the delay just now, the brush in Wei Peng's hand had been suspended in the air for too long. A drop of ink fell onto the half-finished file and quickly dyed it red, leaving behind a blob of ink. Wei Peng looked at the blob of ink and said in a low voice, "Come back." The blob of ink on the file quickly shrank and formed a blob of ink. It floated in the air and landed back on the brush. The paper was as clean as new. Compared to the demotion of the Minister of Personnel and the left and right assistant ministers, the imprisonment of a mere director of the Ministry of Personnel did not attract much attention. However, to the officials of the old party, this matter was worth paying attention to. Times had changed. In the past, they were in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. However, the director of the Ministry of Personnel was now the highest-ranking official in the Ministry of Personnel. Losing one of the two directors of the Ministry of Personnel was a great loss to them. In a certain residence in the southern courtyard, a secret meeting was taking place. Why did something suddenly happen to Wang Luan? I've asked Yang Lin. He's under the orders of the Secretariat. It should be Li Mu who's behind this. Wang Luan once received my order to persuade the imperial court to execute Li Mu's daughter. Now, I heard that Li Yi's daughter is living in Li Mu's house and is very close to him. Perhaps she has already become his woman. He's taking revenge. After a long silence, someone sighed and said in an unwilling tone, "In my opinion, we shouldn't provoke Li Mu for the time being. He has the Emperor's protection and doesn't reveal any flaws. We can't do anything to him and there's no need to fight to the death with him. Don't forget that we only have one opponent. As long as we defeat the Zhou family, no one will be a threat to us." Someone sighed and said, "Now, I'm afraid it's not about whether we should provoke Li Mu or not, but whether he should provoke us. If Li Yi's daughter is already his woman, then Li Yi is his father-in-law. It's very likely that he wants to avenge Li Yi. Hasn't he already overturned the verdict for Li Yi? Overturning the verdict is not revenge. Judging from Wang Luan's case, this person will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since he took action against Wang Luan so quickly, I'm afraid he won't let the others off easily." As soon as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door from outside. He walked over and opened the door. A servant whispered a few words to him. When he walked into the room, his face was very gloomy. He said, "In addition to the left physician of the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan, the right physician of the Ministry of Personnel, Shui Yan, was also taken away by the people of the Imperial Clan Temple, Pa. Preposterous." Commandery Prince Nanyang slapped the table and stood up abruptly. He said angrily, "What is he trying to do?" In the Li residence, Li Mu held Li Qing's hand and said, "Those people from back then, don't even think about escaping." Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and coughed softly. Li Qing let go of Li Mu's hand in a panic. Although the three of them had reached a tacit understanding on some matters, she was much more thin-skinned. In a situation where there was a third person present, she was still not used to being intimate with Li Mu. Li Mu held Li Qing's hand in his left hand and Lu Hanyan's hand in his right. It was not easy to enjoy the happiness of having two wives. If they could not be impartial, it was only a matter of time before the harem caught fire. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and asked Li Mu, "When do you plan to officially welcome her into the Li residence?" We have to prepare in advance. Li Qing shook her head and said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Although Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were both women, their understanding of marriage was completely different. Lu Hanyan's heart was still that of a secular woman. She hoped to have a romantic and ritualistic wedding. Li Qing entered the Fulu school when she was very young. She had the carefree and casual nature of a cultivator. When cultivators practiced dual cultivation, as long as the two of them were willing, they could enter the bridal chamber at that time and skip all the tedious procedures. Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, that won't do. If others know, they will think that I have mistreated you. Li Qing insisted, there's really no need. As long as the three of us can be together forever, that's enough. 3. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and seemed to realize something. She looked at her with a strange expression and asked, Junior sister, you don't think that Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are just our maids, do you? Chapter 378. Li Qing went back to her room alone to calm down. Lu Hanyan had a gloating expression on her face. Li Mu smacked her butt and said, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Lu Hanyan smiled and said, I just wanted her to experience my feelings. Besides, she will find out sooner or later. If I don't tell her, will you tell her yourself? The eldest madam of the Li family did it for revenge. Because of Li Qing, she had cried a lot in the past. Li Qing had wronged her, so she wanted to use Wan Wan and Xiao Bai to take revenge. She was still the petty Lu Hanyan. But she was also the Lu Hanyan that Li Mu liked. For many things, it was more appropriate for her to speak to Li Qing than Li Mu. After thinking this through, Li Mu put his arm around her and rubbed the place where he had just hit her. He said, does it hurt? Lu Hanyan blushed and slapped his hand away. She said, behave yourself. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are still over there. Li Mu looked over. The two girls who were sitting together on the swing immediately covered their faces with their hands. Their eyes peeked through the gaps between their fingers. Li Mu moved his hand away and said angrily, children shouldn't poke their noses into adult affairs. I'm not a child anymore. I'm not a child anymore. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai tried to defend themselves. Li Mu waved his hand and said, go back to your room to play. Although they were not young in some areas, they were still under 18 years old. As long as they were not over 18 years old, in Li Mu's eyes, they were different from Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. Li Mu could hold Xiao Bai's original body, but as long as she transformed, he would feel guilty. Wan Wan was the same. She had not changed much in the past 2 years. She was still greedy and playful. The only change was that her eyes were more seductive. As long as one looked into her eyes, one's soul would be sucked in. Little White and Wan Wan were soul seducers and soul catchers respectively. When the two beauties worked together, even Li Mu could not withstand them sometimes. Li Qing was alone in the room. Lu Hanyan was full of satisfaction after getting her revenge. She went to the great music bar to find her friends. She planned to buy the whole place and was discussing the price with the owner. Li Mu had nothing to do, so he watched Wan Wan and Xiao Bai play aeroplane chess in the courtyard. Before the game, they had agreed that the loser would have to warm the bed next time Li Mu slept in the study. Li Mu watched for almost an hour. They were still playing aeroplane chess. While he was bored to death, something in the space of the flask heavens suddenly moved. Li Mu stretched out his hand, and the spiritual snail appeared in his hand. Come to the Changle Palace. Only this sentence came from the spiritual snail, and then there was no more sound. In the past few days, he couldn't even take care of his family. He was immersed in his women and completely forgot about the Empress. 15 minutes later, Li Mu appeared in the Changle Palace. He bowed and asked, Your Majesty, what are your orders? The Empress threw him a token and said, From now on, you are the Deputy Commander of the Bamboo Guards. You will be in charge of the Bamboo Guards together with Ali. The Empress had 4 internal guards. Their names were Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. The 4 guards had different names, and their functions were also different. The Mei guards were in Shendu. They were in charge of monitoring the officials. The commander was Mr. Mei. The Lan guards were scattered in various counties. Their job was to monitor the local officials. Li Mu had never seen their commander before. The Bamboo Guards were a special operation organization. They were in charge of carrying out special tasks, such as investigating rebels under the Empress orders. The commander was Shengguan Li. The Jew Guards were the most mysterious of the 4 guards. It was said that they were in charge of intelligence. They had spies in the demon nation, the ghost realm, and even the demon sect. Li Mu took the token and didn't waste any time. He said, "Yes, Your Majesty." He was very clear about his position. He was a brick. He would be wherever the Empress wanted him to be. However, the Empress had inexplicably summoned him here and only gave him a token. After that, there was nothing else. She could have asked Lord May to pass this token to him. There was no need for her to make a special trip. After taking the token, Li Mu didn't stay for long. He walked out of Jianghu Palace and said to Shengguan Li, "Commander Shengguan, I have other things to do during this time. I'll need you to take care of the Bamboo Guards." Shengguan Li said lightly, "When you're not here, I'm the only one in charge of the Bamboo Guards." Since Shengguan Li didn't have any objections, Li Mu could focus on his own matters. After leaving Jianghu Palace, he went straight back to Jianghu Palace. Zhou Yi looked at the pile of memorials on the table and said, "Look, there's only one more woman by their side, and they don't even care about national affairs. They don't go to the imperial kitchen, and they don't come to Jianghu Palace. I should forbid them from taking concubines." Seeing that the Empress's attitude towards Li Mu was becoming more and more strange, Mr. May's face was bitter, but he couldn't say anything. In the Imperial Secretariat, Li Mu sneezed for no reason and crossed out 2 names on the list on the table. Lu Yi walked in from outside and put a few oranges on the table in front of Li Mu. He smiled and said, "Sir Li, these are oranges from my hometown. Although they're not as sweet and delicious as the tribute oranges, they still taste pretty good. You can take them back and try them." Zhongjuan didn't produce oranges. In the past, there were people who transplanted them and used their mana to carefully cultivate them. However, the fruit was small and bitter, so no one tried it again. This kind of fruit was usually transported from the southern counties. The price was ridiculously high, and it wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Li Mu smiled and said, "Thank you, Sir Lu." Lu Yi had eaten Li Mu's tribute oranges before, so he only came to return the favor. He said, "You're welcome." He was about to leave when he saw a piece of paper on Li Mu's table. He asked, "What's this?" Li Mu said casually, "Oh, this. I have nothing to do, so I practice writing. Sir Li is really elegant." Lu Yi smiled and complimented him. He left Li Mu's office, but he couldn't help but be curious. Who would practice writing using a person's name? Wang Luan, Qian Long, seemed to be the left and right doctors of the Ministry of Rights. The names after that, Ai Tong, Wu Sheng, Chen Guang, sounded familiar. They seemed to be the officials of the Imperial Court, Morning Court. A few days ago, the Imperial Court was in turmoil, and there was a big change that hadn't been seen for many years. Today, the change that affected countless officials finally calmed down. The Morning Court regained its tranquility. But soon, some officials found that the court today seemed to be too quiet, as if there were suddenly a lot of people missing. Some of the officials looked around and saw that there were indeed some empty seats in front, behind, left, and right. In the Ziwei Palace, the positions of the officials were fixed. The 3 provinces, 6 ministries, and 9 temples. The ministers, assistant ministers, doctors, ministers, and junior ministers all had their own positions. These positions were fixed. Every morning, it was clear who was absent. Today, there were many gaps in the neat line of officials. There were no empty seats for officials above the 4th rank in front of the palace. But starting from the middle of the palace, there were more empty seats for officials. There was almost 1 empty seat for every 2 people. In total, there were more than 20 officials who didn't come to the morning court today. Even if they asked for leave, it was impossible for 20 officials to ask for leave at the same time. Moreover, the officials in those officials' offices didn't have the approval of their superiors. What's going on? Where did Lord Ai go? Why didn't Lord Wu come? Lord Shen just took a concubine yesterday. Did he get up late? Lord Wang and Lord Xian didn't come. Lord Wang and Lord Xian were arrested yesterday. What happened to the others? Were they arrested too? Ai Tong, Wu Sheng, Chen Guang, Lu Yi stood in front and listened to the officials' discussion behind him. He was a little confused. The names of these absent officials sounded familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. Soon, he remembered where this inexplicable sense of familiarity came from. Weren't these people the officials Li Mu used to practice calligraphy? But even if Li Mu used their names to practice calligraphy, it shouldn't be to the extent that they disappeared. Could it be that he wasn't practicing calligraphy, but using a divine ability? He had never heard of a divine ability that could make people disappear just by writing their names. Combined with the strange situation in the court, Louis quickly understood. That piece of paper wasn't used by Li Mu to practice calligraphy. It was a list of names. On that list were the names of the former Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hong, the former Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Duke of Nanyang, Xiao Yun. Louis finally realized something and was shocked. He turned around to look at Li Mu. Li Mu grinned at him. Louis immediately turned around and broke out in cold sweat. His mind was racing. His name didn't seem to be on that list. It shouldn't be. He even treated Li Mu to oranges. Southern Court. Gao Residence. Early in the morning, the gatekeeper of the Gao residence was taking a nap in the side room. Ever since his master was stripped of his official position, although fewer people came to the residence, he no longer needed to attend morning court. In the past, he would have to wake up early to open the door at this time. It wasn't like today, where he could still laze around and take a nap at this time. To him, it was a good thing that his master was in trouble. Being able to sleep in the morning made life even better. Bang, bang, bang. While he was daydreaming, there was a sudden rush of knocking on the door. The gatekeeper was pleasantly surprised. After a shiver, he was no longer sleepy. He walked to the door and shouted angrily, "Why are you knocking so early in the morning when someone died in the house?" This person was extremely rude when knocking on the door. Normal people would pay attention to the gentle knocks and pauses when knocking on the door. Only those who were announcing a death would knock so quickly. The knocking stopped and a voice came from outside, "I'm here to visit Lord Gao." Hearing the words "I'm here," the gatekeeper was already looking down on him. His anger hadn't subsided and he asked coldly, "Do you have something to say?" The person outside was stunned for a moment, then said, No," the gatekeeper said coldly, "If you don't have an appointment, bring the invitation when you do." The person outside said, "But I really have something urgent," the gatekeeper said, "No matter how urgent it is, you still have to make an appointment. This is Lord Gao's rule." The person outside the door said, "Can you make an exception?" The gatekeeper said rudely, "I can't make an exception." The person outside the door finally became angry and said coldly, "If you can't make an exception, then forget it. Men, prepare the explosive talismans." Chapter 379. Boom. The 2 explosive talismans pasted on the gates of the Gao mansion exploded under the control of his transcendence energy. With a loud bang, the 2 gates of the Gao mansion collapsed. The gatekeeper of the Gao mansion stood in the courtyard and stared at the collapsed gates in a daze. His mind was blank. His master was a respected figure in the fairy's capital. Even if he was no longer the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, he was still the elder brother of concubine Gao, a relative of the royal family. Who would be so bold as to blow up the gates of the Gao mansion? Zhang Chun stood outside the gate and waved at the officials of the imperial clan temple. "Follow me in and arrest the guilty official." The loud noise at the gates had already alerted the people of the Gao mansion. In a split second, more than 10 maids and servants rushed out from various places. As soon as they arrived at the front courtyard, they saw the collapsed gates of the Gao mansion. The former Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hong, rushed out of the inner court. Seeing that the main gate of his residence had been blasted open, he was enraged. He glared at Zhang Chun, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he snapped, "Zhang, what are you doing?" Gao Hong hated Zhang Chun to the core. Not only because Zhang Chun took his position as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, but also because Zhang Chun was Li Mu's #1 lackey. If you hated someone, you would naturally hate everything about that person, including his lackeys. Zhang Chun looked at Gao Hong and said calmly, "There is a case that requires you to go to the Imperial Clan Temple. However, your gatekeeper refused to cooperate, so I can only take forceful measures." The gatekeeper of the Gao mansion hid in a corner, trembling and not daring to raise his head. Gao Hong held back his anger and asked, "What case?" Zhang Chun said, "You'll know when you get there." Gao Hong said coldly, "No matter what, I'm still the royal uncle. You don't have the right to summon me. If you want to summon me, show me the official seal of the Imperial Clan Temple." Zhang Chun looked at a minor official of the Imperial Clan Temple and asked, "Is there such a thing?" The minor official nodded and said, "Lord Gao's sister is the son of the former emperor's concubine Gao of the Western Palace. To summon a member of the royal family or a relative of the emperor, you need the seal of the Imperial Clan Temple Master. Indeed, Lord Gao does not have this authority." Zhang Chun looked at Gao Hong and said, "You want the abbot's seal, right? Wait a moment. I'll be right back." Gao Hong's face darkened as he watched Zhang Chun leave with his men. Since Zhang Chun dared to come knocking on his door, he must have gotten hold of something that could be used against him. He couldn't figure it out at the moment. As he walked out of the main gate of the Gao mansion, Zhang Chun looked back and said, "Before I return, you are not allowed to go anywhere. If you leave the Gao mansion by 10 feet, you will be considered a fugitive. The Imperial Clan Court can arrest you or execute you." Gao Hong's face darkened, but he still retracted his foot. He walked back to the Gao mansion and said to a servant, "Go to the royal prince's mansion of Nanyang and inform the royal prince of this." On the way back to the Zongjing temple, Zhang Chun muttered, "The Gao manor doesn't look small. There should be 5 entrances, right?" A minor official beside him said, "The Gao residence is a standard 7-section mansion." 7. Zhang Chun thought about how his mansion only had 4 entrances, and there were only 2 maids and 2 servants. Just now in the Gao residence, there were almost 20 maids and servants who rushed out in an instant. Zhang Chun's heart was filled with envy. At this moment, the minor official continued, "That's nothing. The royal prince of Nanyang's mansion is the bigger one. It has 10 entrances and 10 entrances. He has 13 wives and concubines, and each of them has their own independent courtyard. Each of them has a senior maid and 4 junior maids. There are artificial mountains, ponds, and beautiful pavilions in the mansion." Zhang Chun thought about his dream of living in a 5-section mansion before he retired. He shook his head and said, "The layout is too small." The group walked through the palace gates and returned to the Zongjing temple. They didn't know that the imperial court was in an uproar. The number of officials in the imperial court was mysteriously reduced by more than 20. The morning court could no longer be held. Some officials even guessed that the powerhouses of the demon sect had sneaked into the fairies' capital and killed these officials to create chaos in the imperial court. After that, Mr. May clarified that the demon sect had nothing to do with this. Last night, it was the Zongjing Temple's deputy minister, Zhang Chun, who led the Zongjing Temple's people to arrest the guilty officials. He told the officials not to worry. It would have been better if Mr. May didn't clarify. After he did, the officials became even more worried. What? These officials were all arrested? More than 20 people were all arrested and sent to the Zongjing Temple? What's going on? Are we in trouble too? 20 officials of the imperial court had been arrested in one night. Without knowing the reason, all the officials in the Great Hall felt threatened, especially those who were close to these 2. They were even more frightened. At some point, an official seemed to realize something. He mumbled, these people are all accomplices in Li Yi's case." His words woke everyone up. The officials counted the people who were absent today and were shocked to find that all of them were related to Li Yi's case. A few days ago, when Li Mu overturned Li Yi's case, they were accomplices. However, they didn't receive any heavy punishment. They were only fined a few months to a year's salary. Everyone thought that it was the end. They didn't expect that it was just the beginning. Without any warning, those officials were all caught in one fell swoop overnight. Zhang Chun, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who was also the Zongjing Temple's deputy minister, did it himself. There was no need to guess who was behind this. Zhang Chun was Li Mu's #1 henchman. He always fought for Li Mu in the imperial court. He must have been allowed to do this by Li Mu. Obviously, Li Mu didn't just want to overturn Li Yi's case. He also wanted to avenge Li Yi. As for the reason, everyone knew very well. Everyone in Fairy's capital knew that Li Yi's daughter was one of Li Mu's lovers. Not only did she live in his house, but they often walked hand in hand when they went out. They were very close. Li Mu overturned Li Yi's case because Li Yi was wronged and died. He wanted to avenge Li Yi because Li Yi was his father-in-law. Everyone's gaze shifted to where Li Mu was, only to find that there was no one there. Li Mu didn't even come to the imperial court today. Nonsense, this is simply nonsense. The left servant walked out and said in a deep voice, "What is the imperial court trying to do by arresting more than 20 officials for no reason?" Many people looked at Prince Shou in front. Prince Shou shook his head and said, "Don't look at me. I don't know anything." Some people in the imperial court shook their heads and sighed. Prince Shou was a prince and the head of the imperial court. He couldn't even control a minister. He was useless, Mr. Mei said. Yesterday, before Zhang Chun brought people to arrest them, he said that the imperial court has enough evidence. The left servant said with a dark face, "What evidence does he have to arrest more than 20 officials?" Mr. Mei said faintly, "The inner guards don't interfere with the imperial court. If you want to know, you just have to summon Zhang Chun to the imperial court." He turned to look at Sheng Guanli. Sheng Guanli walked to the curtain and came out after a while. She said, "Summon Zhang Chun." Crepe Myrtle Palace was only a few hundred steps away from the imperial court. He quickly walked into the imperial court in half a cup of tea's time. Mr. Mei looked at the left servant and said, "If you have any questions, you can ask Lord Zhang directly." The left servant looked at Zhang Chun and asked coldly, "Assistant Minister Zhang, you arrested more than 20 officials in the middle of the night and caused chaos in the imperial court. Shouldn't you give His Majesty and the imperial court an explanation?" Zhang Chun said, "The imperial court has evidence to arrest people. May I ask what explanation you want?" The left servant said in a low voice, "What crime did the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, Ai Tong, commit that you want to arrest him?" Zhang Chun said, "The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, Ai Tong, took advantage of his position to embezzle taxes from the imperial treasury. What's wrong with me arresting him?" The left servant was shocked. He asked, "Do you have evidence?" Zhang Chun said, "The evidence is conclusive." The left servant said, "Minister of Imperial Treasury, Wu Sheng." Zhang Chun said, "Minister of Imperial Treasury, Wu Sheng, used his power to threaten and sleep with young girls. The youngest of those girls was only 8 years old. Shouldn't he be arrested?" The left servant moved his lips and said, "Then the Minister of Imperial Treasury, Chen Guang." Zhang Chun continued, "The Minister of Imperial Treasury, Chen Guang, allowed his younger brother to commit crimes and invade private residences. He bribed the Ministry of Justice to get his younger brother released and exonerated, breaking the law. What's wrong with me arresting him?" He looked at the left servant and said loudly, "There's also Wei Chong from the Taichung Temple, Wang Ning from the Taichung Temple, and Zhuo Xian from the Ceremonies Department. As officials of the Great Zhou, these people acted as a protective umbrella for criminals who trafficked women and children. Shouldn't they be arrested?" He listed the crimes of these more than 20 people one by one. The officials in the court were shocked. They had never heard of such things before. Since Zhang Chun dared to arrest them, then the Imperial Clan Temple might really have evidence of the crimes of so many officials. But how did they find out about these hidden things? Among the officials, some of them realized something. They lowered their heads and squeezed out 2 words from between their teeth, Zhou Zhong. Chapter 380. In the Imperial Kitchen. Ever since Lu Hanyan and Li Qing opened their hearts to each other, Li Mu didn't want to go home. He didn't want to leave home. Of course, because of this, he came to the palace less often, and he hadn't been to the imperial kitchen for a long time. When it was only Lu Hanyan and the Empress, Li Mu could still take care of them. But when Lu Hanyan came to Shen, Du and Li Qing moved in, the number of people who needed to be with him increased from 1 to 3. Li Mu was a little busy. This made him realize that he still had a lot of shortcomings in terms of time management. Mr. Lu Sun once said that time was like water in a sponge. If he could make use of the time he spent standing in a daze in the morning court, he could at least cook a bowl of piping hot noodles for the Empress after the morning court. Mr. May once mentioned by accident that the Empress liked to sleep in, so she often didn't eat breakfast in the morning. After the court, it was still early before breakfast time, so she might as well eat something to fill her stomach. Li Mu knew why the Empress liked to sleep in. It was because she couldn't fall asleep at night, so she would cook conch porridge with Li Mu in the middle of the night, or enter his dreams to teach him how to cultivate. As a cultivator in the upper 3 realms, she wouldn't feel tired even if she didn't sleep for a month. But cultivators were still people, and nothing could replace the joy and happiness brought by sleeping. Of course, that was in the past. At that time, Li Mu and she were both single. Now, Li Mu had his wife in his arms every night. Unlike the Empress, who had nothing to do during the long nights, he couldn't sleep beside Lu Hanyan and talk to another woman all night, even if that woman was Lu Hanyan's idol. While he was cooking the noodles, several imperial chefs were watching. Finally, one of them couldn't help but ask, "Lord Li, is there some secret to your cooking? Why can't we use the same ingredients and the same steps to make your dish taste the same?" Regarding this point, Li Mu also did not know. With the same ingredients and steps, the food made by these imperial chefs would definitely be better than his. Perhaps the Empress was used to eating the food and liked his taste. After cooking the noodles, Li Mu calculated the time and arrived at Jianghu Palace just as the morning court session was about to end. Soon, a figure walked out from the back of the hall. Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and said, "Is it because I spoil you too much that you are becoming more and more unruly? You even dare to sneak out of the morning court. What's that smell?" Her throat moved, and her tone instantly softened as she asked, "Did you cook noodles?" Li Mu said, "I guess that your Majesty probably didn't eat breakfast today, so I went to the imperial kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles." Zhou Yi slowly sat down, thought for a moment, and said, "You are the deputy commander of the bamboo guards and also responsible for internal affairs. If there is an emergency in the morning court session, you can leave first. I won't blame you. Okay, give me the chopsticks." Watching the Empress eat the noodles in small bites, Li Mu asked, "Your Majesty, how is the situation in the court?" Zhou Yi slowly finished a mouthful of noodles, and then said, "You don't know what the result of the trouble you caused will be. The court officials are all in danger, and the court is in chaos. The trouble was caused by you, so you are responsible for pacifying it." Li Mu said, "These more than 20 guilty officials deserve to be punished. Although it will cause chaos for a short period of time, as long as it's properly arranged, it won't affect the court too much. Your Majesty, you can quickly promote some experienced officials without any background to replace their original positions in the departments of those guilty officials. This way, the impact can be minimized and the normal operation of the Yamen can be maintained. At the same time, Your Majesty can also publicize the crimes of these officials, and use this to win over the people." After Lord Li Yi overturned the case, the people of the 36 counties will greatly increase. After punishing these corrupt officials, Your Majesty's reputation will reach the peak, and you will not be inferior to the previous wise emperors of Great Zhou. It will only be a matter of time before you surpass Emperor Wen. Zhou Qiong didn't seem to be interested in Li Mu's pancake at all. Her mind was completely focused on the bowl of noodles in front of her. She was puzzled. The same noodles and the same side dishes. Why was it that the imperial chef's dish didn't taste as good as Li Mu's? She waved her hand and said, "Just do as you said. Go and arrange it." Walking out of Jianghu Palace, Li Mu's heart was slightly heavy. He was a little worried. If the Empress favored him so much and let him make all the decisions, the court officials might be jealous and label him as a favored official who caused chaos. They might band together and get rid of him. No, he had to go back and fix the law bell as soon as possible. If the worst happened, the safety of his family would be guaranteed. When the time came, as long as the law bell covered the Li residence, there would be time to slowly shake people off. Li Mu returned to the secretariat. Lu Yi was about to leave the assistant minister's office, but when she looked up and saw him, she subconsciously retracted her foot. At the same time, in the Zongjing temple not far from the secretariat, Zhang Chun looked at Prince Shou and said, "Prince, without your seal, it won't be easy for me to catch people." Prince Shou shook his head and said, "If I give you my seal and let you catch our people, wouldn't I be in a difficult position?" Zhang Chun said, "According to the law, Gao Hong should be arrested." Prince Shou shook his head and said, "Whoever wants to arrest him can do it. In any case, I'm not arresting him." Zhang Chun gritted his teeth and said, "Then you are bending the law for personal gain. The next time I go to the imperial court, I will report you in the Golden Palace. As an official of the Zongjing Temple, you are bending the law for personal gain and shielding your accomplices. Your crime is not light." Prince Shou said angrily, "Are you threatening me?" Zhang Chun said indifferently, "This is persuasion." Prince Shou suddenly sighed and said, "You are threatening me with impeachment. If I arrest Gao Hong, they can't blame me. Show me the official document and my seal." Not long after, Zhang Chun brought people out of the Zongjing Temple and came to the southern courtyard, in front of the Gao residence. The morning court had already ended, and Gao Hong had already received news that Zhang Chun was not targeting him. Last night, more than 20 officials in the imperial court were arrested by the Zongjing Temple. Without exception, these 20 people were all officials of the old party. Gao Hong found it hard to believe that the Zongjing Temple had something on all of them. Even the Empress's internal guards did not have this ability. There was no doubt that there was a traitor among them. As for who the traitor was, it couldn't be any more obvious. Gao Hong gritted his teeth and said, "Zhou Zhong, you should be hacked into pieces." As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong had gained their trust over the years. The Ministry of Justice had also become a shelter for the old party officials. No matter what crimes they committed, they could be cleared of any crimes through the Ministry of Justice. Zhou Zhong had helped the old party officials time and time again, and his status in the old party had also risen. At the same time, Zhou Zhong also had many things on them. Facts had proven that the more they valued someone, the deeper they were hurt. In just a month, Zhou Zhong had betrayed them twice. Previously, when he turned himself in and overturned Li Yi's case, he had already caused the old party to lose an arm. This time, although the officials he targeted were not high-ranking, the scope was huge. The old party would probably suffer another blow. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. After this, the higher-ups would probably not tolerate Li Mu anymore. Even if it went against the emperor's will, they would resolutely get rid of him. Before that, he just needed to wait for news. Gao Hong did not receive any news, but Zhang Chun did. Looking at the official seal of the Imperial Clan Temple, Gao Hong said in disbelief, "You stole His Highness's seal." "Bullshit." Zhang Chun glared at him and said, "Do I need to steal it? I just need to tell him that you, Gao Hong, are guilty." If he didn't seal it, he would be bending the law for favoritism and covering up for his accomplice. "I will have the Imperial Court impeach him, and he will confess everything." Gao Hong's lungs were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, "Coward." Zhang Chun waved his hand and said, "If you want to scold him, go to the Imperial Clan Temple and scold him in front of him." "Lord Gao, do you want to leave by yourself, or do we have to escort you?" Gao Hong snorted and said, "I'll leave by myself." He looked coldly at Zhang Chun and said, "Just you wait. Li Mu won't be able to jump around for long. When the time comes, the first one to die will be you." Zhang Chun glanced at him and said, "You might not be able to wait until that day." After having two people send Gao Hong to the Imperial Clan Temple, Zhang Chun waved his hand and said to the others, "Go to the next house." A moment later, at the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang. The people of the Imperial Clan Temple knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. A low-ranking official helplessly retreated and said, "Lord, there's no one." Zhang Chun said indifferently, "Put on the explosive talisman." The two low-ranking officials stuck a few pieces of fulu on the door of the commandery prince mansion of Nanyang. Zhang Chun used his magic power to control the fulu from a distance, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from the pieces of paper. However, as soon as the wave of spiritual energy was produced, a wave of water appeared on the door of the commandery prince mansion of Nanyang. Wherever the wave of water passed, the waves of spiritual energy produced by the fulu were easily wiped out. A low-ranking official said, "The protective formation." He walked to Zhang Chun and said, "Lord, the protective formation here is too strong. We can't break it." Zhang Chun asked, "How did the imperial clan temples solve this kind of problem in the past?" The low-ranking official said, "We would send an official document to the Ministry of Personnel and ask them to send a high priest from the high priest department." Zhang Chun thought for a while and said, "Let's go back to the imperial clan temple first. I'll write an official document for you to send to the Ministry of Personnel." The low-ranking official looked at him and reminded, "Lord, you're the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel." Zhang Chun slapped his head and said, "How could I forget about this? Come, follow me to the Ministry of Personnel." Soon, there was no movement outside the commandery prince mansion of Nanyang. Outside the door, the commandery prince of Nanyang waved his sleeves and snorted, "You're courting death." Without this incident, perhaps the higher-ups would continue to tolerate Li Mu. After this incident, getting rid of Li Mu was a top priority. At the same time, in a deep house in the southern court, there was a sound of gnashing teeth. Li Mu can't be kept alive anymore. This person's threat is even greater than Li Yi's back then. We must get rid of Li Mu, but His Majesty. With His Majesty's protection, it's impossible to get rid of him through the imperial court. If we want to get rid of Li Mu, we must restrain His Majesty and use special means. I'll go to the 100 Rivers Academy and meet the Dean. I'll go to the Myriad Scrolls Academy. Chapter 381. The four major academies had always held a special position in the Great Zhou. Although they did not directly participate in the politics of the imperial court, the academy presidents could restrict the emperor in the name of righteousness. Back when the former emperor was still on the throne, it was because of his arbitrary actions that the Great Zhou was plagued with internal and external troubles. The atmosphere was foul, and the faith of the people fell to the lowest point in the past century. At that time, the four major academies worked together. First Seventh Realm powerhouses suppressed the imperial court in an unparalleled manner and completely took away the former emperor's authority. Now, the empress's special favor for Li Mu had repeatedly caused unrest in the imperial court. The four major academies had enough reasons to restrict the empress and stabilize the imperial court. If Li Mu had obediently been her favored official, it would have been fine. The old party would not take the risk of offending the empress and attack him just because she doted on him. However, his existence had already greatly damaged their vitality and strength. If this continued, even if the old party did not perish at the hands of the Zhou clan, they would perish at the hands of Li Mu. Li Mu must be eliminated. For this, they did not hesitate to force the emperor to abdicate. 100 Rivers Academy. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes looked at Vice Academy President Chen and said, "I want to see the Academy President." Vice Academy President Chen asked, "The Academy President is currently in seclusion." "What is the matter, Your Highness King Ping?" King Ping said solemnly, "This is a matter of great importance. The Academy President must come out of seclusion." Vice Academy President Chen said, "What exactly is the matter? Can you tell me first?" King Ping said in a deep voice, "The favored official Li Mu has bewitched the emperor and caused chaos in the imperial court. His Majesty has been bewitched by him and indulged him in every possible way, allowing him to wreak havoc in the imperial court. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. I would like to ask the Academy presidents to persuade His Majesty to punish the demonic official Li Mu and return peace to the imperial court." Vice Academy President Chen glanced at him and shook his head. However, what the Academy sees is not so. Li Mu is called Xingtian by the people of Fairy's capital and is extremely loved by the people. Outside, he single-handedly dealt a heavy blow to the 10 demonic sections. Internally, He overturned the case of the favored official who was wrongly killed more than 10 years ago and punished the lawless officials in the imperial court. Because of what he has done, the people's faith in the great Zhou has reached its peak in 50 years, far surpassing the time of the emperor. It is inevitable that His Majesty's favor. Although he is a favored official, Your Highness. King Ping opened his mouth and said, there is one thing that I hope Your Highness can understand. Vice Academy President Shen looked at King Ping and said slowly, the Academy is the Academy of the Great Zhou, not the Academy of the Shao clan. If the Emperor is muddle-headed, the Academy should work together to support him. This is our duty. If the Emperor is wise, the Academy should do its best to assist him. This is also our duty. Whether His Majesty is wise or muddle-headed, it is not up to you to decide. It is up to the people to decide, King Ping said, but the Imperial Court, Vice Academy President Shen said, without destruction, there can be no construction. A piece of good wood will not go bad just because a few worms have crawled on it. However, if they are allowed to gnaw on it, the good wood will eventually turn rotten one day. This is all I have to say. Take care of yourselves. With that, he put his hands behind his back and slowly left. King Ping stood where he was and his expression changed for a while. Finally, he revealed a helpless expression. After a while, he left the 100 Rivers Academy and returned to King Ping's residence. Several people who were waiting in the residence immediately came up to him and spoke. How was it? What did the dean say? Brother Wang, say something. King Ping looked at everyone and sighed. Let's drop this matter. Don't mention it again. Why? Could it be that the Academy doesn't agree? While everyone was asking, another figure walked in from outside. The Duke of Jianghu had just walked into the courtyard when he shook his head and said, I didn't see the dean. I don't think we can count on the Thousand Scrolls Academy. Among the 4 great academies, the White Deer Academy belonged to the Ministry of War and could never be counted on. As for the other 3 great academies, the 100 Rivers Academy and the Thousand Scrolls Academy supported the Shao clan. The Azure Cloud Academy stood on the side of the Zhou clan. If even the 100 Rivers Academy and the Thousand Scrolls Academy could not be won over, then there was no need to mention the Azure Cloud Academy. At least 3 deans were needed to persuade the Empress. Even if they managed to win over the Azure Cloud Academy, it would be useless. One of them looked at the Duke of Jianghu and asked, what did the Thousand Scrolls Academy say? The Duke of Jianghu shook his head and said, they said that the Academy is not a tool for us to fight for power. They only want to ensure the continuation of the Shao clan's royal family. If the Empress wants to pass the throne to a disciple of the Zhou clan, they will do their best to stop it. Apart from that, the Academy will not participate in any court battles. After saying that, he looked at King Ping and asked, what did the 100 Rivers Academy say? King Ping said, they told us to take care of ourselves. No one spoke again. The courtyard fell into a long silence. The meaning of take care of ourselves was that the 100 Rivers Academy would not help them this time. All along, they had thought that the Zhou clan only had one advantage over the Shao clan, and that was that the Empress's surname was Zhou. Regardless of whether it was the control of the imperial court, the local area, or the number of academies behind them, they were stronger than the Zhou clan's new faction. In fact, if it was not for the former emperor's incompetence that caused the wrath of the people and made the Azure Cloud Academy's dean extremely disappointed in the Shao clan, there might be 3 or even 4 academies behind the Shao clan. It was only now that they realized that although the 2 academies behind them were inclined to let the Shao clan return to the orthodox lineage in the future, that was a matter for the future. At present, they still acknowledged the Empress. In fact, it was not just the academies. Even everyone present was convinced by the current Empress. She had shown great talent in cultivation since she was young. Otherwise, she would not have been valued by the former emperor and become the crown princess and empress. The fact that she could be acknowledged by the emperor's qi and successfully advance to the 7th realm proved this point. At that time, no one in the Shao clan could withstand the emperor's qi and forcefully break through. The royal clan would not have an additional 7th realm powerhouse, but a useless person whose foundation was destroyed. One had to know that she was only 25 years old back then. Since ancient times, no one in the Shao clan had been able to inherit the emperor's qi and advance to the 7th realm at the age of 25. Obviously, the academies would not stand against the empress for this matter. The Duke of Jianghu asked, "What do we do now?" After a long silence, King Ping shook his head and said tiredly, "Let's leave it at that." Although he did not say much, everyone could hear the intention to retreat from his words. The Shao royal clan did not retreat when facing the new faction that was at the peak of their power. Now that they were facing a lone official, they had the intention to retreat. After failing to defeat Li Mu after using countless methods openly and secretly, they chose to avoid him. The Li residence. Li Mu had just learned from Zhang Chun that the Duke of Nanyang's residence was covered by a powerful formation and the officials of the ancestral temple could not enter. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, he mobilized the consecrated department to help, but was rejected by the consecrated department. The consecrated department was a special department in the imperial court. It was not an official office. The consecrators in it were powerhouses recruited from all over the country at great cost by the imperial court. Their relationship with the imperial court was a cooperative relationship, not a subordinate one. The consecrated department existed in the previous dynasty and had always been under the control of the old faction. Ever since someone tried to assassinate Zhou Zhong in the consecrated department, Li Mu decided to find an opportunity to reorganize the department. However, he had been busy with other things these days and delayed this matter. Now, he was almost done with the matters at hand and could start to clean up the consecrated department. Before that, he had to help Zhang Chun solve the current problem. There were not many powerhouses in the ancestral temple. They could not be compared to the consecrated department and could not break the formation of the Duke of Nanyang's residence. Li Mu walked out of the residence and said, "Let's go. I'll go with you to take a look." The Duke of Nanyang's residence. The Duke of Nanyang observed the situation outside the door through a mirror. Several officials of the ancestral temple stood there, but Zhang Chun had disappeared. This time, Li Mu suddenly went crazy and let Zhang Chun capture so many officials of the old faction. This really surprised the Duke of Nanyang. After the surprise, he was delighted. The reason why the higher-ups tolerated Li Mu was that although Li Mu had damaged the interests of the old faction, it was not to the extent that they would completely fall out with the Empress and get rid of Li Mu at all costs. Now it was time. Because Li Mu's actions had shaken the foundation of the old faction in the imperial court. The entire old faction did not hesitate to ask the academy for help and restrain the Empress in order to get rid of Li Mu, a thorn in their flesh. In the end, Li Mu was killed by his arrogance. What the Duke of Nanyang had to do was wait. He was waiting for the higher-ups to make a move. When Li Mu died, Zhang Chun and the others would be like chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. While the Duke of Nanyang was waiting, he saw the figures of Zhang Chun and Li Mu appear in the mirror. When he saw Li Mu, a trace of impatience appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why haven't you made a move yet?" Then, he saw Li Mu and Zhang Chun outside, trying all kinds of methods to break the array of the Duke of Nanyang's residence. The Duke of Nanyang sneered. This array was set up by the array masters of the Spirit Array sect. Even a 6th realm expert would have to spend some effort to break it. Li Mu and Zhang Chun were overestimating themselves. Outside the Duke of Nanyang's residence, Li Mu also discovered the extraordinariness of this array. This array could absorb attacks from the outside world and even turn the attacks or the spirit qi in the Fulu into one's own. It was not an ordinary defensive array. It might have been set up by an array master. Although Li Mu had the memories of the 1,000 illusions venerable master, he knew that most of those arrays were evil arrays. He did not have a deep understanding of the orthodox arrays. This almost eliminated the possibility of him using ingenuity to break this array. Since he could not use ingenuity, he could only use brute force. Li Mu whistled, and the Dao bell flew out of his ear. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the height of a human. Li Mu pointed at the array outside the Duke of Nanyang's residence and said, "Crash into it." Buzz, the Dao bell responded with a buzz. Then, it flew high into the air and swooped down, crashing heavily into the defensive array. A burst of light flowed on the array. It resisted stubbornly for a few breaths before the light on it quickly dimmed. Zhang Chun strode forward and slammed the door a few times. He shouted, "Xiao Yun, Duke of Nanyang, the Imperial Clan Temple is handling a case. Hurry up and open the door. Don't hide inside. I know you're at home. Hurry up and open the door." Chapter 382. Zhang Chun pounded on the door like he was announcing a funeral, but no one responded. He channeled his mana into his palms and slammed them down. The two doors collapsed inwards, and Xiao Yun, the Duke of Nanyang, appeared in front of him with a gloomy face. Zhang Chun stared at the Duke of Nanyang unhappily and asked, "The Imperial Ancestral Temple has summoned you to close your residence. Are you resisting arrest?" The Duke of Nanyang, the former Minister of Personnel, had fallen to the point where his residence was broken down and humiliated. The Duke of Nanyang could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to kill Li Mu and Zhang Chun. Thinking that the two of them would not last long, he forcefully used his mana to suppress his anger. He looked at Zhang Chun and said coldly, "Why would the Imperial Ancestral Temple come to my residence for no reason? I thought it was a bold bandit who attacked my residence." Zhang Chun said indifferently, "Whether it is for no reason or not, you will know once you follow me to the Imperial Ancestral Temple." The Duke of Nanyang said, "Do you have the official document from the Imperial Ancestral Temple?" Zhang Chun took out the official document with the seal of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and waved it in front of him. He asked, "Is this enough?" The Duke of Nanyang said calmly, "If that is the case, let's go." Even as a duke, he could not openly resist the Imperial Ancestral Temple, because it was equivalent to resisting the Imperial Court. However, this did not mean that he would submit to Zhang Chun and Li Mu. King Ping and the others had already gone to the academy to discuss with the dean. Eliminating Li Mu was already the top priority of the Shao clan. Perhaps at this moment, Baichuan and the two deans of the Myriad Scroll Academy had already taken action to restrain the Empress. The experts that King Ping and the others had arranged to clean up the Empress and kill Li Mu were already on their way here, Baichuan Academy. In the northeast corner of the academy, there was a bamboo forest that was green all year round. The students of Baichuan Academy would not easily approach this place. Everyone knew that this was the place where the dean cultivated. The dean of the academy was one of the few experts in the Great Zhou. He was deeply respected and loved by the students, and no one would disturb his cultivation place. In the depths of the bamboo forest, in front of a bamboo house, a hearty laughter could be heard. Beside the stone table in front of the bamboo hut, the man in white put down a word and said with a smile, "Zhao Qingsong, I haven't seen you in 2 years. Your chess skills are getting worse." The middle-aged man opposite him waved his hand, and the black and white chess pieces on the chessboard quickly flew up and returned to their respective baskets. He looked at the man in white and said, "What is there to show off? I was just careless and distracted. Otherwise, you would have lost 15 minutes ago." The man in white asked, "What can distract you?" The middle-aged man said, "I don't know if this change in the imperial court is good or bad." The man in white thought for a moment and said, "You mean that young man named Li Mu?" The middle-aged man said, "Who else could it be?" The man in white nodded and said, "Indeed. At such a young age, he has such a natural disposition. He has gathered the faith of the people in Shindu, can communicate with the heavens and earth, and can achieve the Tao with his words. He is also extremely talented in the Fulu Tao, and made the Fulu school bet its future on him. He can be said to be a hero of his generation. What kind of people are the Shao clan that you support? Why do they have to go against him instead of keeping the Zhou clan in check?" The middle-aged man looked at him and said, "The Zhou clan that you support is not much better than the Shao clan." The man in white crossed his arms and said calmly, "I just can't stand Xiao Jing's actions. If Emperor Qing knew that the crown prince he chose was even more muddle-headed than him, and almost caused the great Zhou to be doomed eternally, he might as well smear that essence on the wall." The middle-aged man coughed softly and said, "Xianxia, you are the head of a school after all. You should at least show some respect to the late emperor and Emperor Qing." The man in white waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about those disappointing things. Li Mu is favored not only because he is handsome. His method of stabilizing the hearts of the people is really useful. In less than a year, the faith of the people in the various counties has surpassed the peak of the reign of Emperor Cheng and the late emperor. If this can continue, in the next 10 years, the glory of the reign of Emperor Wen may be reproduced. The middle-aged man seemed to think of something and murmured, could it be that he is also one of the descendants of the extinct 100 schools? There seem to be many among the 100 schools who cultivate with the faith of the people. He has always been trying to reform the law. Could it be the school of legalism? Establishing a heart for heaven and earth, establishing a life for the people, inheriting the lost knowledge of the past saints, establishing peace for all ages. The man in white whispered a few words and said, "It sounds more like the Confucian school. He has the ambition of ruling the world and is full of righteousness. It is very likely that he is a descendant of the Confucian school." The middle-aged man put down a chess piece and rubbed his chin. He said, "The Confucian school has always been active in the court and respected etiquette. However, his actions are bold and radical, seeking change. It is not like the Confucian school, but more like the school of legalism." The man in white put down another chess piece and said, "Whether it is the Confucian school or the school of legalism, those who can rule the country are righteous. Let him be, the Zongjing Temple." The prison of the Zongjing Temple, which had always been cold and cheerless, was especially lively today. More than 20 court officials were locked together, all frowning. Most of them had been brought from their homes by the people of the Zongjing Temple last night. Some of the officials had their doors blown up by Zhang Chun while they were eating dinner. Some of them had been pulled out of their beds while they were being intimate with their concubines. At first, everyone was panic-stricken, but after arriving at the Zongjing Temple and seeing so many familiar colleagues, they slowly calmed down. When they saw the former Assistant Minister of Personnel Gao Hong and the Duke of Nanyang being arrested, they were even more reassured. Of the two of them, one was a relative of the imperial family and the other was a member of the imperial clan. The higher-ups would definitely not let them stay in the Zongjing Temple. When the time came, they would be able to save them along the way. After calming down, they began to curse the main culprit. "This damned Zhou Zhong. I've really misjudged him all these years. He doesn't have many days left and he still wants to drag us down with him." Gao Hong did not curse like the others. He knew very well that Zhou Zhong had been sitting in the position of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice all these years and had a lot of information on them. He no longer had the golden ticket of exemption from death and was no longer the Assistant Minister of Personnel. Once those crimes were confirmed, it was enough for him to die several times. In the cell next door, the Duke of Nanyang was meditating with his eyes closed. At a certain moment, he opened his eyes and glanced at Gao Hong. He said indifferently, "Why are you panicking?" Gao Hong strode over and asked, "Duke, are you sure that the higher-ups will make a move on Li Mu?" The Duke of Nanyang said, "Li Mu has already forced them into this situation. Do you think they will continue to tolerate it?" Gao Hong said uneasily, "But it's been so long. Why hasn't there been any movement at all?" The Duke of Nanyang said indifferently, "What's the hurry? Perhaps they are already on their way." Gao Hong was still worried. He walked out of the cell and said to a jailer, "Go and invite His Highness Prince Shou here." Hearing this, the jailer quickly walked out of the prison. Although the prisoners in the cell were all criminals, they still had a higher status than the jailers. As a lowly jailer, he did not dare to disobey these people. After a while, Prince Shou walked in from the outside. He looked at the two of them and said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you caught again?" Gao Hong said, "Isn't it because Zhang Chun took the official document with your highness's seal?" Prince Shou frowned and said, "Why? Are you blaming me? Zhang Chun threatened me. If I didn't do it, I would be bending the law. He even said that he would impeach me in the Golden Palace. What can I do? All of you didn't clean up after what you did and now blame me. Are you still human?" Gao Hong quickly said, "That's not what I meant." Prince Shou said angrily, "Then what do you mean?" The Duke of Nanyang finally opened his mouth and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. We want to ask your highness Prince Shou to go out of the palace and ask about the situation. Why haven't they made a move on Li Mu?" Prince Shou glanced at them and said, "Wait here. I'll go and ask." Half an hour later, in the southern court, Prince Ping's residence. Prince Shou sipped his tea and looked at Prince Ping. He asked, "What about the Duke of Nanyang, Gao Hong and the rest? Should I let them go?" Prince Ping stretched out his hand and said, "No." Prince Shou was stunned and asked, "Then what should I do?" Prince Ping took a deep breath and said, "According to the law, those who should be demoted will be demoted and those who should be killed will be killed." Prince Shou spat out his tea and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He asked, "Then what about the Duke of Nanyang?" Prince Ping shook his head and said, "Without the death exemption token, he can't be saved." Prince Shou was stunned and said, "Aren't you going to join forces with the academy to make a move on Limu?" Prince Ping said, "Limu is not our enemy. The Zhou family is. There's no need to take the risk." Prince Shou said, "But that's not right. If Limu makes a move, Xiao Yun will die." Prince Ping leaned on the chair and slowly let out a sigh of relief. He said, "He asked for it. 36 dukes. Even if one is gone, there are still 35, smack." Prince Shou stood up abruptly and pointed at Prince Ping. He said angrily, "How can you do this? Do you have any humanity left? Those are our beloved friends." Prince Ping also stood up and said coldly, "What do you know? We're looking at the big picture." Prince Shou stared at him for a long time and finally sat back down. He leaned weakly on the chair and said, "The blood flowing in his body is the same as ours." Prince Ping said, "It's because the blood flowing in his body is the blood of the Xiao family. When necessary, he should sacrifice himself for the Xiao family, ancestral temple." After 2 hours, Prince Shou reappeared in the heavenly prison. Gao Hong and the Duke of Nanyang were already anxious from waiting. The Duke of Nanyang was still able to maintain his calm while Gao Hong grabbed the bars of the cell and looked in a certain direction. When he finally saw the chubby figure of Prince Shou, he asked anxiously without waiting for Prince Shou to come closer, "Your Highness, how is it?" Prince Shou patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it's fine." Gao Hong let out a long sigh of relief. Then, excitement appeared on his face as he asked, "When will Limu die?" Prince Shou let out a sigh of relief and said, "When I save you." Gao Hong finally relaxed and sat down slowly. He leaned against the wall and said, "I can't wait any longer." Prince Shou was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he looked at the two of them and said, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll get someone to send it in." Chapter 383. The officials who were locked up in the Zongjing Temple lived a life of luxury at home. Naturally, they weren't used to the food of the Zongjing Temple. As the head of the Zongjing Temple, Prince Shou took this into consideration and sent them food from the restaurant outside the palace. In the prison, the officials were eating heartily. "This pork shoulder is from the Wafting Fragrance restaurant. It's definitely from the Wafting Fragrance restaurant. The smell of the wine can't be wrong. The food of the Zongjing Temple is really hard to swallow. The Wafting Fragrance restaurant is the best. Thank you, Your Highness." Prince Shou. Other than having their freedom restricted, the 20 officials didn't suffer much in the Zongjing Temple. Prince Shou arranged a single cell for each of them and changed the bed sheets. In order to protect their privacy, he even had people separate the cells with curtains. 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 2 hours in advance, the prison guards would send the menus from the various restaurants in the divine capital. Each of them could order 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a pot of wine. If they were hungry in the middle of the night, they could even order supper. For this, Prince Shou specially invited the chefs of the Wafting Fragrance restaurant to the Zongjing Temple to be on standby. Even if these officials had more needs in the middle of the night, the chefs would have to crawl out of bed to satisfy them. In terms of food, the food these officials usually ate at home wasn't as good as the food in the Zongjing Temple. Not only that, Prince Shou even considered their physical needs and used his sedan to secretly bring the girls from the brothels outside the palace into the Zongjing Temple to comfort these officials at night. This made the officials in the prison change their impression of Prince Shou. Other than his stupidity and cowardice, Prince Shou still had his shining points. Despite the risk of being impeached by the censor, he still took care of these criminal officials meticulously. This wasn't something that anyone could do. It was really good to have one of their own in the Zongjing Temple. In the courtyard of the Zongjing Temple, Zhang Chun watched as the prison guard sent the food made by the wafting fragrance restaurant's chefs into the prison. He looked at Prince Shou and said slowly, "Your Highness, isn't this a little too much?" "Too much?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "How is this going overboard? When you took special care of Li Yi's daughter, did I say anything overboard? Why are you like this?" Zhang Chun was stunned. "I just covered her cell with a curtain and changed her bed." King Shou said, "I also covered up their cells and changed their beds." Zhang Chun looked at the busy figures in the kitchen of the Zongjing Temple and said, "But you brought the chef of the restaurant into the palace. Isn't that too much?" King Shou said, "Is this too much? This is not too much at all. Let me tell you what is too much. Li Mu used His Majesty's imperial kitchen to cook for other women. This is what is too much." Zhang Chun was stunned and said, "But you can't let them drink. The imperial ancestral temple strictly forbids prisoners from drinking." After that, he waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about the wine you gave to those guilty officials. You even found women for them. What do you think the Zongjing Temple is? A restaurant or a brothel?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "Ordinary prisoners have to eat a full meal before they are executed. Are you in charge of the Zongjing Temple or am I?" Zhang Chun said angrily, "You." Then, he seemed to realize something and looked at King Shou in shock. King Shou sighed and shook his head. Zhang Chun silently shut his mouth. After thinking for a while, he said, "Even if you want to find women from the brothel, Your Highness' taste is too unique. You don't let them enjoy, but let them suffer. I know of a brothel in Luoyang. The women there are very beautiful." King Shou said indignantly, "What's wrong with my taste? They are fat and chubby. Aren't they good?" In the prison, two officials had just finished their sweet and sour fish. As they picked their teeth with the fish bones, they complained, "Everything about His Highness King Shou is good, but I really can't agree with him when it comes to women. I can't even bear to touch the women he finds." King Shou walked in and said, "If you're not satisfied, I'll give you a beautiful one tonight." The official smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." King Shou walked to the innermost cell and asked Commandery Prince Nanyang, "Are you used to it?" Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Not really, but thank you for taking care of me." At first, Commandery Prince Nanyang looked down on King Shou. Although King Shou was one of the 7 one-word princes and his status was much higher than his, everyone in Luoyang knew about King Shou's cowardice and incompetence. Now, although his evaluation of King Shou's cowardice and incompetence did not change, he did not hate him as much. King Shou squatted at the door of the cell and said, "Nanyang County is such a good place. Why did you come to Luoyang in the first place?" Commandery Prince Nanyang smiled and said, "Nanyang is good in every way except for one thing. It's not Luoyang." King Shou murmured, "Luoyang, what's so good about Luoyang?" Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Power, wealth, women, cultivation resources. Luoyang has everything you want. It's thousands of times better than Nanyang County." King Shou sighed and said, "Although Luoyang is good, it's also dirty." Commandery Prince Nanyang did not hear what King Shou said clearly and asked, "Brother, when will you let us out?" King Shou said, "You know what you've done. If I let you go just like that, I won't be able to answer to the people and the imperial court. Instead, the new party will have something to use against you. Therefore, we still have to put on a show." Commandery Prince Nanyang asked, "How do we put on a show?" King Shou said slowly, "You'll still be sentenced to death. Then, you'll be sent outside to be executed. Of course, this is all an act. The executioner's knife won't really cut you down. The dean will use his great power to create an illusion to make the people think that you're really dead. After that, you'll have to appear in Luoyang with a new identity." Commandery Prince Nanyang frowned and said, "So troublesome?" King Shou said helplessly, "Do you think what you've done is a small matter? According to the crimes that Zhou Zhong has confessed, each and every one of you will be beheaded. This is the only way to save your lives. From today onwards, Commandery Prince Nanyang is dead. You'll have a new identity. At that time, we'll find a way to let you enter the imperial court again. After that, you'll get back everything you've lost." Commandery Prince Nanyang had a thoughtful expression as he carefully considered King Shou's words. Indeed, since Li Yi's case was overturned, Commandery Prince Xiao Yun was no different from a dead man in the Great Zhou. His official position was revoked and he would never be employed by the imperial court again. Instead of using the useless identity of Commandery Prince Nanyang, he might as well change his appearance and start a new life. If King Shou really let him go so easily, Commandery Prince Nanyang would be suspicious. Li Mu and the Zhou clan were watching. If he let them go, King Shou wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. However, his plan was so meticulous that it wasn't possible for him to be deceived. It was most likely a decision made by the higher-ups. At this moment, King Shou continued, "I need all of you to act out this scene. Don't mess it up. Otherwise, all your previous efforts will be wasted and no one will be able to save you." Commandery Prince Nanyang no longer had any doubts. He nodded and said, "I understand." King Shou patted him on the shoulder and said, "Remember, even if a knife is placed on your neck, you must remain calm. This is because the executioners this time are all our people. Oh right, remember to tell the others. Otherwise, if they mess it up, everyone will be implicated and Li Mu won't be able to get rid of them." Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Don't worry. If anyone dares to mess it up, I'll take their life." In the court of the Zongjing Temple, Zhang Chun looked at the few guilty officials kneeling before him. He picked up a document and read it aloud. Minister Councillor Ai Tong of the Ministry of Revenue. During his reign, he coveted a huge amount of tax from the national treasury. According to the law of the Great Zhou, he is sentenced to death by beheading. Minister Wu Xing of Guanglu Temple. According to the law of the Great Zhou, he is sentenced to death by beheading. Wei Chong, Wang Ning, and Zhuo Xian. As officials of the Great Zhou, they participated in the trafficking of women and children and acted as a shield for evil forces. They are sentenced to death by beheading. Minister Chen Guang. They are sentenced to death by beheading. When Zhang Chun announced the sentence, there was no fear on the faces of the officials in the court. Some of them even looked at each other and laughed. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death. It was just that King Shou had already made it clear to them that this was just an act. When the time came, not only would they not die, but they would also usher in a more glorious life with a new identity. The death penalty documents of these officials had already been reviewed multiple times. After Zhang Chun announced the sentence in the court, more than 20 people were escorted to the execution ground. King Shou stood outside the Zongjing Temple and nodded at all the guilty officials who walked out of the temple. After receiving that hint from King Shou, everyone felt more at ease. They rushed to the execution ground without any fear, looking quite resolute. On the execution ground, screens surrounded the execution ground. The people below the execution ground couldn't see the specific situation on the execution ground. This time, those who were to be executed were all officials of the imperial court. There were even relatives of the emperor. The scene of their execution couldn't be seen by the people. Li Mu held Li Qing's hand and stood in the crowd. The main culprits and accomplices who framed her father back then were almost all here. Li Mu promised her that all the culprits of the case back then would receive the punishment they deserved. Behind the screens, more than 20 people knelt there. There was still no fear on their faces. Some of them even looked back at the executioner with a smile. Even though the executioner was used to big scenes, he still felt goosebumps from the strange gazes of these people who were about to die. Zhang Chun sat at the executioner's seat. He looked up at the sky, grabbed a bunch of sticks, and threw them out. He said, "The time is up. Start the execution." The executioner's knife was raised high and quickly brought down. Looking at the heads rolling next to him, one of the officials sighed in his heart. A 7th realm cultivator was indeed a 7th realm cultivator. This kind of realistic illusion almost fooled him, let alone the people. There were also a few people whose expressions changed when they noticed the blood of the people next to them splattering on them. However, the executioner behind them didn't give them time to think. With a slash of the knife, the heads were separated from the bodies and their souls scattered. Before and after the execution ground was completely silent. In the past, before the execution, the prisoners would cry and howl. This was probably the quietest execution that the people of the fairies' capital had ever seen. King Shou stood outside the execution ground and sighed deeply. He muttered, "In your next life, be a good person." Chapter 384. The execution was very strange. Even the people outside the execution ground could tell that something was wrong. They had seen executions in the past. It was normal for the prisoners to cry and scream before they died. There were also many who yelled and cursed. However, this time, there were no cries and no cursing. The execution platform surrounded by screens was silent. More than 20 people were calmly going to their deaths. It was so quiet that it was eerie. Soon, the cheers of the people drowned out the silence. Good execution. They are all criminals who wronged Lord Li back then. These people deserve to die. Lord Li can rest in peace now. At the front of the crowd, Li Qing held Li Mu's hand tightly and said, "Let's go." The two of them turned around. The people took the initiative to open a path for them. They walked slowly. The people behind them watched them leave. They clasped their fists and said, "I wish Lord Li and Miss Li a long and happy life together, grow old together, may you have a child." More than 20 guilty officials were beheaded, and the people all clapped their hands in joy. These people were not only accomplices in framing Lord Li Yi, but they themselves were also guilty of many crimes. Their death was a good thing for the country and the people. After the execution, some of the commoners even spat on the execution platform as they left, their faces filled with joy. King Shou sighed and said to a servant beside him, "Don't remove the screens yet. Inform their families to come and collect the bodies." The servant nodded and said, "Yes." King Shou put his hands behind his back and shook his head as he walked away. He said softly, "It's good that they're dead. There's no more trouble after they die." Zhang Chun walked behind him and said, "These people have committed countless crimes. It's too easy for them to die like this." Although these criminals were dead, they still thought that it was a trap. After today, they would reappear in the divine capital with a new identity. Although they died in the end, at least they didn't feel fear or pain before they died. King Shou said casually, "In life, there are some things that shouldn't be taken too seriously. It's fine if it's not too bad." The news that more than 20 officials from the old party, including Commandery Prince Nanyang and the elder brother of the concubine dowager, had been beheaded at the street corner quickly swept through Luoyang and shocked countless people. Are they really dead? No one saved them? The Shao clan hasn't done anything. Are they just going to be abandoned like that? What are they afraid of, and what are they afraid of? You still don't understand. They're obviously afraid of Li Mu. At the Zhou family's banquet, Zhou Chuan's face was pale. Qin Jian was dead, Gao Hong was dead, and the Duke of Nanyang, Xiao Yun was dead. Of the 7 main culprits back then, only he, the Duke of Zhongyong, and the Duke of Peace and Peace were left. Li Mu didn't even spare the accomplices, so how could he spare the main culprits? In particular, the death of the Duke of Nanyang had made him even more terrified. Even the Shao royal family could not escape Li Mu's punishment, let alone him. Zhou Chen lowered his head to eat, but his forehead was full of cold sweat. He knew what his father was worried about. The Duke of Nanyang and those people were dead. Perhaps his father would be his next target. More than half a year ago, Li Mu was still a small official in a remote county. Unexpectedly, in just half a year, he had grown into an existence that even the old party did not dare to provoke. The Shao royal family was not as fearful of the Zhou family as they were of Li Mu. Just before he came to Luoyang, Zhou Chen had tried to send an assassin to finish him off, but it had ended in failure. If Li Mu knew that he was the one who sent that assassin, wouldn't he be reduced to the same fate as those people this morning? In the Zhou family, while Zhou Chuan and his son were in shock, Li Mu was also hesitating in the Li residence. Until today, most of the people involved in the case back then had received the punishment they deserved. No accomplices had escaped, and there were still 4 main culprits in Luoyang. These 4 people were the Marquis of Zhongyong, the Earl of Ping'an, the Marquis of Yongding, and Zhou Chuan of the Zhou family. The first 3 bigwigs of Luoyang were involved in Zhou Zhong's scheme. They had no enmity with Li Yi. Zhou Zhong knew that he could not change the overall situation, so he deliberately lured them into the trap in order to get the 3 death exemption tokens in their hands. Before Zhou Zhong lured them in, Li Yi's fate was already sealed. These 3 people were just Zhou Zhong's pawns. Although they had bad records, there was no need to kill them. As for Zhou Chuan, although Li Mu wanted him to pay the price, there were 2 problems in front of him. First, the booklet that Zhou Zhong gave him contained evidence of the crimes of the old party officials. There was nothing about Zhou Chuan, so Li Mu could not overthrow him through the law. Second, Zhou Chuan was the Empress's uncle. Li Mu had already killed one of her younger brothers. He did not know how the Empress would feel if he killed another of her uncles. Even though she had left the Zhou family, the blood that flowed in her body was the same as the blood of the Zhou family. The Empress cared about him so much, so Li Mu could not ignore her feelings at all. He pondered for a long time and walked into the courtyard. He said to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, "I'm going to the palace. You don't have to wait for me to eat today." After informing them, Li Mu left the Li residence and went to the palace. He first went to the imperial kitchen and made a few dishes that the Empress liked. Then, he took the food box and went to Changle Palace. In Changle Palace, Zhou Yi looked at the unusually sumptuous meal on the table. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and said, "What's the matter? Speak." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Nothing." Zhou Yi picked up his chopsticks and said, "I'll only give you one chance." Li Mu said, "Among the people who killed Lord Li Yi, the former Minister of Works, Zhou Chuan, was also an important mastermind." Zhou Yi was silent for a long time. Then, he said lightly, "If you have evidence of his crimes, you can punish him according to the law. I will not protect him just because he is my uncle. If one day, the one who breaks the law is you, I will not protect you." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He walked out of Changle Palace and sighed in relief. Zhou Chuan was different from the others. No matter what, Li Mu could not go around the Empress and make a move on him. So, he needed to ask the Empress's opinion first. After getting the Empress's approval, there was only one problem left to solve. That was how to collect evidence of Zhou Chuan's crimes. The new party had only been established for 3 years. Moreover, the officials of the 2 parties were very different. The old party consisted mostly of influential officials, while the new party consisted mostly of new officials. In comparison, the influential officials had more misdeeds. Collecting evidence of the old party officials' crimes was easier than collecting evidence of the new party's crimes. Moreover, compared to the old party, the new party had stronger restrictions on the officials. This was also one of the reasons why Zhou Zhong had not been able to collect evidence of Zhou Chuan's crimes for so many years. Li Mu did not think that Zhou Zhong would be able to do something that Zhou Zhong had not been able to do for so many years. He walked out of the palace gates and stood outside for 15 minutes. Then, he walked toward the northern courtyard. This time, he did not go home. Instead, he stopped in front of another tall gate. Li Mu walked up and knocked on the door knocker. Soon, the gate opened a crack. A servant poked his head out and asked, "May I ask who your excellency is and why you have come to Zhou Mansion?" Li Mu looked at Zhou Mansion's gatekeeper and said indifferently, "Please go in and inform them that Censor Li Mu of the Secretariat has come to visit." A moment later, Zhou Chuan frowned and anxiously paced around the hall. He muttered, "Li Mu, what is he doing here? I won't see him. Let him go back." Zhou Xiong stretched out his hand and said, "No, if word gets out, outsiders will think that our Zhou family is afraid of Li Mu. Let him in." Zhou Chuan said, "Second brother, but it's fine. Let's see what he wants first." Zhou Xiong waved his hand and said, "His target might be you. Third brother, you should leave for now." After Zhou Chuan left, Zhou Ting said, "I'll leave as well." His only son had died at the hands of Li Mu. He could not face Li Mu calmly. A moment later, under the guidance of a servant, Li Mu passed through 2 doors, walked through several corridors, and arrived at a hall. Zhou Xiong was the only one in the hall. Li Mu walked into the hall. Zhou Xiong said indifferently, Lord Li, please take a seat. There's no need for that, Li Mu shook his head and said, I'm here today to tell you one thing. Zhou Xiong picked up his teacup and asked, what is it? Li Mu said, Zhou Chuan of the Zhou family was one of the main culprits who framed my father-in-law. Zhou Xiong said in a deep voice, that case is over. Li Mu said, that's what Duke Nanyang and Gao Hong thought too. Duke Nanyang and Gao Hong had just been executed. This was a blatant threat. Zhou Xiong slammed his teacup on the table and said loudly, Li Mu, what are you trying to say? Li Mu said indifferently, let Zhou Chuan ask to be exiled and this matter will end here. Zhou Xiong was stunned for a moment before he became furious. He stood up and gritted his teeth, you're dreaming. Li Mu shook his head and said, if it weren't for His Majesty, I would do it myself. At that time, it won't be as simple as being exiled. Don't force me. Zhou Xiong wanted to throw his teacup at Li Mu's face. He came to the Zhou family and asked the Zhou family to ask to be exiled. Who was the one forcing who? Zhou Xiong said angrily, what right do you have to say that? Li Mu looked at him and said, when I was in the northern county, I was assassinated. Don't think that I don't know that the mastermind behind the assassination was Zhou Chuan's son, Zhou Chen. Crash. Zhou Chen, who was eavesdropping in the back hall, was shocked when he heard Li Mu's words. He couldn't help but take a few steps back and knocked over a chair. He picked up the chair with a pale face and his body trembled slightly. In the front hall, Zhou Xiong said flatly, you're slandering me. Li Mu smiled and said, whether it's slander or not, you'll know when you get to the Imperial Clan Temple. I still have a lot of evidence of your Zhou family's crimes. At that time, it won't just be Zhou Chen's case. Zhou Chuan, Zhou Ting, and the other officials of your new party won't be able to escape. The fate of those officials on the execution ground today will be your fate. Zhou Xiong's face turned red. He pointed at him and said angrily, you. Li Mu looked at Zhou Xiong and said calmly, Chen Jian's grave is already covered in grass. Gao Hong and Prince Nanyang's bodies have just turned cold. I only asked Zhou Chuan to be exiled because of His Majesty. I have no interest in the fight between the old and new parties. However, if I don't punish Zhou Chuan and avenge my father-in-law, I won't be able to answer to my wife. Zhou Chuan's request to be exiled is my limit. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Chapter 385. After saying those words, Li Mu turned and left the Zhou family. After he left, a few figures walked out from the back hall. Zhou Xiong looked coldly at Zhou Chen and asked, is what Li Mu said true? Zhou Chen nodded and said fearfully, but back then, when I hired the assassin, I did not reveal any of my identity. Zhou Xiong sat in his chair and said weakly, how much leverage does he have on the Zhou family? Most of the conflicts in the imperial court could not be seen in the open. These conflicts in the dark were filled with blood and filth, and could not be shown in front of others. With the Shao clan's existence, the Zhou family could not avoid such filthy matters. Once they were exposed and seriously investigated, there was no doubt that the fate of the old party officials would be the fate of some of the new party members. Zhou Chuan said, I'm guessing that Li Mu is lying to us. Even the old party does not have any evidence. How would Li Mu know? Zhou Xiong looked at him and asked, what if? He looked at Zhou Chuan and said, even if he does not have more leverage, just the crime of assassination is enough to send your son to his death. Zhou Chen trembled and hugged Zhou Chuan's thigh. He said fearfully, Father, I don't want to die. I'm your son. You have to save me, Pa. Zhou Chuan slapped him away with a gloomy face and did not say a word. Li Mu's request for Zhou Chen and the other members of the new party to be spared was that Zhou Chuan himself had to request to be banished to the army. The place of banishment was either the demon nation or the ghost realm. Any sinner who went to such a place would have a slim chance of surviving. Some would even die 10 times out of 10. This unfilial son wanted him dead. At that moment, Zhou Chuan regretted giving birth to this son for the first time. At that moment, a figure slowly walked in from outside. Zhou Xiong stood up and said, Big brother. Zhou Jing said, I know. Zhou Xiong thought for a moment and asked, Big brother, can you divine if Li Mu is bluffing? Does he really have leverage on us? Zhou Jing shook his head and said, he has a magic treasure that can shield him from the heavenly secrets. I can't calculate anything related to him. Even if I didn't have that item, I might not be able to calculate these things. Zhou Xiong sat back down and asked worriedly, what should we do now? If Li Mu had come to the Zhou family to spout nonsense without any basis, there was a 90% chance that he was bluffing. However, he had directly pointed out the secret things that Zhou Chen had done, which made Zhou Xiong feel uncertain. If what Li Mu said was true, then they would have to give up on Zhou Chuan and be banished to the army. If they don't do as Li Mu said, Zhou Chen will die. Not only that, there is a certain possibility that the other officials of the new party will also be implicated. If Li Mu really has something on them, within the scope of the law, Li Mu could do whatever he wanted. This was something that everyone in Luoyang was aware of. How arrogant was the Shao royal family? They were even capable of doing things like forcing the emperor to abdicate the throne. However, in the end, they still had to watch the heads of over 20 officials from the old faction fall to the ground. Even the Duke of Nanyang could not be saved. Once Li Mu made public the evidence in his hands, the new party would probably follow in the footsteps of the old party. If Zhou Chuan did not leave, Zhou Chen would definitely die. Perhaps even more people would die. If Zhou Chuan asked to be banished, only 3 of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family would be left. This was a dilemma that only the head of the family, Zhou Jing, had the right to make. In the hall, everyone's gaze was on Zhou Jing. Zhou Chuan could not help but say, even if Li Mu really has something on us, can we trust what he says? What if he goes back on his words? Zhou Jing looked at him and said, no matter what decision you make, the Zhou family will agree. Zhou Chuan's voice gradually became softer as a bitter smile appeared on his face. If his eldest brother was not threatened by Li Mu, he would have clearly told him that the Zhou family would not be threatened and would not agree to Li Mu's request. Other than that, any decision he made would actually lead to another choice. Sacrificing him in exchange for the stability of the Zhou family and the new party. It turned out that he had been abandoned like the commandery prince of Nanyang. Zhou Chuan took a deep breath and said, let's do as Li Mu says. For the Zhou family, for the new party, and for our great cause. Zhou Jing was silent for a moment before he said, the family will prepare some things for you so that you can protect yourself. When the time is right, you can return to Luoyang. Zhou Chuan cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, thank you, eldest brother. The third of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family, the former Minister of Works, Zhou Chuan, felt guilty for framing Li Yi. Although he had been pardoned by the death exemption medallion, he still asked to be sent to prison and left Luoyang. This became another eye-catching event after the execution of the commandery prince of Nanyang and the others. Back when they framed Li Yi, they were all sentenced to death. Later, they were all pardoned by the death exemption medallion. The common people thought that this would be the end. They did not expect that it was only the beginning. After the commandery prince of Nanyang, Xiao Yun, and old concubine Gao's elder brother, Gao Hong, were pardoned by the death exemption medallion, they were sent to the execution ground for other crimes. In the end, they could not escape death. Although Zhou Chuan did not die, the crime of being sent to prison was not much different from delaying the execution of the death penalty. It was just that he would die a little later. At this point, all the main culprits and accomplices in Li Yi's case had paid the price with their lives. The other 3 fish that escaped the net, the Marquis of Zhongyong, the Earl of Pinghan, and the Marquis of Yongding, disappeared from Luoyang overnight after hearing and witnessing these things. Someone saw them leave Luoyang with their family the night before the execution of the commandery prince of Nanyang. Li residence. After Li Mu heard these things, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He pulled Li Qing into his arms and whispered in her ear, it's all over. Li Qing was silent. Not long after, a wet mark appeared on Li Mu's chest. After 14 years, the injustice of the Li residence was finally redressed. Those people who had inflicted suffering on them back then had finally received their overdue judgment 14 years later. Li Qing could only completely let go of certain things that she had been carrying in her heart at this moment. Li Mu hugged her. After a while, when he lowered his head, he realized that Li Qing had fallen asleep in his arms. He carefully carried her back to her room and placed her on the bed. He kissed her forehead gently and left the room. Zhou Chuan had volunteered to be banished. Li Mu had no intention of continuing to fight the Zhou family to the death. Firstly, he did not have anything on the Zhou family. He could trick them once, but he might not be able to trick them a second time. Secondly, 2 of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family had already died at the hands of Li Mu. Zhou Chu had even died at his hands. If he continued to be aggressive, he might be driven into a corner. Most importantly, he had to consider the Empress. After all, that was the family that had raised her. Even if this family had betrayed her and made her watch helplessly as the Zhou family was destroyed at the hands of Li Mu, it was still a form of torture for her. He had used less than a year to go from a nameless minor official to a person that both the new and old parties feared. In less than a year, too many changes had happened in Luoyang. As Li Mu walked on the streets, he no longer saw numb faces. The people's backs were straight, their eyes were bright, and they smiled from the bottom of their hearts. All of this showed that the Luoyang of today was no longer the Luoyang of the past. An old woman with a walking stick was walking on the street. She accidentally fell. A young man and a young woman passed by, quickly helped her up and helped her to the side of the road to rest. The old woman rested for a while, then leaned on her walking stick and slowly walked on the street. When she reached the corner of the street, she saw a beggar in ragged clothes. She thought for a moment, then took out a few copper coins from her sleeve and threw them into the beggar's bowl. The beggar kowtowed in gratitude. He took 2 copper coins and bought a bun from a bun shop by the street. He saw the shop assistant from the shop next door struggling to carry a box onto the carriage. He held the bun in his mouth and went forward to help carry the box onto the carriage. The shop assistant took a deep breath. Just as he was about to thank the beggar, he realized that there was no one behind the box. At this moment, a man in green walked over and asked, "Brother, may I ask where Restaurant Rui is?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "I happen to have something to do near Restaurant Rui. Follow me." The man thanked him and followed the shop assistant to Restaurant Rui. He happened to see a young man and a young woman's kite hanging on a tree. The 2 of them stood under the tree and waited. The man leaped up and easily plucked the kite. He smiled and handed it to the young man and the young woman. He said, "Go over there and fly it in an empty place." Li Mu was greeted by the people along the way. He could clearly feel the changes in Luoyang half a year ago. Li Mu was not the only one who could feel the changes. The people of Luoyang could feel it too. In the past, there was no good or evil in Luoyang. There was no right or wrong. It was chaotic and dark. Until half a year ago, a ray of light shone through the darkness. From then on, good and evil were separated in Luoyang. The officials and nobles who broke the law were punished the same as the common people. Be it the hedonistic sons of rich parents, the students of the academy, the important officials in the court, the nobles of Luoyang, or even the descendants of the royal family, they could no longer trample on the law and oppress the common people. This ray of light allowed the common people to walk out from the darkness and into the sunlight. Looking at the figure walking slowly on the street, countless people had reverence in their eyes. That was the light in all of their hearts. Chapter 386. Walking on the streets of Chengdu, Li Mu found that he seemed to be more and more fond of the human world. Especially after witnessing the changes in the people in the past half a year, the achievements and joy he got from it were far from what he got from cultivation. In this state of mind, his heart was empty. Even without the clear heart technique, he could still maintain absolute peace in his heart. Somehow, he even had a kind of enlightenment. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people. As long as he could practice these 2 words with himself, one day, he could rely on the hundreds of millions of people in the Great Zhou to advance to the upper realm. Now, he didn't have to do anything deliberately and could continue to absorb psychic power from the people. He was like a walking temple. He walked slowly on the street. What he saw and what he heard was the ecology of Chengdu, only a duck-like voice was mixed in it, which seemed a little out of place. Fortune-telling, fortune-telling, infertility treatment, ensuring the birth of a fat baby. You're not allowed to be free, you're not allowed to be free. This voice was a little familiar. Li Mu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a sloppy Taoist priest squatting at a corner of the street. In front of him was a Bagua diagram, and beside him was a flag with the words, Divine Strategy, written on it. The Taoist priest's spiritual sense was very sharp. The moment Li Mu looked over, the Taoist priest raised his head and looked at him. When he saw Li Mu, the Taoist priest was stunned for a moment. Then, he jumped up from the ground and said in amazement, "Why is it you again?" Li Mu walked over, smiled at him, and said, "Senior, we meet again." The Taoist priest scratched his head and said, "Why do I always run into you wherever I go?" That's not right." As he spoke, his tone suddenly changed. He grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said in shock, You have a good fortune." Li Mu said, "In the past few months, I encountered some opportunities." The old man let go of his hand and muttered, "Bullshit opportunity. Why can't I encounter such an opportunity?" Thinking back to more than a year ago, when he first met the young man in front of him, he was just a mortal who had lost his 7 souls and didn't have long to live. When he saw him for the second time, he was already in the omnipotent realm. Only half a year had passed, and when he saw him again, he was already in the creation realm. This made the scruffy Taoist priest doubt his life. At this rate, in another year or so, wouldn't he be inferior to him? He returned to his original position and waved his hand at Li Mu. Go. Let this old man be alone." Li Mu glanced at him and then turned to leave. When he met an old friend, he only went up to greet him out of politeness. To Li Mu a year ago, peak 6th realm cultivators were unreachable. But now, he was in close contact with 7th realm cultivators every day. In his eyes, 6th realm cultivators were just so. It wasn't until Li Mu's figure disappeared that the scruffy Taoist priest raised his head and looked in the direction he left. His heart was bitter and indescribable. He muttered, "Thief. God, this is not fair, not fair." Li Mu quickly forgot about the scruffy Taoist priest. Although he had avenged Li Qing, there were still some leftover problems. As the great Zhou FBI, some of the priests in the Department of Worship enjoyed the cultivation resources provided by the Imperial Court, but they didn't do anything for the Imperial Court and didn't listen to the orders of the Ministry of Personnel. They even became the private soldiers of the old party, disobeying imperial orders and doing whatever they wanted. Li Mu had thought of cleaning up the Department of Worship a long time ago. The Department of Worship was nominally under the command of the Ministry of Personnel, but it wasn't an office under the Ministry of Personnel. Before the Empress ascended the throne, the Department of Worship was directly responsible to the Empress. After the Empress ascended the throne, because she couldn't subdue the Department of Worship controlled by the old party, she established the internal guards. The bamboo guards of the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum guards were used to replace the Department of Worship. Of course, whether it was strength or resources, the internal guards were far inferior to the Department of Worship. The Department of Worship was supported by the Great Zhou's national treasury. Every year, large amounts of spiritual jade, fulu, talismans, and other cultivation resources were allocated from the national treasury. The internal guards were subsidized by the Empress herself. The highest cultivation of the internal guards was only 5th realm. In the Department of Worship, there were 2 great priests who were both 6th realm cultivators. There were also dozens of 5th realm priests. In Chang'e Palace, when he was eating with the Empress, Li Mu told her about cleaning up the Department of Worship, but the Empress was a little absent-minded. Zhou Yi didn't answer Li Mu's question. Instead, she asked, "Tell me, what's so good about being the Empress? Why can they disregard other people's lives and even their own for this position?" Zhou Chuan had already been sent away from the Immortals' capital today. Li Mu wasn't surprised that the Empress would feel this way. To the Empress, there was indeed nothing good about being the Empress. She wasn't keen on power, nor was she greedy for beauty. She didn't have anyone in her harem, and she didn't want to review memorials. To her, this position was a prison. But to others, controlling the life and death of hundreds of millions of people and becoming the ruler of the most powerful country in Zhou province was already a fatal temptation. Moreover, after becoming the empress, she could legitimately replenish her harem. If Li Mu was the empress, he could legitimately make Lu Hanyan empress and Li Qing noble consort. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai would be fair consort and virtuous consort. No one would have to be jealous of anyone. It was only natural for the empress to take in concubines. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was wonderful. There would no longer be a fire in the harem or an azura field. Zhou Yi glanced at Li Mu and said, "I'm asking you a question." "What are you laughing at?" Li Mu no longer fantasized. He withdrew his smile and said, "Your Majesty, not everyone is like your Majesty who doesn't like power. To them, becoming the emperor above hundreds of millions of people is a fatal attraction." Zhou Yi asked, "You too?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "This isn't my dream." Zhou Yi continued to ask, "Then what is your dream?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "This subject's dream is to take my wives to travel all over the 10 continents and 3 islands, see all kinds of sceneries, and finally find a quiet and secluded place. When I'm not cultivating, I'll raise flowers and vegetables and live the life of an ordinary person." Zhou Yi glanced at him and calmly asked, "You want to leave the imperial court?" Li Mu heard the fluctuation in her tone. To prevent her from thinking that he wanted to run away, he added, "Of course, not now." Zhou Yi asked, "Then when?" Li Mu said, "After I've helped your Majesty clear away all obstacles and solve all problems." Zhou Yi said indifferently, "I feel that the Yao Kingdom, the Ghost Realm, and the Demon's Sect are the biggest obstacles and troubles in my heart. I won't keep you for long. Once the Demon's Sect is destroyed, the Ghost Realm is subdued, and the Yao Kingdom is pacified, I will let you go." Li Mu was dumbfounded. The Yao Kingdom, the Ghost Realm, and the Demon's Sect. Which of these 3 powers hadn't existed for as long as the Great Zhou? Even if the Great Zhou perished, they might not necessarily perish. To put it bluntly, she wanted him to work for her for the rest of his life. Even when the Jade Emperor made things difficult for Sun Wukong, he didn't go so far. It was better to wait for the chickens to finish their rice, the dogs to finish their noodles, and the fire to burn out the logs. This way, Li Mu would at least have something to look forward to. At this moment, he had already decided to stick to his original plan. After helping her condense the next strand of Emperor Qi, he would take Lu Hanyan and the others and run away. There was a wider world outside, and he didn't want to waste his life on the Empress. Zhou Yi glanced at him and asked, "What, you're not willing?" Li Mu squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm willing to go through water and tread on fire for your Majesty. Not to mention destroying the Demon Sect, subduing the Ghost Realm, and pacifying the Yao Kingdom. When I'm strong enough, I can even go to the Eastern Sea and catch a dragon to be your Majesty's mount." Li Mu had long since figured out the Empress's personality. Ordinary women also liked to hear nice things, but the Empress wasn't an ordinary woman. She liked to flatter and praise even more. Regardless of whether she could do it or not, she had to get through this hurdle first. Zhou Yi asked, "Is what you said true?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Everything I said came from the bottom of my heart." Zhou Yi said indifferently, "Then swear to the heavenly Tao." Li Mu stared blankly at the Empress. He didn't expect that she wouldn't play by the rules. If he had said this to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, they would definitely have covered Li Mu's mouth before he swore to the heavenly Tao. Then, either coquettishly or angrily, they would say, "Who told you to swear? I don't want you to swear," and so on, and forget about this matter. But the Empress, it was fine if she didn't stop him, but she actually took the initiative to make him swear? Was an oath to the heavenly Tao something that could be casually sworn? Li Mu felt that the trust between humans was gone. "What, you're not willing?" Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and asked, "Could it be that everything you said just now was false?" Li Mu wanted nothing more than to slap his own mouth. But it was obviously too late. Looking at the Empress' serious eyes, Li Mu slowly raised his right hand, bent his thumb, and pointed to the sky. He gritted his teeth and said, "I, Li Mu, swear to the heavenly Tao that only after the Demon Sect is destroyed, the Ghost Realm is subdued, and the Demon Country is pacified, can I leave your Majesty. If I violate it, I will not have a good ending." Zhou Yi said, "Also, I really want to have a dragon as a mount." Li Mu's lips moved and said, "Your Majesty, how about we forget about this? The dragon race has a fishy smell, and it's slippery. It's not suitable to be a mount." Zhou Yi glared at him. "Hurry up." Chapter 387. Walking out of Chang'e Palace, Li Mu had to admit that he had been careless this time. He had been forced by the Empress to swear an oath to the heavens that he would only leave her after helping her destroy the demon sect, subdue the ghost realm, and pacify the Yao kingdom. Fortunately, Li Mu was quick-witted and changed a phrase when he swore. He said that he would not leave her until he finished these things, and not Shendu or Great Zhou. If he could abduct the Empress, then it would not be considered leaving her. Whether or not the Great Zhou could destroy the demon sect, subdue the ghost realm, and pacify the Yao kingdom was a matter for the Great Zhou court. In any case, Li Mu had fulfilled his oath to the Empress. Didn't she like to plant flowers? When the time came, he would open a garden for her next door to where he, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing lived in seclusion. As long as she did not feel bored, she could plant flowers for the rest of her life. Li Mu looked back and twitched the corner of his mouth. If she wanted to trick him, she would have to cultivate for a few more years. After swearing the oath, he once again brought up the matter of purging the office of consecration. What made Li Mu feel helpless was that, at some point in time, the Empress had handed over all the things that should have been done by her to him. She did not even hand it over to Li Mu. Instead, it was Li Mu who raised the problem and solved it himself. Now, she wanted Li Mu to be her slave for the rest of his life. If she had not given him so much and treated him so well, Li Mu might have gone back to inherit the Fulu school long ago. What really made Li Mu feel that he owed her was that the Empress had always stood by his side when facing the Zhou family and himself. She had also given him the greatest trust and the greatest freedom to reverse the verdict and take revenge for Li Qing's father. If he ran away like this, it would be too heartless. For a woman to treat him like this, even if Li Mu could not repay her with his body, he could not be so heartless. Consecrated office. Lord May of the Inner Guards had just arrived. He left behind an imperial edict and then floated away. The contents of the imperial edict made countless consecrators angry and dissatisfied. From today onwards, the consecration department would be under the management of the Bamboo Guards. Although they did not need to be merged into the Bamboo Guards, the Bamboo Guards Vice Commander Li Mu would be in charge of the consecration department. The Department of Offerings had always been a special existence in the imperial court. They were not from the academy, nor were they officials of the imperial court. Their relationship with the Great Zhou court was more like cooperation than subordination. The imperial court provided the consecrators with cultivation resources, while the consecrators worked for the imperial court. Both sides took what they needed. The Department of Consecration had always been an independent department, never under the jurisdiction of an official of the court. Even the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs could only request for a consecrator and not order them to do so. This imperial edict shook the position of the consecrated division. For cultivators, a country was already a vague concept to them. What cultivators pursued their entire lives was supreme strength and the ethereal heavenly path. Most cultivators despised becoming a lackey of the imperial court, or rather, a lackey. However, the path of cultivation was not something that could be achieved by one person alone. Cultivation required resources, and cultivation resources were not easy to obtain for most cultivators without any background. In order to obtain cultivation resources like spiritual jades more easily, some cultivators with some strength would put down their pride and choose to become a consecrator of the imperial court. But this did not mean that they were willing to be under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. After becoming a consecrator, these people were still more unruly than the officials of the imperial court. They would submit to the strong, but would not submit to official rank. What is the Empress thinking? She actually let a brat control us? Although his talent is not bad, his cultivation has only just reached the 5th realm. What right does he have to command us? He killed more than 20 people from the old faction and forced Li Mu to ask for exile. Has Li Mu's hand finally reached the Department of Offerings? I don't know if you can tolerate it, but I can't. We must express our stance in protest. Everyone, don't come to the Department of Offerings tomorrow. Doesn't he want to be the master of the Department of Offerings? Just let him be the master of the Department of Offerings. Most of the consecrators in the Department of Offerings were opposed to this matter. If the Empress let a 6th realm cultivator take charge of the Department of Offerings, it would be fine. But Li Mu was only at the 5th realm, and had just reached the 5th realm. Any random consecrator here was stronger than him. To make them listen to the orders of a weakling was something that was very difficult to accept. Of course, among them, there was also a large portion who had long been bribed by the benefits of the old faction and harbored enmity towards Li Mu. Under this enmity, there were very quickly people who began to incite the other consecrators to take Li Mu down a notch. A group of people noisily left the Department of Offerings. 2 elders with similar appearances stood in the courtyard with their hands behind their backs. The elder on the left said, "What do you think?" The elder on the right thought for a moment and said, "Killing him a little is good for his spirit. We have to let him know that the Department of Offerings is not a place where he can behave atrociously." The Empress temporarily placed the Department of Offerings under the Bamboo Guards. As the deputy commander of the Bamboo Guards, Li Mu naturally became the direct superior of the Department of Offerings. A few days ago, he had done a detailed search for information on the Department of Offerings. Currently, there were 2 6th realm cultivators in the Department of Offerings. Both of them had just reached the 6th realm several years ago, and they were a pair of twin brothers. For the imperial court, 5th realm consecrators were easy to recruit, but 6th realm high consecrators were very difficult to recruit. When one's cultivation reached this level, they could already be considered one of the few powerful cultivators in the world. Whether it was out of dignity or the pursuit of a higher realm, they would not be willing to be the imperial court's lackeys. This also led to the imperial court having to pay a huge price every time they recruited a 6th realm cultivator. Not only did the imperial court have to provide them with large amounts of spiritual jades every year, but they also had to satisfy their various requests. After Li Mu saw the benefits of the 2 high consecrators, even he wanted to become a high consecrator himself. Li Mu could do what they could do, and Li Mu could do what they could not. He could guarantee that it would be worth more than the cost. If the imperial court gave him the resources given to these 2 people, Li Mu could guarantee that he would be able to create even greater value for the imperial court than them. Most importantly, these 2 people did not make much of a contribution every year. Li Mu even killed several dozen elders of the demon sect. The contributions of these 2 high consecrators to the imperial court were greater than the contributions of the entire Department of Offerings. However, other than the Empress's love, he did not receive anything else. This made Li Mu feel very unbalanced. He walked into the Department of Offerings and found it abnormally quiet. There were about 100 or so consecrators in the imperial court. Not everyone was at the Department of Offerings every day, but no matter the time, there should be at least 10 people on duty here. However, Li Mu went through all the duty rooms and did not see a single person. He found an old man cleaning in the backyard. After asking, he found out that there were usually at least 20 consecrators in the Department of Offerings, but today, there was not a single one. It was obvious that they were targeting him. The entire Department of Offerings was more united than Li Mu had imagined. There was no one in the Department of Offerings, so there was no point for Li Mu to stay here. He said to the old man cleaning, "Tell them that in 3 days, all the consecrators in the divine capital must report to the Department of Offerings. Those who do not make it in 3 days will be expelled from the Department of Offerings." Before leaving the Department of Offerings, Li Mu took a list of consecrators with him. On the list, it was clearly written which consecrators were out on missions and which ones did not have missions to stay in the divine capital. It was also very simple to inform them. The consecrators were treated very well. There was an entire square in the divine capital dedicated to consecrators. Among them, only Realm 4 consecrators could be allocated a courtyard with 2 entrances. Realm 5 consecrators lived in residences with at least 3 entrances and 3 entrances. The 2 great consecrators' residences both had 5 entrances and were fully staffed with servant girls and servants. When he learned of this news, Li Mu even cried out on behalf of old Jianghu for a while. In truth, when he had first arrived in the divine capital, he would not have had to work so hard if he wanted to live in a larger residence. He only needed to resign his official position and join the Department of Offerings, and he would immediately be given a courtyard with 2 entrances or even 3 entrances. The imperial court treated these outsiders much better than the officials. Li Mu's request that all the consecrators in the Department of Offerings must report to the Department of Offerings within 3 days was quickly made known to all the consecrators. What does this mean? If we're expelled from the Department of Offerings within 3 days, can he expel everyone if none of us go? I'd like to see what he'll do when he's the only one left in the Department of Offerings. That's not good. Li Mu is not to be trifled with. Look at all the things he's done in the past. Which one of them wasn't serious? What if he really expels all of us? Heh, would a Department of Offerings with only him still be called a Department of Offerings? When the time comes, the one to be expelled will only be Li Mu. He'll have to invite us back in the same way he expelled us. Since that's the case, let's not go. After leaving the yamen, Li Mu passed by the Department of Offerings on his way home and swept his gaze over it. Tomorrow was the 3-day deadline. He wasn't sure what the outcome would be tomorrow. But he was clear that a new official would make 3 sweeping fires. The first fire had to burn brighter. If he couldn't establish his authority, he wouldn't be able to mingle in the Department of Offerings in the future. The current problem was that the Department of Offerings had as many experts as there were clouds. That place was not the imperial court, and the offerings were not officials of either party. Any sort of open or secret schemes were useless. In that place, absolute strength was the only thing that mattered. Unfortunately, Li Mu's own strength was not great, and he was also a commander without any reliable helpers. Just by himself, how could he contend against a group of experts of the same level? Fortune-telling, treating infertility, guaranteeing the birth of a fat child. As he walked down the street, a familiar voice once more sounded by his ear. Li Mu looked in a certain direction and suddenly thought of a plan. At the corner of the street, the slovenly Taoist priest was currently soliciting customers. In front of his divination stall, a shadow suddenly appeared. He raised his head and glanced at Li Mu, then waved his hand as if he was swatting away a fly. Quickly leave. This old man doesn't want to see you. This time, Li Mu did not leave. Looking at the Taoist priest, he said, Senior's cultivation is so high. To be a fortune teller is a waste of talent. I don't know if Senior wants to become a offerings in the imperial court. Offerings? The Taoist priest jumped up from the ground, glaring angrily at Li Mu. Gritting his teeth, he said, what kind of person is this old man? This old man doesn't even care about the 6 great sects. What is the Great Zhou court? You actually want this old man to be a dog of the imperial court. If this wasn't the divine capital, this old man would definitely turn you into a dog first. Li Mu continued, with Senior's cultivation, if you join the Department of Offerings, you can become a great offering and live in a 5-sectioned residence. The imperial court will also provide you with maids and servants. The Taoist priest looked at Li Mu and said, before this old man changes his mind, you'd best leave quickly. Li Mu shook his head, saying, Senior probably doesn't want the heavenly fortune talisman either. Just as he turned around, someone grabbed his wrist. The Taoist priest grabbed Li Mu's hand and said seriously, whether it's the heavenly fortune talisman or not isn't important. The main thing is that this old man wants that big residence. You're still young, so you don't understand. After drifting for a lifetime, when you get older, what you seek is a stable place, a place that can shelter you from the wind and rain. Oh right, you mentioned the heavenly fortune talisman just now. What? Is it a heavenly fortune talisman if you join the Department of Offerings? P.S. Recommending the Book of the Old Days by the Bear Wolf Dog. The world is about to be in chaos. Demons are emerging in an endless stream. Chu Qiguang is guarding his territory. Looking at the demons working peacefully and the old employees who have just turned into zombies, he shouted, how dare you call the sun and moon to change the sky? Chapter 388. From the sloppy Taoist priest's reaction, Li Mu knew that he had made the right bet. All 6th-level cultivators would eventually face a problem, their lifespan. Without reaching the upper 3 realms, their lifespan would not be able to break through the limits of mortals. 260 years, or 120 years, was their life and death moment. If they were mortals, then it would be fine. Although 260 years was a long enough lifespan, mortals could not escape from old age, sickness, and death. Most people could not even live past 160 years, so naturally they would not encounter a situation where their lifespan ran out. But cultivators were different. As long as a 6th-level cultivator did not seek death like the Thousand Illusions Venerable Master or the Nether Saint, they would not die so easily. The only thing that could kill them was time. A heavenly secret talisman could buy them 10 years of lifespan. In these 10 years, as long as they broke through to the 7th level, they would immediately gain another 60 years of lifespan. Thus, there was no need to be envious of these 6th-level cultivators, especially those at the peak of the 6th level. Although they were incomparably prominent in front of others, they might not have many years left in their lifespan. Although their cultivation was not as high as theirs, from now on, they could live longer than them. Li Mu looked at the sloppy Taoist priest and said, "The imperial court has always been generous to the offerings. As long as Senior joins the offerings department, I guarantee that you will receive a heavenly secret talisman within a year." Although the materials for the heavenly secret talisman were precious, if the imperial court wanted to gather them, they could also gather a few sets. After the excitement just now, the old man had already calmed down. He glanced at Li Mu and said, "Kid, don't try to trick me. The heavenly secret talisman is a saint-level Fulu. Even those old fellows in the Fulu school could not draw it. Who in the great Zhou court can draw a saint-level talisman?" Seeing was believing. Li Mu stretched out his hand and swiped at the air in front of him. An illusory image of a Fulu covered in mysterious runes appeared before the Taoist priest's eyes. He could easily reproduce the Fulu that he had once drawn. Taoist priest looked at Fulu on the screen, and his eyes lit up. "Saint level, it's really a saint level." Then, his face was filled with smiles again as he said, "To be honest, although this old man has spent most of his life traveling outside, this old man was born in the Great Zhou dynasty and can be considered a citizen of the Great Zhou dynasty. It is only right for me to do something for the Great Zhou dynasty. This old man will enter the Department of Consecration." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Senior is truly righteous. Tomorrow morning, you can directly report to the Veneration Department." After bidding farewell to the Taoist priest, Li Mu finally felt at ease. In the end, the consecrated office was a place where strength spoke. Without a super powerhouse holding down the fort, Li Mu did not have the confidence to speak. Speaking of which, exchanging a divine secret talisman for a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th realm was a very good deal. Unfortunately, the materials needed for the saint-level Fulu were very precious, and this talisman could not be mass-produced. Otherwise, as long as the Empress announced to the world that she would give a divine secret talisman to any 6th realm powerhouse who joined the consecrated office, the Department of Consecrated Office of the Great Zhou would be the most powerful force in the 10 continents and 3 islands. What 6 schools and 4 sects? Even the demonic path would not be able to compete with them. The divine secret talisman was not only useful for 6th realm powerhouses, but also for 7th realm powerhouses. Although the divine secret talisman did not increase the lifespan of powerhouses above the transcendent realm by that much, every year of lifespan increased the chances of advancing. Every time one advanced a level in the upper 3 realms, their lifespan would increase by 60 years. If they made the right bet, their lifespan would be extended by 60 years. Who would not be tempted? As long as there were enough materials, he could let the Empress visit him every few days. With the help of her talisman, Li Mu was confident that he could turn the consecrated office into a retirement home for the super powerhouses of the continent. Of course, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. This plan, at present, could only be imagined by Li Mu. Early the next morning, Li Mu arrived at the consecrated office a quarter of an hour later than the usual time. Inside the consecrated office, it was quiet. Apart from the old man sweeping the floor, there was no one else in the entire consecrated office. Li Mu moved a chair and sat in the courtyard of the consecrated office. The old man sweeping the floor obeyed Li Mu's instructions. He took an incense burner, inserted an incense stick, lit it, and placed it in the courtyard of the consecrated office. Li Mu looked at the incense stick and said, "Tell them, before this incense stick burns out, if they do not report to the consecrated office, they will be expelled from the consecrated office, and all the rewards bestowed by the imperial court will be withdrawn. From now on, they will no longer enjoy the treatment of a consecrated. The old man walked out of the consecrated office and walked briskly towards a nearby market. Jianghu Square. There were hundreds of markets in the immortals' capital, each with its own function. Jianghu Square was a residential market, located in the core area of the immortals' capital. Although it was a residential market, the people who lived in the market were not commoners, officials, or nobles. They were consecrated members recruited by the imperial court. The consecrated members were the same as the officials of the imperial court. They ate the salary of the imperial court, and their treatment was even better than the officials. Every person had a house bestowed by the imperial court, and all the maids and servants in the house were available. In a certain house in Jianghu Square, 10 or so consecrated members were gathered together. Expelling them from the consecrated office in less than the time of an incense stick. Who is he trying to scare? Expelling everyone from the consecrated office, how will he explain this to the imperial court? This morning, not a single person went. I want to see how he will deal with this. After discussing for a while, they decided to continue staying here. In some other houses in the square, there was also hesitation in the eyes of some people. Should we go or not? Li Mu is not someone to be trifled with. The Empress also favors him so much. How many people have fallen into his hands? If he really expels us, where will our future cultivation resources come from? Why don't we just forget about it? The Xiao family has not given us any benefits. We have no need to oppose Li Mu. Li Mu sat in the consecrated office. Ever since the incense stick had burned halfway, consecrated members had begun to walk in from outside. After clasping their hands to Li Mu, they returned to their respective duty rooms. There was also a portion of people who stood outside the consecrated office, chatting and laughing with the people beside them. They were all consecrated members of the consecrated office, but they did not walk in. Their gazes would occasionally glance at the incense stick, as if they were waiting for something. Only when the last stick of incense had burned out did they walk into the consecrated office. If they were frightened by Li Mu on his first day at the consecrated office and obediently returned to the consecrated office in less than the time of an incense stick, then they could forget about having a good life in the future. The reason they had waited until the incense stick had burned out before walking into the consecrated office was to give Li Mu a show of strength. They had to let Li Mu know that the consecrated office was not the same as the imperial court. However, when the incense stick had burned out and the first person outside the door wanted to walk into the consecrated office, a figure blocked their way. That fifth realm consecrated looked at Li Mu, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Lord Li, what are you doing?" Li Mu said indifferently, "This is the consecrated office." That consecrated said, "Could it be that we consecrated members cannot enter the consecrated office?" Li Mu said, "In the past, yes, but not now. Before the incense stick has burned out, everyone who did not report to the consecrated office has already been expelled from the consecrated office. I will give you all 1 day to move out of Jianghu Square, and henceforth do not act in the name of consecrated members of the Great Show." That consecrated did not expect that Li Mu would actually dare to do this. His face darkened as he said, "Lord Li, this is your first day at the consecrated office. Are you going to be so ruthless?" As he spoke, a fierce aura emanated from his body. The consecrated behind him also had an invisible aura rising from his body. Under the pressure of this aura, a few strands of hair by Li Mu's ears were blown up, and his clothes also fluttered loudly. A piece of the green brick under his feet was crushed by his foot. The next moment, Li Mu took a step forward. Boom! An even more powerful aura erupted from his body. The dozen or so consecrated at the entrance of the consecrated office retreated several steps under this aura. The fifth realm consecrated could still barely hold on, but several fourth realm cultivators directly fainted under the impact of that aura. Li Mu looked at them and said indifferently, "From now on, you are no longer consecrated members of the imperial court. The consecrated office is an important place of the imperial court. Those who trespass into the consecrated office without permission will be expelled, and those who trespass repeatedly will be killed without mercy." Several fifth realm consecrated members struggled to resist Li Mu's aura pressure, their hearts extremely shocked. They did not expect Li Mu to be able to release such an aura when he had just advanced. In that instant, they even felt as if they were facing a sixth realm cultivator. Li Mu's strength was far stronger than they had imagined. They originally wanted to show him their strength, but now they were the ones who could not step down. Just as these people did not know how to deal with it, a gentle force swept over them. The aura emanating from Li Mu collided with this gentle force and cancelled each other out. Two elders with similar appearances slowly walked to the entrance of the consecrated office. The head consecrated is here. Greetings, head consecrated. Seeing the two old men, the crowd seemed to have found their backbone and bowed to greet them. The elder on the left glanced at them and said, "What are you all standing here for? Hurry up and go in." The head consecrated spoke, and these people heaved a sigh of relief. The leader was about to enter, but just as he took a step into the consecrated office, he was suddenly hit in the chest by a golden light, and his entire body was sent flying. After sending one person flying, the Tao bell shrunk to the size of a palm and floated on Li Mu's shoulder. Seeing this, the few consecrated who were about to enter immediately stopped in their tracks. They never would have thought that Li Mu would not even give face to the head consecrated. The elder who had spoken just now had a dark expression and asked, "Lord Li, what is the meaning of this?" "Nothing." Li Mu looked at him and said calmly, "I have said before that those who do not last 5 minutes will be expelled from the consecrated office. These people are standing outside the consecrated office and dragging their feet until the incense burns out. Clearly, they do not want to be consecrated anymore. The consecrated office is an important place of the imperial court. Not just any random person can casually enter." The elder looked at him and asked slowly, "The two of us are also late. Does Lord Li want to expel the two of us from the consecrated office as well?" Sixth realm cultivators were not easy to recruit. Li Mu did not have this authority. Although Li Mu really wanted to expel them to save resources for the imperial court, if he really did expel them, the imperial court would probably also put pressure on the empress. Li Mu looked at him and said, "Seeing that you are the head consecrated, I can make an exception this time. There will not be a next time. There is no need to wait for a next time." The elder who had not spoken all this time snorted and said coldly, "If you want to expel them today, then the two of us will voluntarily resign. You can expel us as well while you are at it." Li Mu looked at this elder in shock. There was actually such a good thing? He was just worrying about how to expel them. With the sloppy Taoist priest, who was at the peak of the sixth realm, there was no need for the two of them. Wasn't this just a waste of the imperial court's resources? Li Mu looked at the two of them in surprise and said, "Words are no guarantee. Why don't the two of you make an oath to the heavenly Tao?"
Chapter 1762. What are the rumors outside? At this moment, Lin Fei, who was in the special space, did not know. After sweeping everything clean in his lair, Lin Fei was in a good mood. He took out the delicacies that he carried and ate leisurely. He would not lose anything this time. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to wait for the system update to end. Time passed in the blink of an eye. When Lin Fei ate the second bottle of wine, the communication jade talisman that he carried with him had a sound. He took it out and saw that it was from Tianyang of the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Their reaction is really fast. Lin Fei casually replied. Then, he received several messages. Other than the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce, Hell and Heaven, there was also Lu Ziyue of the Sky Fortune Building and the Great Commander of Primal Chaos City. Lin Fei expected their reaction as they were well informed. Ding! System update complete. Opening. Just as Lin Fei was thinking, the cold voice that he had not heard for a long time sounded again. The voice that he usually found unpleasant was more familiar to Lin Fei than anyone else. Finally done. After a moment, Lin Fei opened the system and looked forward to it. Little demon. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to look at the system. He called the little demon. Without this fellow by his side, he was not used to it. Dear master, you really did not disappoint me. The first thing you thought of was me. With a flash of light, the little demon flew out with its triangular tail and stood on Lin Fei's shoulder. Damn, you grew up. Compared to before, the little demon had grown up. Lin Fei was shocked. The little demon proudly said, I have to thank Master for being able to reach the heavenly god realm so quickly. The system also improved, and I, as a guide, also improved. Naturally, I grew up. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. You grew up, did you have new skills? You are not as useless as before, right? The little demon curled its lips and said in a wronged manner, I knew Master would dislike me. Lin Fei was speechless. You are a guide. Is there a need to learn to be wronged? You are not a 3-year-old child. Acting wronged is a very shameless thing to do. Just like acting cute. Stop pretending. You little brat, I don't know what you're thinking. Lin Fei mercilessly attacked the little devil. Hee hee, this is a secret for now. Let's wait until you look at the system. The little demon whet its appetite. Let me remind you this time, the system upgrade, there are many functions that will definitely give you a new experience. So awesome? Lin Fei opened the system, and an interface appeared before him. He pulled out the attributes page. The system was the status page as before. Player, Lin Fei Bloodline, Time Bloodline, Space Bloodline Realm. 1-star Heavenly God Realm Distance Upgrade Invincibility. 5678252 Divinity Points. 9825227422252 God King Fragment can summon an Eternal God King Powerhouse. Cultivation Technique. God Level 1/ Time Technique. 4. Space Technique. 3. Hongmeng 18 Clones. God Level Technique. Position. Mighty Invincible General. A general without an army. Requires 100,000 divinity to activate. Experience Treasure Chest. Heavenly God Level. Can open Heavenly God equipment, including upper, middle, and lower. Experience Treasure Chest temporarily opened. Looking at the new attributes. Lin Fei was first surprised by the upgrade. Damn. This requires 10 billion experience points? Or 10 trillion? Lin Fei was a little confused. Ding. The system is automatically replying. Player has stepped into a new realm. This is a new realm, and also a new journey. You have already revealed your invincible state, but this is not enough. The road to invincibility is still very long, and the system is tailor-made for the player to level up. You just need to collect enough divinity. The road to invincibility, it is that simple. Listening to the system's hot-blooded words, Lin Fei blinked at the little demon. It can't be, did I hear wrongly? Leveling up with divinity is enough? All along, Lin Fei was used to leveling up experience, suddenly replaced by divinity. Naturally, he was a little unable to adapt. 100 divinity, if this news spread out, who knows how many people would be dumbfounded. You didn't hear wrongly, the system is also right. The road to invincibility is that simple. The little demon said very seriously, as long as the master keeps collecting divinity, leveling up is that simple. Lin Fei admitted that the system made sense. Invincibility was that simple. Who asked him to have the leveling up system? Next, my focus will be on divinity. This is forcing me to snatch divinity from them. Lin Fei touched his nose, pointed at an item on the attribute panel. Then what is this great general? I still need 100,000 divinity. When will I be able to activate it? The little demon smiled. Master, divinity is not that simple. Of course it is to kill people. There is no divinity in this world. Whoever offends you, kill. It is best to exterminate the whole family. 100,000 divinity, it is a piece of cake. All right. Lin Fei really couldn't refute. But this mighty and invincible great general, I still like it. The name sounds very domineering. This experience treasure chest, will it also be opened in a different way, no longer requiring divinity points to open? Lin Fei temporarily suppressed his curiosity about the great general. This matter couldn't be rushed. Master, you're really smart. This is a new system, so there will definitely be changes. The chests are now divinity chests, so how can they be opened with divinity points? Master can use divinity points to open them. For example, Master can currently open them 10 times a day. As your cultivation increases, you'll only need 50 divinity points to open them. How black-hearted. Lin Fei was very unhappy. This is forcing me to get divinity points. Master, 50 divinity points each time is very cost-effective. If you are lucky, you can also get a mid-grade divine artifact, even a high-grade divine artifact. Compared to that, it is very satisfying. Lin Fei was speechless again. 50 divinity points to be able to draw good things, it was indeed very cost-effective. This was a privilege that belonged to him. Originally, he thought that the divinity points that he had plundered from the nest were not small, but now, it seemed that the divinity points were just beginning to be used. How much would be used up? Lin Fei closed the attribute page and looked at the other pages. Compared to before, the system was more concise. There was no superfluous thing. Divine level technique promotion? On one of the pages, Lin Fei saw the promotion of divine level technique. This was interesting. Lin Fei opened the page. The image changed. Divine level / 1-star battle strength. Can be upgraded to 10 stars. Hongmeng 18 clones, 1-star battle strength. Can be upgraded to 10 stars. The time technique and space technique did not appear. The rest of the techniques did not have the corresponding display. Master, the techniques that you practiced before, the battle strength did not reach 1 star. Only 1-star battle strength will be listed here. Chapter 1763. This function was good. Lin Fei thought to himself. Wasn't it just for him? With this function, he might be able to upgrade the 18 primordial god clones. At that time, all his celestial god clones would be 9-star celestial god realm. This upgrade isn't cheap, right? The function was out. Lin Fei knew that it would definitely be difficult to upgrade. Master, you guessed it right again. This upgrade also requires godhood. Each upgrade requires 1,000 godhood, and the success rate is not guaranteed. The little demon dealt a heavy blow. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. I knew it wouldn't be cheap. 1,000 godhood for each upgrade. 10 times would require 10,000 godhood. From the looks of it, the number of godhood would increase in the future. He was forced once again. Godhood was still godhood. The 18 primordial god clones were still very important to him. As long as there was a way, Lin Fei wanted to upgrade them. Even if the success rate was low, he had to try. Lin Fei still remembered that when he played this leveling game, he had used countless materials to upgrade his cultivation technique. Lin Fei closed this page and looked at the other pages. Each page was an eye-opener. For example, the embedding page was newly opened. One could embed all kinds of powerful attributes on god armor or god weapons to increase one's overall combat strength. There was even a chance to launch an instant kill like Holy Strike. Embedding these attributes needed to be bought with godhood. Just like now, godhood had become a common currency. Attribute stones were also divided into 1-star to 10-star attribute stones, and the price went from low to high. Every attribute stone had a success rate and failure rate. Similarly, there were also support tools. Lin Fei suspected that the system had fallen into a money hole. The cash-strapped Lin Fei could only watch for the time being. He really couldn't do anything. Who asked him to lack godhood? After looking through it, Lin Fei understood most of it. Overall, after the leveling system was updated, it showed its strong side. Of course, there was a prerequisite, and that was having godhood. As long as you had godhood, you didn't lack anything. Lin Fei felt like he was just a player. Unfortunately, it was not possible to top up. Otherwise, Lin Fei really wanted to top up a sum of money. After struggling for a while, Lin Fei did not forget something important. This special space was created by a godly venerable one. Is there any way for me to extract my divine power? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei wasn't sure how many divinity points there were in this special space, but he was sure that it was a terrifying number. That's easy. Have you forgotten about the forceful extraction? Forceful extraction? Lin Fei immediately thought of one of the properties that he had just seen. It seemed to be called forceful extraction. It sounded really cool. He hurriedly opened this page's attribute window. Lin Fei was amused by what he saw. Good, that's great. With this, there's no need to be anxious. Lin Fei applauded. It was really tailor-made. If he had to collect it by himself, who knew how long it would take? The little devil had a disapproving look on his face. It's not as easy as you think after I level up again. Lin Fei was immersed in joy. Collect for me. He opened forceful extraction. Lin Fei only felt the surrounding divinity surging toward him, instantly drowning him in the waves of divinity points. A huge vortex appeared, and the divinity point vortex grew bigger and bigger. Boom, boom, boom. His lair collapsed, unable to resist the divinity point vortex. Lin Fei's leveling system increased his divinity points rapidly like a rocket, breaking through 100 million. This speed was even more terrifying than the last time he absorbed at the Divine Mountain. The divinity point vortex expanded, and wherever it passed, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Without the nourishment of divinity, the earth turned into yellow sand, and there was an aura of death. With the divinity point constantly surging, Lin Fei was overjoyed. This is awesome! The system absorbed frantically. Lin Fei knew that he had recovered his capital. After absorbing the divinity point here, all the losses would be recovered. Ding! Congratulations player for breaking through 1 trillion divinity points. Ding! Congratulations player for breaking through 10 trillion divinity points. A unit of 100 million could not satisfy divinity points. The number of divinity points had also increased from 100 million to trillions. At this time, if Lin Fei attacked, no one could stop his crazy attack. After a storm, they would die without a doubt. In terms of divinity point storage, Lin Fei was probably ranked at the top in the entire territory. Lin Fei was still absorbing divinity points. As his divinity points kept breaking through, Lin Fei was also shocked. The divinity points in this world contained divinity points. How many divine stones had that hierarch expert refined? Unfortunately, the people of the weapon refining sect were not angry, and now they were all given to Lin Fei for free. 100 trillion. 4 hours later, Lin Fei's divinity points broke through the terrifying level of 100 trillion, and the speed did not stop. Fortunately, the system is here. Otherwise, I can only stare at such a good thing. An expert had a certain amount of divinity points in their body. The weapon refining sect was like a treasure mountain, and he could only use time to absorb and refine it. Lin Fei was now full of divinity points. If I fight with old ancestor stone now, I can directly use 1 trillion divinity points. Won't I completely destroy him? Lin Fei said to himself happily. That feeling was too good. It was a complete and utter suppression. Lin Fei became more and more confident. After the fusion of the 3-star realm, when the divinity points were activated, no one could block his attack. The strong absorption lasted for a full 10 hours. At this time, the space was filled with the aura of death. The mountain range that was originally full of vitality had turned into a piece of yellow sand, and there were no traces of it before. So comfortable. Lin Fei stood up lazily. His original lair had long turned into yellow sand. He now stood on the yellow sand, looked around and sighed. That expert really invested a lot. Checking the divinity points, it was finally fixed at a terrifying number of 3,000 trillion. Lin Fei was now really a rich man. A big tycoon. Congratulations master for obtaining 3,000 trillion divinity points. The little devil smiled. In the future if anyone is unhappy, I will slap them to death. Lin Fei also laughed. Yes, slap them to death. I don't know if I will be able to slap them to death if I meet that hierarch shadow again. Thinking about it, I am really looking forward to it. Master can definitely do it. Back then, that hierarch shadow's attack power was not even at the level of 1 trillion. As long as Master can use 1 trillion power, you can block the attack. If it is 10 trillion, you can break through the defense and severely injure the opponent. Lin Fei blinked. You can even calculate this. The little devil laughed. Now that I have advanced, I can naturally calculate this kind of small matter. Moreover, there is something you don't know. You'll find out later. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. You might as well not say it. You are purely baiting me. Chapter 1764. P.S. Only one update today. That D. Tian is still in the weapon refining sect? He has been in there for a long time. Is he recuperating? Why do you care what he is doing in there? He destroyed the entire weapon refining sect in one breath. Even old ancestor Shi seems to have been killed. Who can be blamed for this? I heard that old ancestor Shi coveted D. Tian's invincible weapon refinement technique and arranged for his disciples to surround and annihilate D. Tian. It's a pity that D. Tian is even more terrifying than we imagined. Yes, old ancestor Shi has done this many times in the past. This time, he has really hit a wall. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A ray of sword light slashed over, killing the half-step heavenly deity who was talking. The other half-step heavenly deities also lost their godheads in the blink of an eye. Dog, how dare you speak ill of Big Brother Shi? You deserve to die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A figure appeared in the sky. This person had a ferocious face and was as tall and sturdy as a giant. He stood in the sky like a ferocious beast. Not good, it is actually him. Xianghu. Since he is here, then. The expressions of the onlookers turned ugly. Facing the ferocious man, they did not dare to say anything. The ferocious man was very satisfied with his appearance. Not long after he appeared, 5 people appeared not far away. They stood beside the burly man and ruthlessly released their heavenly god aura, causing the surrounding experts' blood to boil. "First Master, are we late?" A thin middle-aged man glanced around with a sharp look in his eyes. All the experts who were swept by his gaze felt their breathing quicken. It was as if his gaze could see through their hearts. "You come here." The burly man pointed. A 1-star heavenly god not far away could not help but come over. There were also some 1-star heavenly gods not far away. Their expressions were even more shocked. "Tell me what you know." That heavenly deity's expression and movements became extremely stiff. He recounted everything that had happened before clearly without missing a single detail. "We want to avenge Big Brother Shi. Big Brother Shi died so miserably. He killed Tion. This person really deserves to die." The 5 people behind the burly man all shouted angrily. The burly man's eyes flashed as he communicated with his divine sense. "We didn't come too late. I didn't expect that Big Brother Shi, who has been so wise all his life, would eventually fall into the hands of a young man. This time we can legitimately act. It can only be said that Tion's luck is bad. Big Brother, you're the smart one. If we attack Tion now, no one can say anything. As long as we kill Tion, not only will the weapon refining school's treasures belong to us, even his invincible weapon will belong to us. Tion can kill old ancestor Shi. Isn't it a little risky for the 6 of us to make a move? Number 5. You are too cowardly. Who doesn't know that our elder brother is the most proficient in scheming? If he wants to act, he would definitely be confident in winning. Also, Tion just fought a huge battle and his divine energy has been greatly depleted. How can he be our opponent? That's right. With Big Brother's scheming, taking down Tion will be a piece of cake. Don't forget who we are. We are the 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon. Just mentioning our names, who doesn't know that we are the most savage? The 5 of them were constantly communicating with each other using their divine senses. All of them had the same goal, to take down Tion. Since he hasn't come out yet, let's set up a formation and catch him off guard. The burly man and the others all started to move. Many heavenly gods were watching coldly from afar. Even if they were discussing, they were very careful. As for stopping them, that was simply impossible. I didn't expect the 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon to come. All of them came at once. This time, Tion is in trouble. Rumor has it that the boss of the 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon, Jianghu, was a friend of old ancestor Shi. His strength is not low. I suspect that he is a 4-star heavenly god. They are also shameless. They are clearly here for the weapon refining school's treasure, but they have the nerve to say that they are here to avenge old ancestor Shi. Since the 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon are here, others can forget about interfering. They are taking advantage of us. The people outside were all from the territory. It was impossible to say that they were not moved by the weapon refining school's treasures. However, with a terrifying demon present, no one dared to act rashly. The shock that Tion brought to them was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Although the treasure was good, they did not dare to make a move. For the sake of their lives, it was better not to interfere. Up in the void, there were a few powerful beings who were secretly observing the situation. The 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon came at the right time. They can test Tion. Such a big piece of meat. Tion is not afraid of swallowing it. If he eats the meat, he has to leave us some soup. If Tion shows signs of weakness, don't blame us for being ruthless. The weakest of these experts was a 3-star heavenly god. The weapon refining school was swept away, and old ancestor Shi was killed on the spot. The news spread quickly, and many experts came to check it out. When they heard that Tion went to the treasure, some of the experts had ideas. Could they watch from the side? If they were not careful, they might be able to tear off a piece of meat from Tion. They did not believe that Tion could still retain his battle strength after using so many powerful moves. Maybe he went to the treasure to recover his strength. Otherwise, he would not have gone for such a long time. Everyone began to get restless. Wait. The arrival of the 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon did not make everyone happy. These 6 tigers were strong and were proficient in an ancient combination technique. Their battle strength was not inferior to old ancestor Shi's. It could be said that they had the battle strength of a 4-star heavenly god, or even a peak battle strength. Everyone might as well hide and watch the show. The 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon quickly set up the array. Tian swept through the weapon refining school, and many people did not like him. Naturally, no one would say anything. The sky was silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. After an unknown period of time, just as everyone was wondering if Tian had left the weapon refining school's treasure vault, a figure flew out from below and appeared in the sky. Tian. Everyone's eyes lit up. He finally came out. Big brother Shi, I'm here to take revenge for you. Activate the array. An angry roar echoed in the sky above the weapon refining school. With a loud rumble, the huge array was activated. The originally clear sky was instantly filled with dark clouds. Lightning pillars as thick as buckets soared into the sky, one after another. There were a total of 99 pillars that stood between heaven and earth. The berserk lightning also gave everyone a fright. Someone exclaimed, "The 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon are so generous. They actually set up the 10 ultimate lightning dragon killing array." Many people had heard of this name, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. When they heard the name of the array, they could not remain calm again. Chapter 1765. The huge territory was now completely affected by the berserk aura. Any heavenly god could sense the terrifying aura brought by the formation. It was a real killing formation. When the heavenly dragons and 6 tigers were activated, its power doubled again. It was a killing move to deal with Tian. It was even more terrifying than Patriarch Shi. No matter what happened after the battle, Tian would inevitably be severely injured. They might even be able to take advantage of the situation. No one was optimistic about Tian. The 6 people in the formation each controlled an array flag. Seeing that Tian was trapped in the killing formation, Xianghu's eyes flashed with joy. In order to deal with Tian, they had paid a huge price and rushed over immediately. Wasn't it for this moment? 3rd brother, 4th brother, move. Don't give him a chance to attack. Xianghu controlled the center of the formation, while his brothers each controlled a portion. The formation was activated. Roar. With a series of loud roars, the 99 lightning pillars turned into giant lightning dragons that were 100,000 feet long. They were ferocious and spat out lightning. Violent lightning filled the formation. Master, you're lucky. Someone came to die as soon as you came out. Amidst the violent lightning, a battle armor appeared on Lin Fei's body. Traces of lightning swept over, but they were shattered by the saber intent before they could reach him. There are so many people who aren't afraid of death. Anger flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Avenge Patriarch Shi? What a lousy excuse. Being trapped by the formation for no reason, Lin Fei was in a bad mood. These people really didn't know how to write the word death. That's good. Since my strength has improved, I'll start with them. The heavenly god's saber appeared in his hand. Master, the offensive power of this killing formation is not bad. It has the combat power of a peak 5-star heavenly god, and it has 99 lightning dragons. It can be said to be a perfect killing formation. Unfortunately, there are a few weak spots in this formation. The refinement is not very perfect. Master, you can start from there and break the formation. When the time comes, you can obtain a killing formation. Lin Fei's mood improved after hearing the little devil's words. With the combat power of a peak 5-star heavenly god, this killing formation had become very valuable. Under the control of the Grand Formation, the 99 lightning dragons spat out lightning balls. In the blink of an eye, over 100 lightning balls had arrived. The power of each lightning ball was equivalent to that of a 5-star heavenly god. Lin Fei's HP also surged. The attack of over 100 thunderballs was indeed quite terrifying. Slow down time. Lin Fei used a time technique, and time energy flowed towards the balls of lightning. The terrifying balls of lightning instantly stopped. Master, here. The imp pointed in a certain direction. Lin Fei flashed past and charged in the direction he pointed. Open. The heavenly deity war saber struck one of the positions, and a door appeared in the seemingly empty space. There was a person sitting cross-legged inside the door, controlling a formation flag. This was the black tiger of the heavenly dragons and 6 tigers. Big brother, it's not good. He's killing his way in. Damn it, how does he know where the door is? The black tiger who was sitting cross-legged was horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. They were very clear about the prowess of this killing formation. The attacks of over 100 5-star heavenly gods were not that easy to dodge. No matter what, they had to pay a price. As long as the other party was injured, the follow-up killing moves would be endless. Their location wasn't that easy to see through. Black Tiger naturally felt a wave of horror. The other party was too fast, as if they had identified his position. Black Tiger. Hold on, we're coming. Lin Fei rushed into the door and saw a sinister middle-aged man with cold killing intent. It was clear that he was a bloodthirsty person, and his murderous aura soared into the sky. You guys have guts. Ancestor Shur is already dead, and you still dare to attack me. Since you want to avenge Ancestor Shur, then go down and accompany them. Lin Fei raised the heavenly deity warsaber in his hand and slashed out in a straight line. Thunder Shield. Black Tiger activated the formation flag, lightning gathered, and a large shield appeared in front of him. Crack! The saber light was overbearing, like an invincible beast, pushing against the thunder shield. The indestructible thunder shield shattered. Black Tiger's heart sank, and the saber light had already crushed his body. A godhead fell out of his hand. Ding! Dropped a godhead. Do you want to use it to level up? As soon as the godhead appeared, the system notified. On the system's attribute page, there was an additional 1/100 in the upgrade section. Awesome! With this slash, a 2-star heavenly god was killed. Lin Fei did not care much about the energy consumed. Ding! Detected storage ring. There are 15 godheads inside. Do you want to withdraw them all? The system notified again. Lin Fei blinked. Such a fast reaction. The little devil said proudly, Master, you don't know this, but once the system is upgraded, the function is even more perfect. As long as the items dropped by killing people, the system will automatically withdraw them. Lin Fei laughed. This can be done. Withdraw. Ding. Congratulations player on obtaining 15 godheads. Ding. Congratulations player on obtaining 6 God King fragments. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was only 84 godheads away from becoming a 2-star heavenly god. Where's the next one? Lin Fei licked his lips. One had 15 godheads. The other 5 were probably enough for him to become a 2-star heavenly god. East of you, 530 Jianghu. Lin Fei's divinity flashed and he moved again. Inside the formation. The power of time was much stronger than before. Even the Thunder Dragon had slowed down. The leader, Xianghu, was very confident in this ambush. He predicted that Tion's strength would not be able to recover in a short time. As long as the Thunder Dragon surrounded Tion, the matter would be half done. Big brother, not good. Third brother's position is out of control. Second brother transmitted his voice over. He was no longer calm, and there was a hint of panic in his voice. Xianghu sensed that the aura of the third brother Black Tiger had really disappeared. His expression turned ugly. Hold on, this is Tion's trick. Our position is constantly changing. Tion can't enter, and even if he does, he can't break through the defense of the Thunder Shield. Xianghu's words were just transmitted out. Cries for help came from other positions. Big brother not good, he's coming in. We can't stop him. Big brother quick. Xianghu was restless. Hurry up and reply. Are you guys still there? Xianghu suddenly felt a sense of unease. A grand killing formation was so easily broken by someone? Xianghu was unwilling, truly unwilling. No need to shout. Your people are all dead. Suddenly, the space in front of him trembled, a figure barged in, appearing in front of Xianghu. I like this formation of yours, it belongs to me now. Lin Fei waved his heavenly deity saber. Divine power surged out, slashing towards Xianghu. Divine power. 1 trillion. Chapter 1766. 1 trillion God power attack. Killing is as easy as drinking water. Lin Fei, who had 300 trillion God power, directly used a large amount of damage to deal with such an expert. Xianghu's strength was not bad, but he was not a 5-star celestial god. One attacked ferociously, the other didn't know his background, so he naturally suffered a huge loss. Ding, dropped a god core. Ding, discovered 25 god cores. Ding, do you want to level them all up? Lin Fei didn't care where they came from. The only thing he was happy about was that they gave him the god cores. 6 of them killed, that was a total of 100 god cores contribution points. Such a good thing was hard to find. Ding, level up complete. Congratulations player for entering 2-star celestial god realm. Ding, obtained 5 god king shards. Ding, player keep up the good work. Lin Fei blinked. I leveled up just like that, I don't feel anything. Opening the stats page, he really did rise to 2-star celestial god realm. The god king shards also increased to 41 god king shards. Leveling up is too fast. I'm already 2-star celestial god realm. Lin Fei really couldn't get used to this leveling up feeling. The little devil wasn't surprised. You will get used to it after a few more times, don't you feel good now? Lin Fei nodded. It does feel good, especially when we fought just now. The system analyzed that the opponent's attack is the strongest. This kind of crushing is really interesting. 1 trillion god power, killing Xianghu. The attack power was above the opponent's attack. This kind of attack was just right. The attack power is too high. I need to replenish god power too, otherwise I'll become a pauper. Lin Fei touched his chin. If people sent themselves to him every day, he wouldn't have to worry about leveling up. The killing formation in the sky was still there. Outsiders couldn't see through the situation inside, and no one used their divine senses to check. No one was willing to go to 6 tigers. Suddenly, the violent aura disappeared without a trace. The killing formation in the sky also disappeared, returning to its original state. After the killing formation dispersed, a young man appeared in the sky, dressed in black robes. At this moment he was like a towering mountain, destined to never be crossed in his lifetime. It's Dition. The heavenly dragons and 6 tigers lost. Luckily I didn't attack. The heavenly god powerhouse hiding in the void did not dare to linger any longer. He hurriedly left. In the blink of an eye, all the experts who had planned to take advantage of the situation had run away. He didn't even think about making a move. The scene instantly quietened down. No one dared to act again. The infamous heavenly dragons and 6 tigers were all killed, and the killing formation also landed in Dition's hands. How tyrannical was this? What was most unbelievable was that the entire process was simply too short. What a fast runner! Lin Fei's divine sense swept out and did not see any celestial deity powerhouses in the void. He was nowhere to be seen. Originally, I wanted to kill a few more. After all, a 2-star heavenly god needs 1,000 divine deity to become a 3-star heavenly god. The little devil chuckled and said, You're infamous now, and so are the heavenly dragons and 6 tigers. Didn't they all die in your hands? It won't be long before your infamous name will be known by everyone. The news could not be hidden. When Dition was called the #1 expert of the younger generation, many people were skeptical and dissatisfied. But not long after, he swept through the crafting sect, killed Patriarch Stone, and exterminated the infamous heavenly dragons and 6 tigers. The weave was shaken once again. No one could stop the rise of a new force. Previously, there were even some experts who wanted to challenge Dition. But now they were all convinced. In the territory, who didn't know the status of the crafting sect? Because the crafting sect coveted an invincible weapon refinement technique, in the end, they lost both their soldiers and their wives. How could people not be shocked? Dition's strength was also pushed to a terrifying level. Some people said that Dition had the battle prowess of a 5-star heavenly god. Some people said that Dition's battle prowess was already that of a 6-star heavenly god, or even a 7-star heavenly god. All kinds of rumors were spread. The 8 great sects and 7 overlords. After receiving the news, the 7 overlords first announced that Dition would be the 8th overlord after the 7 overlords. When the news came out, everyone was in an uproar. The status of the 7 overlords was almost the same as the 8 great sections. At least, the 8 great sects could not do anything to the 7 or 8 overlords. Hence, the current situation. There had been people who wanted to be the 8th overlord a long time ago. Unfortunately, until now, no one had been able to sit on the position. The fact that the 7 overlords had all acknowledged Dition as the 8th overlord could be said to be an explosive piece of news, causing everyone to be agitated. After the news came out, the commander of the ancient kingdom of chaos sent a message. congratulating Di Tian for becoming the 8th overlord and asking the two to interact more. 2 of the 3 chambers of commerce also sent congratulatory messages to Di Tian. This time, the 8 great sects were strangely silent. They did not say anything. Just like that, Di Tian became the 8th overlord. In the great metropolis realm, Tian Yang and Huang Chuan arrived at almost the same time. When they came to the great metropolis realm again, the two sighed. Whether it was sweeping through the weapon refining sect or becoming the 8th overlord, it was big news in the territory. The invincible palace that Di Tian had created had also become a new force in the territory. Its status was on the same level as the 8 great sects and the 7 overlords. The only difference was their strength. When the two arrived, the immortals of the great metropolis realm congratulated Di Tian. Some experts who lived in the great metropolis realm for a long time were also considering whether to join the invincible palace. Congratulations, fellow Daoist, for becoming the 8th overlord. This is a little gift from the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Tian Yang gave a generous gift. They were all godhoods. There were 100 godhoods in total. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. Fellow Daoist Tian, thank you. Huang Chuan did not want to be left behind. He also gave a generous gift, also 100 godhoods. The two had done some research on Di Tian. He might not be interested in ordinary things, but he might like godhoods very much. This gift was indeed the right choice. You're too kind. With 200 godhoods in hand, Lin Fei was in a good mood. He really wanted to thank the 7 overlords for sending out the news. No matter what their motives were, at least he had obtained 200 godhoods. Lin Fei said it casually. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan did not dare to take it seriously. The two first exchanged greetings. Suddenly, Tian Yang and Huang Chuan's eyes flashed with surprise. They noticed that Di Tian's strength had unknowingly reached the 2-star celestial god realm. Wasn't this a little too fast? Even a rocket would not be this fast. The two were even more glad that they had come as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would have underestimated Di Tian and the 2 large chambers of commerce would have suffered greater losses. They were still counting on the resources that Di Tian had looted. Chapter 1767. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan paid a visit to Di Tian. This was already treating Di Tian's invincible palace as an equal. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed to the great metropolis world and sent such a huge gift. Taking out 100 godhoods in one go was not something that just any faction could do. The 2 merchant associations were rich and overbearing. They didn't care about 100 godhoods. They had plenty of ways to get them. The 2 merchant associations felt that it was worth it to use godhoods to express their goodwill to Di Tian. That day, the 2 merchant associations gave Di Tian news about the weapon refining sect. The two didn't expect Di Tian to act immediately. Once the news spread, they were stimulated. He didn't drag his feet. He said he would wipe out the weapon refining sect. Such a person was not to be offended. Leaving Invincible Palace. Both Tian Yang and Huang Chuan were in a good mood. Di Tian made it clear that he would take out a portion of the resources and hand it over to the 2 merchant associations to auction. This was also their main goal. Looks like I really have to thank the 7 overlords for helping me stabilize my position as the 8th overlord. Otherwise, Tian Yang and Huang Chuan, those 2 old foxes, might not have sent me such a huge gift. 200 godhoods were in his hands. The quality was very good. For the first time, Lin Fei felt that reputation was quite good. He could get many benefits. I wonder if the 7 overlords will send a gift as well? Lin Fei touched his chin and muttered to himself. No matter what the 7 overlords' motives were, Lin Fei understood his role in the territory. Now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to extract the God King shards. Inside the battle fortress, Lin Fei opened the system and used the 200 godhoods to level up. At the same time, he could extract the God King shards. 200 godhoods. The system kept sending him messages. Ding! Obtained a God King shard. Ding! Obtained a God King shard. Ding! Obtained a God King shard. Compared to the previous draws, these 200 godhoods had a higher chance. Lin Fei smiled. He wondered if he should buy a batch of godhoods from the 2 merchant associations for him to level up. There was no limit to the system's need for godhood, as long as it was godhood. If he could get a batch of divine deity from the 2 great chamber of commerce, it would undoubtedly reduce a lot of pressure. After the system was upgraded, it needed divine deity everywhere. 200 divine deity, plus some of the divine deity from before, could be said to be a drop in the bucket, far from meeting Lin Fei's needs. Ding! Congratulations to player for obtaining 100 Godhead fragments. Ding! Do you wish to summon a God King? Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he threw the matter of the Godhead to the back of his mind. Even though he was very strong now, the invincible palace still lacked a true expert to hold the fort. With a God King expert, things would be completely different. Lin Fei was very excited now. I'll summon it right away. Lin Fei couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't wait for the system to immediately summon a godly king powerhouse. Ding! Player has summoned a God King. Summoning will begin now. Please wait a moment. On the status page, a large screen appeared. Many faces flashed across the screen. Some were fierce, some were gentle, and there were countless of them. After a full 10 breaths of time, the constantly moving image finally stopped on a certain face. Ding! Summoning successful. Obtained a 1-star God King. Learned a 2-star combat skill. Chaotic splitting wind hammer technique. Good at close combat. Skill can increase one's attack by 5 times. Lin Fei was very shocked. The God King that he had extracted seemed to have pretty good attributes. There was even an increase in attack. Although it was only 5 times, it was still pretty awesome. Lin Fei didn't have high expectations for a God King. Just the 2 words God King were awesome enough. It represented strength. While in the secret room, there was a flash of light. A burly bald man appeared in the secret room. A murderous aura rushed over, and the burly man knelt on the ground on one knee. Great Master, Ron is willing to follow Master for life. I will fight on the battlefield for Master. Kill, 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 kill. Once the 4 words kill came out, the secret room turned into a battlefield. Very strong. Lin Fei was full of praises. These 100 God King fragments were really worth it. From today onwards, you are my man. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Just the murderous aura released was terrifying, not to mention attacking. Okay, you can stand up now. Ron stood up and stood behind Lin Fei without saying a word. He seemed to have become a bodyguard. Lin Fei quickly discovered something else. The summoned God King expert was naked. Other than the clothes on his body, he didn't have anything else. System, do you have to be so stingy? No matter what, you have to prepare a set of God King equipment. Lin Fei cursed. This was forcing him to bleed. Helpless, Lin Fei could only take out low-grade God artifacts and low-grade battle clothes for Ron to change into. Master, it's too light. It's best to prepare a dozen more for me, especially low-grade God artifacts. My strength is too great. The weapons can't withstand my strength. Ron was expressionless. Okay. A dozen could still be taken out. I still lack God sparks. In old Ancestor Stone's lair, Lin Fei had obtained over 200 God sparks. Most of them were incomplete and he used them to level up. He didn't exchange for many God King fragments. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for summoning the first God King. Ding! Player Lin Fei can continue to draw fragments to summon heavenly God experts. Lin Fei blinked. I can still summon God King. The system had an answer this time. Ding! Due to the restrictions of the player's level, you can no longer summon God King. You can only summon heavenly God experts. Only when you advance to the God King realm can you summon God King experts. This poured a bucket of cold water on Lin Fei. Very soon. Lin Fei thought it through. I'm still not satisfied. I'll be satisfied with 1 God King expert. Anyway, I can summon heavenly God experts. With more heavenly God experts, I can suppress the God King, right? Lin Fei laughed at himself. He immediately opened the system and checked the heavenly God summoning. 100 heavenly God fragments? That's not a lot. Moreover, it's random. If I'm lucky, I can draw 9 stars heavenly God? That would be awesome. Lin Fei soon felt bitter. He didn't have a God spark. Not to mention 100 God sparks, he didn't even have a single God spark in his storage ring. He could only stare blankly for now. I need to find a place to get God sparks. Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to list this matter as the most important matter at the moment. It was more important than anything else. After Tianyang and Huang Chuan paid a visit to Di Tian, the Grand Commander of the chaotic ancient country, the Dark Overlord, and a few other overlords also arranged for people to send gifts. Other than the Grand Commander and the Dark Overlord who sent 20 god sparks, the other overlords all sent ordinary gifts. Although they looked good, they were useless to Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't expect them to give him god sparks the moment they arrived. Back then, 4 of the overlords wanted to sneak attack him. It would be strange if they gave him god sparks. Lin Fei shifted his focus to god sparks. With God King experts around, there were some things that he could do. For example, Chapter 1768. Tianyang and Huang Chuan settled down in the Great Metropolis World. Great Metropolis World was changing every day. The appearance of the 8th Overlord attracted many people to join the Invincible Palace, especially the heavenly gods who had been wandering outside. They all hoped to join a powerful faction. The Invincible Palace was the best choice. If they joined now, they might even become a founding elder. This was impossible in other factions, because they didn't have the qualifications. The Invincible Palace had just been built, and it wasn't well known. Now was the best time to join. When the two received Di Tian's message, they were both shocked. Information on the dragon race? Tianyang's heart skipped a beat after sending them out. A strange look flashed across his face. Is Di Tian going to make a move on the dragon race again? After the incident with the weapon refining sect, Tianyang didn't dare to underestimate Di Tian's actions. If he had reacted in time, he would have gained far more benefits than now. Once this thought appeared, it couldn't be stopped. The dragon race was a powerful race in the domain. The phoenix race and a few other limited races were considered the strongest races in the domain. Every race was a colossus. It was unbelievable that Di Tian was going to make a move on the dragon race. Go and investigate immediately. Also, report to headquarters. Tell them to send us the most detailed information on the dragon race. Tianyang was decisive. Whether Di Tian was going to make a move on the dragon race or not, it was a good thing for Tianyang. On the other side, Huang Chuan was equally shocked. His actions were the same as Tianyang's. He didn't dare to underestimate Di Tian anymore. If Di Tian could make the dragon race suffer, it would definitely be a good thing. Master, did I hear wrongly? You want to bring us back to the dragon race? When Nine Dragon King was called over, he didn't know what was going on. When he heard that he was going back to the dragon race, he couldn't stay calm anymore. Nine Dragon King had been looking forward to this day for a long time. But now, he wasn't interested in returning to the dragon race anymore. Ever since he came to the Great Metropolis World, the dragon race's life had been very comfortable. Nine Dragon King didn't want to go back. No matter how good the dragon race was, it wasn't as good as following Di Tian. Ever since he followed Di Tian's growth was terrifying. Back when he was in the Dark Knight Galaxy, his strength had not been too high. However, after he had gone out, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had even slain the powerful 5-star celestial gods of the crafting sect one after another. Right now, there were many people who referred to Di Tian as a god-slayer specialist. This was because the number of Empyrean gods that had died at Di Tian's hands far exceeded the number of Empyrean gods that had been killed by ordinary Empyrean gods. Nine Dragons King saw all of this. Recently, Di Tian had become the 8th Overlord. His status and influence were already on par with the 8 sects and the 7 overlords. This kind of speed was not something that just anyone could compare to. For the sake of the dragon race, Nine Dragon King felt that following Di Tian was better than returning to the dragon race. Looking at the current Yun family, their influence in the Dark Knight Galaxy was mediocre. Right now, the Yun clan was in charge of the Invincible Palace in the Great Metropolis Heaven, and was like a steward. You didn't hear wrongly. Back then when I brought you out, I promised you that one day, I would bring you back to the Dragon Tribe. I will never forget my promise. Lin Fei wasn't sure what the Nine Dragons King was thinking. Bringing the Nine Dragons King back was, in fact, for the Dragon Tribe's godheads. The Dragon Tribe had a habit of collecting treasures. On top of that, they were one of the strongest tribes. They definitely had a lot of godheads. The mid-grade celestial god weapons, cultivation techniques, and clones that he wanted all required godheads. With a legitimate reason to make a move, how could Lin Fei miss it? If it were in the past, Lin Fei might have been wary of the strongest tribe. Who knew, There might be some old monster that could summon a God King expert. Although he was only a 1-star God King, his attack power would increase by 5 times. Even if he encountered a 2-star God King, he might be able to hold his own. This was where Lin Fei's confidence came from. The 9 Dragons King was touched. He knew better than anyone that the dragon tribe was still very strong. The 10 Dragon King bloodlines had many experts, and Di Tian had promised to bring them back. One could imagine how difficult it would be. Master, it's fine if you return to the Dragon Clan. Our Dragon Clan is living a good life. I believe that my bloodline of Dragon Clan will not hold any grudges against you. This old man does not wish for Master to fall into danger and gain another enemy. The 9 Dragon King said emotionally. Lin Fei had never imagined that the 9 Dragons King would say something like this. His heart warmed. He understood very well what the 9 Dragons King meant. Wasn't the 9 Dragons King worried that he might be surrounded by the Dragon Clan's experts? Although the crafting sect was strong, with Ancestor Shi, a 5-star heavenly god, overseeing it, their foundation was not bad. However, compared to the strongest tribe, the Dragon tribe, the gap was too big. The strongest tribe, the Dragon tribe, was born to fight. It was not something the crafting sect could compare to. They had more old monsters than the crafting sect. Among the old monsters at the 5-star heavenly god realm, there were at least 8 to 10 of them. Their powerful bodies allowed them to fight against 2 5-star heavenly god realm experts, and 8 to 10 of them could fight against more than 25-star heavenly god realm experts. This was the confidence of the strongest tribe. Lin Fei suddenly burst into laughter. Dragon King, you were the strongest Dragon King in the past. Have you lost your fighting spirit after so many years? Even I, as your master, am not afraid. So what are you afraid of? In my eyes, the Dragon tribe is just that. You're my people, so as your master, I have to stand up for you. Not to mention, I have a lot of enemies now. The 8 major sects hate me to the core, and so do the 7 overlords. Since there are so many of them, one more won't make a difference. Don't you think so? If you're still the strongest Dragon King in the past, then come with me. I'll tell the Dragon tribe that you were the strongest Dragon King in the past, and you're still the same now. It had been a long time since the 9 Dragons King heard the word strongest Dragon King. In the past, for this bloodline, he had led his people into the Dark Night Galaxy, drifting year after year. His mentality had been erased, and he only hoped that his people could survive and multiply. At this moment, the blood in the 9 Dragons King's bones was ignited once again. Yes, I was the strongest Dragon King in the past, the future Dragon God. If even Master isn't afraid, why should I be? 9 Dragons King's eyes shone with a fearless fighting spirit. No, this old man isn't afraid. 9 Dragons King's blood boiled. This old man is willing to accompany Master. Even if it's a mountain of daggers or a sea of fire, I won't even frown. 9 Dragons King seemed to have returned to the days when he was in high spirits. Lin Fei was satisfied. Good, that's more like it. You're the strongest Dragon King. The successor. If you weren't at the Dragon God realm, how could you be the strongest Dragon King? Now, I'll help you become the strongest Dragon God. Chapter 1769. Boom boom boom. With Lin Fei's help, 9 Dragon King's aura continued to break through. With the support of his thick god force, he broke through the half-step heavenly god realm and stepped into the true heavenly god realm, becoming a heavenly god. 9 Dragon King's strength soared after becoming a 1-star heavenly god. He could also use many heavenly god secret techniques. Originally, a 1-star heavenly god's battle prowess was comparable to a 2-star heavenly god. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The dragon race was known as one of the strongest races. Fighting across realms was as easy as drinking water. There was nothing to be shocked about. Moreover, 9 Dragon King was the most talented among the 10 Dragon Kings. His battle prowess was not exaggerated. Lin Fei was not stingy. He rewarded 9 Dragon King with low-grade divine armors and low-grade divine artifacts to improve his battle prowess. In order to stabilize his battle prowess, Lin Fei sent 9 Dragon King back for a while. Wind Cloud Commerce and Hell Heaven Commerce also sent news of the dragon race in the shortest time possible. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan received a portion of the crafting sect's resources as they wished. They were overjoyed. With this batch of resources, they could suppress world commerce and widen the gap between them. After probing, they found out why Di Tian wanted to go to the dragon race. It was because of 9 Dragon King. What happened to the dragon race in the past was not a secret. It was not difficult for the two sects to find out. They could not help but mourn for the dragon race. The crafting sect was swept clean and about to be removed from the world. They did not know what happened to the dragon race. They were looking forward to it. Fellow Taoist D. Tian, if you go to the dragon race and have the opportunity, why not bring back some god bones? Our wind cloud commerce is willing to buy them at a high price. Tian Yang said with a smile. Huang Chuan did not want to fall behind. Hell heaven is the same. Both saw an opportunity. They could not miss such an opportunity. Whether they could get it or not, it was not a problem to say it first. That's easy. Lin Fei agreed readily. After sending the two off, Lin Fei flipped through the information. He had to admit that the information sent over by the two sects was very detailed. There was nothing missing. One of the strongest races, it really lives up to its reputation. Lin Fei flipped through the information and sighed. Just the Dragon Clan alone has a total of 10 bloodlines. Although the 9 Dragon King bloodline is missing, there are still 9 Dragon King bloodlines left. Each bloodline has given birth to countless experts. Half-step heavenly gods and heavenly gods are also considered a huge number. Lin Fei was not afraid at all. I don't believe that the Dragon Clan has a god king overseeing it. Lin Fei closed the information and gained a rough understanding of the Dragon Clan. The news of the Dragon Clan returning to the Dragon Clan's base camp still made the entire Dragon Clan extremely excited. Especially some of the older clansmen, who were looking forward to returning. Most of the clansmen had no interest in the Dragon Clan's headquarters. They were very satisfied with their current life. With the backing of an overlord, a professional god-slaying expert, the dragon race grew bolder and bolder. It would not take long for them to regain their domineering and peerless self. The 9 Dragon Kings' ascension to Heavenly God also made the entire Dragon Clan excited. Their bloodline finally had a Heavenly God. For this day, they too had been looking forward to it for a long time. If not for the lack of resources, their bloodline would have produced a Heavenly God long ago. While 9 Dragon King was consolidating his cultivation, Lin Fei was not idling around. He took out the killing formation he had obtained from the Heavenly Dragons and 6 Tigers and set it up outside the great metropolis Heaven. Using a vast amount of divine stones, he set up the killing formation and hid it in the void. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Fei could go out without worry. As long as this killing formation was activated, it could kill a 4 or even 5-star heavenly god. This kind of attack could be used 3 times. For these 3 times, Lin Fei could be said to have invested a lot of capital. Now that he had a notorious reputation, no one dared to cause trouble. Leaving a heavenly god behind was enough. On the 5th day after 9 Dragon King stabilized his cultivation, Lin Fei kept the Dragon Clan in the battle fortress. After making arrangements for his family, he set off with the Dragon Clan to the Dragon Clan's base camp, the Divine Dragon Domain. The Draconic Divinity Domain was more than a dozen great domains away from the great metropolis realm, and the distance between each domain was enormous. Only Lin Fei's battle fortress would be able to traverse the distance in a short amount of time. Inside the battle fortress, most of the Dragon Clan went there, except for some who were unwilling to go. Long Xianming, the Great Elder, also went there. It was the place where he grew up. He also brought his son and daughter there. The battle fortress was very fast. One after another, it passed through 7 or 8 domains. During this time, no one noticed that the battle fortress was moving. At this speed, it would not take long for them to reach the Divine Dragon Domain. Master, there seems to be a branch of the World Commerce Chamber in the domain ahead. Do you want to go there? Little Fiend sat on Lin Fei's shoulder, swinging his black inverted triangular tail. World Commerce Chamber? Lin Fei had some impression of the World Commerce Chamber. Back then, the 3rd young Master Feng had acted tyrannically because of his powerful background. In the end, he had been banished to some unknown place. Lin Fei did not have a very good impression of the World Commerce Chamber. That's right. Don't you need godheads? You might be able to obtain some godheads if you go there. Anyway, you have a reason to make a move. Moreover, everyone in the entire domain knows about your fierce name, D. Tian. Little Fiend egged him on. At the mention of godheads, Lin Fei was really tempted. He was going to the Dragon Clan to obtain godheads. Along the way, it was not impossible to collect some interest from the World Commerce Chamber. After all, the third young Master Feng had offended him. That makes a lot of sense. As a demon god, I should also pay a visit to them. Lin Fei activated the battle fortress and entered the divine dragon domain. Along the way, Lin Fei did not disguise himself at all. He went straight to the most bustling city in the domain. The appearance of the battle fortress still scared the passers-by. They thought that an overlord was coming. The ruler of this domain was a 6-star heavenly god. His name was Heavenly Soul-Suppressing God. When he learned that an overlord was coming, he immediately showed himself. No overlord could be offended. There was nothing wrong with treating the other party well. May I know which overlord has come? Please show yourself. Heavenly Soul-Suppressing God transmitted his divine sense to the battle fortress. I am Lin Fei of the Invincible Palace. I am just passing by. I have no other intentions. Lin Fei replied with his divine sense. Suddenly, there was no response. This made Lin Fei very depressed. Was he really that scary? Heavenly Soul-Suppressing God's face turned pale with fright when he heard the words, Invincible Palace's Tion. Why had this fierce god come to his domain? And why was he swaggering around? He was a 5-star heavenly god powerhouse who had easily killed the weapon-refining sect's 5-star heavenly god. Everyone knew about his ferocious reputation. Moreover, since this person had made his debut, no less than 20 or 30 heavenly gods had died at his hands. He was a true god slayer. He could not afford to offend this fierce god for now. If he was just passing by, then so be it. What did it have to do with him? Chapter 1770. Tion didn't reply. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything else either. As long as Tion didn't provoke him, everything was fine. The battle fortress swaggered forward. The heavenly soul-suppressing god was also very concerned, afraid that Tion would wreak havoc in the territory. As long as it didn't cross the line, the heavenly soul-suppressing god wouldn't care. After all, Tion's nickname of God Slayer wasn't for nothing. If he really did kill a few heavenly gods in the territory, the heavenly soul-suppressing god wouldn't be able to do anything. The heavenly soul-suppressing god didn't say anything. He just let the battle fort move forward. Apart from cursing Tion in his mind, he could only watch. It's going to the capital city? The heavenly soul-suppressing god watched as the battle fort appeared in the sky above the capital city. Could it be that a family offended Tion? Tion was infamous in the territory. Not only had he offended the 8 great sects, but he had also offended a few of the 7 overlords. There were enemies everywhere in the territory, but he was still alive and well. The most terrifying thing was that Tion's strength was unfathomable. Even Ancestor Shur of the weapon-refining sect had been killed. No one dared to fight Tion unless their cultivation realm was high enough to suppress Tion. In the sky above the capital city, the huge black mass also startled the people on the capital city. A battle fort. It was the most powerful weapon that only overlords could wield. No one understood why. Which overlord had come? I am Overlord Tion. I have something to discuss with the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce. Unrelated people, leave now. Don't get dragged into this mess. The battle fort disappeared, leaving only a black-clothed man in the sky. His calm voice spread throughout the entire capital city. The great demon Tion is here. Let's go. The bustling capital city suddenly became quiet. The people on the street had also disappeared without a trace. The street had become empty. Am I that fierce? Lin Fei asked Nine Dragons King. Nine Dragons King replied. Not at all. Lin Fei descended from the sky and appeared in front of the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce branch. The entire World Commerce Chamber was in a state of panic. Why did this fiend come to the World Commerce Chamber? A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Tion's name would have a great impact on anyone. He was someone who specialized in slaughtering gods. No matter what cultivation base you had, you would still die in his hands. What should we do? The president of the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce's branch was a 2-star celestial god. Normally, no one would offend the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce. It was enough to have a 2-star heavenly god overseeing it. Today, however, it was not enough to face a demon god and a god slayer expert, Tion. Activate the array formation. No matter what Tion's motive was, it couldn't be anything good. There was nothing wrong with opening the array formation first. Boom! When the restrictive spell formation was opened halfway, Lin Fei, who was outside, smashed the restrictive spell formation with a punch and swaggered in. He disappeared again and reappeared at the position of the 2-star heavenly god. I came to visit your World Chamber of Commerce, but you actually opened the restriction formation. What's the meaning of this? This 2-star heavenly god felt uneasy as his sharp gaze swept over him. He didn't even dare to make a move. He laughed dryly and said, "Our World Commerce Association can't wait to welcome the arrival of an overlord. Activate the array formation. It should be our subordinates messing around. I will warn them." Lin Fei didn't think so. If the World Commerce Association welcomed him, they wouldn't have opened the restriction formation to prevent him from entering. There's no need for a warning. I heard that the World Commerce Association has a lot of things. It just so happens that I'm lacking a lot of things. I'm interested in your items. As soon as he finished speaking, chaotic voices came from the World Commerce Association. "Lord, it's bad. People from the dragon race are here to steal our things. Lord, we can't stop them. Thugs, a bunch of thugs." Voices came from below. The 2-star heavenly god felt goosebumps all over his body from Tion's stare, but he couldn't do anything. He had no doubt that if he made a move, he would be destroyed by Tion. "Quiet. All of you, quiet down. This is an overlord taking things. What's there to make a fuss about?" The 2-star heavenly god shouted at the people below. It was already a mess below. The dragons that came in were all fierce and ferocious. As long as it was something good, they would take it away. A portion of them broke into the treasury and looted it wantonly. Anyone who came out to stop them would immediately be beaten to the ground and their treasures would be taken away. How pitiful would that be? Lin Fei patted the other's shoulder. "Not bad. You're very tactful. Don't worry, I won't kill you. That's right. Where are the godhoods of your branch?" The 2-star heavenly god's expression was very ugly, but he didn't dare to show any anger. He said like a chick pecking rice, "I have them. I'll give them to you right now." At this time, the 2-star heavenly god was thinking about nothing else but how to satisfy Tion. As long as Tion was satisfied, he might be able to survive. Everything else could be discussed later. Lin Fei was very satisfied. People who knew what was good for them could live longer. Lin Fei didn't care about the items of the World Commerce Association. Other than divine stones and godhoods, he could ignore everything else. 53 godhoods. The World Commerce Association is very wealthy. Lin Fei glanced at it. 53 godhoods was a good harvest. Apart from this, the other took out a storage ring. There were low-grade divine stones and some mid-grade divine stones inside. "All the valuables of the branch are here," the 2-star heavenly god said in a low voice. Lin Fei led the dragon tribe and swaggered out of the capital city after a round of looting. Everyone in the World Commerce Association's branch lost their temper. Many of them were bruised and swollen. The only thing was that no one died. At most they were injured. The heavenly soul-suppressing god was also shocked when he found out that Tion had looted the World Commerce Association's branch. Not many people dared to rob the World Commerce Association's branch. Tion is really ruthless. He robbed the World Commerce Association openly. I wonder who in the World Commerce Association offended Tion. The heavenly soul-suppressing god shook his head. Fortunately, Tion didn't attack other places after robbing the World Commerce Association. The heavenly soul-suppressing god heaved a sigh of relief when he left the territory. The robbery of a World Commerce Association's branch had nothing to do with him. He was most afraid of being targeted by Tion. In any case, there was someone else to worry about. At the same time, the heavenly soul-suppressing god sent a message to the other heavenly gods. They could offend anyone but Tion. If anyone offended Tion, he would be the first to deal with them. Awesome! Long Xianxia also looted many treasures. To the dragon race, everything was useful. This was a great feeling. It was the same for the other dragon tribe members. Basically, all of them had gained something. It was just a matter of time, but it made them happy for a while. They could only dream about robbing the 3 top chambers of commerce. They really didn't dare to do it. Chapter 1771. Who was the fiercest recently? It was none other than the 8th overlord, Tion. In the vast territory, as long as Dtion passed through the territory, the World Commerce Chamber's branches were wiped out by the ferocious dragon tribe. The dragon tribe would not let go of anything that was presentable. Even the materials and stones on the ground were dug up. The entire World Commerce Chamber's branches were riddled with holes. Anyone who dared to resist along the way would undoubtedly be surrounded and killed. Heavenly God powerhouses? When they heard Dtion's name, they were so frightened that they did not dare to make a move. Dtion was the one everyone was most afraid of. At the same time, he had the terrifying title of Professional Godslayer. That was the scariest thing. In the meantime, a few heavenly gods from the World Commerce Chamber's branches tried to use violence, but they were killed by Dtion. Hence, everyone became obedient. The territory lords of the territories all remained silent. What Dtion wanted to do was none of their business. After all, it did not touch their bottom line, so there was nothing to worry about. After all, they were robbing the World Commerce Chamber's branches. They were rich and might not even care. Why should they interfere and offend Dtion? Dtion was a straightforward person in every territory. When Dtion left to wreak havoc in other territories, they might even have to applaud and drink to calm their nerves. The title of Professional Godslayer became true. The territory lords of the territories were not idle either. They arranged for people to gather information, and finally received news that third young Master Feng of the World Commerce Chamber had once targeted Dtion. This time, Dtion was here for revenge. In a short period of time, he had wiped out 7 or 8 World Commerce Chamber's branches, causing them to suffer heavy losses. When the news spread, there was an uproar. Dtion was here to take his revenge. Vast Heaven's secret realm. It was an ancient secret realm. Later, it was occupied by a group of people. Over time, it became the breeding ground of various races. Later, it gained a resounding name. The World Commerce Chamber's headquarters. There were very few people who knew the location of the headquarters. Even if they found it, they might not be able to enter. It was rumored that outside the vast Heaven's secret realm, there were densely packed formations and restrictions. Most of them were super-killing formations. Even heavenly gods would not be able to return if they entered. Bastard, this bastard. He's taking revenge. Hearing the latest news from his subordinates, a stern-looking middle-aged man in the hall couldn't help but curse. There were a few people standing in the hall, and all of them had their heads lowered. They didn't dare to provoke the president's anger, and they were cursing Dtion more than 100 times in their hearts. Feng Wanquan frowned. As the vice president of the World Chamber of Commerce, he also had a headache. He had never imagined that such a small matter would lead to such an outcome. In a short period of time, the World Commerce Chamber had lost 8 branches, and the losses were uncountable. 5 heavenly gods and more than 10 sovereign realm experts were killed. Losing the goods was fine, but World Commerce's face had been slapped resoundingly. Right now, the entire weave was probably looking at World Commerce as a joke. Feng Wanquan wanted to slap his disappointing son to death. Father, that bastard Dtion is clearly here for revenge. I suggest that we gather all the heavenly god experts in the nearest territory to stop Dtion from acting recklessly. At the very least, we have to let him know how powerful our world commerce is. Feng Qian said viciously. This was Feng Wanquan's eldest son, and he was a fierce and aggressive fellow. I also agree with Big Brother. Dtion is too arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, I'm afraid he won't stop, said another young man who looked similar to Feng Gon. He was the second young master of Feng Clan, Feng Gang. President, we need to arrange experts to stop Dtion from sweeping through our branches. The World Commerce Chamber's elders will probably agree. Everyone present was Feng Wanquan's men, and they all agreed that it was best to send experts to deal with Dtion. Feng Wanquan was very disappointed. These people only knew how to deal with Dtion, but they didn't know how much effort they had to pay. Even the weapon refining sect that had monopolized the weapons had been destroyed. Dealing with Dtion was easier said than done. This was also something that gave Feng Wanquan a headache. If Dtion was really that easy to deal with, Feng Wanquan would have arranged for people to take action without his 2 sons' reminder. He wouldn't have waited until now. President, the head president wants to inform you to go to the conference hall for a meeting. Someone suddenly came in from outside and informed Feng Wanquan. Then, the person turned around and left. Feng Wanquan's expression instantly turned ugly. This matter had escalated to a major issue, and the head president had also called for a meeting. "All right, stay here and wait for me to come back after the meeting." Feng Wanquan felt a headache just thinking about it. This meeting was definitely targeted at him. If he knew that his youngest son was unreliable, he wouldn't have arranged for him to go. The other two vice presidents definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity to target him. The World Commerce Chamber's influence suffered a huge blow. The Wind Cloud Commerce Chamber and the Hell Heaven Commerce Chamber also took the opportunity to expand their territories, seizing the original shares of the World Commerce Chamber. When Di Tian swept through these territories, the shares of the World Commerce Chamber were quickly devoured by these two. By the time the other World Commerce Chambers reacted, their shares had already been devoured. All of them regretted coming late. This is awesome. The Battle Fortress left another territory. The Dragon Tribe felt great again. Now, every member of the Dragon Tribe was rich. In vulgar terms, they were all tycoons. Just the materials they had on them could be exchanged for a large number of holy stones. Lin Fei wasn't interested in anything else. He was only interested in godheads and divine stones. This pleasurable method made the members of the Dragon Tribe worship Di Tian even more. After all, the Dragon Tribe naturally liked shiny things. Holy stones were undoubtedly a good choice. Nine Dragons King was also very happy. The clansmen he led hadn't obtained anything good from start to end. They were one of the strongest clansmen, but they used scrap metal. They would be laughed at if they went out. Ever since they followed Di Tian, the clansmen's pockets bulged. They had changed their treasures too. They were invincible among their peers. Just like this time, they had swept through 8 World Commerce Chamber branches and obtained a large number of treasures. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't be so generous. It would be strange if they didn't take everything. But Di Tian was different. He didn't care about these things. In his words, he ate meat, and his subordinates also had to drink hot soup. Just because of this simple sentence, the clansmen that came out all obtained a large number of treasures. Whether they used them in the future or kept them for themselves, they didn't have to worry about becoming poor. Nine Dragons King admired Di Tian even more. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fei's harvest wasn't bad either. After sweeping through that branch, he had obtained a total of 300 godheads and extracted 83 heavenly god fragments. Just as Lin Fei planned to continue sweeping, the World Commerce Chamber branches in other territories were all empty. This trip was in vain. Lin Fei was very disappointed. He had lost another place to collect godheads. After going to several territories, all the World Commerce Chamber branches were the same. No one. All kinds of treasures were moved away accordingly. Chapter 1772. Under the vast starry sky. A gigantic black ship flew past them. It was so fast that it could not be detected with divine sense. It passed through one star after another, one world after another, and finally crossed a weave, heading towards the next weave. Taoist Sun Luo, thank you for sending us all the way to the Draconic Weave. The colossal black object was a war weapon, a battle fortress. The person who controlled the battle fortress was the Sun Luo overlord. Ordinary warships could not break through the limits of a large weave. Only a battle fortress could do it. It could travel as far as possible in the shortest amount of time. Any one of the 7 overlords was very popular. Many heavenly gods needed to travel to distant weaves, or even dangerous secret realms. Almost all of them would find an overlord to send them there. The price to pay for a single trip using a battle fortress was astonishing. Only a heavenly god could afford such a price. President Feng, you must be joking. We've been friends for many years. It's just going to the Draconic Weave. It's not a big deal. The Sun Luo overlord laughed. President Feng was naturally Feng Wanquan. After the World Commerce Association held a meeting, everyone was furious about Di Tian's revenge. They were determined to deal with Di Tian. Otherwise, the World Commerce Association would lose face. As the culprit, third young Master Feng was also targeted. His father, Feng Wanquan, was inevitably targeted. This time, Feng Wanquan did not know how to explain himself. Fortunately, his faction was quite powerful in the World Commerce Association, and they managed to fend off the other people's attacks. For this, Feng Wanquan had to pay a heavy price. At the end of the meeting, Feng Wanquan was arranged to go to the Draconic Weave to contact the current dragon god. He wanted the Draconic Weave's people to make a move and keep DT in the Draconic Weave. At the very least, they had to severely injure him. It was not a secret that DT had brought someone back to the Draconic Weave. It was very easy to investigate a large organization like the World Commerce Association. Connecting the dots, the upper echelons of the World Commerce Association knew what DT wanted to do. He wanted to wreak havoc in the Draconic Weave. This made the World Commerce Association realize that this was an opportunity. The World Commerce Association had suffered heavy losses this time. Not only had they lost heavenly gods, but they had also lost a large number of treasures, including godheads. They had to take revenge. He needed to think carefully about how he was going to do it. Feng Wanquan was forced to take action. For this reason, he brought out a total of 20 heaven god experts from the World Commerce Hall. Among them, 2 were 5-star heaven gods, 5 were 4-star heaven gods, and the rest were 3-star heaven gods. Such a powerful force had been gathered to deal with DT. Their main force was naturally the dragons of the Draconic God territory. Feng Wanquan and the Sinluo Overlord had been friends for many years. This time, he was representing the World Chamber of Commerce, so he had to pay what he had to. This was also a huge contribution. I heard that you fought with DT before, Sinluo. I wonder what your impression is? The Sinluo Overlord already knew the purpose of this trip. The World Commerce Guild went to DT to vent their anger, but they weren't the main force. DT is evil to the core. The Sinluo Transcendent still couldn't forget what happened back then. He had truly suffered a huge setback. When DT became the 8th Transcendent, he had contributed a lot of effort, all for the sake of drawing more hatred towards DT. If we can avoid fighting directly, it's best not to do so. Naturally, this is my personal opinion. Feng Wanquan frowned as well. Even an old friend said that. This time, the dragon race was even more likely to make a move. I heard that the Draconic God territory is going to hold a new Dragon God convention to compete for the right of succession. All sorts of experts from the dragon race will be participating, and it seems that the strongest races will also be there to watch. I believe it will be very interesting. The Sinluo Transcendent said casually. A strange look flashed across Feng Wanquan's eyes. The Sinluo Transcendent also noticed the change in Feng Wanquan's expression. He thought, DT, don't think that you're so great just because you wiped out the crafting sect. If you dare to go after the dragon race, you'll definitely be badly injured. With your meager strength, you won't be able to suppress them at all. I'd like to see you make a fool of yourself. The World Chamber of Commerce branch was empty. Lin Fei gave up on sweeping and rushed to the Draconic God territory at full speed. In the following days, the battle fortress advanced at high speed. Lin Fei didn't really care about the energy points it consumed. Wool comes from the sheep's back, so he didn't have to worry about it. It took him a whole month's time. Lin Fei and the others were infinitely close to the Draconic God territory. Almost all the people who appeared here were dragons or dragon men who were a mix of humans and dragons. It's been so many years. I didn't expect to come back one day. 9 Dragons King stood on a platform in the fortress, looking down at the world of stars below. He was filled with emotion. A familiar feeling rose in his heart. Home. It was still home. No matter how much time had passed, there was still a home in his heart. The Draconic God territory was his home. Lin Fei stood not far from 9 Dragons King. Are you afraid? 9 Dragons King laughed. Not at all. There are no dragons who are afraid of death. Even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, there's still a master. What a bootlicker! Before reaching the Draconic God territory, Lin Fei could see that the people living outside the territory were all very strong, especially the demonic beasts. Your brothers should know that you're going back to the Draconic God territory. Lin Fei looked into the distance. I wonder what expression they'll have now. From the moment he released the dragons to sweep the World Chamber of Commerce branch, Lin Fei had no intention of hiding his whereabouts. It was necessary to keep a high profile. Lin Fei wanted to put some pressure on the people of the Draconic God territory so that the territory would fall into chaos. Many of them should feel guilty about what happened in the past. Whoosh! Suddenly, the distant sky turned bright red. The vast starry sky was dyed fiery red. Waves of scorching aura hit them in the face, as if they had fallen into an endless sea of fire. This seems to be the aura of the strongest phoenix race. 9 Dragons King looked at the sky, shocked. As expected, not long after, a million zhang tall huafeng flew across the sky. Everywhere it passed, the starry sky was scorching hot. From where they were, they could see many people standing on top of huafeng. A moment later, the giant huafeng disappeared, leaving behind a sea of fire. What a divine beast! Its power is actually so strong. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen a divine beast. Moreover, it was a very powerful divine beast. Humph, a divine beast is nothing. Sooner or later, I will become a divine beast, and the strongest one at that. Hairball, who was lying on Lin Fei's shoulder, said with dissatisfaction. Eat it, eat it. Lin Fei comforted. Good, good. You are the strongest divine beast. When did the dragons get so close to the phoenixes? Lin Fei asked curiously. The closer they got to the draconic god territory, the more people were heading there. Chapter 1773. The strongest races outside the draconic god weave kept appearing. In less than half a day, 5 of the strongest races had appeared. Lin Fei could sense that something big was about to happen in the draconic god weave. Otherwise, the strongest races would not have come to the dragon tribe. Could it be that they were targeting his group? Lin Fei thought it was impossible. He was very famous and fierce, and he was the newly promoted 8th overlord. To the first and second-rate forces, he was indeed a force to be feared. In front of these strongest races, they would not give him any face. They would disdain him. No matter which race it was, the strongest of them would always be stronger than the crafting school's 5-star Empyrean gods. They could easily send out several 5-star Empyrean gods. That was the advantage of being the strongest race. Curious, Lin Fei sent people out to investigate. He was not in a hurry to enter the draconic god weave. He might as well understand the situation first. He was not a reckless person. The draconic god weave is holding the Dragon God Convention in 3 days? These strongest races are here to watch? Lin Fei was shocked when he heard the news. He turned to look at 9 Dragon King. What is the purpose of this Dragon God Convention? Why are the strongest races appearing one after another? 9 Dragon King had a complicated expression. He sighed. I didn't expect it to be the Dragon God Convention. Lin Fei noticed that 9 Dragon King was in low spirits. At this time, Long Xianming exclaimed, Father, is this the same as the Dragon God Convention back then? 9 Dragon King nodded bitterly. So many years have passed. I didn't expect to see the Dragon God Convention again. Is this to welcome us? Master, I've embarrassed myself. 9 Dragon King quickly recovered. This Dragon God Convention is actually to select the next Dragon God Weave Master. I was one of the candidates back then, but Lin Fei hadn't asked about the 9 Dragons King's past, but from the bits and pieces he had gathered, he knew that the 9 Dragons King seemed to have met his demise at the Dragon God Convention. In the end, he fled to the Dark Night Galaxy and drifted aimlessly. Every Dragon God Convention is the most sensational event in the entire Dragon God domain. As the strongest races, they would also come to spectate. Their geniuses would spar with each other, trying to get closer to each other. This is also the reason why the strongest races are independent of the 8 major sects and 7 hegemonic powers. 9 Dragons King added. Lin Fei understood. If what happened back then didn't happen, then you should be the one who initiated the Dragon God Convention this time, right? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Sigh, that's all in the past. The 9 Dragons King did not answer directly, but his meaning was clear. Master, this generation's Dragon God is holding a Dragon God Convention to select the strongest of the younger generation from the 9 Bloodlines Dragon Clan to become the Dragon God of the Dragon Clan. With the gathering of the strongest clans, the Dragon Clan's influence has reached its peak. In my opinion, let's forget about this matter. 9 Dragons King was worried. He understood the meaning of the Dragon God Convention better than anyone else. Having the strongest clan spectate was also a form of communication. When the time came, experts would gather. If Huang Xiaolong recklessly charged in, he would inevitably fall into a dangerous situation and might even die here. 9 Dragons King did not want Huang Xiaolong to stand up for him. Even if Huang Xiaolong wanted to go, he had to wait until the Dragon God Convention was over. When the strongest clans had all left the Dragon Clan, then he could make a move. Now was definitely not the time. Lin Fei shook his head. Don't worry, I understand what you mean. Since we're already here, don't you think it'll be boring if we don't do something? Coincidentally, the Dragon God Convention is about to be held, so we might as well make a big splash and let everyone know that my people are not to be bullied. Don't you think it'll be interesting? Nine Dragons King really did not know what to say. Lin Fei added, "You've been away from the Dragon God domain for so long. Do you still have anyone you can trust in the Dragon God domain? We can't just barge in recklessly. We need to find someone to understand the general situation." Once decided, no one could change Lin Fei's mind. Nine Dragons King was even more grateful to Lin Fei. He clearly knew that the Dragon God domain was filled with experts, but Huang Xiaolong still stood up for him. How many people could do that?
Master, since that's the case, then this old man will throw caution to the wind.
Nine Dragons King's blood boiled. At worst, it would be a fierce battle. In the Dragon God domain, if there's anyone I can trust, it should be my sixth brother. I wonder how he is now. Then let's go find your sixth brother. The Dragon God domain was huge. It was even bigger than the previous domains. Its overall strength was also several times that of the other domains. All kinds of demonic beasts and ferocious beasts lived here, and every one of them was powerful. There were even mixed bloods of the dragon race and dragon men, making up the huge Dragon God domain. Lin Fei put away the battle fortress and moved alone in the Dragon God domain. With the help of space techniques, no one noticed him. Under Nine Dragons King's guidance, Huang Xiaolong headed in the direction of his sixth brother. Flying in the Dragon God domain, all kinds of ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. They wore beast hide armor and carried large axes. It's changed. Everything has changed. At a certain location, Nine Dragons King suddenly let out a sigh. At Lin Fei's position, there was a vast plain and a large city with a large population. With a slight sense, he could sense countless powerful auras in the city. Those who could give Lin Fei such powerful auras were at least 4-star heavenly gods. Just now, he could sense at least a few dozen 4-star heavenly gods and above in the city. Among them, there were even a few that were very obscure and terrifying. You recognize this place? Master, you might not know this, but there are a total of 10 Dragon Kings in the Dragon God domain. Each Dragon King is given a fief, and each of them occupies a place in the Dragon God domain. This is where I, Nine Dragons King, was conferred my title. Nine Dragons King's expression was ugly. After I left, this place was probably conferred to another Dragon King. Lin Fei looked at the city below. This place will come back sooner or later. No one can take it away. Perhaps because he saw the fief, Nine Dragons King's expression did not look good, as if he had suffered a huge blow and could not accept it. Lin Fei could understand Nine Dragons King's feelings. No one would be able to accept such a scene. Under Nine Dragons King's guidance, Lin Fei soon arrived in the sky above a large city. This city was 3 times bigger than Nine Dragons King's fief, and it was bustling with people. A giant dragon statue stood in the square in the center of the city. He's still here, my sixth brother is still here. Nine Dragons King was also released, standing beside Lin Fei. Looking at the statue in the square, he was unusually excited. He was worried that after he left that year, his sixth brother, who had been the closest to him, would be affected. Looking at it now, at least he was fine. Chapter 1774. Just like that, Lin Fei and Nine Dragons King walked through the city. This is my sixth brother's fief. Back then, he took good care of me. Among my 10 brothers, I have the best relationship with him. Perhaps because he had not been back for many years, Nine Dragons King had a lot to say. Lin Fei understood Nine Dragons King's feelings very well. Now that I see that the fief is still here, I feel at ease. At least, my sixth brother is not being persecuted. Otherwise, I will always feel guilty. Unknowingly, the two arrived at a wide street. There were many more beasts and dragons here compared to the few streets ahead. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the two arrived on the street, a fierce energy fluctuation came from afar. Everyone, hurry up and look, young Master Long Shang is making a move again. It can't be, right? Young Master Long Shang just made a move not long ago. Who is it this time? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and look, otherwise, you will miss a good show again. Hee, who else can it be? The originally lively street was accompanied by chaotic noises as a large wave of people ran forward. The street was also empty. Lin Fei casually stopped a dragonoid. Seeing that he was stopped, the dragonoid became angry. Without waiting for him to speak, the dragonoid handed over a high-grade saint stone. Friend, may I ask, what happened in front? Why did everyone go to watch the show? Perhaps because of the high-grade saint stone, the dragonoid smiled and said, Sir, you look unfamiliar, it should be your first time here. I heard that the Dragon God Convention is about to be held, so I came to join in the fun. Lin Fei said. All the more reason for you to go and take a look. The dragonoid laughed and said, It should be young Master Longshang making a move in front. If I'm not wrong, he should be targeting the shops of the Regent Dragon Clan. This kind of thing is not the first time. Hearing that the Regent Dragon Clan was from the Regent Dragon Clan, Lin Fei took out another high-grade saint stone, and the other party accepted it without hesitation. His luck today was pretty good. He could pick up a high-grade saint stone for free. That's not right. You said that the Regent Dragon Clan should be the controller here. Why would someone cause trouble for them? Is there a mistake? Lin Fei asked curiously. The Dragon Man shook his head. You're not mistaken. What you're talking about is the past. Right now, the Regal Dragon Clan is merely struggling at death's door. When the Dragon God Convention ends, his right to be crowned Regal Dragon Clan will be revoked, and the collateral Dragon Clan that young Master Longshang belongs to will be replaced. No way, Lin Fei was shocked. Lin Fei, there is some inside. As he spoke, he handed over another high-grade saint stone. I've asked the right person. Back then, something big happened in the Dragon God territory, and the Regent Dragon Clan here was implicated. Later on, during a mission, the 6th Dragon King of the Regent Dragon Clan was injured, and it was said that he was injured by a mysterious person. Since then, the 6th Dragon King's strength has not increased, and he has remained at the 2-star Heavenly God realm. As for young Master Longshang's bloodline, because of a genius patriarch, he is already a 5-star Heavenly God realm at a young age. The clan's power expanded very quickly, and the 6th Dragon King's bloodline was constantly suppressed. Listening to the dragonoid's words, Lin Fei only knew that there was such an unforeseen event. Beside him, the 9 Dragon King also suppressed his anger and did not flare up. Previously, he was relieved for his 6th brother, but now he knew that it was not as simple as he thought. On the contrary, his 6th brother's life was not very good, and it would not be long before the land of the Regent Dragon Clan was taken away. Lin Fei gave him a few more high-grade saint stones and sent him away. My poor 6th brother. This must have been done by him. The 9 Dragon Kings said in a low voice. My 6th brother's talent is not bad. At the very least, it would not be difficult for him to cultivate to the 4-star Heavenly God realm. Now, he is stuck at the 2-star Heavenly God realm. Apart from him, who else could do such a thing? A Regent Dragon King was only a 2-star Heavenly God realm. Even if he erupted, he would only be a 3-star Heavenly God realm. The difference between him and a 5-star Heavenly God realm was too great. It was normal for others to have their eyes on him. Suppressing him everywhere and challenging the 6th Dragon King's bottom line, this was forcing him into a corner. Master, you must have a way. I beg you, help my 6th brother. The 9 Dragon Kings said in a panic. Lin Fei could guess that the person who sat on the Dragon God's throne was secretly suppressing him. Without the Dragon God's approval, how could a branch bloodline dare to act so recklessly? No one could say anything in the face of this kind of invisible suppression. The dragon race also valued the strong as the king. You, the 6th Dragon King, only have the strength of a 2-star Heavenly God. If word got out, it would be shameful. Now that a 5-star Heavenly God family head had appeared, with proper training, he would be worthy of the title of Dragon King. I will help you with this matter. When Lin Fei first arrived, he was worried that the Draconic God domain would be united. Now, it seemed that they were not as united as he had imagined. This was his chance. Let's go see your 6th brother. In the center of the city, there was a splendid immortal palace. Clouds and mist shrouded the sky, and immortal beasts danced in the air. There was a peaceful atmosphere everywhere. In the depths of the immortal palace, a group of youths ran toward the main hall. That bastard Longshang is getting more and more out of hand. I can't take it anymore. I want to go out and teach that guy a lesson. Our bloodline is not afraid of anything. Why would we be afraid of a bastard of a branch bloodline? Today, we must let that bastard know the power of the 6th Duke Palace. These youths were all burly and had murderous looks on their faces. At this moment, all of them had dark expressions and were furious. Just a moment ago, they had received news that a shop belonging to the 6th Duke Palace had been destroyed by that damned Long Sheng. He had even injured many of their clansmen. They were all unusually impulsive. In the main hall, several middle-aged men were also frowning. They were also very angry. Your Highness, we have to think of a way out of this. If this continues, our 6th Duke Palace will no longer have any status. If things go wrong, we might even be exterminated in the future. Your Highness, why don't we leave the Draconic God domain? We don't want the Imperial bloodline anymore. The Dragon God is forcing us into a corner. These middle-aged men were the higher-ups of the 6th Duke Palace. This was not the first time they had said this. The situation was getting worse and worse. That bastard Long Sheng had pushed them out to test their bloodline. The more it was like this, the angrier they became. In the past few years, the 6th Duke Palace had been suppressed everywhere. Some talented clansmen had unknowingly fallen outside. As a result, there was a shortage of successors. The experts of this bloodline were also very limited, so the clansmen did not dare to leave the city. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 1775. They looked at the Dragon King on the main seat. The people below felt heartache. If not for what had happened back then, their bloodline would not have fallen to such a state. They were even bullied by the collateral relatives. Everyone was filled with anger. But there was nothing they could do now. They could only grit their teeth and hold on. The 6th Marquis residence. The slightest movement could spell disaster. Because of this, the Dragon King's bloodline had a strong opinion of the Dragon God. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know that it was the Dragon God's approval. Otherwise, how could a collateral relative dare to oppose the royal bloodline? Apart from that, the main point was that they lacked experts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to act so arrogantly above their heads. Everyone, stop arguing. A few simple words made the 6th Dragon King feel powerless. He was also very helpless about the current situation. So many years had passed, and the injuries from back then had not healed. He couldn't raise his cultivation level either. He had suffered a heavy blow and was very disheartened. I will take care of this. Pass down the order. Without my permission, no one is allowed to leave the residence. The 6th Dragon King coughed lightly again. Everyone was very unwilling. But they knew that the Dragon King was doing it for their own good. If everyone left, someone might be schemed against. They didn't dare to act recklessly in the residence. Someone immediately set off to pass the message. In a back garden of the residence, the 9th Dragon King was supported by a beautiful woman. He sat under a pavilion, his face full of worry. Husband, you don't have to worry too much. Our bloodline is the royal bloodline. The Dragon God won't dare to act recklessly. The beautiful woman comforted. The 6th Dragon King suddenly sneered. So what if we are the royal bloodline? After so many years, of the 10 bloodlines, 9th brother has gone to the Dark Knight Galaxy, and the others have submitted to the Dragon God. I'm the only one who has been indifferent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted our bloodline. I'm afraid that after the Dragon God convention, our bloodline will completely lose its status. Will it be that serious? That Dragon God, even if he sits on the throne, is still unjustifiable. Why did he arrange for 10th brother to hunt down 9th brother? In the end, it's because he hasn't obtained the Dragon God scepter. As long as 9th brother doesn't die, as long as he doesn't see the Dragon God scepter, his position will not be stable. The 6th Dragon King sneered. Back then, if it weren't for his cooperation, I wouldn't have gotten to this position so easily. I've always had a good relationship with 9th brother, so naturally, I became a thorn in his side. In order to solidify his position, he would do anything. How can that be good? The beautiful woman rarely interfered in this kind of matter, but at this moment, she was also worried. The 6th Dragon King smiled bitterly. The Dragon God Convention is being held, and even the Dragon Kings are going to attend it personally. I'll be taking a portion of them with me when the time comes, and I've already made arrangements for the rest. When I leave, you'll leave the Draconic God weave with them and never return. At the very least, we can protect our bloodline this way. This was the only thing the 6th Dragon King could do. Who is it? Suddenly, the 6th Dragon King stood up. His seemingly powerless body erupted with a powerful killing intent that shot forward. "Sixth brother, it's me." In the distance, a ripple came from the void. Two people walked out of the void. One of them took off his cloak, revealing his true appearance. Just like that, he stared at the sixth Dragon King. The sixth Dragon King revealed a look of disbelief. Your ninth brother. Why are you back?" He had never imagined that his younger brother would return one day, much less at this time. Just now, he had thought that the dragon god had arranged for someone to deal with him. That kind of person was capable of anything. "This used to be my home. Why can't I come back? If I didn't come back, how would I know that sixth brother would be implicated because of me? As your younger brother, I've let you down," the ninth Dragon King said guiltily. Especially after seeing his sixth brother's appearance, his heart ached. In the draconic god weave, as long as one was a member of the royal bloodline and had a pure bloodline, their cultivation speed was faster than that of the branch families. The probability of producing geniuses was also higher. This was something that the branch families could not compare to. The sixth Dragon King's realm was stagnant, and the clan's geniuses were falling one after another. The ninth Dragon King felt even more sorry for his sixth brother. "Hurry up and leave before they find you. Go as far as you can. Don't come back for the rest of your life. You can't win against the dragon god." The sixth Dragon King had a good relationship with the ninth Dragon King in the past. Seeing his long-lost younger brother return, he was naturally happy. In the next moment, he asked the ninth Dragon King to leave. The ninth Dragon King's heart warmed. His sixth brother was still the same sixth brother. He had not changed at all. He was still so worried about him. "Sixth brother, since I'm already here, I don't plan to leave. That year, he took everything from me, and even tried to kill me. This time, I'm going to take back what he took from me, and avenge you, sixth brother." The nine Dragons King's eyes were filled with determination. For his sixth brother, for himself, he had to throw caution to the wind. The sixth Dragon King knew his ninth brother's character very well. As long as he was determined, no one could change his mind. However, the sixth Dragon King did not want anything to happen to his ninth brother. He said coldly, "You're really stupid. Do you know what realm the dragon god is at now? He's already an 8-star celestial god. It won't be long before he enters the 9-star celestial god realm. How are you going to fight him?" It was not that the sixth Dragon King wanted to attack his ninth brother, but there was no need to take the risk. "An 8-star celestial god, isn't that amazing?" Lin Fei suddenly interjected. The sixth Dragon King's realm was not high, but his dragon might was still there. With a glance, he could tell that the sixth Dragon King was a 2-star celestial god. "Ninth brother, is this your man?" Such big words. The 9 Dragon King's voice was low. "Sixth brother, you're wrong. He's not my man. He's my master. Without him, you wouldn't be able to see me now." The sixth Dragon King's eyes widened. "Ninth brother, you're muddle-headed. We're royalty. Why should we follow someone else?" The sixth Dragon King's gaze turned to the ninth Dragon King. "I don't care how you do it. I want you to release your oath and return my ninth brother his freedom. I will compensate you with treasures." Lin Fei was not angry. Instead, he was happy for the ninth Dragon King. Having such an elder brother was actually quite a good thing. "Sixth brother, this has nothing to do with master. I'm doing this voluntarily." The ninth Dragon King was worried that something might happen. He stood between the two. "Do you think someone can force me to do something I don't want to do?" The beautiful woman also stepped forward. "Husband, don't be angry. Let's hear what he has to say first." The sixth Dragon King suppressed his anger, seemingly accepting the ninth Dragon King's words. The dragon race was a proud race. Someone who could make his little brother willingly become a follower could not have used violence. "Sixth brother, you probably don't know who my master is, right? You should have heard of him. He's the newly risen 8th overlord, Tian." Chapter 1776. Tian? The sixth Dragon King had to know this name. He was a monstrous genius who had risen in such a short time. Those who didn't know this name would be laughed at by others. Were the 10 princes famous? However, they had been easily suppressed by Tian. Later, they became the 10 Empyrean gods and their strength soared. However, they were suppressed by Tian again and even killed a few Empyrean gods, making them famous. After that, Tian's rise was unstoppable. He was unbelievably strong. Several of the 8 great sects suffered losses, and the 7 overlords also suffered. Tian turned from a savage to a god-slaying expert, feared by everyone. The 6th Dragon King had naturally heard of such a savage Empyrean god. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he still could not believe it. Tian was too young. When he was his age, he was not even half as strong as Tian. You are that Tian? A god-slaying expert? The beautiful woman was shocked. Lin Fei smiled. If there is no one else with the same name as me, then I am the Tian you speak of. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable, the beautiful woman exclaimed. After all, Tian was famous now. Taoist Tian, I'm sorry. I did not mean to target you just now. The 6th Dragon King rarely admitted his mistake. He did not dare to underestimate Tian just because he was the 8th overlord. Lin Fei waved his hand. It's fine. It's normal for you to be worried about your brother. It had to be said. When one had status, it was much easier to speak. At least the 6th Dragon King did not have much of an opinion now, but he was still very worried about his 9th brother's safety. Tian was strong and his combat strength was not weak. However, that was in other places. In the Dragon God domain, he did not seem to be of much use. Unless Tian's backer intervened, there might still be a fight. In order not to be discovered, the 6th Dragon King brought the 2 into a secret room to prevent others from seeing them and spreading the news. I still don't recommend doing this. The 6th Dragon King coughed dryly. You do not know how powerful the Dragon God is. Almost all the strongest races are here in the Dragon God Convention. Among them, the Giant race and the Phoenix race are closely related to the Dragon God. If we act now, they might be tempted. As for the 9 Dragons King, it was hard to say. The only thing he trusted was Tian. If Tian said it would definitely succeed, then it would definitely succeed. It would not fail. 6th Dragon King, I can see that the injury in your body is nothing more than a force that can't be removed. I wonder if you can let me remove it for you? Then you should understand. Lin Fei did not want to explain too much. You can see the power in my body? The 6th Dragon King was shocked. It's just a mere force. Lin Fei scanned them with the system and found the root cause. As long as he got rid of that power, he could naturally heal the 6 Dragon Kings. The power in the 6th Dragon King's body was left behind by a mysterious person in the past. Until now, there was still a part of it that could not be removed. It was constantly devouring the power in his body, causing his strength to be unable to increase. He was barely a 2-star heavenly god. Otherwise, he would be a 4 or 5-star heavenly god at the very least. Can I really? For the sake of this power, the 6th Dragon King had secretly sought out many experts, but he had never been able to remove it. As time passed, it became a sore point for him. How would you know if you don't try? In any case, there's no loss for you. The 9 Dragon Kings said. 6th brother, Master is still very powerful. He wouldn't lie to you. Then I'll listen to you. The 6th Dragon King also wanted to see for himself how tyrannical Tian's abilities were. If Tian's abilities were not up to par, the 6th Dragon King would never have allowed him to make a move during the Dragon God Convention. After all, the Dragon God Dominion was home to the strongest races. A 4-star heavenly god from the dragon race could already rival a 5-star heavenly god. One could well imagine the battle prowess of the strongest races. Lin Fei had the 6th Dragon King sit down, not letting the beautiful woman leave. Go. Lin Fei sent a time technique into the 6th Dragon King's body, enveloping the power and sealing it. Break. A finger blasted at the power. Lin Fei was very direct and violent. The 6th Dragon King was more or less disappointed. He had tried this method several times, but not once had he succeeded. The power was very tenacious, and it was not something that could be destroyed by force. Even if there was a part left, it would recover after a long time. This was also the main reason why the 6th Dragon King was helpless. After the power of the finger blasted into his body, the 6th Dragon King was disappointed. He used his divine sense to observe, only to see that the seemingly powerless power suddenly turned into a ferocious tiger that pounced on the power. Boom! Boom! The suppressed power tried to escape in all directions, but it could not escape. In an instant, it was shattered by the power, leaving nothing behind. Ah, it's done. The sixth Dragon King's eyes widened in disbelief. He kept checking with his divine sense, and the terrifying power that had been bothering him for a long time was shattered mercilessly. I said it was a small matter. Don't you want to see it? Lin Fei smiled. The power was very tenacious, which was why Lin Fei had used a technique to seal it and then used force to shatter it, not giving it a chance to leave. It was a small matter to Lin Fei, but in the eyes of the sixth Dragon King, it was definitely not a small matter. It was a huge matter. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. The sixth Dragon King was finally convinced. Di Tian could easily unleash his power, and it was extremely ferocious. The rumors in the outside world were true. Di Tian was indeed very talented. There might not be many people in the Dragon Clan who could unleash such explosive power. After getting rid of this power, the sixth Dragon King was much more convinced. This was especially so after Lin Fei revealed that as long as he was no match for the other party, someone would come to help him. The sixth Dragon King was completely relieved because of this. Then, what is Taoist Di Tian planning to do? The sixth Dragon King seemed to see hope. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Of course we're going to do it openly. The Dragon God is holding a Dragon God convention to choose its next successor, so there's no better time than now. It's also a good time to teach those strongest species that are closely related a lesson." Sneak in? Lin Fei was really not interested. Destroying the place was destroying the place. There was no need to be sneaky. Wouldn't that be a joke? The sixth Dragon King was shocked. Enter openly? That was too domineering. You don't need to think about it? There's no need to think about it. Let's go just like that. Lin Fei said. The sixth Dragon King's blood also surged when he heard that. Taoist Di Tian, if you're going to attack us directly, there's something that we need you to do. That way, our momentum will be even greater. What is it? The sixth Dragon King said. Back then, ninth brother was the successor of the Dragon God. In the Dragon God domain, a large number of the higher-ups supported ninth brother. They were very powerful, but they were all imprisoned by the Dragon God in a mystic realm. If we could release them with... Chapter 1777. P.S. Only one update today. In the central city of the Dragon God we've stood an infinitely large city. It also had another name. Dragon City. When mentioning Dragon City, everyone couldn't help but mention the Dragon God. This generation's Dragon God had left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. As the strongest race, the Dragon race's influence continued to expand. Correspondingly, the strongest races were also closely united. In the weave, no one dared to belittle the title of the strongest race. The Dragon God convention had yet to begin. Several of the strongest races had come to Dragon City one after another. The Dragon God, who rarely appeared, also came out to personally welcome the strongest races. He held banquets for several nights in a row to entertain these distinguished guests. The Dragon City Prefecture was surprised that the Vice President of the World Chamber of Commerce had come and given them such a generous gift. When did one of the top 3 chambers of commerce in the weave become so generous? The Dragon God rarely met Feng Wan Quan when he came to the Dragon God weave as the Vice President. He had to give face to the top 3 chambers of commerce. No one was willing to offend them. The Dragon God was the same. The Dragon race needed all kinds of resources to cultivate, so they had to deal with the top chambers of commerce. Feng Wan Quan had come all the way to the Dragon God weave on behalf of the World Chamber of Commerce, but in private, he had revealed to the Dragon God about Di Tian and the information the chamber had gathered. Lord Dragon God, I have a piece of information that one of my subordinates heard by chance. It might be useful to you. It's getting late, and I need to go back and rest. Before he left, Feng Wan Quan left behind a message and a jade slip to record some information. The Dragon God arranged for Feng Wan Quan to be sent away, and the jade slip landed in his hands. Father, Feng Wan Quan is very shrewd. He left behind this jade slip before he left. He might be plotting something against the Dragon race. Should we arrange for someone to keep an eye on him? The Dragon God convention is just around the corner, and we can't let anything happen to him. A young man stood up. He was the eldest of the Dragon God's 5 sons, Long Ikuan. Today, the Dragon God had specially brought his eldest son to meet Feng Wan Quan of the World Chamber of Commerce. There's no need. Our dragon tribe is one of the strongest tribes. If we send people to keep an eye on it, wouldn't we be laughed at by others? Those who don't know might even think that we are afraid of the World Commerce Association. The dragon god was not tall and sturdy. On the contrary, he was very thin and his whole person looked gloomy, making it difficult to see through him. The dragon god used his divine sense to check the jade slip, and suddenly laughed. No wonder the vice president of the World Chamber of Commerce came here. Little Kuan, take a look. Long Kuan was very surprised. He took the jade slip and examined it. Tian brought ninth uncle back? Although Long Kuan was young, he knew some inside information. When he saw the information, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He wants to use us as knives. The dragon god did not seem to care. He said indifferently, I heard that the World Chamber of Commerce has been having a hard time recently. First, they lost the opportunity to cooperate with Tian, and then their branch was wiped out by Tian. Their vitality was greatly damaged, and they gained a strong enemy for no reason. The World Chamber of Commerce sure has a way to kill with a borrowed knife. Long Kuan was young and impetuous. He snorted coldly. Father, Tian is not that great. It is just a weapon refining sect. If I were to act, I would also be able to wipe out the entire weapon refining sect. If he dares to cause trouble in our dragon god domain, then he is courting death. I will make him die without a burial place. The dragon god was very satisfied with his eldest son. At such a young age, with a large amount of resources, his strength had reached the 4-star celestial god realm. When he used the imperial bloodline, his combat strength would increase several times, enough to sweep away the younger generation. Father likes this attitude of yours that looks down on the world. The dragon god laughed. Your ninth uncle must have reached some kind of cooperation with Tian, which is why he dared to return to dragon god domain. If there are no accidents, your ninth uncle must be with your sixth uncle. Based on your sixth uncle's personality, you should personally make a trip to the banished land. Don't worry, father. I will take care of this matter properly. Long Kuan turned around and left. The dragon god sat in his seat, and the jade slip shattered with a crash. A trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. Ninth brother. Oh, ninth brother. Back then, you suffered a crushing defeat and had no choice but to go to the Dark Knight Galaxy. I didn't expect you to have the guts to return. But do you really think that you can contend against me with just Tian? I am no longer the same person I was back then. You came back just in time. This time, you will not be able to escape even if you grow wings. I will definitely obtain the dragon god scepter. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from the dragon god's body. The banished land. It was a place in dragon god domain that caused people to tremble with fear. As long as one was a resident of dragon god domain, they feared nothing but this banished land. These 4 simple words were enough to make one's scalp go numb. One would never want to come into contact with these 4 words for the rest of their lives. To put it bluntly, the banished land was a place of exile. It was specially created by the dragon clan, and it was filled with chaos and violence. Those who were exiled could never leave, unless the dragon god granted them amnesty. Ever since the last banishment, very few people were exiled from the banished land, and those who were exiled were super experts. Being exiled to the banished land was worse than being killed. There was not a shred of heaven and earth spiritual energy in the banished land. Anyone who stayed there would experience a steady decline in their strength as time passed, and they would eventually die of old age in the banished land. Even a wealthy person would die of old age in the banished land. As for breaking through to the next realm, there was no need to even mention it. We're almost there. They definitely won't expect us to go to the banished land at this time. This time, Lin Fei was the main person in charge of the trip to the banished land, while the 9th and 6th Dragon Kings led the way. Both of them were very excited. Fellow Taoist Tian, the banished land is very terrifying. None of those exiled have ever returned. Are you confident? The 6th Dragon King asked worriedly. Although I haven't seen the banished land yet, in my opinion, as long as it exists, it has its flaws. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. If there are people guarding it, that's even better. We can just let them out. If there are restrictions, we can break them layer by layer. Lin Fei's thinking was very simple. The banished land was full of experts. As long as they didn't die, they could use the godstones to recover. Returning to their previous realm was not a difficult matter. Other than that, another thing that made Lin Fei happy was that the experts exiled from the Banished Land had died generation after generation in the Banished Land, leaving behind a large number of godheads. No one knew exactly how many there were. This was also Lin Fei's biggest goal. Who asked him to lack godheads? Chapter 1779. Heavenly God Raging Fire was the person in charge of the Banished Land. His daily task was to guard the 8 Dragon God Mountains outside the Banished Land. Heavenly God Raging Fire's favorite thing to do every day was to patrol the 8 Dragon God Mountains and see the banished old monsters through them. Congratulations, Master. Once the Dragon God Convention is over, you will be transferred back to Dragon City to enjoy your life. One of his subordinates said. Heavenly God Raging Fire smiled. Don't worry, I will definitely take you back when I get back. I won't leave you here alone. Thank you, Master. Heavenly God Raging Fire led his men to patrol the Dragon God Mountains and returned to a palace not far away. This palace had a domineering name, the Banished Palace. As long as the 8 Dragon God Mountains and the Banished Palace existed, they could guard the Banished Land. No one could come out. First Highness, there is news. Heavenly God Raging Fire received the news from the First Highness. He was stunned. Someone is coming to the Banished Land to rescue those old guys? After checking again, Heavenly God Raging Fire confirmed it. Interesting, really interesting. Someone wants to attack the old monsters of the Banished Land. I wonder who is it? Boom! Boom! All of a sudden, the entire banished Heavenly Palace was shaken. Heavenly God Raging Fire's face darkened. Someone was really coming to attack the Banished Land? Something that hadn't happened in more than a dozen chaotic years had happened to him today. Open the array. Heavenly God Raging Fire came to the Banished Palace. He wanted to see who was so bold to cause trouble here. He would kill him with his own hands. As soon as he stepped outside, a net of fire appeared in front of him. Black beams of light shot toward him. The dragons stationed here were caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties. None of them could withstand the attack. Boom! 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 Heavenly God Raging Fire was also blasted away and crashed into the Dragon God Mountain in the distance. The huge Dragon God Mountain didn't move at all. Damn it! It's a battle fortress. Which overlord is here? This is the Dragon God territory. Outside the 8 Dragon God Mountains, a black giant was shooting out destructive beams of light. The people of the Banished Palace couldn't even look up, and part of the array formation was also broken. Master, 5 of the array formation cores are broken. I can't open it for now. The opponent's attack is too fierce. I can't block it. On the battle fortress, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. His expression relaxed. The battle fortress is truly worthy of its reputation. It's worthy of being called a top-grade war weapon. It's able to suppress them just like that. This was the first time 6th Dragon King had seen the terror of a battle fort. He was shocked. How much wealth did one have to support such an attack? His 9th brother had found a good follower. 6th brother, are you interested? Let's go kill Heavenly God Lai Hua together. The 9 Dragons King invited his 6th brother excitedly. The 6th Dragon King's previous exhaustion was swept away. Heavenly God Lai Hua is His Highness's man. I've long been unhappy with him. Let's *CK him up. The 2 flew out of the battle bastion. Both of you are Dragon Kings. Do you have to do this? For a moment, Lin Fei felt that these 2 were not Dragon Kings, but hot-blooded youths. Could it be that he's suffocated? 6th Dragon King. How dare you? Heavenly God Lai Hua was a 4-star heavenly god with a combat power of a 5-star heavenly god. In the face of the dense beam attack, he had to avoid it. As soon as he saw the newcomer, Heavenly God Lai Hua was furious. An outdated Dragon King dared to attack the banished Heavenly Palace. Heavenly God Lai Hua was extremely disdainful. This was seeking his own death. Who didn't know that the Dragon God wanted to deal with the 6th Dragon King? Dragon Claw Hand. The 6th Dragon King did not speak. He waved his hand and the Dragon Divine Power flew out. A fierce and domineering claw clawed at Heavenly God Lai Hua. The remaining array restrictions were shattered layer by layer. Heavenly God Lai Hua shouted angrily. You 6th Dragon King, with your 2-star Heavenly God combat power, you dare to fight with me? Who do you think you are? What about me? An endless majestic voice blasted at Heavenly God Lai Hua. Heavenly God Lai Hua subconsciously looked over, and his face changed dramatically. You. Why is the 9th Dragon King here? You want to release those old monsters. In the past, the 9th Dragon King was the most famous person in the Dragon God territory. No one did not know the 9th Dragon King's divine courage. At that time, Heavenly God Lai Hua was only a ruler. He also admired the 9th Dragon King very much. There was a moment of unnatural change just now. Heavenly God Lai Hua, although you and I are not of the same bloodline, as long as you open the array restrictions, I will not kill you. I will give you a chance to atone for your sins. 9 Dragon King said. Ha ha ha, 9 Dragon King, you talk big. If it was you in the past, I might listen to you. Now it is the world of the Dragon God. You are a sinner and you dare to say that. Then let me see your current strength. Heavenly God Lai Hua saw that one of them was a 1-star Heavenly God and the other was a 2-star Heavenly God. He did not know which overlord he should pull in. As long as he captured these 2 traitors, it would be a great contribution. The Dragon God would reward him. Boom! Heavenly God Lai Hua's body swayed, and he transformed into a black dragon that was 100,000 feet long. He charged out aggressively and smashed the attacks of the 6 Dragon Kings with his head. His steel whip-like tail swept across the sky toward the 2 of them. The attack was no less than the weight of Mount Tai. Very fierce. Heavenly God Lai Hua's battle prowess skyrocketed. He did not take the 2 seriously at all. The 6th Dragon King also wanted to reveal his true form, but he was blocked by 9 Dragon King. This kind of person, there is no need for 6th brother to do it. 9 Dragon King was not in a hurry. Suddenly, he took out a golden scepter from his storage ring. The scepter was made in the shape of a golden dragon, and this dragon was the 1st-generation dragon god, the Holy Golden Dragon. Then, a terrifying dragon might swept out, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Heavenly God Lai Hua felt the fear of death in the depths of his soul. He stared at the golden scepter and exclaimed, Dragon God Scepter. This was the #1 divine artifact in the Dragon God domain. It was also the Dragon God scepter that only the Dragon God was qualified to wield. Heavenly God Lai Hua felt fear, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. If I can snatch it, can I also become a Dragon God in the future? Die! To the shock of the 6th Dragon King, 9 Dragon King raised the golden scepter and shouted softly. The scepter shot out a golden light at an extreme speed, piercing through Heavenly God Lai Hua's strong body, leaving a huge bloody hole in his opponent's body. Really, so strong. His huge body collapsed with a loud bang. 9 Dragon King's body also swayed slightly. My strength is still too weak. The Dragon Clan members of the exiled Heavenly Palace were all horrified. They could not believe that Heavenly God Lai Hua was killed in a second. The 6th Dragon King is back. Everyone run. Chapter 1780. P.S. There was a mistake at the end. It was 9 Dragon King is back. He had gotten used to it. He collapsed. After losing the Inferno Heavenly God, the remaining people were in a panic. Everyone knew that the 9 Dragon King was back, holding the Dragon God scepter that only the Dragon God was qualified to possess. They had witnessed the terrifying power of the dragon race's #1 divine weapon. The Inferno Heavenly God, a 4-star Heavenly God in his true form, couldn't withstand a single blow from the Dragon God scepter and was killed on the spot. What else could the remaining people do? The people present weren't stupid. This meant that the 9 Dragon King was back for revenge. In less than a moment, the people from the exiled Heavenly Palace ran away. No one wanted to die in the hands of the 9 Dragon King. If they didn't leave now, when would they? They wouldn't care about what would happen next. Their priority was to save their lives. What a tyrannical divine weapon! Lin Fei was also surprised. He had occasionally heard about the Dragon God Scepter. It was the #1 divine weapon of the dragon race, and also the #1 killing weapon. Now, it seemed that this was true. Its power was terrifying. Master, his divine weapon is not bad. In terms of grade, it can reach the level of a mid-grade God King weapon. Only the strongest race can withstand the backlash. This 9 Dragon King is not simple. If we don't kill these people and let them spread the news, in less than a day, the entire Dragon God territory will know about this. Little Demonis ran out and said. Lin Fei was a little surprised. The strongest race of the dragon race was really not simple. A mid-grade God King weapon, they are really rich, their foundation is extraordinary. If I'm not wrong, the other strongest races might have 1 or 2 God King weapons in their hands, then the 8 major sects will also have the same. I have to go and collect more divine sparks. No matter what, I have to get a high-grade heavenly god divine weapon. Lin Fei thought to himself, then asked little Demonis, if I get a top-grade heavenly god divine weapon, will it be able to fight against an ordinary mid-grade God King weapon? After Lin Fei saw the Dragon God Scepter, he was even more afraid of the strongest races. To put it bluntly, the two of them aren't too far apart. The quality of his God King artifact is only mediocre. To put it bluntly, it's just something that he forged casually. There's no difference between a high-tier celestial god artifact and a middle-tier God King artifact. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. I want to prepare a divine artifact for God King Ron. Otherwise, I will really suffer a great loss. Your divine item is not bad. My eyes have been opened. Lin Fei put away the battle fort and smiled at Nine Dragon King. As expected of the #1 divine item of the dragons, Nine Dragon King was very proud. Many thanks for Master's praise. Although this thing is good, it will become an ordinary item in Master's hands sooner or later. In the future, I hope Master can also forge a suitable weapon for me. Nine Dragon King was proud, but he did not think that his Dragon God Scepter was very awesome. These words left the 6 Dragon Kings at a loss. The Dragon God Scepter was the #1 divine artifact. Wasn't it good? Could it be that there was an even better divine artifact? No problem. Lin Fei readily agreed. The Raging Fire God is dead, and the remaining people are no longer a concern. It's time to release them. It won't be long before the nearby experts come to reinforce us. Speaking of which, he had grasped the opportunity well this time. With the Raging Fire God guarding this place, coupled with the formation, even a 5 or 6 star heavenly god might not be able to open it. Everyone knew the prestige of the dragon race, and no one was willing to offend the dragon race. Naturally, no one would come to the banished land. In addition, the banished land had been safe and sound all this time. The banished land's spirit array had not been fully activated. It was only the simple activation of the spirit array's spirit array that allowed Lin Fei to easily kill his way in. These 8 Dragon God Mountains are the core of the banished land's formation. As long as the 8 Dragon God Mountains are broken, the banished land will lose its seal and the people inside can come out. The other way is to go in and bring them out. Nine Dragons King said. The first method won't be easy. The 8 Dragon God Mountains were obtained by the first-generation Dragon God in a dangerous location. As for what materials they were made of, no one knows. Later on, they were used to create the 8 Dragon God Mountains and create a land of exile for experts. Lin Fei did not take these 8 Dragon God Mountains seriously at first. Now that he heard it, it was not right. It seemed to have a lot of background. Could it be some kind of treasure? With the Dragon God Scepter in your hand, you can't blast open the Dragon God Mountains? Lin Fei asked. It's difficult. Nine Dragon King shook his head. Rise for me. Lin Fei decided to give it a try. First, light beams filled the sky, and the densely packed attacks made one's scalp go numb. The Dragon God Mountains did not move at all, and there was no damage at all. Lin Fei activated his fusion, and 18 heavenly gods fused together. His strength soared to the 6-star heavenly god realm, and he turned into a giant. He grabbed the Dragon God Mountains with both hands, but he still could not move them. This time, Lin Fei was convinced. Have you scanned it yet? What the hell is this? Even I can't move it. Lin Fei dispersed his clones. He was very shocked. There was such a treasure in the world that even he could not move the Dragon God Mountains in the slightest. Yes, there's a result. This Dragon God Mountains is refined from a kind of top-grade material called magnetic million-weight stone. With your current strength, you can't hold it at all. I admire this first-generation Dragon God. He collected this kind of top-grade material and refined 8 Dragon God Mountains. It's really a big deal. Master, your luck is really good. This was the first time he heard this name. Is it useful to me? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. It's more than useful. For Master, this is a super good thing. The little demon said disdainfully, as long as Master can move the 8 Dragon God Mountains, and use a large amount of divinity points to use the system's refining system, it can help you refine a super-killing weapon. Oh my god, Super killing weapon. What kind of quality is it? Lin Fei was shocked. He almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. If the 8 Dragon God Mountains could be used to create a super killing weapon, the people of the dragon race would have already refined it. If it was someone else who said it, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. He believed the little demon's words without a doubt. It's easy for you to kill a divine king. You can think about it yourself. You should level up immediately. When you become a 9-star Empyrean deity, all of your Empyrean deity avatars will also reach the 9-star Empyrean deity realm. Then, you should be able to grab these 8 Dragon God Mountains. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Can't Ron do it? The little demon said. No. Well, it seems that I still have to rely on myself. Lin Fei had never thought that he would find a treasure here, not to mention a super powerful killing machine. It would be very useful to him. The little demon was created by the system, and even he was full of praise for it, so it must be very good. Boom, boom, boom. Everything outside the exiled heavenly palace was shattered. There were 8 Dragon God Mountains. The land of exile was always sealed by a layer of sealing power. The people inside could not come out. The 9 Dragon King holding the Dragon God scepter was equivalent to opening a back door of the land of exile. As long as one entered, they could open a space-time door through the first divine tool and come out. If he was alone, he would definitely not be able to support it. With Lin Fei's help, he could do it. Chapter 1781. The Dragon God territory was huge. When the land of exile was invaded, the eldest son of the Dragon God, Long Ikuan, was the first to know. He was currently on his way to the land of exile. Father is right. My 9th uncle is really plotting against those people. Is he trying to use those old monsters to make a comeback? Long Ikuan sneered. He didn't really care. Look at the situation. The Dragon God scepter has appeared. If I can bring it back, I will definitely be the successor. The people around him didn't dare to disturb the first prince. Advance at full speed. Follow my orders. Gather all the experts of the Black Dragon Legion and surround the land of exile. They won't be able to escape. The Black Dragon Legion was the main force under Long Ikuan's control. As the eldest son of the Dragon God, he had the support of the Dragon King. He controlled a terrifying force. Otherwise, how could he compete with his brothers? Long Ikuan realized that this was an opportunity for him. As long as he killed 9th uncle and the traitors and brought the Dragon God scepter back, the other 4 brothers wouldn't be able to compete with him for the position of successor. He could rely on this great contribution to settle the matter. The Black Dragon Legion arrived quickly. They immediately sealed off the area. Countless black dragons formed a killing formation that surrounded the 8 Dragon God Mountains. Your first prince, the formation is complete. Someone reported. Long Ikuan stood on the Dragon God Mountain and nodded in satisfaction. Once they come out, no matter who they are, kill them without mercy. This killing formation was one of the super killing formations. It was bought from the auction house of the World Chamber of Commerce. Just activating this killing formation required 100,000 black dragons, all of whom were rulers and above. The order was passed down immediately. Long Meng, Long Bai, follow me in. Long Ikuan wasn't satisfied with setting up the killing formation outside. He called his 2 trusted experts to enter the land of exile and kill them immediately. Understood. Long Meng and Long Bai were brothers who cultivated a combination attack technique. Their battle prowess was extremely terrifying. They were originally peak 5-star heavenly gods, and when they used this combination attack formation, their battle prowess was just barely at the level of a 7-star heavenly god. This was also why Long Ikuan dared to enter personally. This place really is a sealed land. In the banished land, the entire world was a barren wasteland. There were almost no signs of green life. Even the most common green leaves were nowhere to be seen. Other than the barren yellow sand, there were also barren mountains and bare, towering mountains. Lin Fei had already put away the battle fort and was flying in the sky. Between the sky and the earth, a sealing power was applied to his body, cutting off all connections. 9th Dragon King and 6th Dragon King's expressions were solemn. They had underestimated the terror of the banished land. I've still underestimated this place. Not only do we have seals on our bodies, but we're also shrouded in an endless gravitational field. Luckily, we're from the dragon race with strong divine bodies. If this continues for a long time, We won't be able to hold out. The 9 Dragons King sighed. This was also the 6th Dragon King's first time here. He was also quite shocked.
If it weren't for you, 9th brother, I would have suspected that I would be stuck here forever.
Lin Fei didn't care about the seal on his body. Power. His system had a large amount of divine power, so he wasn't afraid of exhaustion at all. Inside the Banished Land, he had the upper hand. The Banished Land is indeed not ordinary. Those who can be exiled here must be the top powerhouses of the Dragon God domain. Only they can survive in this place. You're right. Those without strength don't have the right to survive here. You guys are the ones who don't have the right to survive. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a cloud of yellow sand rose and turned into a world, falling down on them. This person is very strong. The 6 Dragon Kings opened their mouths and roared, spewing out dragon might at the yellow sand. However, the yellow sand didn't move at all, continuing to fall on them. What a big tone. Lin Fei laughed. This heaven and earth mystique was not bad, but it was still full of flaws in front of the system. He took out the heavenly deity saber and slashed at one of the spots. The yellow sand exploded. A middle-aged man in a yellow robe appeared in the distance. You're a powerhouse of the sand race. Why are you here? The 6 Dragon Kings exclaimed. Humph. None of you from the Dragon Clan are good people. In any case, since you came in, don't even think about leaving. Obediently become my blood food. The yellow-robed middle-aged man shouted loudly. Yellow sand filled the sky as he disappeared. Brother Tion, be careful. This person is a powerhouse of the sand race, and he's best at creating thousands of clones. He's already a 4-star heavenly god, and with his bloodline mystique, he can fight against a 5-star heavenly god. The 6 Dragon Kings warned. He also felt a bit pressured. Lin Fei was just worrying about how to make a move. Killing someone from the dragon race might make the other party unhappy. Once he heard that the other party wasn't from the dragon race, he didn't care anymore. I'll deal with this person. Boom. Boom. 18 heavenly god clones soared into the sky, one after another, shocking the sand race powerhouse. The 18 clones entered Lin Fei's body, and their auras kept rising. He broke through to the 6-star heavenly god level in one go. Divine level blade slash. Lin Fei's heavenly god battle technique slashed at one of the clones, and his divine power slashed through the void. Patter. The 2 halves of the corpse fell from the sky, and blood dyed the yellow sand red. Whoosh. The heavenly god battle technique in Lin Fei's hand couldn't withstand the power and broke into pieces. He died just like that. The 6 Dragon Kings knew that Tion was very powerful. After witnessing the battle with his own eyes, he was completely shocked. This was too terrifying. The sand race powerhouse was good at hiding himself, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to find out where he was. Tion actually killed him with a single slash. Impressive. Impressive. What a sneaky guy. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Fei moved the 2 halves of the corpse into the battle fort, where Hairball would be in charge of eating them. There were 56 godhoods in the storage ring. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a harvest. I have a use for the godhoods. You guys can split them. Lin Fei threw the storage ring to them and took the godhoods for himself. He used them to level up, and he was one step closer to leveling up. The 6 Dragon Kings were shocked again. They didn't expect Tion to be so generous, willing to share the rest of the items with them. The 6th Dragon King had his own pride. Normally, he wouldn't care about such things, but these were all in the past. After being constantly suppressed, his bloodline's cultivation resources were limited. Naturally, he was tempted when he saw the godhoods, but he was too embarrassed to take them. The 9 Dragon King accepted them without hesitation. 6th brother, he's a tycoon. He might not be interested in other things, but the godhoods are the only thing he's interested in. It's a waste not to take these things. With the 9 Dragon King's words, the 6th Dragon King also thought that his bloodline still had some godhoods. Should he trade them with Tion? Chapter 1782. Deep within the land of exile. Several divine senses emerged from the barren yellow sand, communicating with each other. That aura was so strong. Even though it's only the aura of a 6-star heavenly god, it's terrifying. Did another expert come? It doesn't matter if he's an expert or not. My people have already gone to deal with him. In this godforsaken place where even birds don't shit, we can't absorb immortal chi. We have to rely on god stones to survive. Only a fool like him would go all out as soon as he entered. Ha ha ha, I knew you would send someone over. I've actually sent someone over as well. I wonder how lucky everyone is this time. Ha ha ha. Why don't we make a bet and see who wins? Let's bet. I'll bet 5 million inferior grade immortal stones on my man winning. These divine senses were the 8 strongest experts in the land of exile. They almost never fought. It didn't matter if they were dragons from the draconic divine domain or foreign powerhouses. Once they arrived in the land of exile, they would either be killed or choose to join the sect of that powerhouse. Every time a powerful expert appeared, these big shots would come out to watch the show. This was the only thing they could do to amuse themselves. The appearance of a 6-star heavenly god was a very powerful existence in the land of exile. The 8 big shots were naturally very interested. Experts like that would never lack immortal stones. This was what they needed the most. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless powerful auras flew over from all 4 directions. Wow, there are 40 experts here. Judging by their auras, they're all 4-star heavenly gods or 5-star heavenly gods. Lin Fei opened the system and narrowed his eyes. He was overjoyed. They were here to give him God's cores. Just now, a San tribe expert had given him a lot of God's cores, and now there were 40 more. They really thought highly of him. The 6th and 9th Dragon Kings also sensed the powerful auras flying over. Not all of them were from the Dragon tribe. Some were human experts and some were from other races. In less than a moment, the experts with powerful auras appeared in their field of vision. Their violent auras stirred up a cloud of yellow sand. It was clear that none of the newcomers were easy to deal with. They were all famous experts. The big fat meat is coming. Everyone, go! To the east, a fat man who looked like a corporeal body narrowed his eyes as he summoned a blood-colored tree, which shot out hundreds of beams of sword chi toward Lin Fei's group of 3. Fatty, she's ours. Don't you dare! In another direction, a tall and skinny middle-aged man coldly laughed and waved his hand, summoning a massive black net. The black net grew larger and larger until it was like an inescapable net above the 3 of them, trapping everything within it. The 40 experts attacked ferociously the moment they arrived, regardless of who it was. 9 Dragons King didn't even have the time to reveal his identity before he was locked onto by killing intent. If he didn't take out the Dragon God Scepter, he wouldn't be able to block these people's attacks. It was the same for the 6 Dragon Kings. They had witnessed the terror of the banished land. What mattered here was strength. Everything depended on strength. Otherwise, that person from before wouldn't have said such a thing. Good timing. This was Lin Fei's first time encountering 40 experts. In his eyes, any one of them was a mini-boss. Godheads waved at them. Lin Fei chose to ignore the sky full of attacks. Slow down time. With a powerful time art, the speed of the incoming attacks slowed down. Lin Fei also shot out, aiming at the fat man. His heavenly deity battle saber had been destroyed, so he didn't take it out again. Grabbing at the air, his god force turned into a huge saber that shone brightly and slashed at the fat man's waist. The sword chi shattered. Lin Fei's saber slashed at the fat man, sending him flying. The fat man coughed up a mouthful of blood, and a horrifying wound was left on his chest. While you're down, I'll take your life. Once again, Lin Fei pounced at the fat man. With a slash of his god force saber, the fat man was cut in half, and his god head exploded. Just as he killed the fat man, a shadow attacked from the void. This person was dressed in a black robe and had 2 dark golden daggers in his hands. With 2 swishing sounds, he stabbed the fat man's body. So what if you can kill the fat man? You're still going to be seriously injured by me. My daggers are filled with paralyzing poison that can break all kinds of flesh. The shadow said smugly. Boom. Just as the dagger stabbed out, the figure in front of him crossed tens of thousands of layers, and the attack instantly missed. A divine saber light slashed over and landed on the expert of the hidden shadow sect, causing him to vomit blood and fly backwards. His eyes were filled with shock. After that, another saber light slashed over, and his body, which was considered not bad, was chopped into 2. In the blink of an eye, 2 4-star heavenly gods were killed. In just a few breaths' time, Lin Fei had killed 2 experts. The remaining people were also shocked, and then all kinds of excitement. He won't be able to last long with such a big move. Everyone, attack together with me. He belongs to us. No one can take him away. It had to be said that these people were crazy. 2 4-star heavenly gods had died, but they didn't care at all. This was the land of the seal. Divine power couldn't be replenished. Under such a big move, divine power couldn't be recovered at all. Only by taking elixirs could one barely recover, but it couldn't last long in battle. They had seen this kind of situation many times. No one could last long. The bigger the attack, the worse it would be. Unfortunately, they underestimated Lin Fei. He had a system with him that stored trillions of divine power units. He could squander it as much as he wanted without worrying about not being able to keep up with the attacks. Lin Fei, who didn't use the heavenly god saber, used the simplest attacks, and with the support of the time technique, he moved back and forth. Block! We can't stop him. Too fast. Not good. Another one died. At this time, Lin Fei was like a ghost. Using the time technique and the space technique, the 2 strongest technique attacks, Lin Fei took the lives of heavenly god powerhouses one after another. No one could block his attacks. Every time, Lin Fei's attack was exactly twice as big as theirs, perfectly crushing them. It also became easier for Lin Fei to kill them. At first, they wanted to exhaust Lin Fei's divine power, and when there was no time to replenish it, they would attack with all their strength. Lin Fei kept attacking fiercely. His combat strength was fierce, and no one could block his attacks. Besieging? Their attacks were halfway there, but he had already dodged them. This way of dodging left them dumbfounded. Lin Fei was like a ferocious tiger, killing more than 30 heavenly god powerhouses, and they were like sheep. The powerhouses died under his saber one after another, and the ground was covered with corpses, godheads, storage rings. Run! Too powerful. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 heavenly gods left. They were the last ones. They were scared out of their wits. No one present could block 3 slashes, and they were basically killed in 2 slashes. Whether they were 4-star heavenly gods or 5-star heavenly gods, only 6-star heavenly gods could last until the 3rd slash. You guys can stay too. Lin Fei slashed again, and his divine power surged. The long and narrow saber light swept across their bodies, and the remaining 3 became corpses, falling on the yellow sand. Chapter 1783. Fast. In one word, fast. The strands of divine sense in the banished lands were struck dumb. 40 heavenly god powerhouses were all killed by someone. Such a force could cause a shocking commotion outside, but they were killed just like that. The bloody corpses on the yellow sand became the best proof. 8 big shots walked out from the depths of the banished lands, each with a different expression. Obviously, they did not expect the person in their eyes to be so powerful. A sweep is a sweep. Young man, your strength is not bad, to be able to discover our tracks. An expressionless old man said. You killed 40 heavenly gods, don't tell me you still want to attack us? Although you're a human, this old man doesn't mind. As long as you join my sect, I can give you a very high position. Another old man said. Heavenly gods' deaths were nothing to them. As long as they could recruit a subordinate, they would be a powerful general. Most of the spatial rings left behind by the 40 experts would fall into their pockets. You're the Grand Elder. I'm Little 9. 9 Dragons King stared at one of the old men, clearly excited. The old man wasn't standing far away. Only when he heard the voice did he notice the 9th Dragon King and the 6th Dragon King. He was stunned, not daring to believe his eyes. Little 9, is that really you? The old man appeared in front of 9 Dragons King, asking excitedly. Grand Elder, I'm Little 9, I'm back. 9 Dragons King nodded. The old man's face darkened. Little 9, what's wrong with you? Why are you back, and even in the banished lands? Don't you know this is the sealed land? What, that's Little 9? Impossible. He's here in the sealed land. Among the 8 experts, 3 paled, appearing beside 9 Dragons King, sizing him up. Yes, that's right, it's Little 9, and Little 6, they haven't changed at all. Grand Elder, 3rd Elder, 5th Elder, 7th Elder. 9 Dragons King recognized them one by one, and 6 Dragon Kings followed suit. In terms of status, everyone present was higher than the 2 of them. Back in the day, They were both members of the Elder Group and had an extremely high authority. Later on, they were schemed against by the new dragon god and banished to the sealed land. In the sky, the other experts frowned. You're the 9 Dragons King from back then. Since you're here, you must have the dragon god scepter on you. Quickly hand it over. One of the experts shouted excitedly. The eyes of the others lit up. They had also heard about the dragon god scepter. The dragon god scepter was the #1 divine artifact of the dragon clan, and also a super-killing weapon. It was rumored that with the dragon god scepter, one could leave the sealed land. Haitian, what nonsense are you talking about? Little 9 was sent to the sealed land. Do you think there's still a dragon god scepter? Grand Elder Long Aoshue roared. Demonic Sea Celestial was tall and sturdy, his body overflowing with demonic chi. He was a heavenly god powerhouse of the devil race, so he didn't buy it at all. Everyone, don't believe the old thing's words. Whether or not we have it isn't up to him to decide. We have to search your body first. You 4, we have more than 4. Let's see who's afraid of who in the end. Either you search me or hand over the dragon god scepter. With the dragon god scepter, we can leave this damned place. The other 3 came from different clans. They usually lived in harmony with each other, but now that the dragon god scepter had appeared, they couldn't help but make a move. No one was willing to stay in this place. The experts under Haitian's command flew out and appeared behind them. The other 3 experts did the same. In just a short while, close to 1,000 heavenly gods appeared behind the 4 of them. Each of them was filled with a ferocious aura. On Long Aoshue's side, the number of people he gathered wasn't that many, barely over 100 heavenly deities. This was also due to their arrogant temperaments, disdaining to recruit experts. At most, they would recruit experts from the Dragon Clan. After a long time, many died, and only 100 or so experts from the Dragon Clan remained. In terms of momentum, Long Aoshue's side was much weaker. Old thing, your Dragon Clan is very strong, but we aren't weak either. Who doesn't want to leave the sealed land? Now, either hand over the Dragon God Scepter or let us search you. You only have 2 choices. Haitian shouted. Everyone, don't you think so? Yes, we want to leave. I don't care if you are from the Dragon Clan or not. If you don't hand over the Dragon God Scepter, we will kill you. Hand over the Dragon God Scepter. Long Aoshue knew Haitian very well. He was a selfish, cold, and cruel person. He would never give up on something that he had set his eyes on. His strength had reached the 7-star heavenly god realm, and he was the strongest powerhouse in the sealed land. Even Long Aoshue was slightly inferior to him. 9 Dragon King also realized that he had said the wrong thing and was being used. The Dragon God Scepter was on him, so he naturally wouldn't let them search him, let alone hand it over. Master, is there a way? 9 Dragon King subconsciously looked at Tion. The 4 elders' faces turned ugly, especially Long Aoshue, who had high hopes for 9 Dragon King. He almost suspected that he had heard wrong, and his sharp eyes shot towards the human brat. When this matter is settled, this old man wants you to explain yourself. A mere 6-star heavenly god, Long Aoshue didn't care at all. This matter needed an explanation. Since when did their Dragon Clan recognize a human as their master? Wasn't this a complete mess? Great Elder, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. 9 Dragon King hurriedly explained, afraid that Tion would be angered and cause an even bigger misunderstanding. This was not what he wanted to see. Explanation? Lin Fei laughed. Since you're an old man, I won't say anything. If it were someone else, I'd slap you to death. Whether you're from the Dragon Clan or not, you don't have the qualifications for me to explain. 9 Dragon King broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. Long Aoshue was an arrogant person in the past, or else he wouldn't have been schemed against by the Dragon God. Now, not only was he called an old man by a junior, he even wanted to slap him to death. The other 3 elders' faces also turned ugly, and they looked at 9 Dragon King with reproachful eyes. This young man's temper is really big. It's been a long time since I've had someone like this talk to me. Long Aoshue suppressed the anger in his heart. This was not a good time to take action. The most important thing now was to deal with Haitian's group. I hope that after this matter is over, you still have the strength to say such words. The proud Dragon Clan is not to be blasphemed. Lin Fei didn't even look at Great Elder. Instead, he looked at Mo Haitian in the distance. Great Elder, you should be glad that you didn't make a move, because you'll soon see what it means to not judge a book by its cover. Mo Haitian couldn't wait for an internal strife to occur. What's your decision? I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Once the time is up, we'll personally take action. Mo Haitian gave his final notice. Suddenly, Lin Fei laughed. No need to count, because you're all going to die soon. Boom! A tyrannical aura soared into the sky. Chapter 1784. One can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Somewhere in the void of the land of exile, Long Ikuan revealed a cold smile, as if everything was under his control. Congratulations, Your Highness. You have made a great contribution. Long Meng and Long Bai congratulated Long Ikuan. Long Ikuan had chased all the way here and easily found the 9-Dragon King. He had also witnessed the battle and even saw the legendary D Tian make a move. The strength of a 6-star heavenly god was only a small surprise. This cultivation technique of his, I want it. Long Ikuan was very envious. If he had this cultivation technique, he would not even frown when facing a 9-star heavenly god. Using it on D Tian was a waste. This kind of person should not have this kind of cultivation technique. Not only did Long Ikuan want D Tian's clone cultivation technique, but he also wanted to cut off the 9-Dragon King's head and the #1 divine artifact of the Dragon God Scepter. Long Ikuan was very pleased with the congratulations of his trusted subordinates. This trip was really a great harvest. When he returned with this great contribution, even his brothers would have to lower their heads before him. Long Ikuan was very clear that his imperial father cared the most about finding the Dragon God Scepter. As time passed, it would become a sore point. Your Highness, Mo Haitian is a powerhouse of the demon race, and the others are not weak either. The weakest among them is a 6-star heavenly god. We don't need to make a move, and they will be in a mess. Long Meng analyzed. We just need to wait for them to make a move. No matter who wins, no one can escape from our hands. Long Ikuan laughed. A bunch of blind fools. It's good that they fight. When the time comes, you guys can make a move. I will ask Imperial Father for your contribution. Boom. A terrifying aura rose. Everyone in the banished lands fell into a state of panic. What a terrifying aura. How can this aura be so strong? I can't even move before this aura. Could it be a 9-star heavenly god? All the powerhouses in the land of exile felt insecure. They did not know what terrifying thing they had encountered to attract such a terrifying aura. Mo Haitian was also suppressed by the aura. He vomited several mouthfuls of blood. He was still fine, but the other heavenly gods were all pale. 9-star celestial god. Mo Haitian's expression changed as he stared ahead. This terrifying aura was something that only a 9-star celestial deity could possess. There's no time to lose. Everyone, let's move. Mo Haitian was indeed an expert of the devil race. He knew that an expert had come to the old thing's side. No matter what realm the expert was at, he was at least a strong enemy. Before he made a move, he would strike first to gain the initiative. Mo Haitian was the first to make a move. Demonic flames surged into the sky as he took out a white bone mountain that blew with chilling winds. This was a mid-grade divine artifact, and it could change its size at will. It could devour flesh and blood, and its might was terrifying as it smashed towards everyone. The other 3 didn't stand on ceremony either. They also knew that this was their only chance, so they all took out their treasures. A blood-colored river, a golden chariot, and the illusory image of a deity. With the 4 of them taking the lead, there was no need to even mention the 1,000 heavenly gods behind them. The sky was filled with attacks from treasures. It was clear how terrifying this attack was. Old thing, even if you're a 9-star celestial, don't even think about gaining any advantage in this sealed land. Mo Haitian activated the White Bone Mountain, and the power of the medium-grade divine artifact surged. So many people were attacking. Mo Haitian indeed had the qualifications to say such words. Long Aoshue and the rest were also in a state of shock. They couldn't recover from the shock. Before this aura they also felt the impact. Although it wasn't a direct hit, their blood was still boiling. This isn't the aura of a 9-star celestial, it's the aura of a god king. Long Aoshue's memory seemed to have returned to a long time ago. His body trembled slightly, and his eyes widened. He finally realized that this aura wasn't the aura of a 9-star celestial, but the aura of a god king. He had seen this kind of aura on the dragon god before. It was also this terrifying aura, and the two were exactly the same. Junior brother, these people really think they're something. I'll help you deal with them. Everyone's hearts trembled again, especially the 9 Dragons King, who was overjoyed. I knew Tion was strong, but I didn't expect his senior brother to be so strong. The moment he came out, he's already a 9-star celestial. No, wait, his aura. The burly man arrived in front of everyone, and casually sent a palm strike towards the black mass of treasures. Pang, pang, pang. With this palm strike, the sky full of treasures exploded one after another. Those with weaker divine weapons were practically scrapped. Mo Haitian's white bone mountain was deformed, and its size shrank by a large margin. The blood river was scattered, and the illusory figure of a god was destroyed. With a single palm strike, all the threats disappeared. Mo Haitian coughed out another mouthful of blood, and his scalp went numb. He knew that this person wasn't a 9-star celestial. Only a god king could casually break through their attacks. Go! At this time, Mo Haitian could only run as far as he could. Wasn't he just robbing some treasures? Was there a need to use a god king to deal with him? Wasn't this a scam? The others were in a similar situation, and they didn't care about their subordinates anymore. Their priority was to stay alive. Still want to run? With a cold snort, Ron threw out a light ball made of god force. The light ball exploded as it landed in the midst of the heavenly gods. Regardless of the cultivation level of the heavenly gods, they were blasted into pieces by the explosion. It could be said that this was their doomsday. 2 light balls shot out, and more than 1,000 heavenly gods were annihilated. Not a single one survived. The third light ball shot towards Mo Haitian's group of 3, raising the entire area to the ground. 4 peak heavenly gods were also blasted into pieces, and even their godheads were damaged. They're all dead. Long Aoshue's body trembled uncontrollably. He heard the burly man's words loud and clear. It turned out that the burly man really had the qualifications to speak. With a god king backing him up, he indeed had the qualifications to say such words. Luckily, I didn't make a move. Long Aoshue felt a lingering fear. If I really made a move, I might end up like them, right? The 9 Dragon Kings and 6 Dragon Kings, as well as the Dragon Clan's experts behind them, none of them could remain calm. All of them were scared witless. The visual impact was too shocking. Just a moment ago they were about to fight to the death, but in the end, they were killed so easily. Junior brother, there seems to be someone spying on us, and their killing intent towards you is very strong. Should we kill them as well? There are 2 6-stars heavenly gods and 1 5-stars heavenly god. Master said that anyone with killing intent towards you should be killed. Ron's gaze swept across Long Aoshue and the others. Your Highness, let's go. In the distant void, Long Meng and Long Bai's scalps went numb. The 2 of them were very strong when they joined forces, but in the blink of an eye, the burly man had killed more than 1,000 heavenly gods. How could they possibly be a match for him? Long Ikuan had seen all kinds of experts, and his father was one of them. However, at this moment even he felt fear. He hurriedly took out a spatial gate and left the sealed land. I can't die here. I must leave this place alive. Boom! A light ball made of god force descended from the sky, exploding in the void where they were. Long Ikuan and his 2 trusted subordinates were instantly blasted into pieces. Even their godheads were in tatters. Chapter 1785. P.S. There is no update for today. Dao friend Tion, is he your senior brother? Long Aoshue and the others felt their mouths go dry. Their eyes were wide open. They were truly frightened by the scene in front of them. A god king. Did he have to be so savage? Was he going to let them have a good time? Their scalps turned numb as they stared at Tion with boundless fear. I'm rich. With such a senior brother holding down the fort, who would dare to find trouble with you? Long Aoshue was glad that his temper had become better, or else he would have been killed on the spot. Right, that voice seemed to belong to the eldest son of the dragon god. Could it be that he was also killed? This was too cruel. Like junior brother, like senior brother. My senior brother is also worried about my safety. Everyone isn't scared, right? Lin Fei snickered in his heart. Everyone could not help but observe a moment of silence for those people. What hidden family clan? How could they have a senior brother who was a God King expert protecting them? Even they did not know about it. Could it be that they had fallen behind the times for too long? Junior brother, I've collected these storage rings and divine cores for you. Deal with them yourself. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Ron pretended to be a senior brother, waved his hand, and collected all the scattered divine sparks, left a sentence and disappeared. As soon as he disappeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Facing a God King expert, the pressure was immense. Even breathing was difficult. Fellow Taoist Tian, I didn't intentionally target you just now. Please don't take it to heart. Long Aoshue explained, afraid that Tian would bear a grudge against him. Not lowering your head? He wasn't looking for something to do. Although the dragon race was arrogant, they were not fools. If they really thought that they were something, they would not know what was going on with a single slap. Lin Fei gloated in his heart. Strength was still the most reliable. Even the proud dragon race had to bow their heads. It's fine. I'm young, and I've seen this kind of thing many times. Lin Fei chuckled. On the other hand, these people died, and some of them were from the dragon clan. You guys shouldn't have any objections, right? Everyone shook their heads. No objections. Of course there were no objections. Who could guarantee that there were no fence-sitters in the dragon clan? It's our first time meeting, so I don't have anything to give you. These weapons and holy stone, just treat them as my meeting gift. As for these divine deity, I have other uses for them, so I won't be giving them to you all. Lin Fei waved his hand, and hundreds of storage rings flew out and floated in front of them. Long Aoshue had seen many demon-level geniuses before, but he had never seen someone as monstrous as Tian. Not only did he have the help of a God King realm senior apprentice brother, he was also extremely generous, giving out over 100 interspatial rings as a greeting gift. This young man truly wasn't simple. Fellow Taoist, you need godhood? It just so happens that I don't have much use for it. Why don't you take it? Long Aoshue was also a sly old fox. The dragon clan wasn't stingy when it came to other people's goodwill. We're useless too. There's no point in keeping it. Since the Grand Elder had taken the initiative to take out his godhood, the other Dragon Clan experts behind him also took out their godhoods. A moment later, Lin Fei had 3,500 godhoods in his hands. F***ck, do you have to do this? With 3,500 godhoods in one go, Lin Fei was overjoyed. He didn't expect the Dragon Clan to have so many godhoods. No matter what, this should be enough to raise his cultivation by 2 or 3 levels. Other than that, there should be at least 30 to 40,000 godhoods in the interspatial rings left behind by the thousands of heavenly gods. Brother, aren't you going to level up noisily this time? Since they were being so courteous, Lin Fei felt even better. This was clearly the Dragon Clan's way of expressing goodwill. Right, I still have some invincible weapons here. Although they aren't mid-grade divine artifacts, their power isn't inferior to mid-grade divine artifacts. I believe everyone will like them. Lin Fei had a large number of backup low-grade divine artifacts in his system storage. He took out 120 low-grade invincible divine artifacts in one go. Long Aoshue didn't care at first. How could low-grade divine artifacts be any better? But when they heard that they were comparable to mid-grade divine artifacts, the other dragons present were shocked beyond belief. So amazing? 9 Dragons King also explained on behalf of the Grand Elder, proving the power of invincible divine artifacts. After obtaining the low-grade divine artifacts, the Dragon Clan members went crazy. Good stuff. Every dragon was filled with admiration for Tian. With low-grade invincible divine artifacts, their combat strength would increase by a large margin. This was something they didn't dare to imagine before. In the eyes of Long Aoshue and the others, Tian had become a tycoon with a powerful background. He didn't lack money. Long Aoshue knew that he was right to give away the godhoods. Although he didn't know what use Tian had for them, he valued them greatly. In Long Aoshue's hands, they weren't very useful. Fellow Taoist Tian, if you need more godhoods, I know of a large number of godhoods in the depths of the sealed land. It's just that they're sealed away. Perhaps, fellow Taoist Tian has a way to take them out. Long Aoshue said. Elder Long, I like what you said. Divine deity is of great use to me. As long as there are enough divine deity, I will give you a high-grade invincible divine tool when the time comes. Lin Fei directly threw out a sentence. Long Aoshue laughed even more happily. Low-grade invincible divine artifacts were already so amazing. High-grade invincible divine artifacts might even be able to resist a god king's treasure. He didn't have any objections to Little Nine following Di Tian. Di Tian had a god king senior brother, and his background was astonishing. The entire dragon clan might not be his match. Moreover, since Di Tian had a senior brother, he might not just have one senior brother, but many senior brothers. That would be fatal. Long Aoshue didn't care about the godhoods in the sealed land. Those things were left behind by generations, and they were useless to him. It would be a waste to just leave them there. He might as well give them to Di Tian as a favor. If Di Tian was in a good mood, he might gift them something. After collecting a large number of storage rings, Lin Fei didn't want to leave immediately. That was because Little Devil told him some bad news. Master, I have bad news to tell you. Among the 3 people Luo En killed, one of them was the son of this generation's dragon god. He's the eldest son, and the most qualified person to inherit the dragon god's position. You'll soon be hunted down by the dragon god. F***CK, it can't be. I was wondering who it was, sneakily hiding in the void. Turns out it's the eldest son of the dragon god. What's there to worry about? Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. He had a powerful helper by his side. Master, although Luo En is here, this generation's dragon god is very powerful. According to the system's analysis, this dragon god is very likely to enter the god king realm. Even if he isn't a half-step god king, and this time, the dragon god convention will be attended by the big shots of the strongest races. It's equivalent to having several god king powerhouses. Master, you must immediately increase your strength. Lin Fei thought about it carefully, and it really made sense. The strongest race wasn't an exaggeration. 9 stars heavenly god powerhouses could amplify their attacks, and even a half-step god king would be tyrannical. Chapter 1786. Dragon City. The Dragon God Convention was about to begin. There was a rare peaceful atmosphere in Dragon City. The usually arrogant young masters and various young talents all chose to keep a low profile. Their families also ordered that they were not allowed to wander outside. Who knew who they might accidentally offend? The Dragon God Convention was unprecedentedly influential. Not only did the big shots of the strongest races come, but the big shots of the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords also came one after another. All kinds of geniuses gathered, and none of them were easy to offend. These young masters all kept a low profile. There was also a rare peace in Dragon City. The peaceful scene disappeared with a roar of anger. Everyone in Dragon City was shocked. Everyone looked at the Dragon God residence. What was going on? Boom! A powerful aura surged out of the Divine Dragon residence, and a figure flickering with golden light flashed by, disappearing into the sky above the Divine Dragon residence. Lord Dragon God. That's Lord Dragon God. The Dragon God's eyes widened. This anger actually came from Lord Dragon God. No one could imagine what could make this Dragon God angry. The big shots of the strongest races who were on good terms with the Dragon God all came to the Dragon God residence at almost the same time, each full of doubts. The 8 major sects and the 7 overlords also sent people to inquire. It was definitely not a trivial matter that made the Dragon God angry, so they had to take it seriously. As soon as the big shots of the strongest races came in, they felt the angry aura from the Dragon God. This anger contained a terrifying killing intent, and only they could withstand this killing intent. There was almost no one in the main hall. Even if there were, they were all shivering, filled with fear as they forcefully endured it. Brother Dragon, what happened? The first to enter was a tall and sturdy man. He was at least 9 zhang tall, and his body was wrapped in a beast skin armor. On his back was a huge black warhammer. With every step he took, the ground seemed to tremble. That bastard is causing trouble. Do you want me, old ox, to help you deal with him? Old bull, when can you change your temper of fighting and killing? After all, you represent the strongest race. Another middle-aged man came in from outside. He was thin and had a mustache. His small eyes flickered, making it impossible to see through his depth. He was called Old Bull, and he was the leader of the barbarian bull tribe, one of the strongest tribes. He was born with boundless strength, and after becoming a heavenly god, his strength was astonishing. Old bull, don't fight and kill. Could it be that I'm like you, sitting here all day and scheming against people? Barbarian Bull sneered. I'm not as good at scheming as you Fox clan, we are good at fighting and killing. The mustached middle-aged man's background was not small either. He was from the strongest race, the Heavenly Fox race. Although they were the strongest race, they were only sent later. The Heavenly Fox race's combat power was not strong, but they were good at scheming. They were known as the #1 scheming race. In the territory, the Sky Foxes had always been treated as distinguished guests. They were the best at scheming. Once they made a move, it would be a piece of cake for them to turn the situation around. Many of the major events in the territory had been orchestrated by the Heavenly Fox clan. Even though the Heavenly Fox clan's strongest Empyrean god, Heavenly Fox Z, was only barely an 8-star Empyrean god and wasn't the strongest, no one was willing to offend them. Barbarian Bull, Heavenly Fox, can the two of you speak less? Behind them, another person dressed like a scholar came in. He was cultured and elegant. The most eye-catching thing about him was the pair of golden wings on his back. This was the biggest symbol of the Heavenly Wings race. Fellow Taoist Long, what exactly happened? Behind him, another 3 big shots came in. They were all the big shots of the strongest races. They were also the closest to each other, and they were allies. This was also why the 8 great sects did not dare to underestimate them. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that my eldest son was just killed. Long Liefen said expressionlessly. I sent a clone to deal with it. Fellow Taoist Long, my condolences. My condolences. The big shots were shocked. The Dragon God's eldest son had actually been killed in the Dragon God territory. Wasn't this a slap to the Dragon God's face? Who was so bold? Could it be someone from the 8 great sects? They all knew that the Dragon God's favorite was his eldest son, Long Ikuan. He was decisive in killing and had also received an inheritance. He was the future successor of the Dragon God. They did not expect him to be killed at this time. They could not help but sigh. Originally, they were prepared to make a move. The other party had sent a clone over, and no one could withstand the Dragon God's thunderous fury. They also wanted to know who exactly it was that made the move. Wasn't this person a little too daring? He did not take the Dragon God seriously at all. In the land of exile, after being wiped out by Ron, all the Heavenly God powerhouses on the stage were annihilated. Those who were lucky enough to survive were all terrified. When they heard that the other party liked divine sparks, they did not hesitate to personally send the divine sparks to prevent them from being destroyed. Over 1,000 heavenly gods were killed. It was a shocking sight. No one could ignore it. If the other party wanted to kill them, a finger was enough. Master, the statistics are out. We obtained a total of 1,213 storage rings and found a total of 117,553 divine sparks, leading to the depths of the sealed land. Lin Fei had Little Fiend clean up the storage rings. F***ck, so many. We're rich. We're really rich. Lin Fei had originally thought that it would be good enough to obtain 60,000 to 70,000 divine sparks. He did not expect it to be more than he had imagined. There were 110,000. Adding the previous ones, there were 120,000 divine sparks. This was not a small harvest. Master, are you going to level up or? Little Fiend said. If I were you, I would suggest that you open the boxes first. Your current equipment is too poor. You have to change into a good set of treasures. When you meet an expert, you don't have to be in a hurry to summon Ron. Lin Fei had really forgotten about this. He did not have divine sparks before, so he was reluctant to open the boxes. Now it seemed that he really lacked good treasures. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. I'll level up a few levels first and increase the number of boxes I can open. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to 2-star Heavenly God. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to 3-star Heavenly God. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to 4-star Heavenly God. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to 5-star Heavenly God. Lin Fei was overjoyed by this method of leveling up. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 5-star Heavenly God realm. Lin Fei snickered inwardly. He was the fastest to level up in the entire territory. After advancing to the 5-star heavenly god realm, he had 120,000 divine sparks. With about 50,000 left, he leveled up to 70,000 divine sparks, which was acceptable. Lin Fei opened the attribute page and found that after advancing to the 6-star heavenly god realm, he had 100,000 divine sparks, which was a big threshold. Ding! Does player Lin Fei want to use the heavenly god fragment to summon the heavenly god? The system prompted. Lin Fei found that he had more than 50,000 divine sparks. The success rate of exchanging for fragments was still very high. Damn! Doesn't this mean that I can summon 500 heavenly gods? Lin Fei felt like he was dreaming. Summon, I have to summon. Being in the dragon god territory with Ron by his side, Lin Fei felt that it was better to be safe. With 500 heavenly gods by his side, even if the dragon god came, the heavenly god army would drown him. Ding! Activating heavenly god summoning. A virtual heavenly god pool appeared. 100 divine sparks were thrown into the pool. Chapter 1787. Ding! Congratulations player on summoning a 3-star celestial god. Ding! Congratulations player on summoning a 5-star celestial god. Ding! Congratulations player on summoning a 5-star celestial god. All 50,000 celestial god shards were used to summon the celestial god. Fortunately, the summoned celestial god was placed in the system space. If it appeared beside him, the people around him would probably be scared to death. Awesome, 9-star celestial god. Not bad, 8-star celestial god. 7-star celestial god is not bad. Every time he summoned a powerful celestial god, Lin Fei's eyes would light up. These were all his capital. Even if the summoned 9-star celestial god had the same combat power as usual, as long as he had a good invincible artifact, he would be able to crush them. On the other hand, the great elder Long Ao Shue, who had always been at the front, had been inquiring about Di Tion's situation from Little Nine. When he heard about the speed of Di Tion's rise, he was even more certain that Di Tion was a monstrous genius from some great hidden family. Master, your luck is not bad. A total of 5 9-star celestial gods, 18 8-star celestial gods, 37-star celestial gods, and the rest are all 1-star to 6-star celestial gods. This luck is not bad. No matter what, I need at least 59-star celestial gods. My master, the probability of summoning is not high to begin with. If your luck is bad, you might not even be able to get a 9-star celestial god powerhouse out of 100,000 celestial god fragments. You should be content. The little devil rolled his eyes. Lin Fei laughed at himself. His appetite was too big. If that was really the case, his luck would be heaven-defying. The remaining 50,000 godheads, I'll use 10,000 godheads to draw the experience chest. Godheads were very useful. Lin Fei did not intend to use them all at once. The page changed immediately. A huge experience chest appeared. Lin Fei had not drawn for some time. The experience chest prompted that he could draw 50 times today. Each time, it would cost 100 godheads. After 50 times, it would cost 500 godheads each time. This was really black-hearted. The mode was no different from summoning. Ding! Obtained godhead. The experience chest opened, and inside was a godhood. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. He looked at the little devil and said, "You can do this? Godheads are also treasures. All right, let's continue." Lin Fei was speechless. 100 godhoods for 1 godhood, this was a loss. Ding! Obtained Inferno Divine Weapon. Inferno Saber. Ding! Obtained 10 godheads. 50 times passed. Lin Fei had obtained 20 low-grade divine artifacts and 5 mid-grade divine artifacts. Last time, he had not obtained a single divine artifact. Continue. Lin Fei really wanted to take out a high-grade divine artifact. There was no shortage of divine sparks. 500 godhoods once, 10 times would be 5,000, and 100 times would be 50,000 godhoods. The experience chest opened again. All kinds of things emerged one after another. Lin Fei was not interested in any of them. He was not interested in low-grade divine artifacts, but he was interested in middle-grade divine artifacts. 10 attempts failed. 20 times, no. 30 times, no. When he got to about 50 times, including the previous 50 times, he had used up 30,000 godhoods. He only had about 20,000 godhoods on hand. There were a lot of things, but he did not get a high-grade divine artifact. Ding! Obtained high-grade divine artifact, Spear of the Sea God. In the system space there was one more spear. There's finally one. After obtaining the high-grade divine artifact, Spear of the Sea God, for 50 times, Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. With a high-grade divine artifact, he did not need to draw anymore for the time being. Lin Fei did not plan to use this high-grade divine artifact. He planned to give it to one of the 5 9-star celestial gods to use, and he would use a mid-grade divine artifact for the time being. A high-grade divine artifact was not easy to obtain, but a mid-grade divine artifact was not. Lin Fei quickly changed into a set of celestial god equipment. His clothes were earth battle armor. As long as he stepped on the ground, his defense would increase by 5 times. His weapon was also changed to a thunder saber, which could release lightning attacks with divine power. It was rather domineering. In a short period of time, his realm had increased, and his combat power had soared. None of the people around him noticed. They only felt that the imperial capital's aura had become heavier. "We're here." Long Aoshue quickly brought DT on to the depths of the sealed grounds. Rumble! Rumble! Lin Fei looked in the direction where the sound came from. In the distance, there was an eerie land. It was no longer a stretch of yellow sand. The scariest thing was that the sky above the eerie land was filled with lightning, forming a forbidden land. Is this the place? Lin Fei vaguely felt that there was a great terror within. Yes, we call this the sealed forbidden land. Do you see that lightning? Rumor has it that it was left behind by a Thunder King. After his death, the great Tao turned into lightning, and it is abnormally terrifying. There are also gusts of black chilly wind, world-destroying chilly wind that specializes in destroying the physical body. Our dragon race's divine body is very strong, and if we barge in, the world-destroying chilly wind will destroy our divine body. Long Aoshue's face was filled with fear, and he added in the end, "Usually we never enter." Lin Fei tried to use his divine sense to check it out. As soon as his divine sense entered the sealed forbidden land, a bolt of lightning struck it, instantly shattering it. Lin Fei hurriedly cut off his divine sense, his heart filled with shock. "Fellow Taoist Ditian, we've reached the place, but we don't know how to take it out." Long Aoshue was also helpless. Lin Fei also realized how terrifying the sealed forbidden land was. It was definitely left behind by a super expert who fought here in the past. After a long time, the Great Tao turned into a forbidden land. For example, the lightning attack just now was no weaker than an 8-star celestial god's attack. These lightning bolts are very powerful, not to mention those world-destroying chilly winds. No wonder the Grand Elder and the others didn't dare to enter. Going in would be suicide. I'm afraid I'm the only one who can enter this place. Lin Fei thought to himself, but he was also laughing in his heart. Such a forbidden land should have a lot of godheads, right? No one has entered this place before? Lin Fei asked casually. Long Aoshue shook his head. Since I've known about this forbidden land, although many people have entered, no one has ever come out. Among them, there was a 9-star celestial god who tried to obtain the treasures inside and escaped from the sealed land. In the end, he still died inside, and has never been seen again. Fellow Taoist Ditian, you have to think carefully. This place was so dangerous that Long Aoshue did not recommend entering. Lin Fei was relieved. The treasures inside belonged to him, and they couldn't run away. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from afar. Yellow sand rose into the air. A golden silhouette appeared, leisurely walking towards them. A terrifying killing intent locked onto them. 9 Dragons King, Grand Elder, long time no see. The golden silhouette appeared. Long Aoshue and 9 Dragons King's expressions changed. 9 Dragons King also lowered his head and said to Lin Fei, "He's this generation's dragon god, not the main body but a clone." "Dragon god, you still have the cheek to come here." Long Aoshue snorted. The golden silhouette stopped, and his sharp gaze swept across the crowd, landing on the black-robed Lin Fei. "My eldest son, you killed him, right?" "Master, this clone's battle prowess is at the 9-star celestial god realm," the little devil reminded. "His main body should be a god king." 9 Dragons King and Long Aoshue were shocked. Tian killed the dragon god's eldest son? Chapter 1788. The golden-armored divine dragon's clone was expressionless, but everyone could feel his cold killing intent. Long Aoshue and the others had suspected that Tian had killed someone, but now it seemed that it was true. Tian had actually killed the eldest son of the divine dragon. Even if he hadn't done it directly, it had to have something to do with him. No wonder the divine dragon's clone had come personally. Seeing the clone, Long Aoshue was shocked. His clone is already so powerful. I'm afraid his main body has stepped into the God King realm. Long Aoshue wasn't surprised by this result. With the dragon race's vast resources, it wasn't difficult to increase one's strength. He had also reached the God King realm earlier than expected, so it was normal for his clone to reach the 9 stars realm. In the endless territories, any expert with an extremely high level of cultivation would have an ocean's worth of cultivation resources at their disposal, to say nothing of those from the most powerful races. Every powerhouse of the endless territories would be able to cultivate a clone when they reached the pinnacle of their cultivation. With so many resources, it was very normal for them to reach the 8 or 9 star level. In fact, some of the more powerful Empyrean gods could even cultivate 2 or 3 clones. In the past, Long Aoshue had also cultivated a clone, but it was later killed by the dragon god, Long Liefen. You must be Tian. Just like the rumors, you talk big and have heaven-defying combat power. The divine dragon's clone said, however, you can't kill my eldest son. The one who killed him is someone else. If I'm not wrong, this person is in your battle fortress. Lin Fei was shocked. This divine dragon was not simple. The divine dragon is indeed the divine dragon. Although it's just a clone, your eyesight is amazing. I'm very impressed. Lin Fei smiled. Then I might as well say it. The one who killed him wasn't me. Since he chased me all the way to the sealed land, he must want to kill me. Those who want to kill me must pay the price. Don't you think? It's good that you admit it. The divine dragon's clone said, then let me see how outstanding you, the 8th overlord, are. The golden-armored divine dragon punched at Tian. As the punch came, a wave of time power swept towards everyone. Long Aoshue and the rest of the dragon race couldn't move at all. Their faces were filled with shock. The divine dragon's clone was much stronger than they had imagined. Brother D, be careful. The divine dragon's clone controls the grand Tao of time. One punch, a divine power attack in addition to a time attack. This kind of attack was extremely powerful, and not many could easily block it. Long Aoshue couldn't help but worry. Lin Fei did not take the attack head-on. He suddenly disappeared and reappeared far away, causing the dragon god clone's attack to miss, blasting a huge crater in the sealed area. You're just a doppelganger. You don't have the qualifications to make me fight you. You'd better fight with me. Fight me? You don't have the right. Lin Fei also began to put on airs. Xiao 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 xiao. 5 9-star heavenly gods appeared out of nowhere and charged toward the dragon god's clone. One of them wielded the sea god's spear, and with a sweep of the spear, a towering wave surged toward the dragon god's clone. The remaining 4 9-star heavenly gods also took out their medial quality god artifacts and unleashed their divine might toward the dragon god's clone. This attack made the divine dragon's clone feel even more pressure. His expression turned ugly, and he took out a golden shield to block in front of him. Pierced by the spear of the sea god, the sturdy shield was covered in cracks and then shattered into pieces. The spear stabbed into the divine dragon's clone's chest armor, and the clone was also smashed into the yellow sand. F***CK, how many trump cards does Tian have? 5 9-stars gods in one move. If it's not a medial quality divine weapon, then it's a high quality divine weapon. The divine dragon's clone is in for it. The divine dragon's clone was sent flying by the spear. Once Long Aoshue and the rest regained their freedom, they hurriedly flew behind Tian. It was better to stay away from this kind of battle. The battle between the divine dragon's clone was too terrifying. They were even more fearful of Tian's mysterious trump cards. First it was a god king. Now it was 5 9-stars gods. Today, the divine dragon's clone was in for it. Lin Fei watched unhurriedly. He did not plan to make a move at all. With his subordinates, why should he make a move himself and waste his divinity points? This thing was not easy to earn. The divine dragon's clone was sent flying by the spear, and the armor on his body was also damaged. The moment he flew out, the other 4 9-stars gods arrived, each wielding a medial-quality divine weapon. The combat power that each of them erupted with was not weaker than the divine dragon's clone. They could block this attack, but they couldn't block the attack of the other. One of them was a 9-stars god wielding a high-quality divine weapon. "You're shameless." The divine dragon's clone was sent flying into the yellow sand. "Master, you're really awesome." 9 Dragon King's hatred for the divine dragon was unimaginable to outsiders. Now, he felt very satisfied. The mighty divine dragon, even if it was just a clone, was being beaten up in front of his master. What could be more exciting than this in the world? 6 Dragon Kings worshipped. "Well beaten. That bastard divine dragon has such a day. It's best if you cripple one of his clones. Let's see how he can still be arrogant then." All these years, 6 Dragon Kings had been suppressed. The fire in their hearts was similar to 9 Dragon Kings. Nothing was better than watching the divine dragon being beaten up. "I'm going to die." Lin Fei was very satisfied with the encirclement of the 5 9-stars heavenly gods. "My main body will come and kill you personally." The divine dragon's clone was in an extremely sorry state. The sea god's spear pierced through his head, leaving a huge hole. "I'll be waiting." In less than 50 rounds, the divine dragon's clone was killed. The divine dragon's clone didn't leave anything behind. The divine weapons and armor on his body were all seriously damaged and didn't have any power. He didn't even have a storage ring. "Don't worry, everyone. When you enter my battle fortress, the divine dragon will have to consider whether or not to attack when he comes." Lin Fei wasn't afraid of the divine dragon's attack now. Not everyone could bear the burden of a sealed danger zone. Long Aoshue and the others admired Di Tian. The divine dragon's clone was killed just like that. Even the proud dragon race had to admit defeat. Moreover, they admired powerhouses the most. Di Tian was undoubtedly a powerhouse. No one had any objections. After putting them into the battle fortress, Lin Fei plunged into the sealed danger zone. Rumbling lightning quickly found its target and blasted Lin Fei's body. "Damn, so numb." Lightning blasted on his body. Lin Fei's 5-star heavenly god body felt numb as if it would collapse at any moment. Boom boom boom. More than 10 lightning blasted on his body. Lin Fei felt the pressure. This lightning was very terrifying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The black apocalyptic wind slashed at Lin Fei's body like knives. White marks were left on his tough body, and they became more and more obvious. No wonder the heavenly gods couldn't withstand it. This is only the outer part, not to mention the depths. The power of the lightning and the apocalyptic wind will increase by more than 10 times. Lin Fei rushed inside, activating his battle armor to the limit. Anyway, he still had some mid-grade divine armors. He wasn't afraid of not having armor to wear. Godhead. Chapter 1789. Divine Dragon Mansion. Long Liefen was still entertaining the big shots. Suddenly, Long Liefen's expression changed. Just now, he had lost contact with one of the clones he had refined. No matter how he tried to activate it, he was unable to contact it. "I lost contact with my clone. Could it be that old 9 used the dragon god scepter?" The clone and the main body could sense each other. But because the sealed area was not normal, the main body lost contact with the clone. Long Liefen did not care. Who would have thought that in such a short time, he would really lose contact with the clone? "Brother Long, what happened?" Sky Fox Z saw that something was wrong. Sky Fox clan was the best at reading people's expressions. Barbarian Bull said casually, "Old Fox, what nonsense are you talking about?" "What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't we fine? What could possibly happen to us?" "I can't explain to a barbarian like you." Sky Fox Z hated it when people called him Old Fox. Barbarian Bull was angry. "Who are you calling barbarian? Tell me clearly and I will kill you." "Come on." Sky Fox Z did not want to be outdone. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Tian Yitzi frowned. "Do you two have to be like this?" Long Liefen frowned. "Old Bull, Old Fox, give me face and stop arguing. If this gets out, people will laugh at us." Barbarian Bull snorted. "Brother Long, I will give you face." Sky Fox Z also gave him face. "Old Fox, I lost contact with my clone. I'm afraid I can't entertain you." Long Liefen said. I will personally go and check. You lost contact with your clone? That's impossible. Sky Fox Z said in shock. Your clone has the battle prowess of a 9-star celestial god. He also has a medium-grade battle armor and a medium-grade divine equipment. Ordinary people are not his match. Could it be a mistake? Tian Yitzi also said. They all knew that Long Liefen's clone had powerful battle prowess. It was even stronger than a 9-star celestial god. Now that they lost contact, it was hard to believe. Most importantly, they did not feel any battle aura fluctuation. They still had this bit of sensing ability. It can't be. Long Liefen said. I can only entertain everyone again. Now I have to go to the sealed area. Brother Long, the sealed area is very famous. I wonder if you can take this old bull to have a look. Barbarian Bull said, I really want to have a look at that place. Heavenly Fox rolled his eyes. Brother Dragon, you have lost contact with your doppelganger, and it is in the sealed land. Something might happen inside. Why don't I go with you? This is the sealed area. It is indeed strange. Long Liefen still brought the three of them to the sealed area. He had lost contact with one of his doppelgangers, and he had this kind of combat strength. Long Liefen had to be concerned. If they came, they might be able to help. The sealed area was not some secret place. It was empty and there was nothing there. Long Liefen did not mind bringing people in. The heaven and earth spiritual chi is completely sealed, and our bodies are also sealed. Brother Long, this place of yours is really good. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to endure the corrosion of time here. Tian Yitzi felt that this was very interesting. Long Liefen replied with a few words. He sensed his location and flew towards a certain location. Not long after, he appeared on a patch of yellow sand. This is the first battlefield. Sky Fox scanned the area a few times. Something's not right. There's an expert here who swept everyone away in one go. Moreover, it's a heavenly god expert. Barbarian Bull didn't agree. How do you know? Heavenly Fox said with a smile. Ask Brother Long. He has mastered the time technique. You can play it back to see if I'm right. When Long Liefan arrived at the sealed grounds, he could feel a terrifying aura coming from this place. Especially at his current position, the aura was faintly discernible. I'd like to see what kind of expert the sealed land can produce. Long Liefan used the time technique to look back at the scene here. He could sense the aura left behind by his eldest son, and only he could sense it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The scenes replayed one by one. First, on a deserted desert, celestial deity powerhouses appeared one after another. The 9th Dragon King, the 6th Dragon King, and the others appeared one after another. Then, a young man went on a killing spree, killing dozens of heavenly gods. This person should be Tion. Sky Fox narrowed his eyes. It's rumored that he has a miraculous technique and has 18 doppelgangers. As expected, he lives up to his reputation. This kind of combat strength is not inferior to the geniuses of our strongest races. Barbarian Bull said disdainfully, his main body is so weak, only at the 1-star celestial deity realm. If it were me, killing his main body would be useless, no matter what moves he has. After dozens of heavenly gods died, the scene of them recognizing each other appeared in the blink of an eye. Then the scene of Mo Haitian fighting against Tion was cut off before the fight began. Long Liefen's body trembled slightly. How is this possible? The following scene can't be replayed. Sky Fox said in shock. Long Liefen was also quite surprised. My doppelgangers are most likely related to Tion's group. My time technique encountered an especially powerful force, which is why it can't be replayed. Brother Long, it's good that there's an expert. Old Bull's hands have been itching recently. When we run into one, let me do it. Barbarian Bull patted his chest. See if I don't kill him. Long Liefan was the clearest about the sealed land. To be able to stop the time replaying, one had to at least have the strength of a peak 9 stars heavenly god. Logically, there shouldn't be such an expert in the sealed land. This made Long Liefan puzzled no matter how much he thought about it. It must be that Tion. Rumor has it that this person's origin is mysterious. In such a short time, he became the 8th. Maybe Old 9 hooked up with Tion and came to the sealed land to bring people back. Long Liefan put down the scene and continued to search. So my doppelganger died. Outside the sealed land, Long Lai Fan finally knew why he couldn't contact his doppelganger. It was killed, which made Long Lai Fan furious. Brother Long, seems like that ninth brother of yours brought many experts back. For example, there were 5 9-stars heavenly gods here. Sky Fox said with a smile. The scene's aura dispersed quickly, but there was still some left. Everyone sensed it at the first moment. Hee, 5 9-stars heavenly gods, they came at the right time. Maybe they entered the sealed land. Barbarian Bull didn't care. Long Lai Fan searched the sealed land and didn't find Old Nine's group. Time replaying was also useless. As long as there was a tyrannical expert, the replay would be interrupted.
They won't go in.
Long Lai Fan said, this is the sealed land. Thunder, world-destroying wind. They contain great terror. You guys can't even stand it if you go in. My 9th brother also doesn't have the ability to go in. So powerful? Barbarian Bull really didn't believe it. He went in head first, attracting thunder and world-destroying wind. After a while, he came out in a mess. This thunder and world-destroying wind are really terrifying. Old Bull's defense is very strong, but he still can't block the endless thunder attack. It's fine for a short time, but after a long time, no one can stand it. Sky Fox and Tian Yitzi looked at each other. The dragon race's sealed land was indeed terrifying. Chapter 1790. Lin Fei didn't know that this generation's dragon god had been to the sealed land. Even if he knew that the dragon god had come, he wasn't worried. If he had the ability, he could enter the sealed land and enjoy the pleasure brought by the destructive wind and lightning. This feels great. The sealed land was more terrifying than he had imagined. Every time he advanced 1,000 feet, the destructive wind and lightning would increase in power. Apart from that, the destructive wind and lightning weren't all. Meteor rain, ice power, and other great daos also appeared one after another. Lin Fei wasted more than a dozen low-grade divine armors. The harvest was also more abundant than expected. He could find godhoods from time to time. That's the 532 Chuan. Lin Fei withstood the lightning and other great daos attacks and put away the dozen godhoods. The smile on his face became brighter. If I keep it like this, it will be too slow. All kinds of great daos attacks are endless. Even the low-grade divine armors can't handle it. Lin Fei changed into another divine armor. Lightning and ice fell one after another. Lin Fei was engulfed by the ferocious attacks. Anyone who saw it would feel their scalp tingle. No wonder even the 9-star celestial deities died here. The attacks in this place were too terrifying. Master, the great daos here are getting more and more terrifying. Your divine armor can't stop them. I suggest that Master activate invincible defense. That way, you can collect godhoods faster. Little Devil reminded. Lin Fei sighed. That's the only way. They hadn't reached the depths of the sealed land yet. At most they were in the periphery. The lightning and other great daos attacks that filled the sky were enough to show how terrifying the depths were. Invincible defense was activated instantly. Lin Fei gave up on the scattered godhoods in the periphery. There weren't many of them. It was better to go directly to the depths. Maybe there would be more godhoods there. Boom boom boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As they went deeper, Lin Fei felt more and more shocked. The skeletons were either sitting or standing. They were densely packed together, causing Lin Fei's scalp to go numb. Just how many people had participated in the great battle here? At the same time, abandoned divine artifacts, after a long time, became rotten and scattered everywhere. All kinds of great daos became unusually violent. Lin Fei activated the invincible defense, and the invincible value was constantly being consumed. Little Devil, can you find the location of the divinity? Lin Fei asked the Little Devil. In such a big place, I can't always look for them one by one. Moreover, once I release my divine sense, it will be shattered, and it will be even harder to find them. 500 godhood. I'll help you find it. The Little Devil agreed readily. Lin Fei wanted to vomit blood. Wasn't it just searching for divine deity, asking for 500 divine deity in one go? Wasn't that too black-hearted? In the end, Lin Fei still reluctantly paid 500 divine deity to the Little Devil. He was also curious as to what the Little Devil wanted divine deity for. This thing should not be of any use to him. Searching for godhood. Searching for godhood. Soon, the system's voice sounded. "Milord, about 3,000 meters east of you, there's godhood. There are about 310 of them." Lin Fei was still grieving over the loss of the divine spark, but he was about to reap the rewards? Damn it, it was so fast. Sure enough, after searching for a while, more than 300 divine deity were scattered on the ruins. These divine deity were all damaged to varying degrees, but Lin Fei did not care, as long as the divine deity could be upgraded. Continue. Discovered 120 divine deity. Discovered 531 divine deity. Discovered 811 divine deity. In the depths of the sealed land, a black shadow kept moving. The sky full of attacks did not affect the black shadow at all, and the black shadow came and went as he pleased. This feels great. This feels great. This time, I'll just push whoever I want. The black shadow laughed as he moved. The number of divine deity in the depths of the seal was also much more than usual. Every time it was discovered, it was a large piece of divine deity. According to the little devil's analysis, it should have exploded inside the storage ring. Lin Fei collected hundreds of divine deity in one go, and when he was lucky, he could also harvest more than 1,000 divine deity. The total number of divine deity also quickly broke through. First 50,000, then 100,000, 200,000. And this was just the beginning. For the first time, Lin Fei was extremely serious about his work. After learning spatial techniques, his movements also became faster. 10 hours later, the number of divine deity broke through to 1 million. When there were 1 million divine deity, Lin Fei could not be more excited. The dragon race was really rich. Fortunately, it was in the sealed land, otherwise, he did not know who these divine deity would be given to cheaply. Now that he had collected 1 million divine deity for free, where else could he find such a good deal? Little devil, calculate how many more divine deity can be collected here. What dragon god convention outside? Lin Fei had forgotten about it. The consumption of invincibility points? Lin Fei did not care about it. What he cared about the most now was divine deity, the more the better. After all, such a place was not easy to find. Calculate for master immediately. The little devil quickly began to calculate, and in a few seconds, the results came out. Master, I just calculated, this place can still collect 73 million divine deity. Wahahaha, there's still so much. My high-grade divine weapon, high-grade divine armor, cultivation technique upgrade, heavenly god guardian, all of them. Lin Fei beamed with joy. If master wants to collect all of them, you will need to consume about 300,000 divine deity. The little devil gave a small blow. 300,000 it is. It took a full day and a half. Lin Fei put away all the divine deity in the sealed land. During this period, he also used 300,000 divine deity to convert invincibility points. Otherwise, not everyone could withstand the violent attack. After collecting all of them, Lin Fei came out of the sealed land, released the battle fortress and flashed in. How many days does the Dragon God Convention usually last? Lin Fei asked as soon as he entered. It has always been 3 days, of which the first 2 days are for the younger generation to spar, and the last day is for the main event. 6th Dragon King said without hesitation. Then let them be happy for 2 more days. We will go on the 3rd day. Now I have something to deal with. Please do as you please. Oh right, we are not in the sealed land now, but outside if you want to go out, you can go out directly. After saying that, Lin Fei ran to his private secret room and went into seclusion. The group was stunned, and when they came to their senses, Lin Fei had disappeared without a trace. Little 9. You followed the right person. Even a place like the sealed land can't do anything to DT on, the dragon god may not be able to suppress him. This time, maybe we can really vent our anger. In the secret room, Lin Fei saw the final number. 5 million divine deity. Now, level up. Lin Fei clicked on the level up page and released 5 9-stars heavenly gods to protect him. This was called better safe than sorry. Ding. Congratulations player on becoming a 6-star heavenly god. Ding. Congratulations player on becoming a 7-star heavenly god. Ding. Congratulations player on becoming an 8-star heavenly god. Chapter 1791. Dragon City Territory. Dragon City. Today was a busy day, and the entire city was filled with a lively atmosphere. This was because today was the day of the Dragon God Convention. All the leaders of the top sects and forces in the territory had come to the Dragon God territory in person, and they had brought the younger generation of their clans with them. Geniuses that were usually not seen could be seen today. Young Master Luo of the Righteous Sect is here. My idol. Young Master Luo is no idol. My idol is Tion. He's the real idol, the great hero. How dare you talk about the 10 heavenly gods? Someone immediately said disdainfully. Bull**T. Tion kills people like flies. What idol is he? Yes, who does Tion think he is? If he's that good, come to our territory and we'll see who takes care of who. It had to be said that Tion's influence was unprecedented. The young people were the most affected. Tion had walked the path of slaughter. He had offended many of the 8 great sects and 7 overlords, and now he was living a good life. Some time ago, he had even wiped out the World Chamber of Commerce's branch, and the Chamber of Commerce had not said a word. Wasn't that awesome? Then what was awesome? Tion was worshipped by the young people. Even he didn't know that he had a group of admirers, and quite a few of them. If someone insulted Tion, it was the same as making life difficult for them. From time to time, a war of words would break out in the crowd, and neither side would spare the other. This topic was also discussed enthusiastically by many people. Dragon City Plaza. Huge statues were erected in the center of the city. There were a total of 28 statues, and each statue was 9,999 zhang tall. They were like towering mountains, and their auras were majestic. These statues were of the dragon gods of the past. The statues of the dragon gods of each generation would appear here. There were 28 dragon gods in the Dragon God territory now. Today, there were many platforms suspended in the air in the Dragon City Plaza. Each platform was of different heights, and the higher one was, the more powerful they were. The top 8 sects, 7 overlords, the strongest races, and other top forces were on the top level. Below them were first-rate sects, second-rate sects, and so on. Many forces were discussing on the platforms. This was because something big had happened. Old Ghost, have you heard? The eldest son of the Dragon God has been killed. Impossible, right? The Dragon God's eldest son seems to be called Long Ikuan. His talent is extremely monstrous, and his bloodline is extremely high. How could he be killed? Who would dare to kill someone at this time? You wouldn't believe me even if I told you, but the person who killed Long Ikuan was the Tion overlord who rose to power the most recently. And it seems like he killed him in the Dragon God Dominion. The person said mysteriously. Oh my god, Tion is so daring. Didn't he completely offend the dragon race? Haha, what kind of person is Tion? He's numb to killing. Who doesn't he dare to kill? He's even killed a few of the 10 great young masters. Didn't he sweep through the World Commerce Association's branch a while ago? Tion is too frightening. He's going to offend all the major forces in the territory. This kind of thing had basically never stopped. The families on the high platform also knew about it immediately. Tion was once again shocked by such a major event. Why did he have to kill the eldest son of the Dragon God? That was the future successor of the Dragon God. This was a grave offense to the Dragon God, and the Dragon God would never let Tion off so easily. This is too crazy. On a high platform in the distance, a few young people sat. Their auras were dignified, and they were all at the Sky God realm. Tion is courting death. He won't be able to be arrogant for long this time. What do you mean? Is there some inside information? The young people sat together in a circle. Brother Luo, you're the smartest one among us. How do you think the Dragon God will resolve this matter? I heard that Tion is in the Dragon God Dominion. The entire Dragon God Dominion has been locked down. As long as Tion shows himself, the experts of the dragon race will chase after him immediately, a man in white said to someone. Luo was also impressed by Tion. Not only did he sweep through the World Commerce Association's branch, but he also killed Long Ikuan and offended the Dragon God. Wasn't he tired of living? Hee, that's hard to say. We know what kind of person the Dragon God is and what he thinks. I can only say that Tion is really in big trouble this time. Luo laughed. I heard that the geniuses of the strongest races are also looking for Tion to kill him. I wonder if you've heard about it. Dongfeng Wan, who was sitting beside Luo Xian, said. The young people's expressions changed slightly. You're talking about the barbarian Man Kuang of the Raging Bull race, Fairy Fei Feng of the Phoenix race, Tian Wuxing of the Heavenly Wings race, and Zhu Kuan of the Giant race. Other than them, there are a few others, and they're all monstrous geniuses of the strongest races. Ha ha ha, it seems like we don't have to do anything. Tian is really in trouble this time. Look, the dragon god is here. The dragon god's golden armor appeared out of thin air. The domineering aura of the dragon god shocked everyone. The dragon god of this generation seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The dragon god walked over and landed on one of the high platforms, facing the crowd. The crowd immediately quietened down. I'm the dragon god. The four simple words were filled with endless domineering arrogance. The dragon race couldn't help but cheer. All hail the dragon god. All hail the dragon god. In the blink of an eye, the cheers joined together. The voices of the dragon race echoed in the sky above Dragon City, reaching the entire dragon god territory. The people who came to watch felt inexplicably shocked. The strongest race was indeed the strongest race. It was a terrifying existence that could make the 8 major sects and 7 overlords wary. The dragon god's words raised the crowd's spirits. Today, I welcome everyone to the dragon god territory and witness the sacred moment of the dragon race. I also admire the young people of this generation very much. The future belongs to you. The dragon god's words were very simple. It gave people a very hot-blooded impulse. Even the dragon god admitted that this generation was very good. Even though he didn't name anyone, it was still very exciting. In this sparring competition between the younger generation, this emperor will privately take out a high-grade god artifact and a high-grade god armor as a reward to the young prodigy in first place. The dragon god's words undoubtedly shocked everyone. Private reward. The younger generation was very excited. All of them rubbed their palms, wanting to win first place. A superior-grade divine weapon and a superior-grade divine armor. Few people in the younger generation had them. Whoever won first place would be the strongest of the younger generation. The dragon god's generosity also shocked the major forces. No one was willing to take out a high-grade god artifact and a high-grade god armor at once. But the dragon god did it. The 8 major sects, 7 overlords, and other forces also brought their young people over. At this time, there was a strange look in their eyes. What was the dragon god planning to do? He was actually willing to take out such a big reward to reward the first place. The big shots of the righteous sect also stood up and said, since the dragon god has taken out his private reward, our righteous sect will also take out a gift to reward the second place. Everyone will be motivated. The big shots of the other forces were not fools. They also took out their treasures in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1792. Banished Dimension. Lin Fei went into closed-door training, leaving 9 Dragons King and the rest behind. After a moment of absent-mindedness, the first to regain his senses was Long Aoshue. Little 9, since fellow Taoist Tian has something to do, we can't just stand idly by. I remember that there are still some neutral experts in the sealed grounds. Just nice, we can recruit them into our forces and help you increase your strength. Long Aoshue and the rest were very confident in taking back the Dragon God position. With Senior Brother God King and 5 9-stars Heavenly Gods, who knew what other trump cards Tian had up his sleeves? Perhaps he really could regain control of the Dragon Tribe. While Tian was busy, Long Aoshue proposed to recruit the remaining experts. As the great elder of the Dragon Tribe, he understood Tian's importance. It was a good thing that Little 9 was following Tian. He already saw Tian as the young master of a hidden family. The Dragon Tribe's foundation was deep, but it might not be comparable to the hidden family behind Tian. Sure. Long Aoshue and the rest went through the battle fort's exit. In the secret room, Lin Fei. After advancing to 9 stars Heavenly God, he didn't continue. Out of the 5 million godheads he only had 3 million left. A 9 stars Heavenly God needed 10 million godheads to advance to the God King realm. Lin Fei decided to put it aside for now. 2 million godheads was equivalent to 1 million Heavenly God shards. The ratio was 50 to 50, and the quality of the godheads was average. Lin Fei wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he was satisfied. 1 million Heavenly God shards could be exchanged for 10,000 Heavenly Gods. This force could easily sweep through a large area. After advancing to 9 stars heavenly god, Lin Fei felt his whole body brimming with power. I want to draw a prize. With money one could spend lavishly. With 300 godheads, Lin Fei took out 1 million godheads to draw equipment. He wanted to equip the 5 9 stars heavenly gods. Otherwise, their attacks and realms wouldn't be able to match perfectly. This time, Lin Fei's luck was pretty good. With 1 million godheads, he had obtained more than 3,000 pieces of low-grade equipment, 800 pieces of mid-grade artifacts, 200 pieces of high-grade artifacts, and 39 pieces of supreme-grade heavenly god artifacts. Lin Fei's face was full of smiles because of this, and he immediately changed into his top-grade heavenly god equipment. The 5 9 stars heavenly gods also changed into their respective high-grade god equipment. At this moment, dealing with the dragon god's clone would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. The 2 million divine deity in his hands were also of great use to Lin Fei. It was very important to improve his own cultivation technique. But before that, Lin Fei still had one more thing to do. I want to activate the Great General. Lin Fei had never done this quest, but now he could finally do it. Ding! 100,000 godheads have been successfully consumed. The position of Great General has been activated. Lin Fei was very interested in this. Ding! The mighty invincible general has successfully activated. The originally gray position was now bright in color. Lin Fei opened the corresponding attribute page. Lin Fei clicked on it and couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is completely sucking blood. But, I like this. On the page's attributes. Player, Lin Fei, position, mighty invincible general, level 1, can double your combat strength. Below it was a densely packed number of levels. Every time he increased his position, his combat strength would increase by several times. Lin Fei saw that the second level required 200,000 godheads, which could double his combat strength. Lin Fei didn't know how many levels this mighty invincible general had, but it was definitely a terrifying number. If he increased it by 10 levels, he would have 10 times the combat strength. How terrifying was that? What about 100 levels? 500 levels? He would probably be able to kill an expert in one move. This was simply a bottomless pit. 1,900,000 godheads would probably be used up after a few levels. Lin Fei could only retreat first. In front of this bottomless pit, he would forever be a pauper. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. It's better for me to study cultivation techniques. Lin Fei had been thinking about this for a long time. He opened the cultivation technique promotion page. God level 1 blade slash, 1-star combat strength. Primordial 18 clones, 1-star combat strength. Currently, these were the only 2 combat techniques recorded by the system. Lin Fei also blushed. God level 1 blade slash, primordial 18 clones must be upgraded too. Lin Fei had 1.9 million godheads, so he didn't have to worry. Even though Lin Fei had the method to upgrade primordial 18 clones, he wasn't at ease. He might as well use godheads to upgrade it. First upgrade to God level 1 blade slash. Lin Fei liked the domineering saber technique, but its power was average at the moment. Ding, upgrade failed. Ding, upgrade failed. Ding, upgrade failed. It wasn't as easy as he thought. When he upgraded 1-star combat strength to 2 stars, he used a total of 200,000 godheads. God level 1 blade slash became 2 stars combat strength. This made Lin Fei dumbfounded. He failed a total of 200 times. The success rate of upgrading wasn't just low. Lin Fei could only grit his teeth and bear with it. Looking at the upgraded cultivation technique to 2 stars combat strength, Lin Fei smiled. His attack power had indeed increased by a lot, several times more than before. With 1 slash, his combat strength was very terrifying, and the consumption of divinity points was also huge. He estimated that 1 slash would consume 50 million divinity points. Before, 1 slash would consume at most 10 million divinity points. Continue. Upgrading from 2 stars combat strength to 3 stars combat strength didn't require 1,000 godheads, but 3,000 godheads. To upgrade to 3 stars combat strength, Lin Fei used 500,000 godheads, and the consumption of divinity points also changed from 50 million to 100 million divinity points. Lin Fei also had 1 1 million godheads left. This consumption is really killing me. God level 1 blade slash, upgrading to 3 stars combat strength. Lin Fei used 700,000 godheads, which could be used to upgrade by 1 level. Upgrading the saber technique to 3 stars combat strength, 1 slash of 100 million divinity points, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Next, he rushed to the 18 primordial god clones. His divine clones were all 1-star celestial gods, and his main body was now 9-star celestial god. The effect of the fusion of the 18 celestial god clones was not great, so he had to upgrade. Ding, upgrade failed. Ding, upgrade failed. Ding, upgrade failed. 18 primordial god clones. Upgrading was more difficult than god level 1 blade slash. After using a total of 1 million godheads, the 18 primordial god clones upgraded to 2 stars combat strength. Black, this is too black. Why do they all need the same cultivation technique? Lin Fei was very unhappy. He had originally planned to upgrade to 3 stars, but now he couldn't. Ding, replying to the player, because the 18 primordial god clones are auxiliary combat strength, the upgrade requirements are harsh, please forgive me. Lin Fei blinked, and the system replied. Upgrade requirements are harsh? Lin Fei's thoughts were not good. Didn't this mean that in the next upgrade, without tens of millions of godheads, it would be impossible to upgrade to 9-star celestial god? With great difficulty, he cast aside the thought and opened the 18 primordial god clones to take a look. After seeing it, Lin Fei almost blacked out. Chapter 1793. In just a day's time, Lin Fei came out. When he came out, the battle fort was empty. Not a single person could be seen. Lin Fei put away the battle fort and scanned the place with his divine sense. He couldn't help but smile. With his powerful divine sense as a 9-stars heavenly god, he could see the entire banished space. So they went to recruit heavenly gods. At this time, in the banished space, Xianxia and the others were recruiting the heavenly gods one by one. Needless to say, the independent heavenly gods chose to be recruited. Everyone had seen the battle that day. 1,000 heavenly gods were swept clean by a god king in 2 or 3 moves. Now that Xianxia and the others were here, everyone knew what it meant. What made them even more excited was that they could finally leave the banished space. The recruitment process only took half a day. By the time Lin Fei came out, the recruitment process had come to an end. It didn't take long for them to return. There were 107 people who had been recruited. These loose fiends who were able to stand on their own were all astonishingly powerful. Little 9. Open the barrier. Let's leave this place. Lin Fei did not say anything to those people. Instead, he ordered 9 Dragons King to open the barrier and leave the banished space. Okay. 9 Dragons King was also quite excited. More than 100 heavenly gods had become much stronger. They were no longer alone. They took out their dragon god scepters and blasted open the barrier of the banished space. Dragon City. Ever since they received the dragon god's promise and the treasures provided by the big shots. This time's sparring session was undoubtedly exciting. Whether it was the strongest tribe, the 8 major sects, or the 7 overlords, the younger generation of their sects had performed very well. No one was willing to miss out on this opportunity. The strength of the younger generation was also quite shocking. Every young expert was extremely powerful, especially the monstrous geniuses of the strongest clans. Their battle prowess was terrifying. Every one of them had the battle prowess of a 4-star heaven god or a 5-star heaven god. Coupled with their powerful divine bodies, their battle prowess was even higher. The geniuses of the 8 sects and 7 overlords were slightly inferior. On the high platform, the big shots of the strongest tribe had the most pleasant expressions. Although it wasn't overwhelming, the influence of the strongest race couldn't be ignored. Dragon God Long Life and sat on the high platform with a faint smile on his face. He did not seem to be affected by the death of his eldest son. On the other hand, the 4 youngsters behind the stage looked rather excited. They were the sons of Long Liefen, and their talent was actually quite good. After learning of the death of their big brother, they pretended to be very sad, but their hearts were blooming with joy. Finally, there was one less strong competitor, and the position of the dragon god's successor would be born among the 4 of them. Now, what they needed to do was to show their strong side and leave a good impression in the eyes of their imperial father. A spar between the younger generation was undoubtedly the best opportunity. For instance, The one on the stage right now was the genius of the Titan race, Giant Barbarian. He was born with amazing divine strength and was most proficient in strength. He was also a master of close combat. Is there anyone else? Ju Man was tall and burly, and his face was ferocious. His killing intent soared into the sky, and one look was enough to tell that he was a bloodthirsty person, which was why he had left behind such a heavy killing intent. Let me! Long Chengwang shouted, and his dragon might soared into the sky. He flew down from the back and landed on the central fighting stage. I've long heard that Brother Giant has amazing divine strength. I've long wanted to experience it for myself. Ju Man threw his head back and laughed. I've also long heard of the second prince's great name. Today, we can have a showdown. Boom. The fight between the two strongest races truly shocked the major factions. In comparison, the disciples of the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords were much weaker in terms of strength. Brother Long, your son is not bad. He probably won't be long from becoming a 5-star celestial god. You have a successor. Sky Fox said with a smile. With the explosive power of the dragon race, his combat strength will increase by quite a bit. Tian Yitzi also said. Long Liefan said indifferently, Chengwang's talent is not bad, but he's a bit clumsy. It won't be long before he breaks through to his current realm. Even though his eldest son had died, Long Liefan did not show much sorrow on his face. His talent was not bad, but death was death. Compared to the 9 Dragon Kings' return, his eldest son's death was not a big deal. As long as they could capture the 9 Dragon King and obtain the Dragon God Scepter, that was the most important matter at the moment. If they could capture Di Tian, that would be even better. The dragon race would also rise to the top, becoming the strongest race. Long Chengwang fought in close combat from the start, completely head-on. Fortunately, there were restrictions around, blocking the shockwaves. Otherwise, the people outside would be affected. Ju Man was quickly defeated by Long Chengwang. His injuries were not heavy, and the giants helped him back. Long Chengwang was also very proud of himself. This was just the beginning. Brother Long, I'll fight you. On a high platform in the east, a fiery figure rushed down, and an earth-shattering heat swept out. The flame race's genius, Yanjiu. Yanjiu was also a celestial god, and his cultivation was not low. He was already a 4-star celestial god. As soon as he landed on the stage, waves of heat rushed out, burning through the void. Please advise me. Not a problem. The two also made their moves. Dragon City is in front. The battle fort moved rapidly in the void. Dragon City also appeared in their vision. Seeing Dragon City again, Long Yaoxue and the others sighed. Ever since they were imprisoned in the banished space, they had not seen Dragon City for a long time. We're back. We're finally back. I didn't expect that we would return one day. The ones who said these words were all dragon race experts imprisoned in the banished space. Over the long years, the dragon race experts had either died or fallen. They never thought that they would be able to leave one day. At the same time, they saw hope again. Their gazes all landed on the young man. Perhaps they could even live in Dragon City again. Another excited one was 9 Dragon King, who could return to the Dragon God domain in his lifetime. We're back. 9 Dragon King also sighed. 6 Dragon Kings were very excited. Long Liefan has been the Dragon God for so long, and now he has to relinquish his position. I really want to see how his face will look later. Master, should we charge in or? 9 Dragon King asked. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Charge for what? We came all the way here, so we should at least come out to welcome us, right? First battle, fire. The battle fort appeared in the sky, its pitch-black cannons aimed at Dragon City. First battle adjusted the cannons and fired them at Dragon City. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying aura filled the sky, blasting at every corner of Dragon City. As soon as the aura appeared, the experts on the stage reacted. The 7 overlords, in particular, had ugly expressions. Not good. It's the battle fort's attack. Damn it, it must be Di Tian. Chapter 1794. Dragon City hadn't activated its formations yet. The strongest races had always been confident that no one would dare invade Dragon City. They wouldn't activate the formations at a time like the Dragon God Convention. The reason was simple. The strongest race represented absolute strength. As the terrifying beams of light descended, all the buildings in Dragon City collapsed and turned into rubble. Dust flew everywhere. More than 10 dragon statues in the plaza were instantly destroyed. The scene was a mess. The spectating immortals fell into chaos and dodged in all directions. There weren't many attacks aimed at them. The focus of the attacks was on the factions on the platforms. Outrageous! Detion, you're courting death. On one of the platforms, a powerhouse was enraged. He took out a lush green tree and placed it in front of the platform. The tree's branches swayed, blocking the beams of light. On the other side of the platform was where the giants were. Seeing that it was an attack from the battle fortress, the giants were enraged. Their bodies expanded, turning into a 300-meter-tall giant. They punched towards the beam of light, shattering it into pieces. On the high platform, everyone present was a great figure. They all reacted quickly without any hesitation. When the attacks arrived, they all took out their treasures to block, cursing Detion for being shameless and firing at them from afar. Some couldn't dodge in time and were killed by the beams. The 9th and 6th Dragon Kings sucked in breaths of cold air. They charged in. Now, they weren't even on the same level as Detion. Over 100 beams of light would ruin the Dragon God convention. They couldn't bring themselves to do such a thing. Only Detion wasn't afraid of being torn apart by the angry powerhouses. Detion, how dare you attack my Dragon City? Longfen recalled Detion's return. His 9th brother was clearly in cahoots with Detion, but he hadn't expected Detion to come in such a way and catch everyone off guard. Boom! Boom! Long Liefen rushed into the sky, and his golden armor also appeared. He punched towards the beam of light, blasting it apart. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 beams of light were destroyed, and he rushed out of the Dragon City Plaza. Lin Fei also appeared in the sky above the battle fort. He stepped on the giant battle fort and laughed. Haha, I've always been bold. You just realized that now? Oh right, I just killed a doppelganger not long ago. It should be you. No wonder you look so familiar. At this point, the battle fort's attack also stopped. The experts in the Dragon City Square also rushed out one after another. When had these major characters ever been in such a sorry state before? If it wasn't for them acting to defend, the genius disciples they brought might have all been heavily injured. When they saw Detion on the battle fortress, their eyes gleamed with coldness. Detion, what do you mean by this? Do you really think that the Demon Profound sect is easy to bully? Detion, you have to give us an explanation today. Otherwise, you don't have to leave. Many of the 8 sects didn't have a good impression of Detion, but they couldn't do anything to him. Now that they saw an opportunity, they naturally targeted Detion. Many of the 7 overlords, such as the Sunluo Overlord and the Frosty Shade Overlord, looked at Detion with cold killing intent. This bastard was really capable of doing anything. However, as soon as they finished speaking, they heard Detion's words and couldn't help but be shocked. The doppelganger of the Dragon God was killed? Was this for real? This was explosive news. There was no doubt that the Dragon God was powerful. A simple doppelganger could reach the level of a 9 stars god. This was the advantage of being the strongest race. Large amounts of resources could be accumulated to become powerful. And now, the doppelganger of the Dragon God was killed by Detion? This was indeed a shocking piece of news. Since when was Detion's strength so terrifying that he could kill a 9 stars god's doppelganger? This improvement was too fast. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. There wasn't much anger on Long Liefen's face. Detion, you are indeed powerful. However, that was because I was careless and was ambushed by 5 9 stars gods. Now that I'm here in person, do you think you still have a chance? Long Liefen laughed. Everyone was shocked by his words. Detion had 5 9 stars gods by his side? Damn it, what kind of background did he have? The battle prowess of a single 9-star heaven god was already extremely terrifying, let alone 5 9-star heaven gods. They would definitely be able to kill whoever they wanted. The fact that the dragon god had named Detion made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Now that they were prepared, they didn't have to worry about Detion ambushing them. Detion, you killed my eldest son, Long Ikuan, killed my doppelganger, and bombarded Dragon City. Any one of these is unforgivable. Long Liefen suddenly raised his voice. However, you are the 8th overlord. I can let bygones be bygones as long as you hand over the traitor behind you. On the battle fort, Lin Fei wasn't the only one there. 9 Dragon Kings, 6 Dragon Kings, Great Elder, and the rest were also there. At this time, everyone finally noticed the person behind Tian, especially the kings of the dragon race. It's him. 9 Dragon Kings are back. And 6 Dragon Kings. Isn't that the Great Elder from back then? How did they become traitors? Many of the dragon tribe recognized the person on the battle fort, and they exchanged glances. Those who could recognize the 9 Dragon Kings were old people from back then. Now, almost no one recognized the 9 Dragon Kings or the Great Elder. Lin Fei snickered. This dragon god's thoughts aren't simple. On the surface, he seems to respect my identity, but in reality, he wants to force me to hand over the 9 Dragon Kings. In the end, it's all for the Dragon God Scepter. Once he gets the Dragon God Scepter, I'm afraid the first thing he'll do is deal with me. Only an idiot would fall for it. Long Liefen, who are you calling a traitor? 6 Dragon Kings sneered. Who colluded with outsiders to seize the Dragon God's position? To think you have the cheek to say it. Even I feel embarrassed for you. 6 Dragon Kings had been holding back these words for a long time. Now that he finally had the chance to say it, he no longer had to worry about anything. Don't think I don't know. My bloodline's people are killed from time to time. In fact, it's all because of you. My royal city isn't being suppressed by you, but a branch bloodline. What right do you have to suppress my bloodline? Do you think I don't know anything? 6 Dragon Kings raged. Long Liefen sounded very disappointed. Little 6, you really disappoint me. If I wanted to deal with you, your bloodline wouldn't have existed back then. Why wait until now? You can blame me, resent me, and I won't take it to heart. But what you shouldn't have done is colluding with the traitors of the dragon tribe. Really, you disappoint me. The dragon god wasn't simple. With a simple sentence, he had labeled 6 Dragon Kings as traitors. Another meaning was, how could a traitor's words be trusted? Chapter 1795. Dragon City. After Tian used the battle fortress to bombard the city, the entire dragon city fell into panic. The dragon race knew about Tian's ferocious name. They also knew that the battle fortress was a weapon of war created by the battle race. It was terrifyingly powerful, especially when used for long-range attacks. Everyone was very cautious. No one knew how many trump cards Tian had, or how long he could activate the battle fortress. The dragon race, who were proud of their powerful physical bodies, did not dare to face the battle fortress head-on. The battle fortress could easily blast them into pieces. Following the appearance of the 9 Dragon Kings, the entire dragon race was in an uproar. The 6 Dragon Kings venting had more or less won the approval of some of the dragon race. Now, another familiar person had appeared. The dragon race's people widened their eyes. Heavens! Didn't they say that the Great Elder was dead? Why is he here now? Could it be that what happened back then was true? Brother, what happened back then? There's going to be a good show. What happened back then had more or less spread out, but it was quickly refuted by others. After a long time, not many people knew about it. They either died of old age or died outside. Many people in the dragon race were curious. The 8 great sects and the 7 overlord leaders also revealed strange expressions. They understood what had happened, and all of them started gossiping. What happened back then could be hidden from others, but it could not be hidden from them. There were more or less traces of it. At that time, the dragon god had just ascended to the throne, and he had refuted all the rumors. Moreover, he had done it secretly, so no one could find anything. Now that the Great Elder and the 9 Dragon Kings had appeared, they felt that a good show was about to begin. Long Wuxia stared coldly at Long Liefen. If he had not been tricked back then, he would not have been trapped in the exiled space. He thought that he would die of old age in the sealed space, but now that he had the chance to come out, his hatred for Long Liefen grew even greater. Because he had been imprisoned in the exiled space, Long Wuxia had lost the right to advance. He had been stuck at this level for the rest of his life, and he was filled with hatred for Long Liefen. Long Liefen's expression did not change, and he said indifferently, "My 9th brother, you're really interesting. Did you think that finding a fake Grand Elder would be enough? Looks like you've really put in a lot of effort. Who doesn't know about the Grand Elder's heroic sacrifice? Not just me, but Barbarian Bull Race's Taoist Barbarian Bull, Heavenly Fox Z of Heavenly Fox Z, Heavenly Wings Race's Heavenly Yitzi, they all saw it with their own eyes, it can't be faked. Your shameless methods disappoint me. Long Aoshue almost coughed up blood in anger. Brother Dragon, you're right. I hate shameless people the most. Back then when the Great Elder fell, I saw it with my own eyes. I didn't expect that after so long, someone would come out to slander the Great Elder's reputation. I think this person should be killed. Barbarian Bull glared at him. Do you want me to help you catch him? Let's see who dares to impersonate the name of the Great Elder. Interesting. Who would have thought that the traitor from back then would dare to come back? Heavenly Fox Z shook his head. Brother Dragon, this traitor must be dealt with. Otherwise, who knows what the outside world will say about your dragon race? Two big shots stood out one after another, pointing fingers at the traitor. The people below couldn't help but become suspicious. The dragon god ruled over the dragon race, and his influence was great. Dragon god, that person isn't the Great Elder at all. I hope that I can kill him. The 9th and 6th Dragon Kings have betrayed the dragon race. They must be suppressed. And that Tion must be suppressed as well. How can our dragon race tolerate an outsider messing around? Behind the dragon god, several kings stood out. These people were all of the royal bloodline, and they were also Long Liefen's people. At this moment, all of them were glaring at the dragon god with murderous intent. It seemed that as long as the dragon god gave the order, they would be the first to act. Long Aoshue hadn't expected such an outcome. He was clearly a living person, but now he was being called a fake. This was the most unacceptable thing to him. This old man will kill you. How could the furious Long Aoshue stand it? He wanted to kill them. Great Elder, bear with it. Don't do anything. 9 Dragons King pulled the Great Elder back. He's forcing you to act. He wants to kill you so that there's no evidence. 9 Dragons King was also furious at this outcome. Long Liefen's expression was still calm, and he said indifferently, 9th brother, you're still too childish. Since you're here, don't leave today. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, more than 100 heavenly gods of the dragon race rushed out from the void. Their terrifying auras shook the various forces, big and small. As soon as these heavenly gods appeared, they surrounded Tion and the others. The weakest heavenly god among the Dragon Clan's experts was a 3-star heavenly god, and the strongest ones were 8-star heavenly gods. There were a total of 15 heavenly gods, each of them guarding a different position, staring at the crowd. The 9 Dragons King Cheng was the main focus. A total of 20 divine senses locked onto the 9 Dragons King. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, Lin Fei clapped his hands, and the sound echoed in the sky. Dragon God, I have seen a lot of shameless people. You can be considered to be one of the more shameless ones. You can turn white into black. You are quite amazing. However, do you really think that these people can stop us? Lin Fei laughed loudly. Tion, you killed an elder of the demon mystic sect. Do you really think no one can stop you? Zhong Mo Shan, the former sect leader of the demon mystic sect, said to Tion, Brother Long, this person has a huge grudge against the demon mystic sect. You won't mind if I take action. The demon mystic sect hated Tion quite a bit. How could they miss out on an opportunity like this? Furthermore, Tion had a huge secret, especially the clone technique, which was worth taking action. The Bliss Palace counts as well. The middle-aged man in red with peach eyes said coldly as well, glaring at Tion. That man was the Palace Lord of the Bliss Palace, a Sky Palace level being. Don't think that we don't know about your trump card. Your clone is but a 1-star celestial god. You won't be able to escape today. A hint of displeasure flashed across Long Liefen's face, but he quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Tion, did you see that? If you hand over the traitor of the Dragon Clan, I won't do anything to you. Otherwise, you really won't be able to leave this territory. Long Liefen laughed. Tion was not worth his attention. As long as he took down the 9 Dragon Kings, he would have plenty of time to deal with them. Lin Fei glanced at the demon mystic sect. I advise you guys not to interfere, or you'll regret it today. I promise. No one understood why Tion was so confident at a time like this. Was he really not afraid of being surrounded? Although the other forces had not taken action yet, Who knew if they would? Lin Fei suddenly turned around and scolded the dragon god. Dragon god, who do you think you are? With just your subordinates? You want to compete in numbers? Why don't you try and see who has more people? There were hundreds of powerful heavenly gods, but Lin Fei did not take them seriously. Celestial God Army, come out! Chapter 1796. Boom, boom, boom. Their auras were even thinner than the hundreds of heavenly gods from before. Killing auras merged together. In the blink of an eye, they appeared behind Lin Fei, forming a black mass. There were at least 1,000 of them. So many heavenly gods. Look, their cultivation levels are terrifying. 9 stars heavenly gods, 8 stars heavenly gods, and 8 stars heavenly gods. What the hell? Why does Tion have so many helpers? Didn't they say that he only has 18 clones? What a terrifying Tion. Lin Fei summoned more than 1,000 heavenly gods in an instant. The large number of heavenly god fragments allowed Lin Fei to summon an army of heavenly gods. The number of 9 stars heavenly gods increased as well, reaching more than 100. As for 8 stars heavenly gods, there were also about 1,000. Since he wanted to shock people, Lin Fei summoned the strongest 8 stars heavenly gods and 9 stars heavenly gods. Their terrifying auras were like behemoths, causing the 8 major sects and 7 overlords to breathe heavily. Looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. The murderous auras made their scalps go numb. Shameless guy, why don't you give it a try and see if you're stronger, or if I'm stronger? Lin Fei laughed and glanced at Zhong Mozhan. You sounded pretty arrogant just now. I wonder if you'll still have the courage to do so later. And your bliss palace, I just killed a few heavenly gods, and you dare to jump out. Do you really think I'm a pushover? More than 1,000 heavenly gods stood behind him. The murderous aura was enough to shock the big shots of Dragon City. Long Liefan predicted that his 9th brother would come and secretly arranged a group of experts, waiting for his 9th brother to take the bait. As expected, his 9th brother came. Even though he had hooked up with Tion, he did not take it to heart. Everything was under his control. The Great Elder and the others were useless in front of power. However, the appearance of more than 1,000 heavenly gods interrupted Long Liefan's plan without any warning. The black mass of heavenly deities caused Long Liefan's scalp to turn numb. Earlier when he swept his gaze over, all of these 9-star heavenly deities weren't weak at all. How could such a tyrannical force be in Tion's hands? What background did this fellow have exactly? No matter how powerful Long Liefan was, facing so many gods, he still couldn't handle it, because he could see that these gods were all wearing mid-grade divine armors, or even low-grade divine armors. Thinking of the invincible weapon auction that had caused such a commotion, Long Liefan's heart sank. The others were not feeling well either. The killing intent of the heavenly god powerhouse swept towards them. They had no choice but to prop up their auras to block this continuous killing intent. Their expressions became ugly. The demon mystic sect leader Zhong Mozhan's expression was one of the uglier. The elder's voice rang out in his ears. Sect leader, we're finished. That bastard, why did he pull out such a group without us knowing? Zhong Mozhan had indeed seen an opportunity, so he stood up and prepared to teach Tion a lesson. Even though this wasn't the demon mystic sect's territory, with the face of the 8 great sects, the dragon god wouldn't dare to not give face. He might even be very willing to take action himself. If he acted quickly and captured Tion, the dragon god wouldn't be able to say anything. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation changed. Tion, who seemed to be trapped, pulled out a group of heavenly gods. The powerful visual shock frightened Zhong Mozhan quite a bit. Taoist Tion, this is a misunderstanding. Our bliss palace was just joking. Gong Tion Level's reaction was the fastest. Facing so many heavenly gods, even he wasn't confident in dealing with them. Moreover, these heavenly gods weren't simple. When Zhong Mozhan heard this, he secretly cursed Gong Tion Level for being shameless. He actually dared to say that it was a misunderstanding. His skin was really thick. Who was the one who said that he wanted to teach Tion a lesson? Now, he didn't want to admit it. The few sects and overlords at the back were secretly glad that they didn't stand up. Who would have thought that Tion would be so amazing? He brought a group of experts with him, and they were almost tricked. The people behind Lin Fei were also incomparably shocked. The divine kings had already been shocked once before, And now, a group of heavenly deities had appeared. This was just too ridiculously powerful. More importantly, they had never seen these people appear before. If it wasn't for the fact that they had seen Tion's senior brother, the Nine Dragons King, and the others might not be able to take it. At the same time, they really saw hope. Lin Fei smiled and said, "If you say it's a misunderstanding, then it's a misunderstanding. But if I slashed you, then is it a misunderstanding? You don't know, but I'm very easily frightened. Your words just now made me very unhappy. I'm wondering if I should kill you." As the sect leader of one of the 8 major sects, when had Gong Tian level ever been looked down upon by a junior like this? Unfortunately, he didn't have the confidence to retort. The dense crowd of heavenly gods was like a sharp sword hanging over his head at all times. Misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Gong Tian level suppressed his anger. You can just say that it's a misunderstanding. Lin Fei was still dissatisfied. However, I'm quite easy to negotiate. As long as you prepare 1,000,000 godheads for me, I can pretend that nothing happened. Gong Tian level didn't want to get involved in trouble. At least not at this moment. 1,000,000 godheads caused Gong Tian level to suck in a breath of cold air. Godheads were good and could be used to nurture heavenly gods, but they weren't that easy to nurture. Tian wanted 1,000,000 godheads. Was he really going to eat them like rice? Brother Tian, 1,000,000 godheads is too much. Our sect can't afford it. Gong Tian level didn't want to offend Tian at the moment. Lin Fei didn't believe what Gong Tian level said and shook his head. Brother Gong, you're the sect leader of one of the 8 major sections. Don't tell me a sect doesn't have 1,000,000 godheads? You don't have to lie to me. Who doesn't know that the 8 major sects are all filthy rich? 1,000,000 godheads is nothing. Gong Tian level gritted his teeth at Tian. 1,000,000 godheads was something he could afford, but it was still a huge sum. The Bliss Palace really didn't want to fork out that much. However, Tian had shown off his abilities. Gong Tian level had yet to figure out how to deal with him if they were to make a move later. As for the other sects, they would probably leave at once and even attack him in secret. They would be happy to have one less sect leader. 1,000,000 godheads I'll pay. Gong Tian level gritted his teeth and decided to let Tian keep it for now. However, I only have 300,000 godheads on me right now. You can have that first, and I'll send the rest to you later. 300,000 godheads? That's not bad. Lin Fei chose to ignore the words that were sent to him later. I'll believe you this once. Gong Tian level stored 300,000 godheads in his storage ring. Lin Fei took it after scanning it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, "All right, you can stand aside now. What happened today has nothing to do with you." Gong Tian level really did step back. Zhong Fiend Mountain didn't want to fight Tian either. Even if they were to fight, it wasn't now. Everyone knew that Tian was looking for trouble with the Dragon God. Chapter 1797. They admitted defeat. Both the Demon Mystic sect and the Bliss Palace avoided fighting Tian. The gods behind them were not to be trifled with. They were here to cause trouble for the Dragon God, so there was no need for them to get involved. 1,000,000 godhood they accepted it. How cowardly. I thought you guys would attack. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Getting 3,000,000 godhood was a gain no matter what. Just take it as me letting you guys off the hook. Zhong Mozhan and Gong Tianqi's expressions turned ugly. Tian's words were too provocative. Yet they could not say anything. Could they say, "Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. Let's see who's stronger"? Unfortunately, they could not say anything if that was the case. Their hatred for Tian grew even stronger. The two sects' decision to lower their heads was completely unexpected. They could not help but look down on them. They had been talking big just moments ago, yet they chose to lower their heads in the blink of an eye. That was fast. The other forces were secretly glad that they did not attack Tian just now. Otherwise they would be the ones in trouble. Attack. That was not possible now. Who knew what trump cards Tian had up his sleeve? Long Liefen did not expect things to change so quickly. He was still unhappy about Zhong Moshan's interference, but they chose to lower their heads in the blink of an eye. Long Liefen was unhappy again. You want me to face Tian? Long Liefen would not choose to lower his head at this time. Tian's aggressive approach did not mean that Long Liefen was afraid. He was not a dragon god for nothing. If he chose to lower his head today, he would not be able to keep his position. He had to suppress Tion's group. Tion was the primary target. The others were not a threat. Even his ninth brother with the dragon god scepter was not the most dangerous. Tion was the most dangerous one. A few of the strongest races were also paying close attention. The dragon clan was able to gather a group of gods because of their foundation. Other than the strongest races, only the 8 major sects could do that. Tion had done it easily, which was enough to prove his mysterious background. The strongest races chose to wait and see. Brother Long, there is no need to rush. As long as you take down Tion, the others will not be able to do anything. Suddenly, the heavenly fox transmitted his voice to Long Liefan. Rumor has it that Tion's strength isn't bad, but that's all. As long as Brother Long goes all out, it shouldn't be difficult to kill or suppress him. Long Liefan already had a countermeasure, and now that he heard the heavenly fox's words, he became even more confident. That's right, I just have to take down Tion. That's exactly what I was thinking. Long Liefan replied. At that time, I will need Brother Heavenly Fox's help to suppress those heavenly god experts, so as to prevent them from destroying Dragon City. Long Liefan told this to Xianxia and Barbarian Bull. Over 1,000 celestial god powerhouses, it was not so easy for him to suppress them alone. He needed help. Tianhuzi and the others did not refuse. Old thing, do you still think you can deal with me? Lin Fei stared at Long Liefan. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you take action, or we will surround and attack one of you. How you choose is up to you. Long Lai's anger was not light. Killing intent shot out, and the surrounding temperature dropped. Tion, you have gone too far. Do you really think that I have no way to deal with you? You are gravely mistaken. In front of absolute strength, you have no chance at all. Boom! Long Liefan released his aura, and an incomparably tyrannical aura soared through the clouds. Coiling Dragon Seal. A tyrannical aura swept out. Those with low strength were all sent flying. Long Liefan also brazenly attacked, and took out a huge golden seal. As soon as the seal appeared, 9 golden dragons flew out, looking down on the world with ferocious might. They pounced towards Lin Fei from 9 directions, sealing off all the blind spots and cutting off Lin Fei's path of retreat. At the same time, over 100 Dragon Clan heavenly gods also attacked. Dragon God's Coiling Dragon Seal. It is rumored that this is one of the 3 great divine weapons of the Dragon Clan. This divine weapon is too terrifying. Each golden dragon's attack power is at the peak of 9 stars heavenly god. Most importantly, the 9 dragons have formed a super powerful joint attack. This attack has already surpassed the attack power of a 9 stars heavenly god, reaching the battle power of a 1-star god king. Tion is finished. Moreover, this attack is aimed at Tion. Although Tion is the number 1 of the young generation, I'm afraid that he will not be able to withstand this level of attack. In front of this incomparably domineering attack, even the big shots of the sects showed a trace of fear. The title of the strongest clan was indeed not just for show. The first attack was a brazen one, not giving Tion any chance to resist. The dragon god grasped the opportunity very well. No one thought that Tion could withstand this attack. Even the big shots of the sects present had to use their full strength to withstand this attack. This was also the strength of the strongest clan. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Attack! Boom! Boom! Over 1,000 heavenly gods suddenly attacked. A great battle broke out. Facing the attack of the 9 dragons, Lin Fei did not care. In the eyes of others, it seemed that he was afraid. After all, this level of attack was not something that anyone could face. Tion, you became famous quickly, but your strength is too weak. You can't withstand the attack of our Dragon Clan's divine weapon, the Coiling Dragon Seal. Long Liefan controlled the Coiling Dragon Seal and was in a good mood. Not far away, Tianhuzi, Xianxia, and Barbarian Bull attacked one after another. Their powerful auras soared into the sky. 3 treasures were taken out, blocking the first wave of attack from over 1,000 heavenly gods. The land of the Dragon Clan is not a place where you can mess around. Their attack surpassed the battle prowess of 9 stars heavenly gods. They blocked most of the attacks. It looked easy, but they were extremely shocked. The attack was too strong. Fortunately, As long as they could stall for a while and capture Xianxia, they could control these heavenly gods. The attack of the coiling dragon seal was very strong. Unfortunately, they used the wrong person this time. Who dares to touch my junior brother? Just as the attack was about to land on Lin Fei, a loud roar sounded like thunder. A figure appeared in front of Lin Fei and stabbed with a spear. The spear light blasted toward the 9 dragons, dispersing the attack. Long Liefen's body shook. The 9 dragons controlled by the coiling dragon seal were pierced, and the attack stopped. At this moment, everyone noticed that there was a burly man in front of Xianxia. He looked ferocious, and a dangerous aura flowed from his body. Junior brother? Many people were stunned when they heard this. Xianxia had a senior brother? Senior brother, that person wants to kill me. Lin Fei pointed at Long Liefen. Luoan revealed his white teeth and said in a cold voice, "Bastard, you dare to bully my junior brother? Do you want to die?" Boom! A domineering spear shot toward Long Liefen. The spear shadow flashed. Long Liefen sensed the incoming danger. Before he could even put on his armor, the spear pierced through his chest. His powerful divine body was pierced through by the spear, causing cracks to appear all over his body. His entire body was sent flying, smashing into the city walls of Dragon City. Behind him, a large portion of the formation restrictions also appeared to be damaged. Lin Fei didn't even think about attacking. His realm increased too quickly, and it would be too terrifying if word got out. It was better to let Luoan attack and pretend to be mysterious, which led to this scene. The burly man sent Long Liefen flying with a spear, which scared everyone. And the 3 of them. Lin Fei pointed. A wave of killing intent swept over. Sky Fox Z and the other 2's hearts sank. Seeing the spear sweep over, they were shocked to find that they couldn't dodge. The attack was too fast. The 3 of them flew out and smashed into the city wall, coughing up blood. Chapter 1798. Too fast. Everything happened too fast. Everyone only heard the word, junior apprentice brother. And the dragon race's strongest person, Long Liefen, was sent flying. Then it was the other 3 powerhouses of the strongest races. So fast that people could not react. However, no idea who shouted, "He's a divine king." Everyone only felt their breathing quicken, their mouths dry, and a deep sense of powerlessness. Since when did Xianxia have such a powerful senior apprentice brother? And he was even at the divine king realm. This news was simply unacceptable. In the past, no matter how famous Xianxia's reputation was, he was also one of the more outstanding ones among the younger generation. But compared to the veteran sex, the difference in strength was huge. If they were really ruthless, taking care of Xianxia was nothing difficult. But now, Xianxia had an additional senior apprentice brother. Furthermore, it was a divine king senior apprentice brother. That was completely different. Divine king? How is that possible? Impossible. What kind of strength does the dragon god have? What kind of strength does the other powerhouses have? Everyone is clear in their hearts. This kind of shocking aura, only a divine king can possess it. Really too terrifying. Xianxia actually has such a senior apprentice brother. Doesn't that mean that these celestial deity powerhouses might all come from the same place as Xianxia? Could it really be like the rumors? Xianxia comes from a hidden family clan. Everyone was completely unable to calm down. The 8 great sects' resentment towards Xianxia was not small. They had never treated Xianxia as someone in the same position. They looked down on Xianxia. What caused an uproar in the territory was ultimately small squabbles. The scene of the informant completely changed their impression. Perhaps Xianxia really had a great background. Their judgment abilities would not be wrong. They easily recognized that this burly man was a divine king powerhouse. It was the real deal. It could not be wrong. With such a situation appearing, the 8 great sects really took it seriously. Because a divine king powerhouse had appeared. Right now, they very much wanted to know if this divine king powerhouse was arranged by the higher-ups. If so, under which powerhouse did he come? This matter, they had to report it at once. That Xianxia also became no longer a dispensable person, but someone who could affect the situation below. The deterrence of a divine king. No one dared to ignore it. The Zhongmo Mountain and the Gongtian sect, who had wanted to find trouble with Xianxia, both gasped. They were glad that they had lowered their heads and not gotten involved. Long Lifan's spear had pierced through his body. His strong body was filled with densely packed cracks as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. God King. It's impossible. Long Liefan knew very well just how difficult it was to go from God to God King. Even he only had half a foot in that realm. He still needed a very long time to reach God King. Originally, he wanted to capture Di Tian in one fell swoop, but who would have thought that Di Tian's senior brother would appear? Moreover, he was a God King. It was no different from slapping Long Liefan in the face. Even though Long Liefan was unwilling to accept it, other than a divine king, there was no one else who could injure him so easily. I've really miscalculated. Long Liefan saw that the Empyrean god of the dragon race was being suppressed by the Empyrean god that Di Tian had brought. He was defeated in the blink of an eye. No, I can't let Di Tian have his way. Long Liefan was unwilling to give up when he thought about how he was about to be ousted from his position as the dragon god. He didn't want to see the dragon god domain fall into their hands again. What are you all standing there for? Go and kill Di Tian, or you won't have an easy time. Long Liefan flew out again. His face contorted as he stared coldly at the burly man. Di Tian, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful background, but I'm not that easy to deal with either. He had to go all out. Long Liefan definitely wouldn't admit defeat today. He stared at his ninth brother, who had been defeated back then. Ninth brother, I've underestimated you. However, it won't be that easy for you to oust me. Suddenly, Long Liefan's aura expanded as he took out a dark golden dragon scale. His entire being became solemn. Great Emperor, there are traitors today. Please bestow your boundless power to help me quell the remaining rebels. The dark golden dragon scale was activated. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the dark golden dragon scale, piercing through the entire domain. My dragon god scepter is one of them, the second is the coiling dragon seal, and the third is the ability to communicate with the upper world. With that, I can advance to the God King realm in a short time. Nine Dragons King was shocked, and he slapped his forehead repeatedly. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? Nine Dragons King was shocked, and he slapped his forehead repeatedly. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? Communicate with the upper world to advance to the God King realm? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Luo En, who was beside him, was a one-star God King with a two-star battle technique. He was much stronger than the average one-star God King. Everyone retreat! Retreat! Get away from here! I didn't expect the Dragon Clan to have this kind of inheritance. No one present was stupid enough to interfere with a God King realm expert. Di Tian was no longer someone easy to deal with. With a God King realm expert by his side, no one was willing to offend him. If he wasn't here, it would be a different story. Would the Dragon Clan suffer heavy losses? They wouldn't interfere. This was Di Tian's private matter. There was no need for them to interfere. At this time, the Dragon God activated the dark golden dragon scale and pierced through the territory in a short time. By the time they reacted, a boundless energy fell on the Dragon God's body. Under the boundless energy, Long Liefan's injuries recovered in an instant. His half-step God King realm broke through to the God King realm and stabilized at the peak of one-star God King realm. Ha ha ha, so this is the power of a God King. Long Liefan felt his body was filled with destructive energy. His battle prowess was more than 10 times stronger than before. With a wave of his hand, the coiling dragon seal was activated again. Di Tian, I'll get rid of your senior brother first. Let's see what you can do then. Long Liefan laughed heartily as he activated the coiling dragon seal. 9 dragons galloped forward, each of them reaching the one-star God King realm. They were much stronger than before. No one doubted that as long as one was struck by these 9 dragons, death was certain. Facing the attack of the coiling dragon seal, Ron's eyes flashed with disdain. You want to take care of me and threaten Master with an attack that doesn't even have a one-star battle prowess? Damn it! The long spear was put away, and a warhammer was taken out. Its grade was not high, only a high-grade celestial god artifact. It was enough. You can't do it. Ron soared into the sky with the warhammer in his hand. He activated the chaotic cloak, which increased his battle prowess by 5 times. One hammer to decide the world. The warhammer landed on Ron's hand. It enlarged infinitely, reaching 100,000 zhong. The sharp aura it exuded made everyone tremble in fear. Boom! The warhammer smashed down. The explosive power of a 2-star battle prowess cultivation technique was terrifying. Chapter 1799. Everyone in the draconic divine territory felt uneasy. A frighteningly tyrannical aura swept across everyone like a sharp knife, causing their bodies to involuntarily tremble. No one expected things to turn out this way. The royals in the draconic divine territory looked gloomy as well. Their 9th brother had brought them too much shock back then. They had even invited a divine king. They had suffered quite a blow. Fortunately, the dragon god had the great divine weapon of the dragon clan, which allowed him to communicate with the upper realm. He received a boost of power and broke through to the divine king realm, eventually stopping at the pinnacle of the 1-star divine king realm. This gave them hope again. With the power that the dragon god had obtained and the talents of the dragon clan, they would definitely be able to defeat the people brought by their 9th brother. That was what most people were thinking. The 8 major sects, the 7 overlords, and the others who were watching quietly left the battlefield to avoid being affected by the aftershocks. As for the young geniuses brought by the sects, they all suffered a blow. Tian, who seemed to be able to trample the sects to death with a single foot, was now so powerful that no one could easily deal with him. The demon mystic sect and the Bliss Palace had chosen to lower their heads, not daring to compete with Tian. The dragon god had been defeated, and he had communicated with the power of the upper realm to show off his strength. These powerhouses had thoughts again, and they could not wait for the 2 sides to fight to the death. Tian had now become a thorn in their side. Unfortunately, not long after this thought emerged in their minds, the dragon god, who had advanced to the level of a peak 1-star divine king, was sent flying by Tian's senior brother's hammer. The sight of the gigantic crater outside Dragon City made them suck in a breath of cold air. He was defeated just like that. Are you kidding me? That's the dragon god of the dragon clan. What the hell? Tian's senior brother is so powerful that he crushed the dragon god. It's hard to accept. The dragon god is finished. Looks like no one will be able to stop Tian today. The dragon god was sent flying by a hammer, and it was undoubtedly a slap to their beautiful dreams. Tian's senior brother was simply too ferocious. What should we do, Tianhuzi? Xianxia had interfered because they were friends and allies. How could he have expected that he would be defeated so quickly? The dragon god, who had been strengthened, was also easily sent flying, and his face became gloomy. The Sky Fox Z's expression was extremely unsightly. The god king of Tian was like a blade hanging over their heads. Although their tribe was very strong and could pull out experts that could rival god kings, they were still much weaker compared to the senior brother of theirs, Tian. Brother Long is really going to suffer this time. Heavenly Fox sighed. This Tian should be the young master of a hidden big family, or a spokesperson arranged by the upper realm. The only thing we need to do now is not to attack again. We have to lower our heads for the time being and leave this place alive. Are we not going to help Brother Long? Barbarian Bull was extremely unwilling. Heavenly Fox Z glared and said, Old Bull, if you want your strongest tribe to suffer a great loss of vitality, then go ahead and attack. Brother Long's defeat is already set in stone, and it is still unknown whether he can survive. What we need to do now is to make Tian accept our apology. As for other things, we can talk about it after we leave this place. Xianxia was not a reckless person. The celestial powerhouse who blocked Tian previously had left a bad impression, so they had to resolve this misunderstanding first. Although the 3 of them were strong, they knew that they did not have the ability to leave in front of a God King expert, so they had to lower their heads. Luoan sent the dragon god flying with a hammer, leaving a super sinkhole on the ground. He's actually not dead yet? Luoan's attack just now was already very terrifying. After all, it was a 2-star cultivation technique. Looking at it with his divine sense, he saw that the person was not dead, but just heavily injured. The dragon race's physical body was so powerful that Luoan was a little surprised. Again. Luoan activated the warhammer again, and the huge warhammer drew a trace of terrifying aura as it smashed towards the super sinkhole. Boom boom boom. One hammer after another smashed towards the super sinkhole. Whoosh. Crash. The warhammer fell, and a terrifying power swept out. The ground crumbled and the mountains sank. Even the distant dragon city was affected. Buildings collapsed, and even the sturdy city walls were destroyed by the shockwaves. With just 3 strikes, Dragon City had almost been reduced to ruins. Array formation restrictions? All of them were destroyed by the terrifying power. Seeing San Chue's terrifying battle prowess, everyone couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for the dragon god. Whether they could survive this attack was another matter. At least, they were not sure if they could survive. It was too terrifying. The difference between a heavenly god and a god king was like the difference between heaven and earth. Ron hammered down 3 times, and his divine sense swept again to confirm whether the person was dead or not. And at this moment, a resentful voice came from afar, accompanied by a person coughing up blood. Dition, you've won today, but I'll be back. When that time comes, it'll be your death day. Cough, cough, cough. Ron's face darkened, and he hurriedly chased after him. A person who was bound to die had actually escaped from his hands. This made him lose face. Senior brother, there's no need to chase. Lin Fei was also very surprised. The dragon god of the strongest dragon clan indeed had some trump cards. He could actually escape under Ron's attack. He was indeed capable. However, this also made Lin Fei a little surprised, but he didn't care. As long as the dragon god dared to appear again, Lin Fei would be able to kill him without Ron's help. Lin Fei didn't care anymore. On a distant, uninhabited star in the dragon god domain, a miserable figure appeared. His body was tattered from head to toe. One of his arms was broken, and both legs were gone. His chest was covered in densely packed wounds. As soon as he appeared, Long Liefen coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his face was pale and powerless. Cough, 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 I didn't think that I would actually lose, cough, cough, cough. Long Liefen had never thought that he would lose so badly, to the point where he was almost beaten to death. This place isn't safe, cough, 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 I have to leave immediately. That Dition's senior brother is too strong. Even my physical body can't take it. If he catches up, I'll definitely die. Long Liefen took out a small warship. It was something he had prepared all along, and he would use it to escape at a critical moment. I'll definitely kill my way back. The dragon god Long Liefen escaped with heavy injuries. The others all had different expressions, but they all maintained a calm expression. As for what they were thinking, only they themselves knew. With the defeat of the dragon gods, the battle here also came to an end. Ron's attack also sped up the entire process. The dragon kings were easily taken down, and the other heavenly gods of the dragon clan all chose to surrender when they saw that the situation was hopeless. At the very least they would be able to survive. With the super killing machine of the god king, no waves were stirred in the dragon god domain. Chapter 1800. A dragon god convention that was supposed to be going well had ended up like this. Many people had no time to digest it. Everyone understood one thing. After today, the dragon god would be replaced by a new dragon god. Perhaps the 9 Dragons King would be the next dragon god again. Unless Long Liefen could deal with Dition Senior one day. As long as Dition was alive, he would never be able to take back the position of the dragon god. After seeing Long Liefen escape, the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords were all prepared to leave the dragon god weave. Who knew if Dition would make a move on them? They could not guarantee it. After all, Dition was not someone who could be easily controlled. He was fierce and brave, so it was impossible for him to make a move. Zhong Mozhan of the Demon Mystic sect was the first to speak. Gong Tian level followed suit. Against Dition, a powerful heavenly god, and a towering divine king, leaving this place seemed to be the best choice. Lin Fei did not want to let them leave just like that. Everyone, although the Dragon God Convention cannot continue, the new Dragon God's ascension still requires everyone to stay behind to be witnesses, lest word gets out and people misunderstand. I've decided to hold the Dragon God Ascension ceremony in 3 days. Everyone can leave after you've attended it. I don't think anyone has any objections, right? Lin Fei smiled. Luo En's sharp gaze swept across and he said plainly, Junior, there's no need to ask them about this. Master said that I'll help you kill anyone who displeases you. If 1 isn't enough, I'll kill 10. The leaders felt a gust of cold wind blow past them, and their hearts sank. Was Dition's master that cruel? Kill anyone who displeased him? Zhong Mozhan and Gong Tian level felt their bodies tremble, as if Dition was talking about them. Both of them reacted quickly. That's good. We'll definitely attend the ceremony. Zhong Mozhan said. Of course. The Bliss Palace will be the first to support the Dragon God Ascension ceremony. Under the leadership of the new Dragon God, the Dragon God will become even more powerful. The other leaders secretly cursed them for being cowards. However, a godly king powerhouse had already spoken. Who would dare to say the word no at this point in time? Tion's senior brother might really kill them. Forget it. It's just a ceremony. It's not something we can't accept. That's great. We, the Jianghu school, agree very much. Our Immortal Emperor school will definitely support it. With a single word from Ron, the giants all chose to cooperate. So be it. No one would die anyway. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Ron was quite smart. He knew how to speak. Everyone, you don't have to worry. I'm actually quite a good person. I won't take the initiative to kill people. My senior brother was just joking. Not taking the initiative to kill? No one believed that the Dragon God would be driven away by you. Now that things had come to this, no one would stand up and say anything. Lin Fei also arranged for people to ask the leaders to leave, while he led his people to Dragon City. After the battle, many buildings in Dragon City were destroyed. Fortunately, the entire city was not affected. At the very least, the Divine Dragon residence was still fine. 9 Dragons King, now that the Dragon God has escaped, he no longer has a chance to make a comeback. In a while, I will arrange for Heavenly God powerhouses to command you. As for the internal affairs of the Dragon Clan, I'll leave them to you. In the Great Hall of the Divine Dragon residence, Lin Fei left the rest of the matters to 9 Dragons King. 9 Dragons King was still in a state of excitement. His wish of many years had finally been fulfilled. From the start, everything seemed to be under his master's control. Returning to the Divine Dragon residence was something he didn't even dare to dream of. Thank you, Master. The Divine Dragon domain was very large. The battle in Dragon City was not large. Not everyone from the Dragon King's bloodline knew about it. 9 Dragons King personally led his people to sweep away the remaining forces. The Dragon God scepter also appeared in front of the Dragon Clan once more. News of what happened in the past spread. In order to survive, 9 Dragons King's brother told everyone about what happened in the past. When this news spread, the entire Divine Dragon domain was shaken. There were still people who knew about what happened in the past. Many people were puzzled as to why the one who became the Dragon God was not 9 Dragons King, but another Dragon King. In addition, the appearance of Grand Elder Long Aoshue made everyone even more certain of the truth. Long Liefan had become a sinner of the Dragon Clan in the Divine Dragon domain. His bloodline was also wiped out by 9 Dragons King, captured, and exiled to a sealed space. This method was accepted by everyone. Lin Fei didn't want to meddle in the internal affairs of the Dragon Clan. In any case, with Grand Elder and 9 Dragons King working together, and his own Heavenly God powerhouse assisting him, he would be disappointed if they still couldn't solve the problem. Master, this is our Dragon Clan's treasury. In a day's time, 9 Dragons King had settled everything. He stood in front of the Dragon Clan's treasury with Lin Fei. Is it appropriate? 9 Dragons King chuckled. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I'm Master's man, so the Dragon Clan's treasury is also Master's. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're such a bootlicker. 9 Dragons King chuckled. Without Master, I would still be wandering in the Dark Night Galaxy. Don't even mention standing here. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He hadn't wasted his effort. Long Liefan had left in a hurry. The treasury's contents were untouched. As the stone door opened, a passage appeared. Holding the Dragon Clan's token, 9 Dragons King opened layer after layer of restrictions, arriving in a separate space. Piles of materials piled up like a mountain. Anyone's eyes would light up upon seeing this. Even Lin Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw it. The Dragon Clan was too rich. Lin Fei was only a little surprised. He had seen too many good things, and these things were nothing in his eyes. Master, this way. This space was an independent space. Piles of materials piled up like a mountain. Medicinal pellets, all sorts of materials could be found here. In front of the Dragon Clan's wealth, any local tycoon powerhouse outside was not worth mentioning. In the depths of the space, 9 Dragons King opened another restriction, and a pile of godheads appeared in front of Lin Fei, sparkling with various colors. Master, I know you like godheads. Our dragon clan doesn't have many things, but godheads are plentiful. Nine Dragons King was a perceptive person. Although he didn't know why his master liked godheads, he was very concerned about them. According to the information I have, the godheads here were collected by the dragon clan, dating back to the time of the first dragon god. These godheads aren't high grade. According to the statistics, there's a total of 80 million godheads. Indeed, Lin Fei didn't care about other things, but it was different when it came to godheads. The more of these things, the better. Last time, several million godheads were used up without much use. Lin Fei was still pondering when he should go to the god tomb to plunder more godheads. He didn't expect to receive a batch of godheads in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the number reached an astonishing 80 million godheads. Chapter 1801. 80 million Divine Sparks. Even Lin Fei himself was shocked by this frightening number. He almost drooled. It was very useful. It won't be a problem for me to become a god king. I can also raise the grade of my 18 primordial chaos clones. I've gained a lot from this trip. Lin Fei took all the 80 million divine sparks without hesitation. Divine sparks were not very useful to the dragon race. They were not like humans, who used divine sparks to advance to the pseudo-heavenly god realm. At the very least, they were still heavenly gods. The dragon race had always disdained such behavior. These divine sparks were really given to Dition. With these 80 million divine sparks, Lin Fei really did not care about anything else. As long as his strength increased, there was nothing he couldn't get. 80 million divine sparks was enough to do many things. Lin Fei was very happy. Nine Dragons King was also happy. The dragon race's divine sparks had been useless, and many had been given away. Even so, there were still 80 million divine sparks left. Not many forces could have this kind of foundation. Seeing his master happy, Nine Dragons King was also very happy. This was the result he wanted. Lin Fei did not take anything else. He just kept the 80 million divine sparks. Little Nine, from now on, you will manage the dragon god domain well, and be the new dragon god. Lin Fei put away the divine sparks and patted Nine Dragons King's shoulder. Nine Dragons King was clearly stunned. Master, how can I take the position of dragon god? Why not? Are you not strong enough? The dragon race has a lot of resources. It's easy for you to advance. You don't have to worry about others messing around. When I leave, I will leave behind some heavenly gods to help you. Just be a good dragon god. Lin Fei said with a smile. He did not want to be the dragon god. The invincible palace lord was already a headache, not to mention the dragon god domain. But Nine Dragons King did not expect that he would be the dragon god. No buts. You will take the position in 3 days. And prepare well. Lin Fei did not give Nine Dragons King a chance to speak. He took out a divine weapon and a divine armor. These are both high-grade divine sparks. If you use them at full power, their power will be very terrifying. Take them and refine them well. 3 days. Peace and quiet returned to the dragon god domain. Several people of the Dragon King's bloodline were exiled. Under the Nine Dragons King's sweep, forces big and small were either eradicated or forced to surrender. The Nine Dragons King could already control the entire dragon god domain. Other than a group of powerhouses, the dragon god scepter in the Nine Dragon King's hands had also played a big role in Huang Xiaolong's success in controlling the dragon god domain. During the era of the previous generation's dragon god, the dragon god scepter was the symbol of the dragon god. Even when Long Liefen became the dragon god, there were still many people who refused to accept him. Now that the Nine Dragons King had returned, and the dragon god scepter appeared, everyone chose to side with him, and at the same time, supported the Nine Dragons King as the new dragon god. 3 days later, the ceremony would begin. Everyone in the dragon clan was willing to let the Nine Dragons King become the dragon god. The leaders of the 8 great sects, 7 great overlords, and other forces all attended the ceremony to witness this sacred moment. The Nine Dragon King also sat on the dragon god's throne as he wished. Everyone knew that one of the strongest races, the dragon race, had fallen under Dition's control. Although they were the Nine Dragon Kings in name, in reality, the Nine Dragon Kings and Dition were allies. To them, this wasn't good news, but they couldn't say anything. The Nine Dragons King had become the new dragon god, and the Nine Dragons King had no choice but to send a generous gift. For some reason, the 9 Dragons King's gifts were all godheads. Every sect sent 500,000 godheads. The Barbarian Bull Race, Sky Fox Race, and Sky Wing Race sent a total of 1 million godheads. Lin Fei was not at all surprised by this result, and he impolitely accepted it all. He carefully calculated the number of godhood he had received. Counting the godheads, there were more than 10 million godheads. Lin Fei was very happy because of this. He had made the right decision to keep them. Otherwise, where would he find 10 million godheads? Adding the 80 million godheads from before, he had close to 100 million godheads on hand. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. After the ceremony ended, the 9 Dragons King took the initiative to bid farewell. Their reasons were simple. Their sects had urgent matters to attend to, and Lin Fei didn't want to do anything to them for the time being. After all, the 8 major sects had powerful backing. After taking advantage of them, Lin Fei couldn't wait for them to leave. In less than half a day, the 8 major sects and 7 overlords had all left. After the 9 Dragons King became the new dragon god, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed in the dragon god domain. He had close to 100 million godheads. No matter what, he had to use them first to increase his strength. Just as Lin Fei was about to enter seclusion, the 9 Dragons King brought someone with him. In truth, he was forcing someone to come in. "Master, guess who I've brought?" 9 Dragons King was in high spirits. "Are you trying to keep me in suspense?" Lin Fei looked at the person. He didn't have any impression of him, but he was curious. Why did the 9 Dragons King bring someone like this? "Who is this person?" The 9 Dragons King pushed the middle-aged man forward, causing him to stumble. His face was filled with anger. "Master, he's the World Commerce Chamber's vice president, Feng Wanquan. This guy was hiding in Dragon City, and our people reported him. So we captured him. According to our understanding, Feng Wanquan came looking for Long Liefan, wanting him to deal with us." Feng Wanquan's expression was ugly. Why didn't he leave earlier? Now, he was in Di Tian's hands. Ever since he came to Dragon City, Feng Wanquan stayed there. He wanted to see Di Tian's misfortune, but he didn't expect that Di Tian would bring a senior brother, a God King realm expert, who could defeat the dragon god with a secret art. Feng Wanquan was scared out of his wits, so he went into hiding, not daring to go out. Who knew that the Dragon Clan would still come looking for him? And the leader was the steward who had brought him into the Divine Dragon residence back then. This fellow had heard that the World Commerce Association had a grudge against Di Tian, so he had reported the news. Under the encirclement of experts, the defenseless Feng Wanquan had been captured. "Yo, a big fish." Lin Fei was amused. "Little 9, you did well. You captured the World Commerce Chamber's vice president." Feng Wanquan's strength was restricted, so he said with a sullen face, "Di Tian, I'm from World Commerce Chamber. I think you should let me go as soon as possible. You don't have the right to imprison me." What a temper. Are you looking for a beating? Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of World Commerce Chamber. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swept through them. He even dared to borrow a knife to kill someone. This made Lin Fei even more unhappy. He slapped Feng Wanquan, sending him tumbling to the ground. "Little 9, send someone to send a letter to World Commerce Chamber's branch. Tell them that Feng Wanquan tried to kill the current dragon god. For the sake of World Commerce Chamber's face, ask them to prepare 5 million godheads. Otherwise, we'll kill them with our army." With that, Lin Fei ignored Feng Wanquan. "Don't worry, master. I'll take care of this matter properly." 9 Dragon King had become quick-witted. He reached out and lifted Feng Wanquan up. "I heard that your World Commerce Chamber has a strong foundation. 5 million godheads shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Impossible." The dragon god weave had changed to a new dragon god. After the 8 major sects left, the news spread like wildfire. Di Tian's infamy once again struck fear in the hearts of the people. No one had expected him to kill his way into the dragon god weave. Not only did he disrupt the dragon god convention, but he also chased the dragon god down from his pedestal. The scariest thing was that he had invited the Divine King's senior brother. This was the real heavyweight news. Apart from that, there were also thousands of heavenly gods who had turned the dragon god weave upside down. They had even forced the 8 major sects to attend the ceremony, and they had no choice but to offer generous gifts. This kind of news spread like wildfire after someone intentionally spread it. No one knew who it was that one could offend anyone but Di Tian. Di Tian was the most terrifying existence. Di Tian's position as the number one of the younger generation was also firmly secured. No one could shake his position. No matter who it was, no one would dare to cause trouble for Di Tian even if they were given 100 guts. His senior brother, the Divine King, was not someone to be trifled with. He could poke you to death with a single finger. Deep underground in the barbarian bull tribe. As the strongest tribe, the barbarian bull tribe also controlled a territory similar in size to the dragon god weave. At this time deep underground, Long Liefan was sitting with a few people with a gloomy face. "Brother Long, how are your injuries?" Barbarian bull asked. Long Liefan had long lost his high spirits and looked haggard. He said with a gloomy face, "I'm fine. It's just that I ate a lot of medicinal pills. If it weren't for my strong divine body, I'm afraid I would have been killed by that divine king." Although it sounded easy, Long Liefan's injuries were still very serious. The divine king's power had not been expelled from his body, and he only had about 30% of his combat strength left. Tian Huzi and Tian Yitzi were both present. As members of the same alliance, the three of them had suffered at Di Tian's hands. They had even had to hand over 1,000,000 godhoods. If they didn't, they might not have been able to leave the dragon god weave. This Di Tian is too despicable. He's relying on a divine king. Sooner or later, I, Old Bull, will make Di Tian regret it. Barbarian Bull said angrily. Tian Huzi was much calmer than Barbarian Bull. "Brother Long, we must take revenge. However, now is not the time. You should first recover from your injuries. Old Bull is very safe here, and there's time acceleration. You can recover your strength in a few 100 years. Tian Yitzi followed. "Brother Long, this matter is not urgent. Di Tian is relying on a divine king to act violently. We are not the only ones who want to deal with him. The 8 great sects will deal with Di Tian first. Just wait and see. The 8 great sects will definitely not allow Di Tian to exist." Long Liefan could naturally see this. "Old Bull, I'll really have to trouble you this time. If I had known that Little Nine would make a comeback, I would have personally gone to kill him back then. This matter is all my fault." Chapter 1802. The ruler of the Draconic Divine Territory had changed hands. The matter continued to ferment. After the leaders of the 8 sects returned to their respective sects, they all used secret techniques to communicate with the upper worlds and send the news up. A powerful divine king had appeared in the lower worlds, and Di Tian's background had become mysterious and unfathomable. They had to pay attention to it. Before they found out Chu Di Tian's true background, the leaders of the 8 sects would remain silent. They would definitely not cause trouble for Di Tian at this time. Demon Mystic Sect. Deep in the forbidden area of the Back Mountain, Zhong Mulshan had suffered a loss in the Draconic Divine Territory, so he returned to his own territory and arranged for people to guard the Back Mountain. He entered alone. Deep in the forbidden area, there was a black stone tablet. Zhong Mulshan activated the stone tablet, and a mysterious power connected to the upper worlds. On the same day, this mysterious power appeared in almost every single territory. Unfortunately, this mysterious power was unable to detect it. After a while, a shadow appeared in the sky above the stone tablet. The shadow was filled with a powerful will and a terrifying aura. Zhong Mulshan lowered his head. Disciple Zhong Mulshan greets Divine Messenger. "Zhong Mulshan, why did you activate the stone tablet? Didn't I say that it's not allowed to be activated unless it's something important?" The will in the shadow said unhappily. Zhong Mulshan instantly felt the surrounding temperature drop. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Divine Messenger, please calm down. Please listen to my explanation. I was forced to activate it." "Then tell me." Zhong Mulshan was afraid that the Divine Messenger would not listen to him. He could not withstand the Divine Messenger's anger. "Divine Messenger, it's like this." Zhong Mulshan explained the matter in detail. He emphasized on Di Tian, the Divine King experts, and the thousands of Heaven God experts. "Are you sure?" the will said in a sharp voice. "I'm sure," Zhong Mulshan said. "In the territory, there are almost no experts who have advanced to the Divine King realm. Only a few of us leaders can use the power of the upper worlds to advance to the Divine King realm in a short time. This senior brother Di Tian is very suspicious. I think it's necessary to tell Divine Messenger. Good, you've done well. Zhong Mozhan heaved a sigh of relief. This is what I should do. Put aside the matter of Dtian and that Divine King for now. You don't have to worry about a mere Divine King. 1 month later, bring the sex experts and the most talented disciples to the God's tomb. I will raise your strength through the God's tomb. Understood. The shadow on the stone tablet dissipated, and the powerful will also disappeared. Zhong Mozhan's body straightened as he laughed evilly. Dtian, I'll let you be happy for another month. When the time comes, I'll definitely make you regret it. Almost at the same moment, the 8 major sects all received this top-secret information. In the following days, the 8 sects and the 7 overlords were unusually quiet. This made many people unable to understand. The foundations of the 8 great sects weren't weak. Could it be that they really had to lower their heads in front of Dtian? This was a very rare occurrence. More than 10 days passed, and the top forces remained silent. Dtian's ferocious reputation had already made everyone fearful, and all sorts of gossip was spreading. Dtian is too awesome. He's my idol. Now Dtian is truly the #1 person of the younger generation. Look at the 8 major sects, they don't even dare to speak. Dtian is mighty. I'm going to join the Invincible Palace. The outside world was abuzz with the rumors. At least, at this time, Dtian's ferocious reputation was the loudest. No matter which corner of the world you were in, you would know the name Dtian. If you said you hadn't heard of him, you could only say that you were outdated. 10 days later, the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce sent an elder to the draconic god Weave, requesting to meet the dragon god. 9 Dragons King received the elder. As soon as the elder arrived, he explained that the assassination of the dragon god was a misunderstanding, emphasized that the World Commerce Chamber would not interfere in this matter, and presented 9 Dragons King with a generous gift. At the same time, there were also 5 million godheads. Finally, after much persuasion, 9 Dragons King finally agreed to let him go safely. After the World Commerce Chamber's elder received Vice President Feng Wanquan, he immediately left the draconic god Weave with his people. He was afraid that the Dragon Clan would put him under house arrest again. With 5 million godheads in hand, Lin Fei was not as excited as before. He had seen 80 million godheads, so a mere 5 million godheads was nothing to him. In the secret space of the battle fortress, Lin Fei's closed-door cultivation had just begun. First, he had to raise his cultivation level. That was something he had to do. Lin Fei had not used the godheads he had plundered. Now that he had 5 million godheads, he had exactly 100 million godheads on hand. He could squander them to his heart's content. Awesome! 100 million godheads piled up like a mountain. It was a stunning sight. As long as I advance to the God King realm, I can summon God King powerhouses, or even hierarch powerhouses. No matter what the 8 major sects are plotting, I won't have to worry about it. Lin Fei had never underestimated the 8 major sections. After all, they had a God Emperor powerhouse as their backer. That was no ordinary feat. Most importantly, they seemed to be plotting in the territories below. Even with a God King by his side, Lin Fei felt that it was not too safe. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the God King realm. You are now a 1-star God King. With 5 million godheads, Lin Fei had advanced to the God King realm. A stronger feeling appeared in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the God King realm. Activating God King summoning mode. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the God King realm. Permission to summon an hierarch powerhouse. The cold voice of the system became extremely tempting in Lin Fei's ears. Damn! I can finally summon an hierarch powerhouse. Lin Fei opened the page and couldn't help but gasp. Summon an hierarch powerhouse. Hierarch shard. Lin Fei could not help but gasp. How much was 1 God King powerhouse? Summoning an hierarch powerhouse required 100 million hierarch shards? This is too much. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to summon an hierarch powerhouse immediately. Now, it seemed that he had to postpone it. Lin Fei flipped to another page. Would the number of God King powerhouses increase to an extremely high number? With a single look, he realized that his guess was correct. Luckily, summoning a God King powerhouse is not that expensive. Only 10 million Godhead shards will do. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. 10 million shards was still acceptable. At the very least, he could summon 1 or 2 Godhead shards for protection. He had thought that 100 million Godhead shards was a lot. Now, it seemed that it was not as extravagant as he had imagined. Chapter 1803. 95 million God deity needed to be put to good use. Lin Fei started to study it. First was the realm. Lin Fei felt that it was enough to have 1-star God King realm. Realm wasn't very useful to him. God power was the focus. 1-star God King needed more than 30 million God deity to advance to 2-star God King. If he wanted to advance to 9 stars God King, Lin Fei felt that he would need at least a few hundred million God deity, maybe even a billion God deity. Leveling up was temporarily put aside. Lin Fei's focus landed on the 18 primordial clones. Raising the cultivation technique became very important. Every time the 18 primordial clones leveled up, their combat strength would increase. For example, the 18 primordial clones had reached 2-star combat strength. Even though it was just a level increase, their combat strength increased by a huge amount. The method of leveling up wasn't difficult. Using God deity to raise the cultivation of the clones, simulating the conversion system, the clones could also absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy and convert it into God power. Although the effect was very average, Lin Fei was using his own God power. Now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to raise the cultivation technique of the 18 primordial clones. If he could raise it to that level, then he would raise it to that level. Let's raise the clone realm first. Last time, he used 200,000 shards to raise it. The clone realm was still at the pseudo-god realm, so what he needed to do now was to raise the clone realm. The 18 primordial clones were released and they raised their realms one by one. With 95 million God deity, Lin Fei was very confident. Very quickly, Lin Fei realized that the clones were bottomless pits. Damn, 100,000 God deity and they still haven't reached 1-star God realm. What kind of joke is this? When I leveled up, I only had 100 God deity. 100,018 of them, that was 8 million God deity. Lin Fei couldn't help but wipe his sweat. At this moment, the little devil flew out and said, "Master, you have to know that your doppelgangers are formed from energy, not flesh and blood. It's already good enough that the system can help them advance. Moreover, it's even more perfect than what you heard from that big shot. Even if your God power is used up, your clones can absorb it on their own." Lin Fei was convinced. I want to see how much divine deity he can absorb. Lin Fei continued to use his divine deity, preparing to waste time with this. Fortunately, when it came to 150,000 godhoods, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief when his first clone reached the level of a 1-star heavenly god. 150,000 godheads was an acceptable price. After using 2,700,000 godheads, all of his clones became 1-star celestial gods. Lin Fei began to raise his cultivation level by 2 stars again. He already knew that to raise his cultivation technique, as long as he was not allowed to raise his cultivation level, he would have to raise the level of his cultivation technique. Advancing from a 1-star heavenly god to a 2-star heavenly god would increase from 150,000 godheads to 500,000 godheads. 9 million godhoods went down just like that. The only thing that made Lin Fei happy was that the upgraded divine spark could be exchanged for a portion of the godly monarch's fragments, so he didn't use the divine spark for nothing. 10 million godhoods were sold just like that. Lin Fei continued. 20 million to become a 3-star heavenly god. 40 million to become a 4-star celestial god. With this calculation, he had spent 70 million godhoods. It really is a bottomless pit. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. In the blink of an eye, only 20 million of the 95 million godhoods he had found were left. He finally experienced what it meant to spend money like water. He used it quickly. Fuse. The 18 clones entered his body, and Lin Fei's 1-star godly monarch cultivation level broke through to the 2-star godly monarch cultivation level. Only 1 cultivation level? Lin Fei soon felt relieved. A godly monarch was stronger than a heavenly god. Although the 18 primordial godly clones were 4-star heavenly gods, the energy in their bodies could only increase by 1 cultivation level. Lin Fei was also very satisfied. Now that he was a godly monarch, he couldn't use supreme-grade divine artifacts. He had to change to a godly monarch weapon no matter what. Opening the box was a must. Lin Fei got busy again. There were also changes to the Godly Monarch box. Each opening required 50,000 godhoods, and he was allowed to open it 50 times a day. After 50 times, each opening would require 500,000 godhoods. Lin Fei had already absorbed the changes to the Godly Monarch level. Wasn't it just 50,000 godhoods each time? He could only open a low-grade Godly Monarch weapon? He still opened it. He didn't know if it was bad luck or some other reason. Lin Fei used 15 million godhoods and opened a low-grade Godly Monarch weapon. It was a long black saber with an ice-cold blade. Its name was Heaven Absolute Saber. The Godly Monarch battle armor was a thunderclap battle armor that could release terrifying lightning attacks. At this point, Lin Fei was only left with 5 million godhoods. With 5 million divine deity, Lin Fei went to upgrade the divine level 1 blade chop cultivation technique. With the divine deity, he pushed his battle power from 2 stars to 4 stars, leaving him with the last 1 million divine deity. Lin Fei didn't plan to use the 1 million godhoods. He planned to keep them and convert them into divine power. It's done. Lin Fei came out of the secret space in a very good mood. With more than 90 million godhoods, Lin Fei's strength increased tremendously again. Congratulations on your great improvement, Master. As soon as he came out, Ron, who had been outside, came up to congratulate him. At the same time, he saw the 6 men following behind him, and he felt a sense of urgency. Come, let me introduce you. These are your colleagues from now on. Lin Fei used 60 million Godly Monarch shards to summon 6 Godly Monarchs. To make it easier to remember them, Lin Fei changed their names to Lin 1 to Lin 6. Lin 1 was the strongest, a 6-star Godly Monarch. Lin 2 and Lin 3 were 4-star Godly Monarchs. Lin 4, Lin 5, and Lin 6 were 1-star to 3-star Godly Monarchs. Summoning 6 Godly Monarchs, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei came out of the battle fortress. 9 Dragons King was the first to arrive. Half a month had passed, and Draconic God Weave was mostly under control. No one dared to cause trouble anymore. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, Master. Your strength has improved greatly. Lin Fei knew it was flattery, but he still liked it. Come with me, I have something to tell you. 9 Dragons King called everyone out. Lin 5, Lin 6, stay in Draconic God Weave from now on. If you have nothing to do, focus on cultivating. Lin Fei called out Lin 5 and Lin 6. Yes, Master. The 2 answered in unison. 9 Dragons King glanced at them, and his heart thumped wildly. These 2 were too dangerous. Just a look from them was enough to make 9 Dragons King feel uneasy. Little 9, these 2 are guarding Draconic God Weave. You don't have to worry about them. If there are any experts you can't handle, just inform them. They will definitely help you solve the problem. 9 Dragons King was overjoyed. He had been worried that Tion might not be able to suppress him if he left. Now, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master. 9 Dragons King made up his mind. Unless there was a situation he could not handle, he would not disturb these 2. These 2 might come from the same place as Tion. Take good care of Draconic God Weave. Don't disappoint me. Lin Fei patted 9 Dragons King's shoulder. All right, you can arrange for the Dragon Clan's people to collect godheads for me. Later, I will give you a batch of low-grade divine artifacts, mid-grade godheads, and high-grade godheads. You know how to use them. 9 Dragons King nodded repeatedly. I will take care of this matter. I will not disappoint, Master. Master, are you preparing to leave? I have something to do. You just need to take care of it. Lin Fei was very busy at the moment. Leaving Lin 5 and Lin 6 in Draconic God Weave was also a precaution. If Long Liefan came back fearlessly, Lin Fei would definitely give him a big shock, letting him know what regret was. After settling everything, Lin Fei secretly left. He planned to make a trip back to Great Metropolis Celestial World. Originally, he wanted Lin 2 and Lin San to guard his home, but due to the long journey, he could only use the battle fort. After a few days, Lin Fei returned to Great Metropolis Celestial World. He left Lin 2, Lin San, and Ron behind, telling him to cultivate properly. With 2 God Kings guarding Great Metropolis Celestial World, Lin Fei was very relieved. Back in Great Metropolis Celestial World, Lin Fei received a piece of good news. Golden Phoenix had helped him collect a batch of godheads, all of which were collected in the weave. There was a total of 156 million godheads. Now, mosquito meat was still meat. Lin Fei was not picky. For this, Lin Fei left a batch of divine artifacts for Golden Phoenix, telling her to exchange them for godheads. As long as they were godheads, it would be fine. Right now, Lin Fei was in dire need of godheads. After staying at home for a few days, Lin Fei once again set off secretly. With God Kings guarding him, Lin Fei could rest assured. This time, Lin Fei wanted to go to the Divine Tomb. That ancient battlefield. He believed that he would not be disappointed there. Why did he want to go to the Divine Tomb? This was the only place that Lin Fei could think of. If not here, where else could he go? He had to go. Lin Fei brought Lin Yi with him. With a 6-star God King guarding him, he could solve a lot of problems. Halfway there, Lin Fei went to the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce and Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce to see Tianyang and Arakawa. After the news of the Dragon God Weave spread, the two had already regarded Earth Sky as an important partner of the Chamber of Commerce. With such a big backer, if they did not befriend him now, when would they wait? When they met, Tianyang and Arakawa both gave him a generous gift. Each of them gave 500,000 godheads. Such a generous gift was quite a lot. Lin Fei did not disappoint them. He took out 6 supreme-grade divine artifacts and gave them only one condition. They would handle the supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts, and he wanted godheads. Although the two did not understand what the godheads were used for, they did not ask. After some discussion, they divided the 6 supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts at 6 million godheads each. Because he did not have the godheads with him, and there were many of them, they needed to collect them. They could not give them to Di Tian immediately. Lin Fei did not mind. He allowed them to collect the godheads and take them away the next time they came. The two also began to prepare for the auction. With the 6 supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts, the 2 chambers of commerce could once again be in the limelight. 6 heavenly divine artifacts were exchanged for 36 million godheads. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Now, the supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts were no longer attractive to Lin Fei. Other than the 8 major sects, the only places where he could exchange a large number of godheads were these 2 top chambers of commerce. As for the World Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei had no interest in cooperating. Chapter 1804. In a faraway place. A towering mountain stood on the vast land, like an invincible divine weapon. The lightning that shot out from the mountain shrouded the entire mountain. The mountain was like a divine weapon, piercing through the clouds, as if the sky was about to be pierced through. The mountain was huge. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but the mountain. No one knew how big the mountain was. They only knew that it was the tallest mountain in the divine world, called the God Lightning Mountain. Divine lightning struck down continuously, one after another, bringing with it a terrifying aura, turning the area within 1 billion miles into a barren land. No matter how strong one could not withstand the attack of the number 1 divine lightning in the world. At the same time, on the highest peak of the God Lightning Mountain. At this moment, 8 illusory figures appeared in a place where few people could be seen. They ignored the divine lightning that was descending, and each of them stood in a position that was impervious to the divine lightning. They looked like figures, but in fact, they were formed by powerful divine senses. If there were any top-notch experts here, they would definitely recognize them. These 8 were the 8 magnates of the divine world. In other words, they were the only 8 deity emperors. Everyone, our plans in the lower realms are about to change. That's why I've gathered everyone here to discuss how we can work together to open up a path to the lower realms. That way we can provide more help to the people in the lower realms. What do you all think? Are you talking about that Di Tian who appeared out of nowhere? And that senior divine king? If that's the case, aren't you overreacting? What can a mere divine king do? Don't tell me that your demon mystic sect is afraid of him? Deity Emperor Jianghu sneered. Deity Emperor Mo Xian was the first to speak. After being mocked by Deity Emperor Jianghu, he only harumphed. It's not that I'm afraid. I'm just worried about unnecessary trouble. Do you think that Di Tian is not being manipulated by someone? If he really makes a move, your Jianghu sect will not have a good ending. This emperor agrees with Brother Mo Xian's words. 108 god princes are about to appear. Just the primal chaos god emperor alone is enough to give everyone a headache. Now that Tion has appeared, who knows if he's after the god princes? Extreme bliss deity emperor stood on profound devil deity emperor's side. We need to prepare for this as soon as possible. What do you think? Tion is a small matter. A mere god king is nothing. But that Tion's backer is a problem. He might even be controlled by one of our divine world's hierarch. The righteous profound saint deity emperor said in a deep voice. Even this kind of traitorous thing interfered in the lower realm. It's hard to guarantee that the other ultimate gods won't have any thoughts about it. With this matter in mind, our sects really need to be supported. Isn't it just opening up a passageway to the lower realm? I think it's doable. Brother Mo Xian is right. We must nurture the power of the lower realm. Now that the divine child has appeared, we must take action. With the 8 of us working together, we can definitely build a passageway. Who cares what those divine venerables think? The divine child must be controlled by us. Immortal Emperor God Emperor, Fortune God Emperor, and Xintian God Emperor all had different expressions on their faces. All of them chose to remain silent as this matter was extremely important. Opening the passage is necessary. Mystic Demon God Emperor said, I believe everyone knows the importance of the God's Son. This passageway is necessary. The 2 words, divine child, made everyone's expression turn grave. Let's open it then. The God's Son must be controlled by us. No one else can. Then it's settled. The 8 God Emperors quickly made their decision. They would work together to open the passage to the lower realm. God Emperor Jianghu, Immortal Emperor God Emperor, and the rest left first. On the peak, only Mystic Demon God Emperor, Xintian God Emperor, and Blissful God Emperor were left. Brother Mo Xian, where do you plan to open the passage? Mystic Demon God Emperor asked. At the battlefield of our past, the divine tomb that they are talking about. That place is deserted. As long as the sects guard it well, no one can enter. Mystic Demon God Emperor said. This place is doable. The divine tomb is a place where the battles are intense. The border barrier is the weakest. We can open it from there and it will be much easier. Mystic Demon God Emperor felt that it was doable. Our forces below are indeed too weak. That Tion is truly despicable. I wonder who secretly sent people down there. Speaking of which, that Tion is indeed a bastard. I heard that he caused a huge commotion in the divine dragon territory and chased the current dragon god down. Blissful God Emperor gossiped. It seems that the old dragon god is furious and wants to make things difficult for that Tion. The old dragon god is indeed hot-tempered. It would be strange if he didn't get angry after hearing that. Mystic Demon God Emperor said, everyone just needs to be prepared for the opening of the passage. If it weren't for those guys down there being disappointing, we wouldn't have to be so anxious. After all, the divine child is about to be born. The God Emperor was very disappointed with the agents below. At the same time, he was very dissatisfied with the godly venerable experts who secretly put down the divine king. However, there were many godly venerables in the divine world. It would not be easy to find them. This matter had to be investigated. As long as the passage was opened, they would be able to find out who was the mastermind immediately. They would then have a reason to deal with them. On the way to the divine tomb, Lin Fei did not know that the 8 giants of the upper realm were secretly discussing about opening the passage from the upper realm to the lower realm. After leaving the great metropolis world, Lin Fei let Battle Number 1 control the battle fortress and rushed to the divine tomb day and night. The divine tomb was rather far. If it wasn't for the map of the divine tomb, Lin Fei would not be able to find the correct route. Lin Fei had been on the road for 10 days. The battle fortress's speed had been maintained at its top speed due to the reckless energy consumption. It's still too slow. Although the battle fortress's speed was very fast, Lin Fei was still not very satisfied. It did not reach the satisfactory speed that he had imagined. Master, you don't have to worry. At this speed, we should be able to enter the divine tomb in another 3 days. This is already very fast. Lin Yi said with a smile. All right. Lin Fei really had nothing to say. Suddenly, Lin Yi frowned and said, Master, I just noticed that there are warships appearing in a few other directions. Moreover, they are all heading in the same direction as we are. Lin Fei was excited and thought to himself, could it be that they are coming for me? System, Show me the images. The system was now multifunctional. Lin Fei only needed to pay the godhead to use the function. The concealment effect was also first class. At least for now, he had not been discovered by anyone. The system stretched out a screen and divided it into several images. In each image there was a warship. This is from the righteous sect. And this is from the demon mystic sect. The fortune gate. Could it be that they are all going to the divine tomb? This is too much of a coincidence.